The story begins in a gloomy dungeon. Its walls are covered with mold, and a series of barred chambers extend far into the darkness. Terrifying monsters with scarlet eyes roared, bearing fangs and claws. Blood spreads in bright stains across the cracked stones of the dungeon. A palm covered in blood collapses onto the same stones. Xiao Zhuhong drags himself across the floor, cursing at some old man, and wondering how this could have happened to him. The scaly body of the monster leisurely dragged after him with a distinct rustle, while Xiao Zhuhong gloomily remarks that he just can't die this way here. A huge snake opens its monstrous maw, wriggling its tail and preparing to swallow him. Angrily staring at the approaching monster, Xiao Zhuhong wonders when it all went wrong. His first guess is years ago. He recalls that in the year 2025, in a ray of blinding light, the so-called tombs appeared on Earth. Crowds of people gather around an ancient-looking structure. The tombs were accompanied by earthquakes, but relics were found in their depths. Scattered on the white surface are all sorts of relics, like a golden knife or a stiletto. They changed the world. A man easily slices through a car with a sword, while another preaches to a multitude of attentive people. The relics empowered them and changed their lives. 3 men with mining equipment make their way through dark corridors, looking back with hope and fear. They are hunting for relics. Xiao Zhuhong, who has also joined the search, stares in disbelief at the glowing cube hovering above the pedestal, a very powerful relic. He gleefully grabs the cube, knowing for sure that with such loot, he can start his life with a clean slate. Xiao Zhuhong peeks out from behind the ruins to see the military keeping an eye on the archaeologists, and realizes that he will not be allowed to use the relic now. He recalls that he did get recognized afterwards and got a job at TCVM Corporation, and Director Quan Taijun promised him help. With a bag full of jewelry, Xiao Zhuhong escapes from the firing soldiers. A new job for the corporation involves plundering tombs. Director Quan sits in front of a pile of glittering relics with a greedy smile. With them, he had achieved the status of the strongest man in the world within a few years. Other archaeologists see Xiao Zhuhong off with gloomy looks. They think he's trash, but he just keeps working to survive. Xiao Zhuhong recalls how Director Quan sends him on another assignment with a few colleagues to an incredibly dangerous place. Director Quan grins sinisterly, knowing that he sent all the team members to the other world at once. The giant snake lunges at Xiao Zhuhong, and he ducks lower, shrieking and barely avoiding the blow. With a bloody hand, he grabs a random rock from the ground in a vain hope. The stone hits right in the monster's face, but bounces off the dense scales and flies away. Xiao Zhuhong yells at the snake in rage, blaming it for the team's death. Wounded, he continues to provoke the monster, claiming he will tear it from the inside out. The snake opens its mouth, displaying a row of sharp fangs as Xiao Zhuhong continues to curse Quan Taijun. With fury in his eyes, he asks if this suffering will continue even after his death. The moment the monster is already looming over Xiao Zhuhong, preparing to swallow him, an unfamiliar voice orders him to shut up. The snake seems to recognize this voice and immediately raises its head to its source, momentarily forgetting about the one it just almost ate. Xiao Zhuhong turns his head, wondering with suspicion and irritation what this is even about. While the monster is calm, the conversation continues. The stranger wonders how someone is able to hear him, but Xiao Zhuhong claims it's not the first time. He tries to threaten, ordering the voice to remove the snake and let himself go away. But the man only asks, does Xiao Zhuhong really think he can survive in this wounded body, can last like this, without legs? He remains tensely silent, his eyes downcast. It is clear that he is in doubt himself and has nothing to say. As the monster looms over Xiao Zhuhong once again, the voice says goodbye to him, regretting that even with his rare abilities, he couldn't make it in the new era. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Zhuhong snaps back, saying that the unknown interlocutor doesn't know anything about him and that he wouldn't live like this if he had the chance. Lashing out harder, he reiterates that he doesn't want to live like this. And then, looking directly at the monster, grunts and promises that he'll get revenge on Principal Quan. With a flash of white light causing the snake to stop for a moment, the voice laughs and states that Xiao Zhuhong doesn't have the ability to do that. Squinting over the bright flash and carelessly wiping the blood from his face, he hears the stranger promise to give him a chance. In a ray of white light, a 4-eyed bird like a crow opens its wings, while a voice orders Xiao Zhuhong to be the best at something this time. Xiao Zhuhong opens his eyes again, wondering what that just was, and was the bird itself a high-level relic? He drops his gaze to his hands resting in his lap and cries out in amazement. In shock that his recently missing limbs are okay, he jumps up suddenly. As he looks around himself and wonders what happened, he notices that the other wounds have disappeared as well. Puzzled, Xiao Zhuhong turns around trying to figure out where he is now. Other people, police officers, among others, look at him with bewilderment and annoyance. Xiao Zhuhong already realizes that it's a police station, but that doesn't help him understand what's going on around him at all. The cop irritably calls him out, reminding him that he was actually asking for personal information and noting that they can't afford to breeze by. Seo Ju-hong mumbles confusedly that he understood everything, while the policeman, staring at the computer screen, asks the one about his name. But a few times the repeated question flies between Seo Ju-hong's ears as he ponders whether what he saw was a dream or a hallucination. The policeman offers to finish and disperse, while the other remarks that he has not been home at all this year 2025. Seo Ju-hong's eyes widen with realization when he hears what year it is. He looks around nervously, thinking this can't be happening while the tired policeman covers his face with the palm of his hand. Finding a glance at the electronic clock, he realizes that it is indeed the 1st of January in the year 2025. The yellow-jacketed schoolboy here seems familiar to Seo Ju-hong, and he recalls that there was such a thing. They had a fight, and it went to the police. Clenching his fists, he slowly begins to accept what has happened to him. Though, looking unseeingly in front of him, still wondering if he had really gone back 15 years. Remembering the voice's admonition to become the best at something, he shudders at the realization. The world outside the windows of the police station is now the most ordinary pre-relic world, with people scurrying along the street going about their business, whereas divine relics rest untouched in their tombs, floating serenely above pedestals. With a gambling fire in his eyes, Seo Ju-hong realizes that this is his chance. He can get his hands on these relics. Images of the valuable things he has found flash before his eyes. Using his accumulated knowledge and skills, he can ransack the tombs from the beginning. Stretching her lips in a wide smile, Seo Ju-hong laughs with anticipation and relief. Looking in front of him, he can't help but wonder, what will happen then? Seo Ju-hong confesses that after what happened, he didn't believe that anything else could surprise him. But first, a tomb was found, making even a professional like him shiver with fear. The snake-shaped monster slowly swayed. Secondly, the last mission turned out to be a trap. Quan Taijun looked at him with a wicked grin. Third, still at the police station, Seo Ju-hong admits that right before his death, he went back 15 years. With a slightly nervous smile, he notes that even though it's unclear how this is possible, this is his chance to get his hands on the relics before anyone else. An annoyed voice asks if Seo Ju-hyun is listening at all, causing him to turn around. The disgruntled woman accuses him of taking everything as a joke, dangling in the clouds and not paying attention to the investigators. She exclaims that Seo Ju-hong hit her schoolboy son and actually could have carelessly crippled him. While he frowns, thinking how much it all pisses him off, the woman offers 2 options to solve the problem: compensation or jail. Seo Ju-hong's recollection of this situation is clear even now. He remembers the schoolboy coming at him, shouting insults and picking a fight. He believes that everything was planned, and then all he had to do was get down on his knees and beg for forgiveness and a reduction in the amount of compensation. With a complicated expression on his face, he realizes that right now he has no money for her at all. Various tools are scattered around the table, but Seo Ju-hong doesn't have any of them, or even a way to earn money to somehow get his hands on the relics. Seo Ju-hong ponders how to get out of the situation. Rubbing the back of his head while behind his back, a woman is shaking with anger because she's being ignored. In a rage, she raises her own hand at Seo Ju-hong, yelling that you should listen when you're addressed. Both her high school son and the policeman look on in amazement, but Seo Ju-hong only squints unkindly, getting up from his seat with a sudden movement. He catches the woman's hand by the wrist, stopping the blow with a kind of absolute calm. It was afterwards that the realization hit him, shocking him. His current fighting skills seem to have improved because of all the experience of those 15 years of work. Concluding that this is to his advantage, in a non-objectionable tone, he demands that the woman calm down. He states that the schoolboy was the first to pick a fight, and his mother looks ridiculous acting just like her son. An offended schoolboy lunges at Seo Ju-hong with his fists, demanding that he be held accountable for those words. He aims his fist at Seo Ju-hong's chest, adding that he could have let Seo Ju-hong go for good, but he changed his mind. Seo Ju-hong calmly and deftly dodges the blow. What's more, with a quick and strong movement, he intercepts the attacking arm. The schoolboy's eyes widen in panic as the motion of inertia carries him downward. Slamming his forehead on the floor with his arm pinned behind his back, he begins to wail about how hurt he is. While Seo Ju-hong notes with mild surprise that the body is lighter than before, probably due to the lack of injuries from the relic hunting process. Disgruntled police officers approach them, demanding that they stop fighting in the station, and all Seo Ju-hong can do is raise his hands and squeeze out a guilty, oops. He gives a tired look and says he can't pay the compensation anyway, so if they decide to lock him up, so be it. The woman hugs her son and asks if Seo Ju-hyun is crazy because a criminal record is worse than a fine. She threatens him, saying he made a mistake, but Seo Ju-hyun just stares at her blankly, knowing that in the near future, this very judgment will be meaningless. As he looks around at the other men behind bars, he knows for sure that the relics will appear, and the world will descend into chaos and lawlessness. Leaning against the wall of his cell, Seo Ju-hong stares pensively into the distance. He's thinking that just being good at fighting isn't enough. He has to find the money to find the relics somewhere. Lowering his eyes, he ponders what he should do in such a situation, as an incomprehensible purple glow causes him to stir. An incomprehensible text pops up in front of his eyes, addressing him by name and title. Seo Juhong smacks himself on the head while swearing, deciding that his eyesight is failing him, and it's all a hallucination. But the text doesn't go anywhere, and it becomes clear that a relic is involved. Or maybe it was that bird that set it up. Looking around nervously, he furiously accuses the raven of following him and asks what exactly he did. But instead of the expected response, translucent panels of the same purple hue unfolded around the astonished Seo Juhong. A window with the basic skills of a tomb raider appears in front of him. Seo Juhyun notices that it looks like a game window. He tries to punch the window, accusing the raven of treating human life as some kind of toy, but his fist goes right through. A flash of purple catches his attention, and grumpily wondering what the big deal is now, Seo Juhong turns his head to another window. He sees the assignment in the window, and while he's studying it, a policeman approaches the camera, demanding that Seo Juhyun keep his voice down. He agrees. Immediately, he realizes that he is the only one who sees the purple panels, despite their glow and bright color. On the floor near the grate, Seo Juhong can make out an insect. Just as the skill description claimed, his gaze picks up any details within a short distance. He recalls that the same ability was given to him by an archaeological relic that allowed him to pull the most valuable item out of a pile of others. It makes him wonder if all his old skills are in that skill window, and will he be able to unlock new ones? Concluding that if all his skills are out the window, there's no point in him going after an archaeological relic, which is quite convenient. However, it also makes one wary. We don't know what the raven was up to, and relics don't help people for nothing. Suddenly, Seo Juhong is called by name by a cheerful-looking man standing in the hallway. He had come to fetch him. They continue their conversation on the porch of the police station, where the man states with conviction that the schoolboy is a hardened criminal himself. He adds that he'll take care of everything himself, and Seo Juhyun isn't the only such victim. Seo Juhyun thanks him with a smile. Detective Kim Jung suggests that Seo Juhyun must be scared of jail, while he remembers how Kim Jung took him in when he was orphaned. Looking at Kim Jung, Seo Juhyun thinks about how he didn't notice how young he looks now. He calls out to his companion, saying he wants to ask him something. Kim Jung turns around. Seo Juhong wonders if there have been any reports of the paranormal, but all he gets in response is a worried question about whether he's drunk. After a bit of thought, Kim Jung replies with a joke, and Seo Juhyun is relieved to realize that the relics haven't been heard from yet. Kim Jung pats him on the shoulder and tells him to go home and rest. Standing amongst the people, Kim Jung waves goodbye to Seo Juhyun, while he thinks about the fact that while the tombs haven't appeared and nothing has changed in the world. With a smile as he says goodbye to the detective, he realizes it's time to take action. With his skills, the chance of success is high. Turning down a narrow alley, Seo Juhong notices that the problem is the lack of money. The best relics were originally in other countries. He's just thinking about how to pay for the flight when someone calls out to him. It's a gang of 4 guys, the main one wondering why it's Seo Juhyun who doesn't work harder than the others as the youngest. The same one rounds his eyes in amazement before realizing that he has just found a way to make money. With a demonic grin, he looks at those approaching, clearly not planning anything good. Park Gyeongtae, the chief among them, mockingly remarks that Seo Juhong must have no respect for them if he's in no hurry to bow. Toth recalls that Park Kenthy used to be a street hustler, but now works as an art dealer, having opened a gallery with his sister. Seo Juhong had moonlighted for them while he was still in school, hauling boxes, but they wouldn't let him go afterward, and he had to hump like that until he was 25. Seo Juhong drags another box, ducking from a slap. He works as hard as everyone else, but he is not respected at all. While one of Park Kenthe's entourage shouts threateningly at Seo Juhong, the latter thinks he's been treated like a dog, and afterward, without thinking long, without further ado, punches this guy in the face. The blow proves hard enough to make the opponent's head turn and blood spurt. The guy himself simply flies off to the rest of the gang and flops on his back, while Seo Jo-hyun, with a calm expression, says to tell the gallery director that he no longer works for her. Park Kyung-hee rather rudely calls the decision to leave stupid, but Seo Jo-hyun only replies that before he leaves, there's something else he needs to do. That something turns out to be a threatening demand to give him his salary and severance pay now. Apparently the gang can't believe what they're hearing, and its members just look perplexed. And then they just start laughing. Park Gyeongtae suggests that Seo Jo-hyun will have a hard life. In the next instant, Park Kenthae pounces on Seo Juhong with his fists. He has not yet had time to strike when he sees a blur of rapid movement in his direction due to his speed. With all his strength, Seo Juhong punches him back right in the face. Suppressedly cursing with a bloody face, Park Kenthae can only stare at the approaching palm. Seo Juhong, without hesitating, roughly grabs him by the hair and slams his head against his knee. It was enough to make the blood spurt more violently, and his subordinates cackled worriedly. With concerned faces, they discuss how Seo Juhong was able to become so fast and where he learned how to fight. But they decide to leave these matters for later, and for now just attack Seo Juhong, who is quietly waiting for them. But one of them immediately gets a painful and swift elbow to the face. The other one gets kicked in the head with his foot, knocking a painful sound out of him. They fall to the ground while the only one left on his feet mutters that he can't believe what he's seen. Seo Juhyun just grins and mockingly states that he feels sorry for the beaten ones, as they will have a hard time in the new world. As he contemplates his fist, he rejoices in his fighting abilities, but he also realizes that it's time to call it a day. In his current body, he can't take a punch very well. Suddenly, a battered Park Kenthe pulls out a strange dagger from under his jacket, accusing Seo Juhong of ingratitude and promising to stab him. One of the gang calls out to him, nervously asking him to be careful with the weapon, since the one already has a buyer. But Park Kenthe only waves him off indifferently. Seo Juhong looks around warily. Something seems out of the ordinary to him. A clear haze of power gathers around the blade of the dagger. It seems that this weapon is a relic, but then where did Park Kenthe get it from? But immediately he realizes that this is no surprise. Some relics deliberately attract people while others hide among them, blending in with the crowd. Seo Juhong chuckles, knowing that this relic won't be in the wrong hands for long. With a fierce shout, Park Kenthe lunges at him with his dagger, hoping to take his life with one blow. But Seo Juhong smoothly dodges, causing the blade to slip past his right side. Afterward, he easily grabs the hand of the astonished Park Kenthe, clasping it. He forces the point of the dagger under the very chin of Park Kenthe himself as he pleads for it to stop. The other gang members rush forward, cursing at Seo Juhong and worrying about his opponent. And the man only snatches the dagger from Park Kenthe's hands, mockingly promising to take good care of him. Staring at the blade bathed in waves of power, he says they all need to watch and learn how to properly use something like this. His eyes flash the same unnatural colored sparks in an instant. Now he sees the attacking gang members like some sort of anatomy manual, distinguishing their organs and bones. They shout, but Seo Juhong doesn't listen. The gang members pounce on the seemingly calm Seo Juhong, hitting him from both sides at once. But as they look around, they find no one in front of them and almost hesitantly assume disappearance. But then, a hail of short punches lands on them, making them cringe as Seo Juhong continues his lightning-fast movement. While the gang members curse him, he examines the dagger, noting that it has more than one power, and that it is quite handy. Intercepting his weapon more comfortably, he coldly remarks that he's slightly miffed at his attackers so far, but if they don't start getting the money, things are sure to get worse. In a very menacing way, he reminds them of the conditions they have agreed to, money in exchange for their untouched lives. Battered and bloodied, Park Kenthe unhesitatingly squeezes out an agreement. Night, broken only by the warm light of the windows, descends on the city. Park Kenthe's sister, Park Gyeongju, angrily reprimands him over the phone after hearing about the scuffle. Blinking at the deafening scream even through the phone's speakers, Park Kenthe continues to make excuses that he himself doesn't know how it happened. He explains that just yesterday Seo Juhong didn't know or know how to do anything, and today even his eyes seemed particularly intimidating. Park Gyeongju sighs tiredly and clarifies the amount of money Seo Juhong took with him. Park Kenthe replies that it's all their money in general, as well as the goods for the deal, to which Park Gyeongju breaks out into a scolding. He explains that when Seo Juhong counted the money, the amount he received seemed very small to him, and with a grudging glance at Park Kenthe himself, he declares that he'll look again now, and if he finds something, they won't like it. Amid screams of terror and anxious exclamations from the rest of the gang, the search continues. Seo Juhong finds the Buddha statue and, holding it in the palm of his hand, figures it must be worth a lot while Park Gyeongtae begs him not to take it. Thus convinced that the statuette does have value, Seo Juhong declares with a smile that he will confiscate it. He turns around and walks away while the kneeling gang members insult him and demand he return. The threats turn to pleas to return the statue, but Seo Juhong doesn't even turn around, calmly continuing on his way. To this, Park Gyeongju replies with a grim expression with a short demand to return it. With a confused expression on her face, Park Kenthe foolishly asks her to repeat herself. To which Park Gyeongju no longer so briefly and not so politely calls them all fools and demands the statue back immediately. Behind the counter, the appraiser tells Seo Juhong that this Buddha is not worth 50,000 won, advising him to just put it somewhere at home. Waving his palm, he assures that he realized at first sight that no one would buy such a thing while Seo Juhyun just looks confused. Seo Juhyun mentally remarks that it's weird how Park Kenthe tried to return this thing, since it turns out to be worthless. He rambles down the shopping alley, yawning and examining the signs lazily. Lowering his gaze to the statue, he remarks that he thought it was worth a lot, and attributes his mistake to his lack of an archaeological relic. Suddenly, a strange, dark energy begins to emanate from the Buddha, swirling with puffs of smoke, and a game-like screen appears in front of Seo Juhong, informing him that there is some suspicious entity in that statue. Wondering if there's really something hidden inside, he tries to both inspect the thing and flick the message box away at the same time. Shaking it to see what's inside, Seo Juhong finally realizes the reason why Park Gyong-tae was so worried. Taking out a dagger, Seo Juhong is about to open up the Buddha with a smile and see what's in there. With a few quick and spectacular blows, he cleaves the statue, scaring the occasional worker behind his back. Along with the shards, a seemingly ordinary water bottle falls and rolls to the floor. But Seo Juhong, picking it up, immediately recognizes the contents. It is a liquid drug that was used by dropping a little of it on tobacco. Realizing how expensive it is, he looks around nervously, trying to see if anyone saw it, not noticing the employee behind him. Walking down the street and looking at the bottle, Seo Juhong wonders, what if there is such a surprise hidden in each of the gallery's hundreds of exhibits? And so he dials Detective Kim Jung's number with a smile to clarify a few things with him. Returning home at sunset, he hears that the reward for information on drug smuggling is 100 million won. Meanwhile, Park Gyungju nervously tries to justify herself to someone she calls the principal and cover up the fact that she lost the Buddha. Her interlocutor shouts angrily at her and Park Gyungju wrinkles her nose tiredly. As the gallery employee glances nervously at her, she apologizes again and promises to get in touch later. And then, as soon as the call is cut off, immediately swears at the mysterious interlocutor, wishing him all the worst. When she hears the door open, she turns around, thinking it's Park Kenthe and his gang. It does turn out to be him, but only in handcuffs and accompanied by detectives, causing Park Kenju to gape stupidly. A rather pathetic-looking Park Kenthe voices the obvious. They are in very big trouble. But Park Gyungju doesn't understand anything and asks what it all means. The detective, showing his ID, calmly replies that there is a statement about drug trafficking here, to which Park Gyungju mumbles incoherently. But Detective Kim Jonu is only amused at how this excuse is like any other, and shows the statue bottle as evidence. He assumes that other such bottles are kept in the warehouse, and judging from Park Gyungju's nervous reaction, his guess is true. And let it worry her that law enforcement even knows about the warehouse. She reassures herself that each one is locked with an access code. So she feigns innocence and says to Kim Jung's face that she doesn't know anything about it, and he needs more evidence to convict her. Angrily, she compliments that even the police don't have the right to interfere in someone's business like that. To this, he simply pulls out a walkie-talkie, a voice from which confirms that they have already checked 600 exhibits, and drugs have been found in every one. While her wrists are handcuffed, Park Gyungju asks how they were even able to access the warehouses, which are locked with password locks, to which Kim Jung says that the password was indeed there, except they have their own methods. Seo Juhyun is standing surrounded by police officers. He seems to be the face that helped the police in their search. A man calls out to him, telling him that the next room is closed, but Seo Juhong himself is not at all surprised. As he enters the code into the lock, the policeman asks how he was able to open them all like that. To which Seo Juhyun remarks with a smile that there's nothing wrong with that, and he just has a good memory. Recalling how he used to work here as well, he notes that it was because of his memory advantage that he was not let go from here. Seo Juhong looks through the password sheet, memorizing them. This precautionary measure doesn't seem suspicious to him, even though it's annoying because of the inconvenience. Walking behind the police officers with a smile, he thinks, he had no idea he would ever be so useful. With a confident look, Seo Juhong thinks that now everything is definitely going according to plan. Watching the search with contentment, he's already planning how he will spend the bounty to prepare for the relic hunt. The police officers indignantly discuss the gallery owner's self-assurance, while Seo Juhyun just continues to smile contentedly. One of the cops praises him for being responsible while he sweetly replies that he's only too happy to help. But as soon as he says he has a favor to ask, the cops are alarmed. While the resisting Park Gyungju is being led away, Kim Jung's phone starts ringing. It's Seo Juhyun, of course. They discuss something briefly, some request that the detective doesn't quite understand but agrees to fulfill. He calls out to the departing Park Gyungju, who casts a truly angry look at him, and with a smile he hands the phone to her, explaining that his assistant wants to give her something. Seo Juhong's voice is heard from the phone, complaining that Park Gyungju should have treated his employee better. And as he continues talking, Park Gyungju realizes who helped the police and blames him for it. With a smile, he adds that it would be worth changing passwords more often, at least every 6 months, and ends the conversation with a simple wish to have a good time behind bars. As Park Gyungju is led onward, she, sputtering with saliva, promises to take Seo Juhong's life and calls him ungrateful. By the time it's all over, it's deep night outside. Seo Juhong walks down the dark street, thinking that this was really busy, distracted by the sound of notifications on his phone, causing him to pull it out and see what's up. It's a message from Kim Jung, who praises Seo Juhyun, says he'll get the money soon, and warns him not to spend it all at once. Seo Juhong notices with a smile how worried he is, but thinks that once he gets to work on the tomb looting, he won't have to worry anymore. Remembering Kwon Taijun's face, Seo Juhong promises that he'll definitely find them faster than him. Suddenly, an unusual sight makes him stop and freeze. Frozen at the edge of the road, he looks at the spot where his house should be, but doesn't recognize it. Instead, something huge rises from the ground in rivers of dust and dirt. The entire neighborhood has been replaced by a huge tomb, and the people watching are panicking and cursing and crying. Some are trying to get answers from the military, while others are trying to calm a crying baby. Seo Juhong walks around the gathered crowd, looking around tensely for something. Throwing a grim look, he thinks he can understand all these people, but they're going to have to get used to it. It's only going to happen more and more often. Seo Juhong is in the warehouse pressing the phone to his ear. This is how he was informed of the incident last time. But as he returns, he sees all the same identical houses, intact. He exhales, glad that it's all nothing more than a delusion. But what it really means is that someone managed to clean out the tomb that used to be there in just a few hours. Looking around at the gathered people, Seo Juhong assumes that this certain someone is among them now, but decides that he can't get to the relic this time. A shout startles him and makes him turn around. Someone is desperately pleading with him not to open fire. One man in the crowd is pointed at by a soldier's gun. Seo Juhyun realizes that his neighbor Kim is now in the crosshairs. The soldier, however, irritably orders everyone to stay where they are, otherwise threatening reprisals. Unable to endure such a thing, Seo Juhong kicks him in the chin without any warning, sending him flying. The people talk shockedly while Seo Juhong rudely asks if the soldier is in his right mind since he drew his weapon. And afterward, he calmly greets Kim, saying that it's been a long time since they've seen each other and noticing that he hasn't changed at all. The soldier slowly rises, and Seo Juhong wonders carelessly if he has come to his senses now. And he apologizes with a frightened look on his face and admits that he doesn't understand what suddenly came over him. But Seo Juhong only waves it off and instead asks to be told why the army was here so quickly. At the same time, he asks if anyone tried to get into the tomb, and the soldier mumbles something about not being allowed to tell. But Seo Juhong didn't really need his answer. He already realizes that of course they were trying, which means we have to get ahead of them. He demands in a very rude manner that the soldier answer what people with guns are doing near his house. To be even more convincing, he threatens to tell about this soldier's bad behavior towards a civilian if he doesn't talk. While the soldier nervously drenches himself in sweat, Seo Juhong repeats his only demand. All he wants is to know the purpose of their being here. To which the soldier replies simply, their goal is to destroy the tomb by removing a certain thing from inside. He also assures that there is nothing to worry about. While he hastily assures them that they're being helped by scientists, Seo Juhong gloomily ponders the fact that they really have no idea what they're messing with. Beginning to understand something about the government's plan, he thanks the soldier in a friendly manner, and, adding falsely that he believes in the army, wishes him good luck and walks away waving his hand. When neighbor Kim asks Seo Juhyun if he's learned anything, he admits that he hasn't learned much, and there's nothing left to do but wait. Kim frustratedly tries to clarify something else, but Seo Juhyun is already rushing onward. Kim calls out loudly to him, trying to find out something, but gets only silence in response. All he can do is stand in the crowd of other worried people and think that Seo Juhyun is somehow not like this today. Meanwhile, people in dark clothing gather at the approach to the tomb. Linda Walker observes the very cheerfully conversing soldiers. She is a CIA agent, and on the phone she demands that her interlocutor double-check the information, because apparently the Korean government already knows about the tombs. On the phone, she is assured that no one knows anything, to which Linda remarks, looking back at the soldiers, that it is unclear then why so many military men are here. The interlocutor states that everything happens according to their instructions, and that mentioning tombs in a conversation just for the hell of it is not worth it. This information is classified. As Linda returns to her agents, the interlocutor demands a situation report from her. She says the explosives are in place and they will be inside soon. With a confident smile, she listens as a voice reminds her to follow protocol. Also retrieve every relic she finds and deliver it. As the conversation ends, Linda is distracted by a man in an overcoat, Abe Kiyoshi. She clearly resents his presence, to which he, being a Japanese archaeologist, says with a smile that everyone wants the power of the New World. He marvels at how the Americans were quicker on the spot and asks almost mockingly politely if their trip went well, and then as if offhandedly compares the CIA to the ubiquitous rats, which obviously angers Linda. She proudly notes that they mine relics for scientific purposes and generally seek global cooperation, to which Abe irritably calls bullshit, claiming that the US doesn't let others into the relics. Linda simply asks if there is any evidence of this, but Abe simply says he won't waste his time on that, and instead will just take the relic. Linda mockingly wishes him luck. Hiding around the corner, Seo Juhong overhears their conversation, finding it curious. He immediately determines that the people he sees are the main representatives of the CIA and Japan, respectively. Looking at the tomb towering in the middle of the metropolis, he recalls that the public was initially tried to be kept in the dark about these structures. People are gathering around the mangled bas relief of Rushmore, They are representatives of the most advanced countries trying to divide the spoils of the tomb. Men in uniform pack the found jewels into a box. They are members of a specially formed team to conduct expeditions around the world. Frowning, Xiao Zhuhong promises that they won't get anything this time and the relic will only go to him. He decides to seize the moment of the quarrel of the representatives of other countries and only hopes that the tomb will not be blown up with him. With a cocky smile, he assures himself that they don't stand the slightest chance. He confidently dismounts with the thought that it's time for action, but quickly stops in front of the mysterious scarlet lettering on the ground. With a satisfied grin, Xiao Zhuhong looked down at their soft glow. He had found the glyphs. As he approaches the pattern of symbols, he notices that he likes relics very much, because they behave as if they were alive, and they need attention, just like the living. He realizes he's never thought about it before, but perhaps the relics consider themselves the main stars of their own production. With the others, he approaches the red-written slab, noticing that these glyphs conceal all the necessary information about the tomb. Dropping to one knee, Xiao Zhuhong carelessly remarks that most people would certainly not be able to decipher them, but he is not one of them. In a slight glow of supernatural power, he believes he has finally found the entrance. Immediately, a familiar-looking purple game window unfolds in front of him, awakening his new language-related skill. Waving away the notifications, he notices that the skill is actually pretty good, except that he can't see anything outside the windows. A random passerby turns around to see Xiao Zhuhong making incomprehensible movements as he ponders the fact that he has 2 more skills left to unlock. The action moves to the riverbank, where one of the columns holding the beam is glowing a mysterious red. At the base, it is all painted with red and large yellow symbols. Xiao Zhuhong stops in front of the column, thinking he's found the right place for him. Snatching up the relic dagger, he exclaims joyfully that it's finally time for a tomb raider, and, without hesitation, unleashes a powerful blow directly at the symbols on the column. At the same moment, a flurry of energy is released around the place, illuminating the area with a bright flash. The impact splits the glowing yellow large symbol and seems to lubricate it. Just then, a small notification window popped up on the side, catching Xiao Zhuhong's attention and informing him that an unknown creature was approaching. Right in front of his eyes, the pillar transforms into a pillar of pure energy, causing him to recoil and cover his eyes. The bright flash is noticed by Linda and Abe, who expresses surprise rather rudely. Linda is reported to Linda by a subordinate that someone has unsealed the tomb, while Abe wonders where the light is coming from. He immediately takes off, leaving the CIA agents behind and ignoring their shouts. But all he does is grab the nearest soldier and clearly instruct him not to abandon his position and to evacuate people from the immediate area. Linda grudgingly remarks that support would come in handy right now, to which Abe, still running, remarks that the military will only get in the way now. They finally reach the source of light on the riverbank, exclaiming that they have found the gate. Linda takes a seat at the edge while Abe tries to look inside, but quickly realizes that the brightness of the beam makes it impossible to make out anything. Linda carelessly tosses a small stone into the stream of light, watching. It is impossible to see his flight farther, and so they freeze at the edge, listening. Finally, hearing a gurgling sound, Linda and Abe decide that there's a body of water under the gate, and a pretty deep one at that. And, deciding that the depths were nothing to be afraid of, Abe, under Linda's anxious shouts, jumped down without a second thought. Xiao Zhuhong, who is wandering through the flooded cave, raises his head when he hears a sound. He quickly realizes what that means and concludes tiredly that there must be a tail dragging behind him. Lighting the symbols shimmering in the light with his lighter, he says it's time to play a little. The characters of these long string of characters walk off into the depths of the cave, while Xiao Zhuhong grinningly announces this as the first test. Meanwhile, Abe crawls ashore, coughing up water and wrinkling his nose at the foul odor. Coming down the rope, Linda says she actually wanted to warn him. Abe curses. Suddenly, a deafening sound catches their attention, causing them to turn around. Linda, wielding a flashlight, tries to figure out where it's coming from, to which Abe simply notes that it's getting closer. The source of the sound turns out to be a huge stream of water splashing out of the hallway with a roar. Abe and Linda try to flee, wondering in passing how come there is so much water here. But the wave overtakes them and shelters them, crashing down on the 2 fragile bodies with all its might. They are, of course, trying to fight, reaching for the surface, struggling with the water and trying to cough up and breathe normally. Xiao Zhuhong, meanwhile, makes his way further into the cave with a serious look. When a soft glow touches his face, his eyes flash with determination. He had finally found what he was looking for. This cave leads him to a small, quiet lake full of glowing water. Xiao Zhuhong lowered his gaze to the dagger, pondering that he was right to bring it with him. With a loud splash, he drops the weapon into the lake bed, raising a pile of spray. After receiving the offering, the water in the lake begins to bubble, swirling with a whirlpool. Until finally, from the very depths, a huge white snake rises up, staring intently at the little man in front of him. But instead of attacking, it opens its mouth and voices a riddle. The snake says that the blade thrown into the water has not disappeared. Opening her mouth wider, she displays two similar daggers on her tongue and offers to choose which one belonged to Seo Juhong, silver or gold. But the man chuckles. He knows the fairy tale from which this riddle comes, and he knows the right answer. Examining the huge serpent, Seo Juhong mentions that the story is as old as the world and has come down to their days in the form of a fable about a woodcutter and Mercury. With another glance at the daggers in the monster's mouth, he assumes everyone has heard her, and everyone knows what to do. Already knowing that the relic will belong to him, he replies with a bold smile that his weapon is neither. The snake slams its mouth shut and questioningly echoes Seo Juhong's answer. And when she opens her mouth again, the very blade that was thrown into the water is already on her tongue. Seo Juhong hesitates for a moment. He recalls that the hero of the fable at this point should recognize his weapons and receive all three as a reward for his honesty. He squints, however, and realizes that this time it's not so simple. So Seo Juhong honestly replies that this dagger looks like his, but he's not quite sure. And so he asks for a closer look. Snake agrees. Seo Juhong reaches his hand inside the snake's mouth, as if he wasn't afraid in the slightest. His fingers cover the hilt of the weapon, closing tightly on it. However, only grabbing the weapon, he leads it with a jerk, cutting through the scales on the snake's neck. Seo Juhong jumps aside just in time as the snake reaches for him, questioning why he's doing this since he's about to get his reward. To which he replies that it's just the first rule of Tomb Raider. Peering at a snake crawling ashore, he explains you can never trust relics because they are pure evil. Seo Juhong asks who can guarantee that his reward isn't a curse. Snake, sticking out his tongue, asks in surprise how he knows so much. Seo Juhong recalls a newspaper that talks about a serial killer. This is the man who took the relic from this tomb 15 years ago. Gripping his dagger tighter, Seo Juhong says that he knows more than he seems to, and he's sorry that the test of honesty turned into this. Without further ado, he pushes himself off the ground to soar into the air, and lands on the back of the snake's head, driving the weapon deep into the light-colored scales. Clenching his teeth, Seo Juhong suggests that the snake reap what it has sown. With sparks of fire in his eyes, the monster angrily asks if Seo Juhong thinks that the snake will now become his servant. Mentally drawing a man approaching the relic pedestal, Seo Juhong observes that it's not enough to just pass the test and get the rare item. Others bow before the drawn man and his sword, recognizing its power. For this purpose, it is necessary to establish a connection with the relic, kinship. Wounded and exhausted people gathered in the alley. They were poisoned by the relic's hatred, manifesting itself in the form of curses and disease. Seo Juhong looks at Director Quan doubtfully. He has an artifact that gets rid of curses, and that's a reason not to leave him. Plunging the dagger deeper into the snake's skin until the monster begs for mercy, Seo Juhong notes that it's not always possible to befriend the relic. With a shadow on his face, he adds that sometimes it is necessary to subdue them, and wonders if the snake is really willing to surrender so quickly. The serpent hisses and thrashes, desperately begging for an end to its suffering. With an evil grin, Seo Juhong replies with a refusal, saying it's too little. He thrusts the dagger in even deeper, pressing down with all his might and promising to crush the will of the relic. Recalling the soldier at the entrance to the tomb, Seo Juhong explains, relics are more difficult to control than ordinary things. They are ready to absorb the will of the possessor. A man with open hands salutes a shining sword, representing friendship, one version of the relationship with relics. The woman grimly clutches the weapon tightly, representing dominance. The second option, a rigid submission to the artifact. A group of people hold their tools quietly, using them. Its compatibility, the strongest bonds from shared ideas and interests. A girl shows others a relic she has found. Like most, she tries to befriend it so she can use it. In a gloomy hospital room, a visitor sits by the bedside. These are all the consequences of using relics that don't share the host's values. Seo Juhong clings to the snake's back, shouting that in this life he won't waste time on unreliable friendships and will simply force the relics into submission. With a fierce look, he threatens the snake that if it disobeys, he will simply destroy it, because a replacement will not be so difficult to find. Snake cries out desperately in pain and asks how this is so, since people should desire and honor people like her. The rays of bright light make Seo Juhong stand up and squeeze his eyes shut. And then with a splash of water, the monster dissolves into that light. A beautiful golden axe remains in Seo Juhong's hands. He did it. Reacting to this, a box immediately pops up on the side, notifying you that you've unlocked a new skill that allows you to collect information about tombs. Seo Juhong immediately turns to him, noting that it's great that he got something new, but he still has one free slot. Just then, another window flashes nearby, involuntarily drawing attention to itself. It announces Seo Juhong's new rank and talents. Unhappy that the conviction has gotten lower, Seo Juhong is quickly humbled, however, as he decides that he doesn't need to be friends with the relics anyway. He is distracted by the voices of other archaeologists already getting closer to the center of the tomb. While Linda and Abe, muttering that everything is just as the prophecy says, run out to the lake, Seo Juhong hides in the shadows behind a rock. Abe snatches a red bottle from his pocket as Linda anxiously asks him what he's going to do. As she demands an explanation of what's going on, the bottle falls into the water. Peeking out of hiding with a smug smile, Seo Juhong notices that they were late after all. As he continues to follow the conversation of the foreign agents, he thinks he should remain vigilant. Perhaps he will meet these two more than once. Pulling out his weapon, Seo Juhong suddenly realizes that he can end their rivalry right here. But he is distracted from that thought by another small pop-up window. This time it talks about the dagger, mentioning that it's fragile and has already lost about half its strength. Seo Juhong begins to wonder how much longer he will be able to use this weapon. Shifting his gaze back to the center of the cave, he interprets it as a message from that raven telling him not to rush into battle for nothing. Meanwhile, on the shore of the lakeside, Abe is nearly shaking with anger, shouting that the prophecy was only to throw another relic into the water. Linda is outraged that the seer's relic was taken to the Japanese after all, but Abe snaps back that that's not the point right now. Gesturing vigorously, he emotionally explains that someone was here before them, and that someone took the relic. Linda now recalls seeing footprints near the glyphs, and assumes there is nothing more for them to catch. A sharp sound causes them both to almost jump up alertly. In his hiding place, Seo Juhong tosses an ordinary stone in the palm of his hand, looking mockingly. Intercepting the relic he received tighter, he thinks it's time to get out because soon the tomb will collapse. Extending a radiantly lighted axe before him, he orders the relic to seal his own tomb. The whole cave begins to shake in preparation for the sealing, and Abe yells that things are bad. While he screams and panics trying to find a way out, Seo Juhong calmly walks away. It is later, somewhere in an empty and dark alleyway, that he lifts the manhole cover, climbing out. Shaking off his jacket, he notices that Abe and Linda should have taken care of the escape routes, and he should hurry up and blend into the crowd. He returns and sees the most ordinary houses and the people gathered around them. They stand for a while, but later disperse. Out of the entire crowd, Seo Juhong calls out to his neighbor Kim, causing him to turn around. Kim rushes over in amazement to tell him that the embankment has somehow just disappeared. Seo Juhyun replies that's great, and he's going to go home and have dinner. Kim asks anxiously what will happen if something happens. Meanwhile, Abe is on the phone yelling at someone, accusing them of not being warned about what was coming. He demands to report every detail and accuses the interlocutor of being of no use to him. Toth justifies that the prophecy only appeared a few hours ago, and it is difficult to decipher. Clenching his fingers, Abe clarifies if he understood correctly that they couldn't read him again, and gets a confirmation. Abe gets even angrier, and asks what they're doing there, and his interlocutor replies that the kid couldn't do anything, being out of tune. The interlocutor promises that he won't let it happen again, promising to try harder. Here, he suddenly adds that this thief is a very unusual individual. It is not certain, but the prophecy states that he will consume the world. Seo Juhong sits at home at his computer, drinking and looking at something on the screen. He studies news reports in different languages, noting that his linguistic skill is wonderfully helpful. He carefully reads every word, but still can't find any information about the tombs. The general public will learn about them later. Dropping his hands to the keyboard, he tries to find information on Director Quan, but there are no leads on the internet about him or his organization. His neighbor Kim peeks over his shoulder, wondering if Seo Juhong really understands what he's written, or if he's just pretending. Seo Juhaeon turns around and simply offers to read it, to which he gets the response that he doesn't need to. It's fine. Seo Juhong takes the opportunity to ask Kim if he's heard of an organization called TCWM, but he doesn't know anything. Kim also asks why Seo Juhong wants information about their director, what's his interest in him. However, he quickly assumes this information himself, related to Seo Juhong's other investigations, and replies that he is unlikely to be able to help. Turning away from the monitor, Seo Juhong admits that he quit, which only raises a new wave of questions. Finding something with his gaze, he realizes in a moment of insight how to find more information about the person he needs. And under Kim's endless anxious questions, he plunges into the investigation. The story continues in a closed art gallery where the gang members are trying to find something in the room, wondering what they should do next. Left without a boss, they don't know how to make a living now. One of them hastily lights a cigarette and blames Seo Juhong for all of Seo Juhong's problems, promising to deal with him as soon as he sees him. Others enthusiastically support it and even suggest that we should actually go out and find it and punish it. The one who originally brought up revenge smugly claims that he's actually always right, and they need to get even for Park Kenthae. Suddenly, he hears a call and casts a disgruntled glance at the phone screen. It turns out to be Seo Juhong, which obviously surprises the gang members. One of them doesn't understand why the other is calling, and the other is spurred to answer sooner. Eventually, the leader of the remnants of the gang picks up the phone and makes it clear he's listening. To which Seo Juhong irritably asks if his interlocutor couldn't hurry up. He grumbles irritably at this disrespect. The rest of the gang supports him, and the very next second, starts yelling at Seo Juhong, threatening to find him, to which the latter just briefly and calmly demands that he shut up. With a smile on his lips, Seo Juhyun says that he actually has one suggestion for them. He knows that things are not going well for them, to which the gang members accuse him that it is because of him that they are not doing well. To which Seo Juhyun calmly says that things can still be fixed. He wants to hire them so he can have his own people on Midas. Illuminated by the neon lights of the big city, Midas is the largest underground auction of rare goods. Many exquisite items are spread out on the table. These are all high-quality relics that Director Quan bought at this auction. Seo Juhong says the gang's task will be to deal with one commodity and one person in the shortest time possible. He instructs, remembering Quan's face, that the search will be for Jack Kamen or Jakey, which is of course an alias. Seo Juhyun adds that he wants any information he can get, but he'll punish cheating. The frightened gang members look at the phone. However, just moments later they start yelling that getting to Las Vegas isn't easy, to which they get the response that it's just their problem. Seo Juhyun assures them that they can refuse the job, but he's sure they won't once they find out the amount of the fee. The gang members only start swearing louder, saying that his paltry pennies won't fool them, and it's better that they come to him and take everything away. But they quickly get nervous when Seo Juhyun says that since they won't cooperate, they'll have to be persuaded in a different way. His next threat makes them scared for real. He promises that he will go to them and beat them until they ask to work themselves. Seo Juhyun promises with a smile that they'll see each other soon and hangs up. And then he throws his backpack behind his back and leaves the house, already planning something. Standing on the doorstep, he decides, while the gang searches for information for him, he'll tackle another tomb. They're on TV talking about a terrible accident right in the center of town. This program is watched by the employee of the store that Seo Juhyun looked into. He suspects that a relic may be involved. He freezes in place, contemplating checking it out after all. He is pulled out of his musings by a familiar voice rudely demanding him to shift and stay out of the way. It turns out to be Abe, continuing to swear at Seo Juhong, wondering where the Japanese archaeologist came from here. With an indifferent face listening to the scolding, he realizes that this is so-so and very interesting. After all, Abe isn't likely to stroll through the city just for fun, but since he's here, there's bound to be a tomb somewhere soon. Seo Juhong recalls that the Japanese unit is working with a visionary, which means they know exactly what will happen where and how. He finally snaps at Abe, saying that he understood all the bad words in his direction perfectly well, to which Abe awkwardly tries to justify that he's had a rough day. Seo Juhyun states with a smile that he doesn't actually understand anything, but the look on Abe's face was funny. And Abe immediately explodes with a new pile of curses at the damned jokers. Seo Juhyun mockingly remarks that Abe started it first, but the latter shifts the blame to Seo Juhyun himself, or rather to the fact that he was standing there and obstructing the passage. While Seo Juhyun is paying at the cash register, Abe self-consciously continues to swear. Seo Juhong notices the currents of power around Abe and realizes that he's carrying around a rather powerful relic, yet he doesn't even try to hide it. As he leaves the store and leaves a fight-happy Abe behind, he thinks about stealing such a valuable item. Stopping and letting himself be taken by the shoulder, Seo Juhyun laughingly replies that he wouldn't mind going out and talking like that, but immediately turns around and douses Abe with the drink from the can, as if by accident. Abe almost growls that Seo Juhyun is asking for a fight, and he mockingly asks if everything's okay, and even tries to shake off the ruined clothes while Abe keeps swearing and demanding that Seo Juhyun pay for the laundry. In reality, Seo Juhong is taking advantage of this commotion to get into other people's pockets. What he fumbles for seems to be a small bracelet like that, but he realizes it would be too obvious to steal it now. Instead, he tells Abe that he has no money, but Abe has an excuse to throw away the clothes and buy something newer. In addition, Seo Juhyun bends down and picks up an item that Abe seems to have dropped, and he hands Abe his archaeology credentials, saying the documents are worth keeping safe. Abe snatches them up immediately, not wanting them to stay in the wrong hands for a second longer. He nervously thinks that no one should see his archaeologist credentials, and he himself should have calmed down. Suddenly, there is a deafening rumble, causing both Abe and Seo Juhong to flinch. People around are panicking, assuming an earthquake and trying to figure out where the sound is coming from. In a panic, they try to flee from the unknown threat, stumble and fall. And Seo Juhong only makes all of this make him chuckle merrily, because all of these special effects foreshadow the arrival of a new tomb. He rushes to run away while Abe only hums, saying that the seer was right again, and he needs to take advantage of the chaos that has developed. He receives a call. He picks up the phone and briefly reports that everything is going as planned, but the caller says that's not all he called for. A voice from the phone reports that according to their information, the person who took the relic from the previous tomb will also be here, causing Abe to exclaim unhappily. Awkwardly, he also adds about another obscure prediction specifically for Abe, It's a recommendation to avoid alcoholic beverages. Remembering Seo Ju-hong dousing him with beer, Abe begins to suspect something. He turns around, trying to find the one with his eyes, and exclaims at the top of his voice that this is the man from the prophecy. Abe hurriedly looks around at everyone around him, but finds that Seo Ju-hong has already escaped, passing out. He runs, informing his phone caller that he must stop Seo Ju-hong, and to do so, he needs every last detail from the last prophecy. Meanwhile, Seo Ju-hyun is already in another place looking around carefully. He looks worried, even admitting that he's uneasy. As people continue to flee amidst the wreckage, he goes to meet the danger, though he believes this relic will be difficult to deal with. Its character is obviously complex. A familiar voice calls out to him, demanding him to stop, but Seo Ju-hong doesn't even turn around. It's Abe. Pulling out a gun, he demands Seo Jo-hyun not to move or he'll get shot. Seo Ju-hong plays dumb and is just surprised to see a familiar face here, to which Abe demands that he just open his backpack and show him its contents. With fury in his eyes, he adds that this time it's extremely serious. But he is distracted by another loud sound, while Seo Ju-hong is distracted by the windows popping up around them with information that something unknown is approaching them. Right under Abe and Seo Ju-hong's feet, the ground cracked and bright rays of light seeped out of the cracks. With a tense expression on his face, Seo Ju-hong tries to cover himself with his hands, either in an attempt to protect himself from an unknown threat or to avoid hurting his eyes from the glow. A beam of light rises in a huge column into the night sky above the city, signaling the appearance of the tomb and drawing attention to it. And blades are starting to erupt out of ordinary concrete structures for some reason. People who didn't have time to run away look around amazed, trying to figure out what happened. Sharp pieces of metal are sticking out of literally every corner. While other people panic and try to take care of the injured, Seo Ju-hong holds her head, trying to deal with the pain. He turns his head to look at the others and thinks the layout isn't the best. There are too many ordinary people here, and all of them are threatened by an obviously cruel relic. Standing up, he shakes himself off and examines the many blades, wondering where so many of them came from. The answer comes to him quickly, though. He recalls, it seems, this tomb that holds a deadly katana in its depths. Muramasa, the blacksmith, works sweatily on his sword. It is in his honor, the founder of the weapons school, that a tomb is named after him. And it is his blades that are known for their unusual properties and the stories that surround them. The shogun, more like a demon with red eyes, attacks a man. Wanting power over all of Japan, he gets a cursed weapon made especially for him. The soldiers gather by destroying the blades. There have been too many accidents and deaths in the Shogun dynasty associated with them, so it's only the most logical step. Throwing a glance at the windows reporting that he has attracted the relic's attention and that his body is damaged, Seo Ju-hong concludes that this is all he knows. Except, of course, the expected fact that the relic hates humanity. A tiny red lightning bolt slips past his face, causing him to deflect his head slightly. Sliding his sleeve, Seo Ju-hong can see that this lightning bolt has left 3 nasty marks on his palm and wrist, damaging them. This spurs him to mop up the tomb as soon as possible. But then Abe sneaks up from behind, weapon in hand, reminding him that he actually told Seo Ju-hong not to move. He rests the muzzle of the gun at the base of his neck and repeats his demand. Open the backpack and reveal all its contents. Putting his hands up, Seo Ju-hyun thinks about how annoyed he is by Abe's pestering, and calmly states that it looks like a robbery, and he sees no reason to listen at all. Abe reminds him that this occasion is the gun in his hand, and that it's time for Seo Ju-hyun to stop showing off. This is the last warning he's voiced. Seo Ju-hong suggests with a smile, not to rant, but to just shoot to kill. Abe wonders if he heard him correctly, to which Seo Ju-hyun repeats his suggestion, but also warns that he would refrain from firing if he were in someone else's shoes. To which Abe explodes, yelling that he was actually giving him a chance to handle the situation amicably, and that maybe Seo Ju-hyun will realize something when the bullet ends up in his leg. He adds that he didn't mean to, and pulls the trigger, but the gun in his hands explodes suddenly. Abe curses, grabbing his burned hand, and Seo Ju-hyun remarks with a cute smile that he did warn him not to shoot here, didn't he? With the calmest of looks, he states that tombs have their own special rules, and firearms simply don't work within their walls, otherwise it would be all too easy. To which Abe demands to know where Seo Ju-hong got this information from, and that he must have been the one who stole the relic from yesterday's tomb. Without blinking an eye, Seo Ju-hong confirms that it's him, and grabs Abe by the collar, pulling him toward him. He arbitrarily tells Abe to forget about the axes, while he demands to let him go and tell him what Seo Ju-hong is up to. And Seo Jo-hyun says he has to get rid of the Japanese archaeologist. So he throws Abe with force, pinning him to the floor in a special spot. These are immediately taken advantage of by strange, slimy creatures that remotely resemble humans, immediately grabbing Abe and wrapping their arms around him. Seo Juhong doesn't answer this question and suggests that they just watch and learn, suggesting that maybe they'll see each other again later. As he runs away, Abe, held down by the monster's arms, yells after him that he's sure to get him again. Ducking under the weight of the monsters, he mutters that he will finish off Seo Juhong. The other people who happen to be here look around him hard while Abe tries to reassure them, telling them everything is under control and wondering if any of them speak Japanese. One man in the crowd steps forward toward the slimy puddle. Abe rushes him to help him quickly while other people warn him not to approach. They remind him that Abe has a gun and could be dangerous while the man hesitates to leave someone trapped anyway. Abe, starting to get nervous, hesitantly asks why they're procrastinating. He holds out his credentials, admitting that he's an archaeologist from Japan and that he's just here to help deal with this situation. He promises to help all these people get out while they look at him with obvious disbelief. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong continues his journey through the tomb among the swords. Stopping between the spiky pillars, he pulls out the stuff he managed to swipe from Abe and decides to see what it even is. Thinking back on their brief encounter, he's glad that he was able to empty his pockets quickly, and that people still don't know much about the tombs. An expert with 15 years of experience definitely has his work cut out for him. The stolen items turn out to be a simple rope bracelet and a small candy in a clear package. Seo Juhong quickly realizes, looking at the bracelet, that this relic is referenced in a Korean fairy tale about children who became the sun and moon. In this tale, a tiger attacks the mother of the family just for rice cakes. The predator also tries to eat the children, but they escape by climbing up a rope that has fallen from the sky. Seo Juhong doubts that it's a powerful relic, but puts it aside for the future anyway while notification windows pop up all around. They report that Seo Juhong has unlocked the fourth and final skill, which the latter is definitely happy about and thinks it's about time. From above, a stream of purple light illuminates him, causing him to tilt his head back. The windows tell him that the skills have been unlocked and the mission is complete, and the reward can be received as soon as Seo Juhong leaves the tomb, which he eagerly awaits. With a nervous smile, he notices that the raven has indeed made some sort of game out of his craft. Waving away the intrusive windows, though, Seo Juhong says he doesn't mind such games as long as they work in his favor. Suddenly, a deafening scream makes him alert and look to see what's going on. Up ahead, someone is loudly calling for help and begging someone to get away. Seo Juhong realizes that the sound is coming from the canyon that the light plate bridge crosses and looks down. The sight he sees makes his eyes widen with amazement. Down there, a woman with a knife clutched tightly in her hand is looming over the fallen man. Seo Juhong suspects it's another trap. This girl is enveloped in an ominous red-black glow while the people around her plead with her to calm down and ask others to help restrain her. Her eyes have no pupils and the veins in her face are bulging. She doesn't even seem to hear herself being addressed. Seo Juhong realizes at a glance that this girl is possessed, and anyone who touches her will suffer the same fate. And the more people who fall under the curse, the harder it will be for those not affected to escape, and most likely no one will get out of here. Such is the nature of this bloodthirsty place. The more lives given, the longer the bridge to the other side of the canyon becomes. This whole tomb is more like a sacrificial altar. Seo Juhyeon shouts to the people downstairs and asks how they got there. Did Abe move them there by any chance? Disturbed people confirm this. According to them, Abe got rid of a couple of traps himself, and when they helped him out, such was his gratitude. He says that all the witnesses have to die so he can keep his secret. This makes Seo Juhong frown angrily. He clearly doesn't like this decision. Despite the shouts of those concerned for his safety and the number of blades in the wall, he slides down the edge, keeping his balance. Snatching up his own dagger, he ruthlessly, swiftly, and clearly slices through the blades that get in his way, and lands calmly and even softly on the ground in a wreck of metal. The possessed girl immediately turns around, sensing the presence of a new person. At the shouts of the people caught by the tomb, she rushes straight at Seo Juhong with beastly speed, who only ducks down slightly and holds his dagger tightly, preparing to meet her. Clutching the rope bracelet in his other hand, Seo Juhong announces that it's time to test this relic as well. Then he throws his arm forward, commanding the relic to stop the girl. The rope snakes forward from his fist in a wriggling snake. She wraps the possessed woman in several loops, causing her to let out an astonished sound. Tightly bound in arms and legs, the girl rolls on the ground, dropping her weapon from her hands. With a grim face, Seo Juhong comes closer, admitting that it was easy. He advises the possessed woman to stay that way, and himself takes the short blade she was clutching in the palm of her hand. That one immediately tries to talk to Seo Juhong, first wanting to know who he even is. But after recognizing that it doesn't matter at all Seo Juhong has to do is go in for the kill, to which the man squints, asking how anything dares to order what he should do, which elicits a cry of surprise from the relic. Seo Juhong looks at the description of the relic in the window that just so happens to appear and is disappointed to note that it's only a rank C relic, making it useless. But then, where did he get such an arrogant attitude? He throws the blade away. thinking that he had wasted his time on it, and that he should have been looking for the main relic of the tomb. He's stopped by a scream. The previously possessed girl begs to untie it, while the rope coils around her, inviting her to have fun. Seo Juhong sighs tiredly at the relic's demeanor. He reaches out and demands the rope back, grumpily noting that all it takes is a turn away, and the relics cease to be so docile. The relic is wrapped around his wrist like a bracelet, and Seo Juhong himself addresses the people, offering to follow him to get out. He warns them not to ask questions and just trust him. Meanwhile, surrounded by swords, Abe laughs victoriously, declaring himself a genius. Lowering his gaze to his palms, he proudly declares that he has managed to both get rid of all the witnesses and locate the room where Muramasa's relic should be. Spreading his hands, he greedily looks over the many blades, saying that all he needs to do is find a relic here and then get rid of Seo Juhong. With his palm around the hilt of one of his swords, Abe remembers that he robbed him and promises that he will make Seo Juhong suffer very soon. He goes through one sword after another, but each one is thrown to the floor in a rage. Flipping off another blade, he shouts in rage that they are all fakes and can't figure out where the real relic is. Suddenly, a foreign voice yelling that he had found something makes Abe turn around. It turns out to be a crowd of people clearly displeased with him, angrily questioning why Abe was even trying to get rid of them and demanding that he himself get the hell out of here. Yet, the only thing he manages to ask before he is grabbed by the collar with insults is how these people manage to get out. But of course they don't respond anymore. They just roll Abe to the floor and call for him to be kicked. He shouts. Seo Juhong leisurely walks closer and laughs at how ridiculous such an overconfident Abe looks right now. He clenched his teeth and grumbled, saying that he knew it was all Seo Juhong's fault. Seo Juhyun exclaims that of course it's him, but who else? He also calls Abe an idiot for not finding the relic when he was here first. Raising a shining golden axe into the air, he simply orders him to find the relic. Suddenly, the old, cracked sword is enveloped by a dark energy. Seo Juhong hums, noting that this weapon was under his very nose. As Seo Juhong retrieves the weapon from the ground where it stuck, Abe says he can't believe it, because how can a piece of sword be Muramasa? Seo Juhong assumes the one will regain its proper appearance once activated, but in the meantime, he brings the relic closer in the glow, hearing a voice calling him a fool for trying to get the power. Sword notices that he's in terrible shape, but all he needs is the blood of 10 people to recover, and that's the only way Seo Juhong can get his power. Abe squints warily, trying to figure out who's talking. He can't believe what's happening. Someone in the crowd asks if this means that 10 of them will lose their lives here today. Others, without even thinking about it, immediately deny this option. But Seo Juhong only frowns silently, contemplating how he should handle the situation. And then he lowers his gaze to the weapon, notices that swordsmen always come up with something like this, and asks about a test for himself, to which the relic incomprehensibly mumbles that Seo Juhong just needs to take people's lives for him. Enveloped by the dark aura of the blade, Seo Juhong squints and firmly refuses to do so, to which the sword shrieks indignantly and makes an attempt to break free from the tight grip. Seo Juhong simply replies that there's no reason for him to do such a thing if he can just subdue the relic, and clutches it so tightly that in flashes of red lightning, the sword starts wailing about how much it hurts. The tomb begins to shake, and rocks fall from the high stone walls as Seo Juhong explains that it is the blade that is being tested now, and if it fails, it will simply be shattered. His demand is simple. He says the relics just need to hurry up and obey him, that's all. Lightning bolts gather in a whole bunch around the blade as he curses at some human trying to do such a thing to him. A wave of supernatural power picks up the wind, the squall of which causes everyone present to close up and clam up, depriving them of the ability to see what is happening. But in the end, the figure of Seo Juhong emerges among the clouds of dust, with the relic in his hands glowing with a much calmer hue. He clutches the hilt of an already recovered sword covered in blue flames, and proudly announces that the dungeon has been cleared. Standing in front of the crowd of people trapped here, Seo Juhong holds the end of the rope going up in his hand, and explains that they just need to climb up using it to leave the tomb. People rush away from the place, not forgetting to thank Seo Juhong for saving them, and he himself catches Abe trying to blend in, telling him to stay a little longer and not to try to pretend to be a regular person. With a smile, Seo Juhong asks a rather nervous Abe if he really wants to get rid of the witnesses as soon as he's outside. The latter, smiling anxiously, immediately denies everything and promises not to lay a finger on anyone, as long as he is allowed to leave the place. Abe even desperately adds that he'll arrange for Seo Juhong to be accepted into the Japanese squad as an archaeologist, so he can make a lot of money just by continuing to work on their side. He even tries to impress that their team has a relic of predictions, the use of which will make life very easy, thinking it's a great suggestion. to which Seoju Hyun calmly replies to the flabbergasted Abe that he managed to amuse him. Seoju Hong notes that he can't use the predictions because of the relic's loyalty to its original owner. Abe hastily waves his hands and remarks that there's a team of experts working on the item, and they'll definitely help with it. In mercy, Seoju Hong allows Abe to climb up the rope, but on the condition that he will be the last to climb. Abe grins contentedly, happy to have survived, and assuming that Seoju Hong was bribed by the promise of a huge paycheck. He even tries to act nice as he gets up, apologizing for everything he said earlier and saying that skilled people like Seoju Hong are always welcome on the team. But Seoju Hong nonchalantly turns the topic to the subject of the deal, asking about the team handling the relic items, explaining that without trust in the experts, it would be difficult to work with them. To which Abe laughs a strained laugh and says not to worry about it. However, his next words made Seoju Hong's eyes widen in amazement. These experts are a famous TCVM group. Seoju Hong grins. He had found out what he wanted, though he still involuntarily bursts out a question, is it really true? In the next instant, he kicks Abe in the shoulder, causing him to let go of the rope and wince in pain. Flying down and looking at a smugly smiling Seoju Hong, Abe is still trying to ask what it all means. Because of the fall, he injures his legs, and Seoju Hyun explains from above that Abe only has himself to thank for being talkative, because in an attempt to bargain his life away, he reported everything Seoju Hyun wanted to know, and adds that no one would want to work for trash like Abe while he mumbles desperately, begging Seoju Hong to wait a bit. As the tomb continues to crumble around him, and larger stones fall, Abe reaches his hand toward the light and asks if Seoju Hyun really intends to ruin a man so quietly, and then hysterically demands that he return. Later that night, in the restroom of a nearby building, Seoju Hong stands in front of a mirror, about to assess the damage from the sortie. There are loud voices and scraps of someone else's argument, but he pays no attention to them, until a threat to take his life is sounded that makes him clam up unhappily. So he opens the backpack and orders the relics lying there to shut up and behave, asking which one of them started it first. Instead of answering, they now pounce on Seoju Hong together. He grabs the sword and asks if he started it, but Muramasa just demands that he let him go. That's all. So, to make the relic shut up, Seoju Hong throws it into the toilet bowl, and yet with a disgruntled look offers the blade to enjoy. The one shouts again. As he closes the door to the stall, he unsuccessfully grazes his own arm, causing him to crouch down, yelping painfully. Most of his forearm is now occupied by a burn, and it's just the aftermath of Muramasa's forced submission. Seoju Hong recalls how he handled the relic and explains that when ignoring the challenge and using pure strength, the archaeologist's body takes a lot of damage. With the stronger the relic, the longer it takes to resist. And if he keeps going on like he did with that sword, he just won't be able to last much longer. With a glance at the sword stuck in the toilet, Seoju Hong thinks that he has no other choice. If he doesn't subdue the relics, they will betray him. Then a window unfolds before his eyes, informing him that there is a reward for unlocking the basic skills of a tomb raider. Immediately, another window unfolds nearby, making him wonder what it's about. It offered 2 reward options, vaguely named the Path of Submission and the Path of Friendship. Seoju Hong throws his head up and asks the Raven, does he really have to choose a way to control the relics? And why is it even necessary? Is it really as a test? He looks at his injured arm and says he's not going to stop because of a minor injury, choosing the submission route. The window kindly informs him that Seoju Hong has activated the pass reward, but nothing else happens, leaving him perplexed. He walks around the room, checking every relic, and doesn't understand why they couldn't give him a reward. He grumbles that if Raven was so eager to mimic the game system, at least he could do it with quality. Suddenly, dropping his wounded hand into his pocket, he fumbles for something there that makes him wonder. There turns out to be a small silver pill that, when looked at, unfolds a window suggesting that it is a consumable relic of unknown rank. Looking at the item doubtfully, Seoju Hong ponders, does the fact that it is a consumable relic mean that he should immediately swallow it? However, he quickly makes up his mind, saying that he has nothing to lose, and if he dies, he will blame it all on fate. So without further ado, Seoju Hong pops the tiny pill into his mouth. Then, as if nothing happened, he pulls the sword out of the toilet, saying it's time for them to go home and complaining that it now stinks, admitting that he regrets his momentary decision a bit. Relic angrily promises him revenge, as a sudden sensation in his body makes him shudder painfully. Seoju Hong realizes that the pill has already begun to take effect, and involuntarily drops his sword, rightly offended by such an act. Watching the wounds on his arm disappear in a bright white glow, he wondered if it was just a healing relic. And stroking the now smooth and clean forearm, laments that it was a waste, for relics with such abilities are very expensive and rare. A new notification pops up in front of his eyes, informing him that after enduring the side effect of the relic and fully recovering, Seo Juhong has activated a new skill related to immunity. Thoth rereads the name of his new ability in surprise, noting that this is the first time he's seen such a thing, and it makes him think that it might be some unique ability created solely for himself. A newscast shows damaged buildings, announcing that there was a major earthquake in downtown Seoul, with an unidentified object at its epicenter. An ambulance stands near the excited crowd. The announcer explains that about 50 people are trapped in a facility they claim is full of death traps. A shaken man reveals Abe's presence in the dungeon, his involvement with the Japanese research team, and his plans to eliminate witnesses. The announcer concludes by saying that the Korean government has already demanded an explanation from Japan. China and Russia have already joined these demands. As he continues to talk, the man watching the news grabs the remote to turn off the TV, in passing calling Abe an idiot. In the central office of a Japanese research team, a group of men in suits report to a bowed Mori Hiroyuki, asking if they have any idea what they've even done. They reproach him with the fact that the information about the tombs is now available to the whole world, and their country is in big trouble. They are outraged that his subordinate made a mess of things and died, because such an outcome is an impossible luxury for him. Mori bows low and apologizes. With a tortured smile, he tries to explain that unforeseen circumstances have intervened in the form of some Korean from the prophecy. But he is rudely interrupted, reminding him that he himself promised to handle the situation despite this very man from the prophecy. Mori admits that it happened, but mentions the complicating side factors. He tries to remedy the situation by saying he can use the item relic to find that Korean man, to which he gets a reminder that Mori himself had previously said that nothing would work without close contact between the owner of the relic and the person being sought. Mori reminds them that Abe marked things with a relic with the target contacted, which means they should be able to handle it now, even though the coordinates won't be entirely accurate. He also reassures the audience that scientists are looking for a way to deal with the relic without owning it, and assures that the TCVM group is putting a lot of time and effort into this research. Reluctantly, they announce that they are giving Mori another chance, and he immediately begins to thank them profusely, assuring them that he will do everything he can to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong examines himself, thinking about the immunity he received, and what would be great if that immunity protected him from the bad influence of the relics. He notes that no relic owner has ever escaped this affliction, and in his past life, it was because of this that the healing relics became valuable. But if his new ability can protect him from something like this, then it's a rare gift available only to him. Seo Juhong sits up and assumes that he got all of this from that bird. Looking up higher, he tries to ask the raven what the raven is up to, and what benefit there might be to giving Seo Juhong an advantage over the others. He demands a response, noting that Raven likes to talk so much since he uses endless notification windows to inform him of anything. He waits for a while, but of course no one answers him, to which Seo Juhong sneers and calls the bird a jerk. Suddenly a phone call rings. Seo Juhong is surprised at first, but soon realizes it's Seung Woo, a member of the very gang he entrusted with intelligence. He calls them his precious henchmen with mocking affection and asks how the work is going. His interlocutor flares up, but quickly cools down, deciding that there is no need to pay attention now. Being in Las Vegas, standing in front of the bright lights hidden behind glass, the one reports to check the list of visitors to the auction house. And there were 3 people with the name that Seo Juhong was so interested in. Seo Juhong hummed thoughtfully. Seo Juhoon gets out of bed, noting that apparently he'll have to go there and personally complete the inspection, to which Seung Woo interjects if he's really willing to do that. Suddenly, interrupting the conversation, a window pops up in front of him, warning that a high-ranked belief relic has been used on him and his future has been predicted, to which Seo Juhong mutters that this thing is already starting to annoy him. The caller hovering on the phone asks if Seo Juhong is still there, but he silently ponders, but eventually does confirm that he is listening, and with a smile adds that he will stay in the US longer than he originally planned, because there is one place he wants to visit. A relic in the form of a book floats in the air in a glow of power. It is a work by Prince Satoku containing predictions about the fate of Japan. There was no evidence of its existence, but it was still mentioned frequently in ancient writings. In fact, this relic was one of the first to enter society, and instead of building a tomb, it simply chose a hostess. To be more precise, the mistress was Sasaki Yuku, calmly walking somewhere. She bumps into a book and picks it up, puzzled as to what it is and thinking that lying further in the mud will only make her dirty. But in the end, she still leaves the find where she picked it up and walks away. Sasaki became the one chosen by the prophetic relic. Sasaki holds up the book irritably, finding it among her things. The relic follows her wherever she goes. The same book suddenly appears among other mundane publications at the booth, which frightens Sasaki. She burns and tears the relic, but it keeps appearing. An unassuming man in an austere suit explains the situation to Sasaki. He is a representative of the authorities who have learned of the relic's existence and are now trying to recruit its owner to the research team. Thanks to her cooperation, her family is now living well, smiling in a shared photo, and the government is able to find relics one by one thanks to predictions. It seemed like she would live happily ever after, but things always don't go according to plan. Since Sasaki left her studies to concentrate on her work, she couldn't understand the meanings of the complex kanji, which means the predictions were incomplete. She tries to find out the meaning of the symbol from another employee, but the other employee just can't see it. A lifeless hand lies in the dark surrounded by red sparks. The owner of the other relic item outranked Sasaki, and it cut her life short rather early on. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong arrives at the international airport, explaining that he originally didn't want to contact Sasaki because of her imminent death, but since they're trying to track him down, he'll have to adjust his plans. Already sitting on the airplane, he thinks that the fact that Japan got involved with the very same Quan doesn't make her better in his eyes, so now he just has to ruin their plans. Meanwhile, Sasaki sits quietly in front of the TV, watching some singer perform while someone calls her name a few times. Sasaki clutches the pillow to her chest, dreamily noting that the speaker is not only handsome but talented, to which the man looking for her remarks that it's about time she got down to business. She, pouting, clarifies whether it is necessary right now, because the most beautiful moment will be shown soon, to which the man notices that she is watching it for the fourth time. In the end, Sasaki does go up, though she notices that she really likes the show, and the man awkwardly apologizes for pulling her away from watching it. As they walk, an office worker politely greets Sasaki. With a sigh, Sasaki sits down on the table, complaining that she has to read and interpret complex inscriptions again, to which she is reminded that every obscure symbol must simply be copied exactly and passed on. She, however, already knows all of this, so she simply confirms that she will and looks at the page. Suddenly, her harsh scream causes the other workers in the department to jump up. They ask what happened, and Sasaki, grasping the woman desperately, says that the book says that she herself will be killed. This time the words are plain and simple, but communicate that she will be robbed of her life. Sasaki throws another glance at the page filled with rows of glowing symbols and asks what's going on. She thinks it's definitely going to be because of Seo Juhong, since Abe died because of him too. The other employees ask her to calm down and ask if there is any other prediction besides this one, because the relic would definitely give more information if an intruder were to come to the department. With some trepidation, Sasaki looks toward the relic, trying to cheer herself up that she can see the future. And with determination in her eyes, she declares that the department workers are right, and there's no way she'll lose to Seo Juhong. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong arrives at Haneda Airport, while the secret services are talking over each other, declaring alert because their target has arrived. When asked if he needs to be eliminated, the answer is negative, only to observe with relic items for now. As Seo Juhong heads for the exit, one of the conversationalists clarifies if they had any problems tracking his path last time, to which he gets the reply that it's fine now and the relic can handle it. Commander Mori, standing in front of the soldiers, announces that using the prediction, they will solve the problem once and for all, and the first step will be theirs. The soldiers simultaneously confirm that they understand. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong enjoys the sushi, noticing that, as you might expect, the dish prepared by the master is excellent. Putting away the sticks, he wonders how much longer the local archaeologists will put off attacking him. Opening a notebook page completely scribbled with repetitive phrases, Seo Juhong notes that he's been threatening Sasaki's life for a while now, and since that's the case, the local military should already show itself. Adding a couple more lines to the page, he thinks that the relic should have already told her about these notes, because they should definitely get her attention. And given the difficulty in tracking him, Seo Juhong deliberately moved as slowly as possible. When he hears a sound, he turns his head. Looking in the direction of the source of the noise, he notes that the Japanese soldiers should be here by now. Behind the wall, a man with a gun nervously orders the person next to him to be quiet. The one dressed as a cook hurriedly apologizes. They sit behind the screen that separates the small room where Seo Juheon was having lunch from the corridor. Chef turns to the waitress dressed Sasaki and asks if she's ready. She replies that she's not at all and asks if that's normal. She recalls that the man there is going to kill her and doesn't understand why she has to go. Cook reassures her, saying that all she has to do is look Seo Juhong in the eye, and that by handling this, Sasaki would be able to easily track down Seo Juhong and find out everything about him. The silhouette behind the screen is still immovable. He also reminds her that Seo Juhong has no idea what Sasaki looks like, so everything should be fine. She grudgingly agrees, admitting that it's true. Chef assures her that if things get complicated, They'll get Sasaki out of trouble at any cost, and she, clutching the small tray tightly, tells herself that she just has to do it. As she reaches to pull the screen apart, she reassures herself that archaeologists assure her that her broadcast relic is the strongest one here. With a confident look, Sasaki declares that she has an advantage over Seo Juhong, and he really doesn't need to know anything about her appearance. Seo Juhong smiles smugly as he hears Sasaki hesitantly announce that the order is ready. Once Sasaki sees him, she is immediately enchanted by how handsome he is. Blushing and pressing her palms to her face, she thinks about how he's prettier than even that idol from TV. Placing a small tray of sushi on the table, Sasaki laments that her department is about to take the life of such a handsome man. Still with a blush on her cheeks and kneeling beside the table, she thinks this is an unprecedented loss. Seo Ju-hyun thanks her with a smile, thinking that this is something he didn't quite expect. He looks Sasaki over, realizing that this is the exact owner of the relic items he was looking for. Pulling out a sword from under his clothes with his other hand, Seo Ju-hong remarks that he is impressed by the fact that she came here in person. The military watching him through cameras immediately notices this and orders someone else to get ready because Sasaki is in danger. Meanwhile, the men with guns standing in front of the entrance to the room where Seo Ju-hong is having lunch are cursing Sasaki, wondering why she didn't come out immediately after completing the task and what she's even thinking in such a case. Suddenly, Sasaki rises to slam the screen door shut tighter, leaving both the military and Seo Ju-hong discouraged. And then she turns around and asks with excitement on her face if she can become a fan of Seo Ju-hong. Such a suggestion obviously throws him off balance, making him wonder what's going on. Sasaki chuckles and, apologizing, clarifies that Seo Ju-hong is definitely not an actor. One of the military men grabs his head in despair, not understanding why on earth Sasaki would lock himself in a room with Seo Ju-hong, until the other draws something to his attention by pointing his finger at the screen. The camera shows Sasaki talking to Seo Ju-hong, and the military speculates that she's trying to get more information from him. But that still requires Captain Mori's approval. With a nervous look, Seo Ju-hong tries to clarify with Sasaki what she meant by her suggestion. She hurriedly explains that she just wants to chat, but realizing that perhaps the person she's talking to doesn't know Japanese, she passionately starts typing something on her phone. Finished typing, Sasaki shows Seo Ju-hong his phone screen. There, in broken English, she briefly explains the situation, but her inept construction of phrases makes Seo Ju-hong grudgingly wonder what she was using. Glaring at the befuddled Sasaki, her new icon, Seo Ju-hong notes that he generally understands what she means, but doesn't understand why he's acting so careless in this dangerous situation. Borrowing her phone, he types out a reply, noting that it doesn't really take long to think about such a great opportunity. Finished, Seo Ju-hong shows the message to a smiling Sasaki, and from the looks of it, she's happy with what she sees. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the men with guns are talking quietly. One asks the other if he can hear anything, but he gets a negative answer. Suddenly, startling them and making them question themselves, a table abruptly flies out from somewhere, and a rope dangling from the ceiling jiggles. Stunned, they notice too late exactly what the rope is, and only have time to exclaim that there is something there. Relic binds them tightly, leaving them lying on the floor and wondering, and Seo Ju-hong and Sasaki leave the room. With a chuckle, Seo Ju-hong declares that he knew something like this could happen here, so he set up a relic in the hallway beforehand. Sasaki looks out from behind him in amazement. As she walks away, she looks back at the bound men asking her to stop, while Seo Ju-hong calms her down, explaining that it's all just so they won't be disturbed, and afterward suggests they go on a date. It turns out that the message he showed Sasaki back then was asking if she wanted to go for a walk with him then. Sasaki asks with a chuckle if Seo Ju-hyun really knows Japanese. Slipping his jacket over his shoulders, the man admits that not much at all, and clarifies if other people came with Sasaki as well. He assumes the military is here with her, which Sasaki confirms, a little surprised. Seo Ju-hong explains that the soldiers don't like him, and therefore are unlikely to let Sasaki go with him. He also calls them boring, and implies that they are burdening her with tedious work, which she quickly agrees with. Seo Ju-hong rubs Sasaki's head and offers to then run away with him and have the military chase after them, only asking him to keep up if possible. Sasaki is surprised to notice that he doesn't seem scary that way at all. Leaving the bound and mooing military behind her, she thinks, is he really the man who is going to take her life? Keeping a little behind, Sasaki believes she still has an advantage, as she has looked into his eyes and can now read the future. But when Seo Ju-hong reports that they now seem to have broken away, Sasaki giddily remembers that she seems to have left the relic at home. She's about to decide that it doesn't mean anything, because Seo Ju-hong is obviously a good person, as the blade of the katana presses almost absent-mindedly against her throat. Flustered by this turn of events, Sasaki, who has helplessly raised her palms, is given only a couple of simple demands. Be quiet and show her phone soon. And when she legitimately obeys, Seo Ju-hyun calls her a good girl with a satisfied smile. She still can't keep from screaming at her cell phone, though, when Seo Ju-hyun drops it on the ground and then steps on it, shattering the device. Sasaki asks indignantly what he's doing, and Seo Ju-hong, still not putting his weapon away, puts his finger to his mouth and tells her to be quiet, explaining that he's only getting rid of things that can be traced back to him. Approaching Sasaki from behind, he adds that military intervention at this point would be extremely unpleasant. Leaning down to her ear, Seo Ju-hong grinningly calls her the owner of the heirloom items and wonders if she really believed he could unrecognize her. Nearly crying, Sasaki bitterly realizes that the man knew everything from the beginning. Now, in her eyes, Seo Ju-hong only seems even more creepy than before. The action shifts to some cafe, where an employee places drinks in front of Seo Ju-hong and Sasaki before removing himself. With tears in her eyes, Sasaki watches as the door closes behind the waiter, cutting her off from possible help. Seo Ju-hong orders a relic in the form of a rope to bind Sasaki, which it does. The relic ties her wrists together, causing a brief shriek of amazement. With her voice trembling with fear, Sasaki calls Seo Ju-hong a liar and says that he went too far in deceiving her with this date. To which he only laughs and, grinning as he picks up the extravagant dessert, declares that they're already having a great time at the couple's cafe, so this must count as a date. Sasaki asks him worriedly what he is going to do with her then. Is he going to take her life like the prophetic relic predicted? Tasting the dessert, Seo Ju-hyun admits that he had really planned to do just that before. Pointing to the katana in his backpack, he adds that he could have easily taken her head off if she had gotten a little closer then. In front of an astonished Sasaki, Seo Ju-hong adds indifferently that she was even stupider than one would assume, which is what allowed him to get this far. Motioning her a notepad, he orders her to take out the prophetic relic and write down everything she sees there. Sasaki worriedly admits to leaving this very relic at her house. Seo Ju-hong then simply pulls up her sleeve, exposing 3 bright red marks, and asks if she really hoped he wouldn't be able to notice something like that. He also clarifies if these marks appeared right after the first time he used the relic. He tells Sasaki to touch the marked forearm and summon the prophetic relic right here. If she summons it, she can use it here. Lowering himself back into his own seat, he notes with a sigh that he finds it hard to believe she wasn't even explained the basics. Sasaki, meanwhile, stares in amazement at the prophetic relic, indeed appearing in a small cloud of smoke. She is clearly surprised that it worked. Seo Ju-hong, on the other hand, calmly states that all Sasaki has to do now is rewrite what she can, but miss a line, and she'll be killed instantly. He tells her to get started and watches her work with her hands tied together. Sasaki does exactly what she was told. Time is slowly ticking away. Seo Ju-hyun is just watching something on his phone until something causes him to get distracted. He looks up and asks why Sasaki has slowed down if she's not getting a break. She honestly replies that it's because her arm hurts, and clarifies how much text he needs. Returning to the phone screen under the gaze of a worried Sasaki, Seo Ju-hong repeats that all the text that's in the relic at all, to which Sasaki cautiously offers to just hand him the item relic if he'll let her leave. But Seo Ju-hong refuses, ordering him to keep rewriting. Sasaki sobs. Squinting his eyes, Seo Ju-hong explains that if he wanted a prophetic relic, he would have appropriated it long ago, however. He did not do so because of its S rank. Attempting to subdue such a one could fail, and bring great suffering. He recalls how bad his arm looked after subduing Muramasa. And after all, this relic is a rank below the thing's relic. And if he tried to deal with the thing relic now, he would damage more than just his arm. Staring at his phone, he notices that he doesn't have the healing relic anyway. There's some sound that makes him look up and take his eyes off his smartphone. The soldiers show up at the cafe. The manager accompanying them asks the soldiers to leave before the customers get frightened, to which Commander Mori only waves them off, saying that they will get through this quickly. He orders his subordinates to find other exits, if there are any, and also to examine every room. The soldiers immediately rush to carry out his orders. Opening the door to look out, Seo Ju-hong notices the obvious. The military is already here. He turns to Sasaki to clarify how much she's had time to do, and she replies that she's almost done filling out her notebook. Seo Ju-hong decides that's enough and takes the sheets, which causes Sasaki to clarify in amazement, wondering if she can go then. But Seo Ju-hong says there's more to it. With those words, he pulls out a sword, the mere sight of which gives Sasaki a great fright. Nervously looking at the weapon in front of her, she tries to convince Seo Ju-hong to keep her alive, saying that she could write more predictions, and wouldn't that be more useful then? But he just replies that it's not as important as he thinks it is, and explains that it's the relic that Sasaki has been using all this time, not the other way around. Brandishing the katana, he says it's the only solution to the problem that will allow Sasaki to survive. After which, with a smile, he thrusts his weapon into the relic. Blue lightning bolts shoot out of the book, causing Sasaki to shrink, and the relic screams, asking what Seo Juhong was even thinking. But he only continues to drive the blade deeper, wrenching a new scream from the relic. A stunned Sasaki, blinking confusedly, tries to figure out what it all means, and then, most likely because of the connection to the relic, faints. For the accomplishment in front of Seo Juhong, several windows immediately appear in front of him, informing him that he has gained a new rank, strengthened his ability to track relics and scout the environment, and advanced in the path of domination. Just then, soldiers kick the door to the room, exclaiming that they've finally found him. Looking around, Commander Mori involuntarily wonders what happened here. The prophetic relic is engulfed in blue flames, and most of the pages have already been eaten by them, forcing one to ask what was done to it. Seo Juhong explains with a sneer that there's nothing to be surprised about, it's just that the relic is almost destroyed. Mori frowns indignantly. Pointing at Seo Juhong, he orders him to get rid of him now. Seo Juhong, on the other hand, seems barely surprised when a weapon is pointed at him. With a smile, he calls it a good joke and offers to try and carry out the threat if the military is so sure they have the strength. Commander Mori, confused and angry, asks what he means. Instead of explaining anything, Seo Juhong tosses a relic in the form of a rice cake to the ceiling, causing the military to be distracted by it, and offers to eat it. As the relic flies, a window opens above it, explaining its rank, just a C, and that it's a consumable relic. Seo Juhian says that the item belonged to Abe, and now he's returning it. With a smile disappearing into the fog, he also adds that there is a rumor that you can kill for the taste of this pie. Mori catches the relic and is outraged as to how that rascal was able to disappear. Looking at the cake exuding a sweet smell, he wonders what Seo Juhong is up to. Finally, he notices the odor emanating from the relic. Both he and his subordinates begin to salivate with hunger. In the next second, soldiers pounce on Commander Mori in an attempt to seize the relic, demanding that he part with it as soon as possible. But the man pulls out his gun, calls them fools, and claims that the pie is his alone, and they all need to show respect for their senior. A fight breaks out. Furniture and utensils fly and break in the room. The soldiers are reminded that they too have guns, and continue to try to take the relic for themselves. Meanwhile, sitting on an airplane, Seo Juhong confesses that there is simply no better option for escape, as the item he used not only enthralls ill-wishers, but also instantly transports the owner to another place. However, right now, he has more important things to do, namely to see what the prophetic relic has predicted for him. With anticipation on his face, Seo Juhong opens the notebook. He recalls that TCVM supported the study and use of the relic, so there is some chance that Sasaki saw Director Quan in person. Seo Juhong introduces their meeting, and if it happened, then there might be something about Quan in the prediction as well. Seo Juhong flips through the pages of the notebook, looking for that particular moment. Suddenly his eyes widen with pleasant surprise. He had found just what he was looking for. The prophecy tells him that within a month, he must travel to a certain underworld filled with greed and desire. It is there that the prediction of a great calamity will be fulfilled. Trying to decipher what he reads, Seo Juhong believes that by this very underworld, he meant the underground Midas auction in Las Vegas. He recalls Seung Woo calling him after gathering information on Director Quan. At that time, he reported that there were 3 people with the right initials among the visitors. Hence, since the prophetic relic also indicated it, Quan must be one of them. As the plane continues on its way, Seo Juhong admits that he's a bit confused by the last part of the prediction that spoke of disaster. Perhaps it's talking about world events. Rays of ominous red light fall from the sky, splitting the earth. This event was dubbed a world catastrophe, and it happened because the relics had too much influence on the world. The golden sparks reveal a variety of relics, from maps and books to antique masks and gold pocket watches. The world learned about all these relics after the catastrophe, when tomb robbing began to gain popularity. In reviewing the prediction, Seo Juhong notices that in his memory, this event has not happened this early. As he closes the notebook, he notes that the main point of the prediction is that a certain deity will ask for cooperation, which means a divine relic will appear. Perhaps in the past, Director Quan had become so powerful because of it. With a sinister smile, he notes that if this is indeed the case, then he owes it to himself to get this thing for himself at all costs. Meanwhile, a research team meeting is underway in Japan. It is reported that Sasaki has regained consciousness, although she feels weak now. A military officer reports to a group of concerned men in suits that that's not all. The Elide relic has been completely destroyed. A listener clarifies whether it is true that at the same moment, Captain Mori's group had a scuffle with their service weapons, resulting in serious injuries and failure to report to the meeting. The soldier confirms this. The department chairman jumps up, shouting that someone's injuries don't matter now. The soldier hastily apologizes. He continues to yell, asking if they are even taking the situation seriously. Someone tries to calm him down and focus him on something else, but the chairman says he just can't be calm. Behind his back, the door to the office opens. The girl looking in confirms in conversation that the prophetic relic has been destroyed and the defense forces are facing major problems. Her interlocutor grunts, asking if she's serious. He clarifies whether it was indeed one person who did it, and the girl confirms it, to which her interlocutor calls the perpetrator insane. Her interlocutor is in a building owned by TCVM, and when the girl asks what they should do and whether they should retaliate for the losses, he says there is no need. A man stands in an office by a panoramic window, and when he hears the outrage that all their efforts invested in researching this relic have been wasted, he offers a different perspective. He explains to the woman walking somewhere that since this man has enough power to destroy a relic of this level, it would be more profitable to get him on his side. The woman hesitantly thinks that since Seo Juhong destroyed such an important relic without regret, he might do something similar with the TCWM relic. She asks what they will do if he destroys the president's relic as well, to which her interlocutor only grins smugly. He laughs, assuring her that nothing will happen, and it's enough to promise Seo Juhong a good payment, because in this world, money can solve all problems, and the woman just needs to keep an eye on him now. Already in Las Vegas, Seo Juhong is sitting quietly in some establishment near a window, sipping a drink. Putting his glass on the table, he notices with irritation that the men he hired are late. His attention, however, is quickly enough attracted by some noise, forcing him to turn his head to its source. Seung Woo waves his palm, finally finding Seo Juhong with his gaze and calling his name, while another of his subordinates tries to explain to the staff that they have a business meeting here. Seo Juhong rebukes them for being half an hour late, to which Seung Woo simply points at a member of the staff, saying it's that guy's fault for refusing to let them inside. The guard repeats his memorized phrase that this room is designated for the auction and only those who participate can be here. Seung Woo turns his attention to him, complaining that he won't shut up, and asks what they've done. With a tired expression on his face, Seo Juhong listens to the scolding. A member of the staff informs him that he will force the intruders out if they continue to make noise, and Seung Woo, not understanding anything, becomes indignant and demands to speak in Korean. Finally, Seo Juhong rebukes Seung Woo for demanding that people speak his language while in America. He mumbles awkwardly, agreeing that it really wasn't the best thing for him to do. With a friendly smile, Seo Juhong informs the staff that these people are his guests, and he will look after them. The guard immediately rushes to apologize, saying he reported a terrible mistake, but Seo Juhong, not looking at the sour faces of the gang he hired, laughs sweetly and says he understands, considering how poorly his guests chose their clothes. The guard walks away, and Seung Woo is amazed to notice that he didn't know Seo Juhong was capable of speaking English. Seung Woo smilingly waved him away, saying that this was not the time to think about such trivial matters, and instead asked him to tell him everything he had learned. Seung Woo, of course, agreed. He hands over a stack of papers containing information about 3 bidders with the correct initials. Seo Johan looks through it, noting that they've done a good job. Looking up, he decides that these guys might be useful to him after all. Seung Woo wonders if Seo Juhong was able to find the person he was so interested in this information, to which he gets a confirmation. Seo Juhong drops the required file on the table, noticing that it's exactly the same fake identity that Quan Taijun used in his past. And if he personally showed up for the auction, then it must represent an unprecedentedly strong relic. Pulling up the folder, Seo Juhong remarks that he had made sure of this beforehand. Flipping through its contents, he believes that there is some possibility that even a divine-level relic might be here. Seung Woo curiously wonders what Seo Juhong is trying to find in the catalog, because such things are only available to very rich people, and trying to get rich on them will most likely leave you with nothing. But Seo Juhong doesn't listen. Instead, he realizes that something is wrong here. Among all the various items, each with a photo and a small explanation in the catalog, there is not a single relic of divine level. Seo Juhong begins to suspect that the prediction was about something else. He lists a few things, causing Seung Woo to be perplexed, and announces that there are enough things he'd like to look at. This news makes Seung Woo jump up, resting his palm on the table. He can't believe that someone like Seo Juhong is going to participate in the auction. However, the man only calmly confirms it. Seung Woo asks if this is a joke, because this isn't some random event, but the famous Midas. Seo Juhong's other subordinates look back at him questioningly, as he yells out that the stakes here only start at the number of 10 or 20 billion won, and that he assumed they were here purely for connections, not acquisitions. Seo Juhong slams down the catalog with a smile and asks if Seung Woo really thinks he doesn't have enough money to afford anything here. Seo Ju-hong gets up and heads away while the gang has to catch up with him with questions about where he's going. The one only reminds him that this town lives for gambling. Standing at the very exit, Seo Ju-hong adds, grinning, that anything you want to do is possible here, as long as you have some money. Seung-woo opens his mouth in amazement, asking if he correctly realized that Seo Ju-hong was going to make money gambling, calling him a fool for his decision. And as Seo Ju-hoon looks at the sparkling neon buildings, choosing where to start, Seung-woo declares that he has definitely lost his mind. The amount in Seo Ju-hong's account keeps growing and growing, reaching 8 figures, making those around him wonder how much it can basically go up. Someone in the astonished crowd, joined by the gang, suggests that since he has 10 more moves, the final number could well be even higher. Seung-woo finds this unbelievable. He doesn't understand how slot machines can basically show such numbers, and advises him to withdraw everything now to avoid losing it. Seo Ju-hong calmly continues to sit in front of the machine, above which his winnings are listed. Over 68 million. As he continues to watch this staggering success, Seung-woo confesses that he's baffled by the fact that it's possible to earn millions of won just by indulging in gambling. He exclaims, trying to figure out how Seo Ju-hong is doing this, but he only smiles nonchalantly. He ends up getting a simple check from the car, which he takes. And then he announces to the gang that it's time for them not to look around, but to move on to another establishment, since this check still needs to be exchanged for money. They continue to stare at him in amazement. Looking at the check, Seung-woo marvels at the amount of money on it, and tells Seo-jun that he's overdoing it a bit. Perhaps because with that kind of money, some bad people might decide to kill them. Yes, and the guard of the establishment raises his palm, stopping Seo Ju-hong and asking him to wait for a while, and explains that he needs to make an inspection, because this is the first time in the history of this casino that one person has won so many times in a row. Seo Ju-heon easily agrees while spreading her hands and says, please, standing calmly while being searched. He remarks that the guard is wasting his time since he has nothing. He tends to agree. However, the guard notices a gold-colored keychain hanging from a ring on Seo Ju-hong's thumb and asks what it is. Seo Ju-heon pinches the blade out of the keychain and says it's just a souvenir he liked, so he bought it. The guard looks at it but agrees that there's nothing special about it. With a chuckle, Seo Ju-hong mentally remarks that it only looks that way at first glance, but in reality this small knife is a disguised golden axe. As he wraps his fingers around the knife, he hears the relic complain that it doesn't want to be in such an embarrassing shape, and asks how long it can stay that way. Seo Ju-hong explains that changing the shape of a thing is one of the most important skills of a relic owner. A golden axe, on the other hand, could smell gold and valuables, so just by touching the machine's buttons, Seo Ju-hong was able to smell if it would give him a jackpot. He remarks that this way, he can also find the specific casino that is most profitable for him. Meanwhile, the guard apologizes and says that it's okay. Seo Ju-hong must be incredibly lucky. Seung-woo notes from behind that it's amazing how Seo Ju-hyun didn't get caught cheating after all, and asks what the secret to his success is. He notices the anxious casino employees checking out the car itself, noting that he's never seen anything like it before. But Seo Ju-hoon just says it's a sign that they should visit another casino, and Seung-woo should stop being surprised by everything. Seung-woo begs for the secret of the winnings anyway. Seo Ju-hong places the check she received on the counter, behind which the girl asks how she can help. He replies that he just wants to withdraw the entire amount, to which the employee is obviously surprised, and nervously informs him that she needs to escort him to the VIP room first. But Seo Ju-hyun refuses the offer with a smile, saying they'd better hurry up and just give him the money. Already later, drinking all together, Seung-woo exclaims that he has never seen so much money before. The bag of cash is sitting right on the table, and Seo Ju-hong's other subordinates look at it with delight. One of them repeats that they are millionaires, while Seung-woo exclaims that this amount is enough for a lifetime of poverty. Just then, interrupting their fun and making them tense up, Seo Ju-hong reminds them that if they still haven't realized, that money won't go to them. His subordinates hastily confirm that they understand, but they are just delighted by the unprecedented amount of money. Seo Ju-hong continues to drink with a satisfied smile. Seung-woo asks confusedly if he really needs the auction, since he can just take the money and come back. Seo Ju-hyun confirms that he does. Seung-woo doesn't understand, but says he can afford almost anything with that kind of money. Finishing his drink, Seo Ju-hong reminds himself that his goal in the auction is the relics, but if he wants to compete with Quan, he'll need to have more funds. Setting the glass on the table, he orders the gang to hurry up with their food as they have one more lap to make around the casino. Seung-woo exclaims in shock, "Not again?" At the sign of the next establishment, the golden axe laughingly announces that he can smell money, and asks when Seo Juhyun intends to return it to its original appearance. He immediately says it doesn't matter, though, and he's fine with the smell of desperation from the casino. After revealing the relic, Seo Juhong orders her to finish talking and look for the next winning machine. Axe agrees with a sigh. While he's looking for the right car, another notification window appears next to Seo Juhyun's shoulder, informing him that the relic's friendship level has been upgraded because Seo Juhyun has arrived at a place that the relic likes. Seo Juhong recalls, going under the chosen signboard with his subordinates, that relics are indeed best in places where people's despair is felt, but he does not want to indulge in relics in search of pleasures. Clutching the disguised relic in his fist, he thinks he needs to get more money as soon as possible and then leave. Here he is called out by one of his subordinates, asking him to stop for a while. The backpack he's cradling is shaking strangely, causing him to nervously ask what's even wrong with this backpack and what's going on. And when Seo Juhong himself hurriedly unzips to check, his eyes widen in amazement. Turns out there's a silver axe rampaging around inside, and once it's released, blurts out that something is coming, and it's going to happen very soon. Seo Juhong recalls that while the golden axe is able to seek benefits, the silver axe is able to find people who are hostile to the master and mark them. Seo Juhong lowers his eyes, wondering who this relic is reacting to and why. Suddenly, the attention of the whole group is drawn to a couple of people arguing. One of them emotionally accuses the other of cheating, while the other replies that there is nothing wrong and the first one should hurry up and collect the money won. In addition, there is some commotion throughout the premises. The staff asks everyone to calm down, but people are jumping up and screaming because cars are falling one after another, putting them in danger. Someone loses things, and someone loses all their money. While Seungwoo wonders what's going on here, a man with a creepy smile, unnaturally glowing red eyes, and a knife at the ready appears behind him. However, a stranger ends up jumping on Seo Juhong, yelling and demanding his money back. But Seo Juhong only needs one quick and strong movement to drop his attacker to the floor on his back, causing him to cry out in pain. It's clear from his clothes that the attacker is a local laborer. Seo Juhyun asks him if he's all right in the head, and if he realizes what he's doing by attacking random people. Lowering his head, Seo Juhong pondered. If no tomb was supposed to appear here, then why is this happening? Suddenly someone's presence causes him to turn around sharply wary. It turns out to be a beautiful girl in an evening gown, keeping surprisingly calm in this casino where other people are running and fighting. Seo Juhong's subordinates immediately start discussing what kind of beauty she is. Could she be some kind of actress? With her looks, she could surely be a celebrity. Seo Juhyun alone looks worried. He nervously orders his escorts to grab their things because they're getting out of here. Seungwoo asks him to explain the reason. While Seungwoo reminds him in the background that Seo Juhong was going to earn some more money himself, he notes that he didn't expect to meet this girl here at all. She's the reason there's such a crowd here, and she's the one to watch out for. The stranger's name is Irina Hilton, and she is the youngest daughter in a family of bankers. Irina turns around just in time to notice the escape of Seo Juhong and company. Her background isn't the only thing that can be told about her. A pillar of energy rises in the middle of the city, damaging buildings and seemingly splitting the very heavens. This is what a user of divine relics, the most powerful of all, can do to rise above other people. This not particularly large group of influential people are given divine titles like God of Fortune, God of Conquest, God of Luck, etc. They become extremely influential in the age of relics. And among all these people, Irina Hilton enjoys one of the most terrifying relics. Nicknamed the Goddess of Bad Luck, she has the power to take away the luck of everyone around her. Seo Juhong is already getting closer to the exit, remembering that some people and companies lost money and went bankrupt because of Irina, and even the global financial crisis was her fault. Therefore, she should be avoided. But she herself runs up to a startled Seo Juhong and asks him to stop for a second with a cute smile. Almost crying, Irina asks him to wait, but Seo Juhong, as if not hearing, only quickens his step. But as soon as he touches the doorknob, an ominous energy envelops it. And in front of Seo Juhong, several boxes pop up, informing him that because of this aura, his relic will take more damage and its number of uses will decrease. Seo Juhong frowns angrily, knocking himself out. This is something he clearly didn't expect. Seizing the opportunity, Irina rather hurries over to him, while Seungwoo silently escorts her with an astonished look. She grabs a disgruntled Seo Juhong by the shoulders and, still with the same sweet smile, asks him to wait and listen to her. Looking down at Irina from above, Seo Juhong realizes that he can't escape now. The mere touch of her makes puffs of sinister energy flow through his body. The windows kindly inform him that his relics are deteriorating, as is his luck, and his efficiency is noticeably decreasing. Because Seo Juhong shakes off Irina's palm as quickly as possible, demanding that she move away from him. She awkwardly apologizes. admitting that she was too excited to see Seo Juheon, so she overstepped her bounds. A subordinate asks Seong Woo why Seo Juhong is acting like this, but the latter doesn't know or understand anything either, saying it's like if he suddenly saw a ghost, if not worse. Suddenly, one of the gang remembers something, drawing the attention of his comrades. He explains that he has remembered who the girl is. He gives her full name, which causes others to exclaim, clarifying disbelievingly if she is indeed the youngest daughter of the Hilton family. However, someone else immediately confirms the theory by saying that he has seen her face on the internet. While the gang is shocked by this encounter and freezes somewhere in the background, Irina asks if Seo Juheon is the same person who was rumored to have won a huge amount of money at the casino. She smilingly informs a gloomy Seo Juhong that she has been looking for him everywhere. And without further exchanges of pleasantries, he immediately asks how he managed such a thing. Seo Juheon, wary, thinks it's weird when one of the richest people in the world is interested in winning at a casino, so he replies that he's not at all who Irina is looking for. She exhales frustratedly as Seo Juhong quietly walks away and Seong Woo hurries after him to speak up. He calls Seo Juheon a fool and asks if he even knows who the girl is. He calls Seo Juheon a fool and asks if he even knows who the girl is, and then says that she came all this way just for Seo Juheon's sake, and he left her like that. Seong Woo asks Seo Juhong to wait until they talk to the girl, telling him not to dare waste such a chance, and an infuriated Seo Juhong thinks they're no less fools. His subordinates run up to Irina, asking her to stop for a moment, but immediately cry out painfully. Seo Juhong turns around. Irina apologizes, but everyone near her is already crawling at her feet in an ominous aura, complaining of pain and asking for an ambulance. Seo Juhong remains meaningfully silent. After dragging his companions outside, Seo Juhong earnestly instructs Seong Woo to avoid Irina as much as possible. The man, still holding his stomach, asks what he means. He leaves his subordinates to recover, saying that as soon as they recover, have them take shelter somewhere and protect the money. But in the meantime, Seo Juhong himself will go to the auction and call them to bring the money when he's done. As he leaves, he thinks it's a shame that things turned out this way. He wanted to make some more money, but now he can't afford to lose the auction before it starts. Seo Juhong approaches the auction venue. People are already gathering and buzzing around. As he walks past the crowd, he thinks that Irina has no reason to follow him. He is jerked out of his thoughts by a sudden rude shout and an order to get out of here. Yoon Shi-woo declares with an arrogant expression that this is the entrance for honored guests and regular visitors are launched elsewhere, so Seo Juhong should get out of here. Seo Juheon notes that this man is Kwan's right-hand man. Though he's noticeably younger, he hasn't changed much otherwise. Just as he's thinking that since Yoon Shi-woo is here, his boss must be here, Kwan appears nearby and Yoon Shi-woo offers Yoon Shi-woo an ingratiating smile. Seo Juhong escorts the two of them with a glance, thinking that he has finally met Director Quan. In that moment, he remembers threatening the monster with a premonition of doom, promising that he would cut the snake's belly from the inside out. And when the monster's mouth opened stronger than before, he promised that he would pursue Director Quan even in hell. But right now, Seo Juhong is only looking at him from the sidelines, believing that he really doesn't recognize him after all. With a chuckle, he promises himself to take all the auction relics that Quan sets his eyes on, and he's sure to be the winner this time. Suddenly, a sudden noise makes him turn around, listening. Some of the attendees had their stocks plummet, some lost someone else's money, and someone else's perfectly decent cell phone stopped working. Seo Juhong looks around nervously. He is slowly beginning to suspect the worst. Suddenly, he catches sight of Irina looking around just as lost. Her presence surprises him. He can't believe she followed him here. Irina tries to call out to him again, but Seo Juheon turns away and hurries away, wondering how she could have stumbled upon him among all these people. Irina asks him to listen to her with a despairing expression on her face. She says that she's gone through all the options, and now she really doesn't know what else to do. Seo Juheon starts to get annoyed. Trying to escape, he doesn't notice the glass door in front of him and crashes his forehead into it with all his might, shrieking briefly. While Seo Juheon is cursing while covering his face with his palms, a concerned Irina asks if he's okay, because it looks like he hit him with enough force. But Seo Juheon looks up and snaps back, asking if he looks like he's really okay. He asks Irina to stop following him, claiming that everything that's happening is her fault. But suddenly, Irina replies with a smile that Seo Juheon is right and that's exactly her problem. She looks around as if checking that everything is okay while Seo Juheon looks at her, wondering how anyone could even think of answering like that. As she gets closer, Irina excitedly admits that she's not even sure if Seo Juheon would believe her, but she brings bad luck to the people around her, and that's why she wants to become as lucky as Seo Juheon, because she believes she can make everyone around her much happier that way. Seo Juhong reconstructs in her mind the image of Irina from the future, the goddess of failure who has ruined the lives of a huge number of people and devastated several nations. Irina takes his hands gently, and his only thought is that she's acting like this now because she's pretending. But she just begs him to tell her what she can do to become just as lucky. She begs to share a secret and promises that she will do anything, and even claims that if it's about money, she will provide as much as needed. Another warning window pops up next to Seo Juhong's eyes. Endless notices of increased tolerance are showered on him, raising questions. He recalls that he got the ability of tolerance after taking the silver pill, and all he knows about the ability is its presence, but not its mode of action. But now that skill has been activated, moreover, it keeps activating time after time to protect him. Seo Juhong grins, and Irina cautiously asks if he's okay. Seo Juhyun replies that it's okay. He was just thinking. And Irina apologizes, figuring it's because her request was too sudden. Looking her straight in the eye, Seo Juhong decides that if the status windows don't lie, he no longer has any reason to avoid Irina's company, for he is protected, and the constant attack of her relic will only strengthen that defense. In addition, it can be used to bring failure to the other bidders, and that is to achieve two goals with its presence. Deciding to take a look at how Quan is doing, Seo Juhong moves his eyes in his direction, and for good reason. After receiving news that his factory in China has burned down, he yells at his subordinate, who explains that he has just received the information. Quan is worried that the plans for on-time deliveries may be derailed. He demands to call back soon and get all the answers, and Seo Juhyun calmly observes this, noting that Quan falls under Irina's relic as well. He also notes that in the past, Quan would have left the place as soon as possible, which means that the existence of the god of failure is also unknown to him for now. Finally, Seo Juhong chuckles, deciding that the enemy of his enemy is his friend, and he will be able to gain quite a bit from this girl. Finally, he informs Irina that her request doesn't seem so unreasonable. Overjoyed, she blossoms in front of his eyes, questioning whether it is true. Seo Juhyun warns her that getting lucky is not an easy task, and Irina hastily agrees. He also adds that he'd like to discuss the details of the deal better. Soon he will have to attend the auction, and upon hearing this, Irina drops her hands with a sigh, realizing that she shouldn't follow him. But all her fears disappear when Seo Juhong politely asks to keep him company. Though she realizes if she refuses, after all, the entrance fee to such an event costs a lot of money. But Irina immediately assures him that such an amount is not a problem for her. Seo Juhong chuckles to himself. He knew she would agree, since buying such an expensive ticket or a cheap treat makes no difference to Irina. He looks at Irina running after the ticket and thinks that he really wonders what she will become in the end. The auction begins. The host behind the podium welcomes the guests and announces the beginning of the 74th auction. As he begins to announce the lots, Seo Juhong, sitting next to Irina, looks around at the people gathered, noticing that there's almost no one in the room. It really does seem as if there are only a few people in the room. Seo Juhyun remarks that after he invited Irina to join him, the number of people present decreased by a factor of 3, as many people went to solve their sudden problems. Director Quan and Yoon Si-woo, on the other hand, did not leave the event despite the burning factory in China, which can only mean that some auction item is worth such sacrifices. Apparently out of a desire to keep the conversation going, Irina turns her attention to the current lot, a regal wine several centuries old. She asks if Seo Juhong is going to buy it back. But he replies that the thing he is interested in will be shown only towards the end of the first half of the auction. Irina confirms that she understands. Seo Juhong shifts his gaze to her, scrutinizing her once more. It's as if he's a little doubtful that Irina will be the same goddess of failure from his memories, so different are they. And yet, it's not as if her whole demeanor is an act. Recalling their conversation, in which Irina confesses to him that she can bring bad luck to other people, Seo Juhyun notes that the strange thing about it all is that it's as if she doesn't know about relics at all. And this, in turn, is only possible if someone tied the relic to her without Irina's own consent. Now we can assume that originally the goddess of bad luck was quite a sweet and cordial person, but due to the influence of the relic her life changed, which spoiled and embittered her. While Seo Juhyun evaluates his theory, eventually deciding that it sounds plausible, Irina turns to him, confessing that she's really grateful for what he's doing for her. Seo Juhyun asks in surprise what exactly she's thanking him for. Irina, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear in embarrassment, explains that it's enough that someone listened to her words and believed her. She admits that she feels so much better just being able to have an honest conversation with someone. Seo Juhyun waves it off with a smile, saying it's nothing. A new notification appears over his shoulder. It reports that because of the user's good mood, the power of her relic has been increased many times over. Irina, without noticing it, smiles charmingly and says that these are not trifles, since they have made her so happy. All the people around them even recoiled from the knockdown ominous aura. People begin to panic, the ominous aura spreading further than before, affecting Seo Juhong and his relics. He fights back while the relics fearfully demand something to be done. Irina looks around, wondering what happened, and Seo Juhong looks at her and thinks she can't believe her emotional state is affecting the power of such a terrifying relic. He lambasts Irina, telling her not to get excited too soon because they might not agree on the terms of the deal. She remonstrates, saying that they really haven't discussed the terms. In addition, Seo Juhong adds that Irina's good fortune shouldn't mean that the people around her won't have bad luck at all. Irina lowers her eyes and admits that he's right. There are no guarantees that things will work out exactly the way she wants them to. A window appears in front of Seo Juhong, informing him that the relic's attack power has decreased, and he exhales in relief. The announcer points out that there was an earthquake, but now everything is back to normal. He also announces the amount of the current bet of $700,000 and asks if anyone wishes to increase the bet. Someone offers the sum of $1 million, which surprises the host. Another participant tries to find out from the first one what he is up to. The first teases the second that even if he raises the bet, the first will still beat him. The second asks if he's so confident in his abilities. Seo Juhaeon watches the fight in silence. It becomes obvious that these people are acting impulsively because of the impact of the relic. Seo Juhaeon realizes something. He casts a glance at Irina and decides that he can use her aura to get rid of the remaining people present. Seo Juhaeon tells her that there's no need to get upset ahead of time, because it's still unknown exactly how her luck will tie in with other people's luck. He offers with a smile to get right to the point, because if Irina wanted to know how to become luckier, then that's what he would tell her. With joy in her eyes, she asks if Seo Juhaeon is really willing to share this with her. He, on the other hand, intentionally says things that can make her smile and lift her spirits. He even says that he can help her through all her difficulties. Because of Irina's happiness, the sinister aura intensifies, and the bidders lose their heads, buying up everything, even useless but expensive items. They spend all their money on them, and Seo Juhaeon is happy to see the plan come to fruition. And because everyone else had lost all their savings in the first half of the auction, Seo Juhong had gotten his hands on all the relics he wanted. That being said, there were a few relics that Quan had to compete for, as he apparently didn't succumb to the relic's insane aura. But Seo Juhong's knowledge of relics surpasses that of his rival, and so the relics that went to Quan, like the vase, mirror, or fan, weren't that useful. Seo Juhong notes the items he bought in his notebook: the Hammurabi Code, Shakespeare's feather, and Marie Antoinette's pendant. At the same time, the relic of divine rank noted by the prophecy never appeared. He glances down at his notepad, pondering that this is odd, considering the auction is already coming to an end. But he's distracted by Irina, who asks him whether or not he agrees to the terms of the proposed deal, because it looks like Seo Juhaeon is stalling. He exhales nervously. Seo Juhaeon stashes the notebook and pen in his pocket, apologizes to Irina, and promises to get serious. But to do so, he asks to go with him to a quieter place to finalize all the details. He is stopped by the voice of the host announcing the start of the special event and asking for the last item to be brought in. This item is a certain mystical almond tree that has been the subject of many rumors lately. Seo Juhaeon seems to recognize what it's all about. What he sees is the Qing elixir tree, a divine level and healing type relic. The relic immediately requires people to praise it, as well as bring it out into normal sunlight. Seo Juhong immediately throws up his hand, knowing that this thing is something he must get his hands on in any way possible. But Director Quan also makes a bid, making Seo Juhong believe that he knows the true value of the relic being sold. The figure of a monarch giving orders to his subjects. This is the powerful emperor of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi. He sends his servants to all corners of the earth following rumors of finding the miraculous elixir of life. After years of searching, the desired elixir was found in the form of this very almond tree, and last time this relic was just in Quan's possession. Last time, Seo Juhong's body was constantly suffering due to the killing aura of the relic, and he needed the fruits of the tree just to survive. Instead of money, he was paid with healing fruits, and in the end, Seo Juhaeon had to take any job he could get. It could be said that it was this relic that allowed him to control it back then. Now, Seo Juhong frowns, cursing at Quan and finally realizing how he got such a miracle. He promises himself to get his hands on the relic, or else his life will simply be an exact repeat of the past. The host chuckles, saying that it is expected that such an item would attract attention. After all, the fruit of this tree is known for being able to improve intimate health. Both Seo Juhong and Director Quan freeze awkwardly, realizing who they're making themselves out to be in front of the audience. Seo Juhong curses the presenter, thinking it's now terribly embarrassing, but keeps his hand up, even though Irina looks at him in obvious shock. The starting price for the lot is announced to be $200,000. Seo Juhong starts with a bid of $300,000, but someone immediately interrupts her by offering $400,000. Director Quan instantly, without the slightest hesitation, offers $500,000. Offers are pouring in from all sides, $505,000, $800,000, and Seo Juhong slowly begins to realize. He sees the other contestants raise their hands one by one. They too have decided to enter this contest. And then Director Quan, not being petty, offers $10 million for the lot at once, causing Yoon Si-woo to call out to him fearfully. Seo Juhong calls him crazy and realizes that he has absolutely no intention of giving up, leading him to assume that Quan knows that a divine-level relic with healing powers is up for auction. He doesn't know how much information Quan has about the relic itself, but it's clear for sure that if money is involved, there's no way Seo Juhong can win. So he calls out to Irina and tells her that their deal goes into effect starting now. He promises to find a solution to the failures surrounding Irina, and in return, he asks that the item be auctioned off for him. It should benefit them both, and Seo Jo-hyun asks how she feels about such a deal. Irina smiles contentedly. With a confident expression on her face, she says that the offer is great, because if it's just about money, she definitely won't lose. The bids at the auction continue to rise. $46, $47, $48, and $49 million. The figure of $50 million is already causing other participants to discuss it and give meaningful glances. Surprised by such a heat of passion, the host asks if anyone will have a higher rate than the announced one. Director Quan, not wanting to miss out on the treasure, offers $100 million for the relic at once. Whispers are heard from all sides, discussing the amount of the bet and calling Quan crazy. Seo Ju-hyun bows out. Lowering his gaze, he admits that given that any amount over that $100 million is far more than he has, it means he was doomed to lose in this auction from the start. With a satisfied face, the announcer announces the current bet of $100 million and asks if anyone would like to bet more. It is at this perfect moment for an introduction that Irina raises her hand, getting into the race. And she, with a sweet smile on her face, offers $150 million at once. It makes even the host marvel, and many guests turn around in shock. Of course, Director Quan, who didn't expect anyone to be able to outbid him, gets nervous as well. He even jumps up from his seat and offers $160 million. The other participants unflatteringly call him stubborn. But still, with the same charming smile, Irina raises her bid to $200 million. Director Quan angrily asks why she decided to join now if she's been sitting quietly the rest of the time, and Yoon Si-woo suggests stopping now before it's too late. Quan immediately flamboyantly demands that he repeat it. Yoon Si-woo explains that he recognizes Irina, and she comes from one of the richest families. That means she has plenty of money. Seo Jo-hyun is already grinning victoriously. Director Quan grits his teeth in anger, cursing Seo Jo-hong and Irina. He announces that he's not going to give up since he's gotten this far, and offers a new bid of $220 million, causing Yoon Si-woo to exclaim in horror. The response is a bet of $300 million, causing the crowd to discuss that that kind of money is a whole other level. Seo Ju-hyun laughs to himself, thinking it's a beautiful sight. Yoon Si-woo tries to restrain Director Quan, asking him to calm down while Quan tries to get out. They manage to beat him twice in one day, and the coveted relic goes to Irina for $500 million. Already later, Seo Ju-hyun asks if this price is a lot even for a person like her, but Irina denies it, saying that it's not too much of an amount in her case. Seo Ju-hyun says with a chuckle that perhaps that was to be expected. Irina asks how he's going to help her. She suggests that he might somehow share his good fortune with her, or offer her an amulet, something like the same rabbit's foot. Seo Ju-hyun replies that he has nothing to give, causing Irina to look back confused. She immediately decides that he's been deceiving her, but Seo Ju-hyun hastily clarifies that it's not over. She just needs to listen to him to the end. With a smile, he explains that Irina's problem can't be solved by using some talismans or something resembling them. However, there is something that can be extracted from her instead. Irina asks in surprise about the retrieval. Seo Ju-hyun explains that you can say retrieval. It's just that Irina needs to get rid of a certain thing by handing it over to him. He decides that the only way out is to get rid of the relic of failure burdening her. As a result, Seo Ju-hong gets it, which again serves in his favor. Seo Ju-hong suggests that Irina has noticed a certain thing appearing everywhere she goes. He offers to give the thing to him, and thus end the series of failures. Irina frowns, thinking back, but can't remember any of the things haunting her. That assumption is wrong, but Seo Ju-hong waves it off, saying there's no such thing, suggesting that they try to discard the things Irina has on her right now, one of which should turn out to be the one. But she says that she tried to do that once, but none of those things came back to her. Seo Ju-hyun finds that strange. He pitches across the table closer to her and asks if she had any tattoos then, any changes that happened for no reason. This time, there's recognition on Irina's face. She seems to understand what Seo Ju-hyun is talking about. He looks back at her expectantly. That's at least a lead to work with. Numerous heirlooms can be divided into two broad categories, personal and general. And tattoos appearing on the body, just the same means the possession of a personal relic. That's why Sasaki Yuki, for example, had that tattoo. It appears after forming a bond with a personal relic and confirms that it has chosen a new owner. The person with the tattoo holds the relic tightly. General relics can be used by anyone, but they have a certain limit. Personal relics have no such limit, but they can only be used by one, their owner. And all the strongest relics in the past have been personal. Irina, meanwhile, searches in her purse for something, offering to show me a photograph. She somewhat embarrassedly holds out her phone to Seo Ju-hyun to take a look. The photo of the girl clearly shows black marks on her arms and under her breasts. Seo Ju-hyun recognizes the marks at a glance, but he finds it hard to believe what he sees. Looking at his concerned face, Irina asks what's wrong. Was there some kind of problem with it? Thinking about her tattoo-covered body, Seo Ju-hyun explains that the relic associated with Irina is a parasite. It's a rather rare type, entering the body forcibly and staying that way. Seo Ju-hyun returns the phone to Irina. He thinks about the fact that he thought the unfortunate relic was something like Eris's golden apple because of its divine status, and this one he can't understand. But it's already clear to him that he won't be able to retrieve the relic just like that. Irina looks a little sad. Seo Ju-hyun admits to her that he thought it was a simple task, but he realizes he was wrong. He writes something down on a small piece of paper, and afterwards he gives Irina his phone number, offering to meet and try to deal with the problem when they both have a little more free time. As he leaves, Seo Ju-hyun thinks about the fact that even if he doesn't end up being able to help Irina get rid of the relic, he can at least make her an ally. And forming bonds with others is basically a good idea that will help him one day. Later, the auctioneer tells Seo Ju-hyun that he has to pay the check before the almond tree is officially his. The rest of the items can be picked up immediately after payment. Seo Ju-hyun nods and picks up the phone, saying he's going to call his assistants with his money. The employee says with a smile that he understands, but only a dial tone is heard on the phone, making Seo Ju-hyun wary and wondering why no one is answering. Squinting his eyes, he immediately realizes that something is amiss here. Recalling how he left the gang to come to their senses and guard the money while he himself left for the auction, Seo Ju-hyun initially suggests that those simply couldn't resist temptation and made off with the cash. So he stops the auction worker who is already leaving and says he has a small request, and pulling out a bundle of bills from behind his back, claims that there is nothing special in his request, but the performer will be generously rewarded. Meanwhile, the gang is running through some alleys, clutching bags of money. They believe that if they run far away, no one will be able to find them. One of them asks for some rest, while the other doubts it's worth it, even if their load is heavy. Eventually, Seung-woo does agree to stop, admitting that he's exhausted himself too, and at the same time asks if they've taken all they could. The others confirm, at the same time rejoicing at how rich they are now, and thinking that what they have stolen will be enough for them to live to a ripe old age without any worries. Suddenly, a terrible blow hits the wall very close to Seung-woo's head, causing him to stagger back. With a grim shadow on his face, Seo Ju-hyun stands in front of them, asking how dare they take his money and run away. His subordinates shout fearfully, demanding to know how he found them. Taking the golden axe out of the crack in the wall he'd pierced and approaching the frightened gang, Seo Ju-hyun mentally dismissively replies that it was easy to find them with the relic. Seung-woo starts to make some lame excuses, but Seo Ju-hyun suggests he shut up unless he just wants to lose his head. Someone immediately starts wailing that they were wrong and realize it. Seo Ju-hyun reaches into his pocket for some sort of item, regretfully saying that he'll probably have to use it. Seung-woo perplexedly remarks that it's a stone used to clean souls, to which Seo Ju-hyun advises him to just look more closely to understand. He clenched the relic in his fist, and a previously restrained power began to emanate from it. Behind Seo Ju-hyun's back, a column with an ancient bas-relief suddenly appears, and a small stone tablet appears in his hands. This relic is a code of laws created by King Hammurabi in the time of ancient Babylon. And one of the laws it is famous for is an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Seo Ju-hyun's subordinates shriek in fright, unable to believe what they see before them. Seo Ju-hyun presents a small diagram where a person who shoots an arrow at the relic holder gets the arrow back in their direction. This is because the codex is an excellent protective relic, capable of turning back any bad action. To his subordinates, he tells them that it is one of the new relics he was able to buy at the auction, and he was able to get it earlier because one of the employees went along with it. Activating the relic with the phrase, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, Seo Juhong grinningly promises to repay them for their betrayal in the same coin. Ribbons of light immediately wrapped around the wrists of his subordinates, causing them to shriek, and the text on the stone tablet begins to imprint. Looking at it, Seo Juhong exhales, admitting that he wasn't sure it would work as it should, but it seems to be okay now. As stated in the relic's description, the code phrase will return any attack to the enemy, regardless of its level or strength. Standing in front of his restrained subordinates, he remarks that he has always wondered if the code could limit people's actions in the present and future, given that it was originally a set of laws. And that's exactly what the law is used for. Meanwhile, the shackles on his hands disappear, leaving Wu to wonder what that just was. Seo Juhong explains with a chuckle that it's no big deal. He was just testing the item he received, and from now on, the gang just doesn't need to betray him, and then nothing bad should happen to them. If they do take a chance, however, they'll be torn to shreds. Of course, Wu cries out in disbelief, and Seo Juhong merely adds that he can consider that he has voluntarily signed up to sell himself into slavery, to which he immediately indignantly tries to understand on what grounds. The other subordinates, however, are inclined to believe that this is the case, and try to convince Wu of this by saying that a healthy stone pillar has appeared by itself. Wu nervously asks if Seo Juhyun is psychic, but the latter, hiding the relic, simply confirms it. Seo Juhong also graciously warns them that the whole world is about to be turned upside down, but his subordinates will be fine because he will take care of his property. Looking at the not-so-enthusiastic subordinates, he says that they will benefit so-and-so, and he will even reward them for a job well done. Nodding at the bag thrown on the ground, Seo Juhong promises that they can earn an amount even more than what is there. He will just let them make money for as long as they want. This offer makes one ask, is this serious? Wu, on the other hand, just nods, saying that okay, they understood that. However, there was one question left. He asks a grinning Seo Juhong what exactly they'll have to do, to which he says they'll see for themselves soon enough. The very next day at the hotel, the subordinates are already standing in Seo Juhong's room, looking at the gardening tools in amazement, and saying that they came at 9 as agreed. However, they clearly can't understand what it all means or why these supplies are in the room. Seo Juhyun, on the other hand, mockingly asks why they're surprised, since this will also be part of their job. He draws the gang's attention to an almond tree nearby, calling it cranky, and he says that the task of his subordinates is to feed and grow it. The tree itself lies on a thin layer of earth and complains about how dare anyone treat it like that. Wu immediately cries out, surprised that the tree is squeaking. Picking up the mug from the table, Seo Juhong promises that the plant won't bite, so they just need to hurry up and transplant it into the pot. And he really doesn't want to repeat the task twice. Also, offhandedly, he mentions that the relic is estimated to be worth $500 million, so the gang should be careful. Wu can barely believe such numbers, and the tree only now notices the stranger who picked it up. Seo Juhong drinks quietly and watches the others work while listening to what the tree says. The tree is quite happy with this treatment. While his subordinates are planting the plant, it graciously announces that it is accepting this person, which makes Seo Juhong surprised to discover that these people are not bad at communicating with relics. He recalls how he tried to curb the tree, and as a result was still able to make a contract with it. However, its cries were so deafening that it was impossible to sleep. The thing is that healing relics hate those who use the path of submission, preferring people who develop the path of communication. So his subordinates, who were currently tending to the plant, would be perfect for the role of his nannies. Seo Juhong remarks with a chuckle that he only gave them the job in the first place because he didn't want to get his hands dirty, and he didn't even think they would be that good at this kind of work. Suddenly, someone starts calling him, and Seo Juhyun recognizes the number, albeit not immediately. He'll remember it always, even if he doesn't have it on tape. So he picks up the phone and says he's listening. On the other end of the line is Director Quan. He introduces himself as the owner of TCVM and asks if Seo Juhyun is talking to him. He confirms this and asks what business Director Quan has with him. Seo Juhyun knew from the beginning that the number belonged to this old man, and if he's calling himself, it means he's already started digging into Seo Juhyun. Quan suggests getting straight to the point and says that he heard that Seo Juhyun was the one who took the almond tree from Irina Hilton. So he would like to arrange a meeting to discuss the matter. Seo Juhyun mentally notes that the old man was quick to sniff out everything, and instead of agreeing, he replies that he has nothing more to say about the tree, and in general he has to end this conversation because of his busyness. This behavior obviously surprises Quan. He bows out at the hung-up caller while Yoon Si-woo cautiously clarifies what's wrong. Did the conversation go awry? Quan forcefully drops the phone on the table and paints a colorful description of how Seo Juhyun didn't even want to listen to what they wanted to tell him, and instead simply ended the call. Such absurd behavior causes Yun Shiwu to interject incredulously. However, he immediately gets his bearings and begins to berate Xiao Zhuhong, calling him a rude bastard without a shred of respect. Quan himself only curses him. He recognizes that even if Xiao Zhuhong were a disrespectful idiot, he still has the almond tree, and of all the relics Quan has seen, this one has the most powerful aura. He adds that he knew he had to go all the way to get the thing, and it was only Yun Shiwu's intrusive comments that stopped him. The man is visibly nervous, so he bows deeply, begging for forgiveness. Yun Shiwu thinks to himself that it just can't be his fault, because he did the best thing he could have done in that situation. Frowning, he realizes that one way or another, he'll have to solve the problem. But it's the perfect chance to prove himself to Quan. Yun Shiwu promises that he will take full responsibility for what happened and do his best to resolve the misunderstanding. He asks if he can use any means necessary. With fire in his eyes, Yun Shiwu boasts that he won't have any problems, since Xiao Zhuhong is just a foolish youngster. However, he needs permission to use some relics from the TKWM to fulfill it. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Xiao Zhuhian is inundated with questions from his subordinates. They want to know if the caller was Director Quan from TKWM, and if so, how does he know Xiao Zhuhian? And then why did he just hang up? Xiong Wu clearly doesn't understand Xiao Jun's actions, accusing him of being stupid. He adds that you should follow the news, and then you'll know that he's one of the most powerful men in the country. As he gets dressed, Xiao Zhuhian just thinks that the place is noisier than before. Finally, after pulling out a golden axe, Xiao Zhuhong remarks that someone should be more polite if they don't want to be stripped of half of their body. Xiong Wu immediately backs down. Xiao Zhuhong simply warns that he's about to leave, ordering his subordinates to take care of the plant. Also, they must not forget the daily photo report on its condition. Xiong Wu is already ready to wave his palm joyfully. At the same time, Xiao Zhuhun, heading for the door, reminds them not to do anything stupid, because they know full well of the consequences. Xiong Wu does yell back that he won't forget that. Walking down the hallway, Xiao Zhuhong explains that Quan is the kind of person who tries to get what he wants by any means possible, which means they'll soon try to track him down, and even attack him. Pulling out a silver axe from behind his sinus, Xiao Zhuhong decides that if he wants to keep the elixir intact, he'll have to deal with Director Quan's men. Considering that the relic had already started to react, it meant that Quan had already done something. Because of that, Xiao Zhuhong intentionally moved around a lot in the open, waiting for the tale to catch on. And eventually he succeeds. Someone catches his attention. It turns out to be Yun Siwu talking on the phone. Apparently there are no other people with him, and he works alone. Which means that TCVM still looks down on Xiao Zhuhian. And yet something's not quite right. Yun Shiwu is surrounded by an aura of faint but still discernible power. So he decided to take the relic with him. Xiao Zhuhong grins smugly. He has a good plan for just such an occasion. Meanwhile, standing under the bar's windows, Yun Siwu is arguing with someone on the phone, asking what time it is already. He angrily asks if his interlocutor is sure of his information and why he should believe him at all. As he climbs the stairs, Yun Siwu even threatens that if this continues, his interlocutor will not receive any compensation for his labor. However, as he stands higher up, his eyes widen in amazement. He sees the one he has been looking for all along. Xiao Zhuhong sits at the counter with his back to Yun Siwu, drinking his cocktail and not looking at the audience at all. So Yun Shiwu approaches him from behind and asks him if he's Xiao Zhuhong. He just hums. The stalker has taken the bait like a fool. Xiao Zhuhong still doesn't answer his question, instead thinking that Yun Shiwu probably doesn't even realize that he's the one trapped here. Meanwhile, Yun Shiwu is freaking out, knowing full well that his first appeal has been heard. So he tries to politely call out Xiao Zhuhong again. But the one still doesn't react, turning the situation into something absurd. Yun Shiwu slaps his hand on the table and rudely asks if Xiao Zhuhong is deaf. At the same time, he starts to explain that if someone starts talking to him, he should. But then Xiao Zhuhong rises up, and with a sudden movement topples Yun Siwu to the floor, towering over him. The bartender behind the bar barely has time to be surprised. Xiao Zhuhun accuses Yun Shiwu of having disgusting manners, wondering where he learned them, and asks how he dares to yell at someone he's seeing for the first time, because in order to do business together, communication should start respectfully. But sitting on the floor, Yun Shiwu blames Xiao Zhuhong for starting it first, and at the same time, it gives him the perfect opportunity to study the relic's aura properly. After taking a closer look at it, Xiao Zhuhong decides that he will keep it for himself. Yun Shiwu shakes it off, asking how Xiao Zhuhong even dared to hit him, and he in turn thinks about how Quan probably still looks down on him since he trusted one person to do the job. After finally deciding that he'll take whatever relics Yun Shiwu has with him, Xiaoju Hong tells him to work on his behavior. Afterward, he immediately changes the subject, saying that since Yun Shiwu has a case, he can start talking about it because Xiaoju Hong will listen to him. Yun Shiwu just mumbles curses. But for Director Quan's sake, he decides to swallow his resentment after all. He reminds Xiaoju Hyun that they met at Midas yesterday, and it's about a case there. Xiaoju Hoon is feigned surprise, saying he doesn't remember seeing Yun Shiwu's face, and he demands that he stop playing dumb because he knows exactly what he saw. With that clarification, Xiaoju Hong immediately nods with a smile, saying that's right, he remembered. There was a loser there that was always trying to get ahead in front of old man Quan. This kind of insult makes Yun Shiwu boil over in an instant. He threateningly asks Xiaoju Hong what Xiaoju Hong said, but he glances at the notice window instead, pleased that just as he thought, he was able to find the fool's weak spot. Losing his temper makes him lose control of the relics. Yun Siwoo in his flashbacks is also easily provoked because, due to his inferiority complex, he is constantly trying to show how important and significant he is. He was once supposed to take control over the firm, but because of his character he made a mistake and was kicked out. It is only because of Quan that he has achieved some success in life and now works to rise in his eyes without bowing down to others. Seo Ju-hong recalls how Yun Shi-woo used to take every opportunity to harass and yell in the past. If he was pressed on his weakness, he would immediately lose his mind and go into a rage. In his flashback, Yun Shi-woo grabs the relic, threateningly asking if Seo Ju-hong is done talking and promising not to let him go this time without punishment. However, despite his anger, nothing happens, and the relic remains just an ornate trinket, leaving Yun Shi-woo perplexed. Seo Ju-hoon silently turns around and walks away. Yun Si-woo is still waving the relic behind Seo Ju-hong's back, demanding him to stop, but he pays no attention. Yun Si-woo is unable to control high-rank relics properly, because controlling them depends on one's mental state. So, Seo Ju-hyun should take advantage of this opportunity now. He casually says that he remembered that Director Quan had called him earlier, but Seo Ju-hyun really needs the plant. He asks what he should do. Yun Shi-woo demands to know what he's talking about. Seo Ju-hong calmly replies that he means he won't give the tree to them so easily, surprising his interlocutor. Seo Ju-hong actually states that he would probably give the relic if Yun Shi-woo tried, and asked nicely. He received the plant as a gift, so he can give it to someone who really wants it. Yun Shi-woo nervously ponders what he should do, calling Seo Ju-hong a disgusting person through his teeth. Still, as a result, he humbles himself and bows low to Seo Ju-hong, and even thanks him for working together before asking him to hand over the tree, claiming that it's extremely important to them. He curses Seo Ju-hong with his teeth, promising to tear him to pieces as soon as the relic is in his hands. But Seo Ju-hoon just laughs at Yun Shi-woo, marveling that he actually believed such nonsense. He even says that he would like to have such a stupid and efficient person as his subordinate. With an angry cry about how Seo Ju-hong even dares to do such a thing, Yun Shi-woo pries the cork from the flask of colored liquid with his finger. He pounces on Seo Ju-hong, yelling that he should have done this from the beginning, and promises that he'll make him his slave and then take his life. Seo Ju-hong stands still, asking mockingly if Yun Shi-woo was really going to use this. While Yun Shi-woo tries to hit Seo Ju-hong with a flask, the latter only mockingly advises him not to do something like that. There's obviously no effect, and so Yun Si-woo looks at the relic in his hand in amazement, wondering why it doesn't want to work. At the same moment, without ceremony or paying attention to Yun Shi-woo's scream, Seo Ju-hong roughly grabs him by the hair, and then, asking if he hadn't warned him, he slams his face into the floor with force. Yun Si-woo yells something about how his nose is hurt. Seo Ju-hong explains that of course nothing will work, since Yun Shi-woo has lost control of the relics like a fool. The notification window reports the same thing. Pinned to the floor, Yun Shi-woo is surprised that someone is aware of the relics. But Seo Ju-hong confirms that he knows without explaining, and takes the flask from Yun Shi-woo's hands. He immediately tries to hold it back, asking her to stop. Looking at the relic, Seo Ju-hong believes that this thing has the power to affect the mind, and simply declares himself to be its new owner. The relic, on the other hand, asks who he is. However, once she realizes the power of control Seo Ju-hong has, the flask stubbornly agrees to obey him from now on. Seo Jo-hyun immediately tilts the flask, pouring out some of its contents. It lands on Yun Si-woo's back, who immediately starts begging Seo Ju-hong to stop, offering to do anything but that to him. But with a sinister smile, Seo Ju-hong continues explaining that this relic is called Voodoo Priest Zombie Powder, is a rank, and has some remarkable feature. A few mindless zombies wandering somewhere. The voodoo cult began in Africa when there were many slaves. and one of the beliefs suggested that the punishment for committing a sin was to become a zombie. All sorts of rumors and gossip intertwined so that soon everyone was sure that it was true. And this, in turn, helped this relic to be born. If you touch this powder, your sanity will leave you, and the person will become a zombie. Seo Juhong smirks, thinking that being defeated by a relic that you've used yourself suits Yoon Shiwoo very well. As the bartender checks on Yoon Shiwoo lying on the floor, Seo Ju-hoon quietly walks away, thinking that should be enough for Quan to leave him alone for a while. And now he has to hurry up and get the relics, because it's time to leave this place. Meanwhile, Director Quan looks on in displeasure, and the staff members accompanying him look on in amazement and disbelief at the sight that has been revealed to them. In front of them, Yoon Si-woo wanders behind bars with no hint of reason and empty eyes while a policeman asks if it's their employee. Quan doesn't answer and simply turns away from the camera as the policeman repeats his question with obvious distaste. The staff who came with the director still recognize him and say that he is the department head, Yoon Si-woo. A news story is open on my phone about a Korean man in downtown Las Vegas scaring people by walking around naked. The police arrested him, attributing the behavior to either drug use or mental problems. This note is read by Director Quan, cursing Yoon Si-woo when someone calls out to him. The subordinate wants to know what they should do now, given that there's no way to cover up the scandal, and Yoon Si-woo has still been able to come to his senses. Quan replies that there's nothing they can do but comply. He is outraged that information about the incident has spread not only in America, but also in Korea. This scandal has disgraced his very name, and now Quan is being dragged through the mud. Quan demands the nervous subordinates to go now and fetch all the relics that Yoon Si-woo used. They hesitantly turn to the already turned-away principal, admitting that there might be some problems with that. And they explain that when Yoon Si-woo was detained, he didn't have anything on him, which makes one assume that all of his relics were confiscated or stolen earlier. This news shocks Quan. His subordinates immediately assure him that they will check all the places Yoon Si-woo has managed to visit in his quest. But Director Quan says it's useless. He already realizes that the relics were taken by the same person who was able to strip Yoon Si-woo of his mind. This in turn amazes his subordinates. They can't believe that someone else was able to put Yoon Si-woo into such a painful state. They even remember that he was an experienced and confident relic user, with sufficient skill and experience, and it was unlikely that anyone else could have handled him. Quan says that Seo Ju-hong must have done it, and either someone powerful is behind him, or he himself is capable of using high-rank relics. Therefore, Quan orders that a certain assistant of his named Lee Ji-ah be sent to Seo Ju-hong. His logic is quite simple. Considering that Seo Ju-hong is still very young, he will act like a good child if you offer him sweets. Meanwhile, Seo Ju-hyun himself makes his way to the airport in Las Vegas, preparing for his flight. Seung-woo tries to ask Seo Ju-hong what new thing he's brought, but he's staring at his phone, only reminding him to call him Hyung-nim. Seung-woo awkwardly corrects himself. Seo Ju-hoon reminds him not to lose anything, since all these things belong to him, to which Seung-woo remarks that these trinkets don't seem valuable to him. Seo Ju-hong is happy that he has managed to get so many relics here. All that remains now is to get them safely back to Korea. So he recalls one by one all the relics that came into his possession. In Korea, he had received a golden and silver axe, a lifeline, and the sword of Muramasa. At the Midas auction, he managed to obtain the Hammurabi Code, Shakespeare's feather, Marie Antoinette's pendant, and most importantly, the Emperor of Keen's elixir tree. In turn, from Yoon Si-woo, he was able to pick up zombie powder, foxtail grain, and Homer's glasses. For a starting arsenal of relics, Seo Ju-hong had more than enough, and he would be able to get his hands on more and more of them every day. His musings are interrupted by a man calling out to him by name, explicitly introducing himself as a special agent in the service of the TCVM. Not the least bit surprised, Seo Ju-hong simply notes that here comes Director Quan's second henchman. He looks at Lee Ji-ah and ponders what exactly she's up to. A little later, she and Seo Ju-hoon are sitting at an airport table across from each other and talking. Lee Ji-ah says that she knows that Seo Ju-hoon was the one who misappropriated Yoon Si-woo's relics, and he doesn't need to try to deny it or make excuses. Putting the folder on the table and motioning it toward Seo Ju-hoon, Lee Ji-ah informs him that Director Quan appreciated his skills nonetheless, since he was able to straighten out Yoon Si-woo. That's why she's here today to offer him a job on the TCVM search team. Seo Jo-hyun admits that all this time he was just wondering why Lee Ji-ah had come here. And now it turns out it's just because of the damn slave contract. Lee Ji-ah is clearly surprised to hear such an answer. She remarks that Seo Ju-hong's words are too harsh because there's no offer like this for him anywhere. Besides, they're offering $100 million in advance, in addition to the salary. She continues, saying that TCVM isn't even going to interfere with an employee's personal life, only work. Seo Ju-hyun sets the glass on the table with a clatter and interrupts to ask what will happen if he refuses. With a smile on his face, he states that this job can't give him anything that would be of interest to him. Besides, he already knows very well what old man Quan is up to. Lee Jia, from the side of someone with more experience, politely advises Seo Ju-hong to watch his language when talking to others, saying that it will help him and others. But for now, she'll pretend she didn't hear, realizing that he's still a boy. And then she's downright threatening, asking if Seo Ju-hyun has thought about what kind of punishment he might get for stealing. She also says that when a small insect dies in a small store, no one makes news out of it. And Seo Ju-hong's men can disappear just as well without leaving a trace, and he shouldn't think he's any different. Tot laughs, saying that now that's when Lee Jia exposed herself, trying to intimidate him. Seo Ju-hong frowns, summarizing her speech as a choice between joining the TCWM or dying. Then he offers her a little advice on his own behalf. Reaching into his pocket with his hand, he advises Lee Jia to always choose an opponent of her strength before engaging in a fight, provided, of course, that she values her own life. And after pulling out the zombie powder, he adds that the only one who will disappear without a trace is Lee Jia herself. She instantly recognizes the relic that Seo Ju-hyun is holding. Even though she's nervous, she still claims that she knows that because of the large number of witnesses around Seo Ju-hong won't decide to use this remedy. After all, he definitely doesn't want the relics to become public knowledge after all. Seo Ju-hyun replies that he now understands why she was so presumptuous and opens the cork of the relic, releasing some of her power. He asks if she's really sure he won't do anything. The sharp sound causes his subordinates to turn around, raising their heads. Seung-woo assumes that the sound was coming from the cafe where Seo Ju-hong had recently gone. A subordinate suggests that perhaps now they should go in and check out what's going on. Falling to the floor, Lee Jia screams, panickedly shaking the specks of dust off his shoulder and demanding that Seo Ju-hong put it away. She accuses him of really being in over his head if he uses his own relics so openly. And Seo Ju-hyun just admits to her that he doesn't care if people find out about the relics or not, and that's what makes him drastically different from them. He even specifically addresses witnesses, urging them to hurry up and take pictures of the glowing powder, for example, and upload the video to the internet. Lee Jia calls him crazy for this. Seo Ju-hyun looks down at her and notices that her relic control must be insanely high since she remained conscious after touching the powder. While Lee Jia looks at him warily, he even suggests that she use her chance to attack right now because the next strike from him she might not be able to fend off anymore. Lee Jia takes the advice and leaps to his feet in an instant, immediately snatching up the relic. She uses it to direct a wave of water at Seo Ju-hong, asking him to taste it. Seo Ju-hyun only remarks that it's a good move. Seo Ju-hong calmly applies the Hammurabi code, calling the column after him, and so innocently informs us that here is a relic he has with him. After uttering the coded an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, he orders Lee Jia's attack back, and she is immediately doused with all that water, causing her to shriek. Only then, while lifting herself off the ground, does she recognize Hammurabi's code. Seo Ju-hyun confirms that she thought right, but calls her a fool. He holds a silver axe over his head, asking him to chop down the enemy who had taken his life. Lee Jia immediately apologizes and admits his mistake. Seung-woo runs in, calling out to Seo Ju-hong to see what he's doing. He can't believe that he would really just kill a man in the middle of the day. But Seo Ju-hyun replies that there's no need to worry so much because it won't actually kill anyone. Lowering the axe to a terrified Lee Jia, he promises that it will just destroy something very precious to this man. Security at the airport is worried because they heard a noise like an explosion coming from the cafe. They assume it could be a terrorist attack and demand that all entrances and exits be sealed off and the area protected. Director Quan stands and listens while a security man reports to the commander that they have learned that a certain naked girl is disturbing customers outside the cafe. The commander can't believe what he hears. Quan turns around and, clenching his teeth, asks how Seo Ju-hong dared to do something like that. Seo Ju-hyun himself, meanwhile, picks up a certain item from the floor, while Seung-woo babbles on about how he can't even believe that the rumors about spirits in some things ended up being true. Seo Ju-hyun examines the relic he picked up and notices that Lee Jia dropped it, and he wonders what kind of power it has. Seung-woo takes the chance to ask what kind of relic he's talking about. Examining the notification window above the relic that doesn't tell him much, Seo Ju-hong promises that Seung-woo will find out soon. Suddenly, he hears the relic addressing him. He raises his head. Relic asks him to follow her voice, and Seo Ju-hong's subordinates obviously don't understand what's going on. The voice warns that Seo Ju-hong's place is about to fall into chaos. He asks if that raven is talking to him, but only Seung-woo answers him, asking him to stop scaring him like this, chattering to the air all of a sudden. So Xiao Juhong realizes that he is the only one who hears this voice. Relic tells him to hurry up and follow her, and Seo Juhyun mentally scolds her, telling her not to boss him around, but turns around nonetheless. He accuses the Raven of sending him back in time without any warning, and turning his life into some kind of game before he decided to have a chat. And at the same time, he tries to punch the air with his fists, while Xiongwu watches, incomprehensibly. Raven warns that Seo Juhong will still regret not heeding the warning, but he doesn't care because he's not going to believe the relic. Suddenly, Director Quan is nearby and remarks with a smile that Seo Juhyun put on a good show like this. Quan assumes he's talking to Seo Juhong now, and the latter turns around, not very pleased with his presence. But with a smile, he confirms that he is Seo Juhong, while Seung Woo mumbles nearby, not realizing what's going on and hoping everything will be okay. Director Quan remarks that this is their first such meeting and introduces himself. Seo Juhong's subordinates hurriedly greet him. Seung Woo says it's nice to meet you before he starts to feel something strange. He shivers, admitting that his body can't move. Seo Juhong throws a concerned look at him. Looking at the dark aura engulfing and sinisterly grinning Quan, Seo Juhong bows out at him mentally. And without hesitation, he immediately snatches a relic in the form of a dagger from his holster, rushing towards Quan, and as a result, ends up behind him, putting his blade to the throat of a slightly nervous Quan, who is nervous about this turn of events. With a chuckle, Seo Juhong remarks that such careless actions cause problems for other people, and that Quan shouldn't resort to dominating people, especially if they are subordinates to someone. So he suggests to a grudgingly frowning Quan to stop it right now, assuring him that it's for the best. Quan grudgingly agrees, saying that he finally understands everything. While Seo Juhong's subordinates are happy to be free again, he notices that he has found the reason why both Yoon Si-woo and Lee Ji-ah are in a similar state. Quan recognizes that Seo Juhong's abilities are much stronger than he expected them to be, and also that he must have a special talent for controlling relics. He adds that in that case, he won't hold back anymore. Seo Juhyun hums in amusement and surprise. Looking directly into his interlocutor's eyes, Quan informs him that he once heard a prophecy that said that people would discover the existence of relics at some point in time, and immediately admits that he wouldn't like this outcome because he has his own plans for these relics. Seo Juhyun, on the other hand, concludes that Quan collected some predictions using a future guide. Gathering the ominous energy crackling with black lightning around his palm, Quan concludes his speech with the solution he has found. Get rid of all people who know about the relics in an attempt to delay the fulfillment of the prophecy. Throwing a stream of dark energy forward, he adds that this is, among other things, a great reason to get rid of people like Seo Juhong. His subordinates cover themselves with their hands against this flow, barely staying on their feet and exclaiming that it's happening again. And Seo Juhyun stands perfectly still and asks, did Quan decide to show everyone his true colors so quickly? Quan, on the other hand, stares at him in shock, not understanding why Seo Juhong is still here since the relic he used was supposed to transport him and his men to some alternate reality. Seo Juhyun, showing him the 2 black tickets, asks with a smile if this is the relic Quan is talking about. He indignantly calls him a scoundrel and demands to know when he stole them. Seo Juhyun, on the other hand, explains that he did it at the same moment he threatened Quan with the dagger. He adds that his hands are quite dexterous. Then with a smile, he declares that he should probably use this relic too. Quan faintly gritted his teeth in anger, baring his teeth at Seo Juhong. He asks how the man even dared to steal his relic, to which Seo Juhyun replies that such an important item should have just been better guarded. Seo Juhong remarks to himself that Quan used to praise him for his thieving ability, so I wonder how he feels now. A window also appears in front of him, informing him that the level of his pickpocketing ability has increased. He asks the Raven if the latter will continue to frame the whole thing as a game, but quickly forgets the question, asking for a better assessment of the relic. The analysis shows that this is a divine-level relic being used. Seo Juhong notes that unfortunately, his dominance ability is weak to deal with such a relic, so he stashes the relic in his pocket, lamenting that he can't send this old man to another dimension. Quan is surprised that Seo Juhong is still going to fight, and says that he's mistaken if he thinks it's the only relic he had with him. Seo Juhong is actually alarmed, immediately assuming what exactly else he might have with him. His subordinates can barely handle the onslaught of energy, while Seo Juhong explains what he knew. Quan always has a few powerful relics with him, but it's one of the strongest things at all, after all, the Enslaver's relic. This relic allows you to control the mind of any person, gaining absolute power over them. And just like Arena's relic, this one belongs to the parasitic type. In Seo Juhong's past life, he couldn't find out anything about her because she was constantly at Quan's fingertips, and all he knows is the fact that she's parasitized somewhere on her body, nothing more. Frowning, Seo Juhong calculates his chances, He could strip Quan of his arms and legs to get more information about the parasite, but that would be difficult because he also has a protective relic with him. That is to say, Quan can be compared to an impregnable fortress equipped with powerful weapons. That one asks Seo Juhong with a chuckle, was he really scared? And after all, Quan didn't even activate his relic fully. Seo Juhong adds that the Quan relic makes a deafening noise after it's activated, and its energy flows become chaotic, and if he continues, chaos will reign. Already, ordinary people nearby are beginning to notice that something wrong is happening. Seo Juhyun grinned, wondering if something was wrong. After all, Quan had said that he didn't want the public to know about the relics. Gathering lightning in the palms of his hands, Quan waves it off, finding nothing much to worry about, and just assuming that the rest of the witnesses will have to be dealt with as well. However, if Seo Juhong leaves here alive, it will be a bigger problem for him. With triumph in his eyes, Quan announces that the hour has come when Seo Juhong will submit to him completely. Suddenly, a raven appears in the air, demanding that the brawl stop, shocking both Seo Juhong and Quan. He says that this place is dangerous, with ferocious jackals sleeping in it, and if this fighting doesn't stop, they will awaken from their slumber. But the first thing Quan notices is the raven's colossal aura. He assumes it must be a high-ranking relic. Seo Juhong, meanwhile, tries to understand the raven by remembering stories that may have featured jackals. He recalls only Egyptian myths about Anubis, the god of death, and suggests then that perhaps this place is a tomb. Meanwhile, Quan is adamant that this is simply the best outcome of any possible outcome, increasing the flow of energy around him to the point where it begins to blind even Seo Juhong. Quan boasts that he'll take the raven-shaped relic for himself once he's done with it. But the crow just calls him a fool. Suddenly, everything around him starts to shake, causing Seo Juhong's subordinates to panic, shouting about earthquakes. This causes Quan himself to be frightened as well. He looks around in panic, trying to figure out what's going on, and in front of Seo Juhong, several windows unfold one after another. One warns that a deadly aura is trying to affect his body. Another warns that his relics are damaged because of this aura. A third reports that the relics are appearing en masse. Looking out the airport window, he realizes that the scene he is witnessing can only be called a great catastrophe. It had begun and ushered in an era of chaotic relics. The airport is crumbling due to the emerging Egyptian structures that are definitely part of the Anubis relic tomb. Now the airport looks like it would be in the middle of the desert with its pyramids. Not only it, but the whole world has been turned into a giant tomb. The great catastrophe is the appearance of giant tombs in a wave across the planet. Las Vegas is destroyed. An active volcano has appeared in the heart of Tokyo, spewing puffs of smoke. Seoul was torn apart by lightning from a sky draped in red clouds. The window reports that deadly Egyptian tombs are popping up all over the world, and Seo Juhong wonders what he should do now that he's being called by name. It's Seung Woo, wanting to know what's going on around him. Seo Ju Hyun replies that it's nothing, but they're all locked inside a very dangerous tomb right now. He adds that nothing would have happened if an old man hadn't started bragging about his abilities. Quan tries to justify that it's never happened before, while Seung Woo worries that they're locked in, wanting to know how to get out. Seo Juhong explains to his subordinates that since they can't just leave, it's their job to clean up the tomb, and after that, they'll be free to go. The problem is that it's not that easy to do so. He recalls that in his previous life, it took him 3 months to clean up a similar tomb created by a disaster. However, the situation now is completely different from what it was before. Eventually, Seo Juhong decides that it's even good that they start in the center of the tomb, and tells his subordinates to follow him to meet the master of the place. Those agree tentatively. But then, Director Quan, after waiting for the right moment, orders everyone to stop. Channeling the dark energy with an open palm, he reminds them that he wasn't actually authorizing anyone to leave. Seo Ju-hyun asks him almost tiredly, is he really going to do this, even though their situation? After all, it's clear to even a fool that they need to deal with the tomb first before returning to the feud afterward. But Quan replies with an evil smirk that he'll think about it after he's dealt with them, especially so he can appropriate the relic of this tomb as well. Seo Juhong frowns, cursing mentally at him. He's afraid that this isn't all just an unfortunate coincidence and swears that he'll do everything he can just to leave this place. Quan clenches his fist and orders everyone present to comply, wanting to use his relic on them. A terrifying force presses down on Seo Juhong and his subordinates. The latter even fall to their knees while he still holds on, and even reports through clenched teeth that Quan is habitually overly assertive. Quan, towering over Seo Juhong, notices with some surprise that he is still cursing, noting that he shouldn't talk about his own master that way. Seo Juhong falls to his knees with a painful groan. Seung Woo, who is already being pinned to the ground by the power of compulsion, wails that if this doesn't stop, they'll just die, panickingly asking Seo Juhong, are they really destined to stay here? Meanwhile, Quan himself is getting a little nervous, since he can't suppress them all so easily. He's used to the fact that others can easily lose their minds at the slightest impact. Suddenly, the voice of a relic is heard, reporting that someone was right, and these pathetic people have the potential to dominate the relics. This surprises both Quan and Xiao Juhong, causing both of them to turn their heads in the direction of the voice. Quan rudely asks the imposing figure floating in the air about who he is. The monster opens his mouth, showing his fangs, and replies that he should be the one asking who they are and why they are making a mess on their property. Xiao Juhong, meanwhile, sits down and comes to his senses, glad to be free. He believes that because of the relic's interference, Quan's submission isn't working as it should. He scrutinizes the hovering dog-like monster and immediately determines that it is Seth, a relic of divine rank, lamenting that of all the things that could have happened to them, they got to open the tomb of this relic. Recalling how Seth was depicted in Egypt, Xiao Juhong explains that he was one of the major gods and was responsible for the desert, chaos, and evil. His relic became unusually cruel because of this, and was known for destroying the owner's life. Another monster, the black one, notices that it is beyond comprehension to obey a human, so they need to get rid of them. Seth agrees with this argument and even adds that he would be doing people a favor by taking their lives all away. Xiongwu cries out in panic, detecting the presence of a new monster while Xiao Juhong looks it over carefully before realizing something. The black hound itself is probably Anubis, but the necklace around his neck is Osiris, hinted at by the chain and the curve of the metal. Recalling these gods in mythology, Xiao Juhong adds that both Osiris and Anubis were among the major gods. Only Osiris ruled over fertility and the afterlife, while Anubis ruled over tombs and doom, accompanying the worthy dead. But considering that Seth is here besides them, it means that 3 divine-level relics have gathered in one place. Xiao Juhong notes with a smile that he's now not surprised that in his past life, the tombs all didn't end. Seth asks Anubis what kind of test they should give the mortals to have fun while they die, but he doesn't know what to choose yet either. Suddenly Seth, as if awake, shows his fangs and says that this makes no sense at all, that there is no need to show leniency and throw away any trials. Anubis, clearly disagreeing, advises him to be patient. While Seth complains that he's uncomfortable even just being around people, Xiao Juhian looks at the notifications about his immunity growing with a chuckle, saying that it's even interesting. He notices, though, that there's no intention of letting them go alive. Eventually, Seth announces that he will start first, and that the best way to deal with such nasty insects is to show how relics are superior in power to humans. Xiao Juhian clenched her teeth and looked at him, realizing that now this is where things start to get serious. Bright flashes of light flood the entire room. As soon as Seth's relics begin to attack, the others support him, causing a horrible aura to engulf everyone in just a few seconds. One subordinate of Xiao Juhong, shrouded in supernatural energy, panics and screams, wanting to understand what's going on after discovering that he's bleeding himself. The other coughs up that blood, causing Xiongwu to ask worriedly if he's okay. Xiao Juhong looks around tensely. Xiao Juhong draws a disappointing conclusion. Without immunity, the body cannot withstand the pressure of such a force, and therefore gradually begins to deteriorate. And even Director Quan falls to his knees, not realizing what is happening to him. Even he, with all his relics, cannot resist such an aura. Xiao Juhong instructs Xiongwu that he and the others should find another place and hide there, because if the relics see them as mere insects, they'll let them escape. Xiong-Wu admits that he doesn't even know if he should be happy about his good fortune. Xiongwu commands one subordinate to hold the other more firmly as they carry him, despite how the first notices that he's not feeling so good either. Xiao Juhong watches them while Quan indignantly wonders where they're running to. Afterward, he shifts his attention to Xiao Juhong, angrily wondering how he can even stand on his feet. Xiao Juhian explains, with a smile, that it's all because of the difference in his and Quan's abilities, causing the latter to swear after receiving such a cheeky response. Seth grudgingly asks why Xiao Juhong is still on his feet, to which Anubis suggests that maybe they just weren't using enough force, getting the recommendation to do their job properly. Exactly before Xiao Juhong activates Hammurabi's code, the relic suddenly notices that his scent is familiar to him. Unfolding the relief column behind his back, Xiao Juhong wondered with a smile. Was this really all that relics could do? Anubis laughs at him, wondering what Xiao Juhian even plans to do with his relic, while Seth remarks that the difference between them and this thing is mind-boggling. Seth promises that he will still make Xiao Juhong regret his arrogance before unleashing waves of scarlet power and lightning stronger than before. But Xiao Juhong, expecting just that, utters the code phrase with a broad grin. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, suggesting that the relics should try to withstand their own power. Streams of energy hitting the protective field of Hammurabi's code did reflect. The protective relic did not fail. Relics, struck by their own attack, scream in pain, questioning how this is even possible. Seo Juhong remarks with a satisfied chuckle that this is what always happens when you rely too much on ranks and weaken your defenses. Anubis decides that this means they should get serious. He suggests that Seth use his powers and attack Seo Juhong. But Seth, grinning his fangs, refuses, as using the abilities will reduce their life energy. But Seth was now absolutely certain that the scent he had smelled from Seo Juhong definitely belonged to the raven. He could still smell its traces now. Osiris is surprised at the mere mention of this name. He calls the raven a traitor who has taken the side of men, but finds its presence impossible, given that it was sealed long ago. So Anubis concludes that Seth's sense of smell is failing him. He immediately becomes indignant, thinking he's being disruptive, because his nose is perfectly fine. Seo Juhong, watching them fight, remarks that he was wondering why the relics didn't start fighting each other originally, and especially since Osiris and Set are in the same room. Their fight seems inevitable. He recalls that in the myths, Seth did something unforgivable. Because of his terrible jealousy of his own brother, he ended up taking his own life. And given how the relics are barking at each other right now, Seo Juhong concludes that all these stories about them from the past are affecting their relationships in the present as well. Squinting, he decides that now is just the perfect moment to attack the trio of relics, given how engrossed they are in their own strife. But Anubis seems to realize something, noticing Seo Juhong moving closer to them. He thinks he's up to something, and tells the other relics to stop arguing and instead attend to their assigned task. And as a result, Anubis still has to nervously admit to himself that this is a problem he has to deal with on his own. Seo Juhong recognizes him as the only sane one among the relics and declares that he will beat him first. Anubis laughingly calls him a self-righteous fool. And afterward he offers to see if Seo Juhong can survive his ordeal by enveloping him in a ray of yellow light. The floor beneath Seo Juhong's feet seemed to vaporize, knocking him out. Now he's flying down, passing out and trying to figure out what's even going on while Anubis blusters that someone like him would never make it through this ordeal. The words about the test make Seo Juhong wary, clenching his teeth. He starts to think about what exactly is going to happen, but is distracted by the not-so-soft landing. As he gets up and complains about his bruised back, he immediately realizes how unusual a place he is in. Seo Juhong stands on a scale large enough to freely accommodate him whole. Anubis, now in a much more imposing anthropomorphic form towering over him, confirms the observation. According to him, this is the scales of justice, and he is about to begin the trial of Seo Juhong himself. Seo Juhong realizes that this means Anubis has decided to use his own trump card. He adds with a chuckle that if he can pull it off, this silly relic will belong to him immediately. A huge figure leans over the scales, watching the tiny figure in their bowl. Since the aura of the divine relic has no effect on Seo Juhong, Anubis has decided to take a different route, and in doing so has only created an opportunity for his own enslavement. Seo Juhong recalls meeting the owner of Anubis in a past life. He's a fairly ordinary kid who explains in a friendly manner that the relic will ask questions, all of which must be answered in the negative. The boy can't remember the specific questions, but he swears they're simple. Squinting at him, Seo Juhong decides that since the child has done well, he has nothing to fear. Several figures appear above his head to toe wrapped in black. Anubis announces contentedly that all the judges are in place, and he will now ask the 42 questions one by one. Squinting his red eye, he explains that the test will be considered passed if Seo Juhong can answer all the questions negatively. If he tries to lie, a beast lurking in the darkness will read his heart and punish him for it. Seo Juhong only thinks about the fact that Anubis's past owner didn't lie back then. It's really simple. But his first question makes him flinch nervously, because Anubis wants to know if Seo Juhong has ever stolen. As he drenches himself in sweat, he realizes that the answer to that is yes, and besides, he's made quite a bit of money off of it. Anubis laughs victoriously, saying he knew it, to which Seo Juhong hastily asks to be given a second, since he's still pondering the question. Relic graciously voices the second immediately as well, asking if he's ever lied. Seo Juhong bites his lip, realizing that there was no way he could answer honestly here as well. After all, he lied to people all the time. The questions come at him one after another. Did he hit anyone? Destroyed property? Coveted other people's money? Only now, when it's too late, does Seo Juhong realize the nature of the ordeal. Glancing nervously at the judges, he explains that it wasn't because of the difficulty of the questions that even a child was able to pass the test. He just hadn't lived long enough to accomplish anything on that long list. Anubis assumes that Seo Juhong isn't confident that he can answer no to at least one question out of 42. He asks if his assumption is correct, extending a huge, clawed hand. Relic simply grabs the much smaller Seo Juhong in his fist and says it's even expected for a man overwhelmed with sin. The man scolds. Anubis declares that the heart of the judged man is heavier than iron and tells him to go to hell where he will belong, lifting the captured Seo Juhong just above the horrible beast rampaging below. Looking at the crocodile's gaping mouth and glowing yellow eyes, Seo Juhong panically asks what kind of monster it even is, and asks him to stop and let him think briefly. But Anubis simply opens his palm, allowing Seo Juhong to fall into the jaws of the hungry beast, and all he can think about is how wrong he was. And now, swearing, also falling again, stubbornly reaching upward, the place he finds himself in is more like a cave. The place he finds himself in is more like a cave than anything he's ever seen before, filled with sand and bones buried in it. And it's tall and spacious, with the only obvious exit in the middle of the ceiling. Lying on the ground, Seo Juhong wrinkles his nose and weakly groans in pain, noting how hard the landing was. But then some sound makes him still raise his head and see what's up. A group of emaciated ghosts with eyes burning red approach him. Seo Juhong laughs nervously, saying that it's some kind of mockery, not giving him a second's peace. Still, he stands up, picking up a large bone from the ground to use as a weapon. Afterward, he holds out a makeshift baton in front of him, urging the creatures to attack him now. When the monsters jump at him from 3 sides at once, Seo Juhong repeats his call, shouting for them to attack all together. He promises to tear the attackers apart as he starts swinging his weapon. He blows off one monster's head and stabs the other in the back. But as he scatters the monsters around, Seo Juhong realizes he's still failing. There are too many of them. One monster gets so close that he is forced to put a bone in front of him so that the creature can close its teeth on it rather than bite Seo Juhong's arm. But due to the attacker's strength, he rolls on the ground while several more monsters get close to him from behind the first one. Seo Juhian, clenching his teeth, realizes that he can't do it on his own and wonders if this will be his end. Will he have to lose his life again? Suddenly, the Raven's voice suggests that he could definitely use some help, calling Seo Juhong the more foolish one. Rays of light begin to spill from his body, and eventually the flash becomes so powerful that it throws the monsters away and causes the others to stop frightened. The familiar figure of a 4-eyed raven soars in the glow high above Seo Juhong. Relic notices that it's been a long time since he's done something like this on his own. Seo Juhong rises to his feet, looking at the bird confused. He doesn't understand what he's talking about, nor how he came here so early if he was able to meet the raven after a long time in his previous life. Dropping lower, the raven laughs, replying that time doesn't matter because he stays the same. Seo Juhong manages to indignantly ask the relic to clarify what she's talking about before the noise distracts him. He sees the former monsters getting closer and closer, noticing that they are about to attack again. Raven says that nothing can be changed in this situation. He promises Seo Juhong to help him escape from this place, and then he briefly thinks about it and says that it would be extremely funny if the Egyptian gods died because of their own power. Seo Juhong takes the moment to seriously and directly ask the relic what it is and why it's suddenly helping him. But the raven doesn't respond, and instead flashes such a dazzling light that it not only makes the monsters startled, but also Seo Juhong cover himself with his hands. Meanwhile, Seth and Osiris look at the large, dark ball of power floating in front of them, noticing that the whole thing has taken much longer than they expected. The ball gradually goes bright blue cracks. Osiris asks if this means that the man inside is finished. But Seth thinks it's not, because that ball of space created by Anubis they were watching is collapsing from within. This causes Osiris to shriek in surprise. He doubts that a normal person would even be capable of such a thing. Quan, still crouching on the ground, listens to their conversation with grudgingly clenched teeth. Suddenly the sphere shattered into pieces, causing the relics to scream in amazement. And the moment a torrent of unprecedented power envelops them, Seth recognizes it. It is the power of the sun, God Ra. After the dust settles, the balloon is replaced by a raven and Seo Juhong, enveloped and supported by its power. Seth immediately exclaims that he knew the raven was involved, calling him an immortal freak. Osiris, meanwhile, worries about Anubis, asking him to wake up, and when he doesn't respond, knocks himself out powerless. Seth, baring his fangs, says that it was obviously the raven that did something to Anubis, now hanging powerlessly in the air, as if truly asleep. Seth says he was sure the raven had been sealed away and doesn't understand how it could have returned. He accuses the bird of choosing the side of the humans in his desire to destroy the relics and seize their power, and insults him. And when Seo Juhong already asks the raven if what he is accused of is true, the raven only remains silent without answering. Osiris tries to convince Seth that now is the time to use their powers, saying that they should handle this situation and let the others know at the same time. Enraged, Seth growls that they really have no other choice. And since things have turned out this way, he's going to tear everyone and everything to pieces. His aura flares up with a new, even more threatening force, enveloping everything around him in an ominous glow. Even the very space around Seo Juhong and the crow begins to collapse, sizzling with pure power. And from the cracks in the ground, hordes of the same ghosts that had nearly taken Seo Juhong's life earlier were leisurely climbing out. Osiris, on the other hand, proudly proclaims that he has used a more powerful spell this time, and now the undead souls will appear all over the world. Raven admits that he can't help Seo Juhong anymore, but he nods with a smile, saying that he's already figured it out, and he doesn't need anything else. The bird notices that it's as if he's not afraid of anything, and asks why that is. Raven adds that now that everyone else has escaped, Seo Juhong himself won't be able to get out of here anymore. But he, pulling out his katana, says not to take him for a fool. Waving his sword, he explains that the situation has been turned upside down, and he can now use all of his relics. And also, Seo Juhong states with a chuckle that he knows full well that the actual forms of all 3 relics must also be here somewhere. After all, they're essentially things that can't move on their own. He asks if he's right, but doesn't expect an answer. Instead, he soars high into the air with his sword over the ghosts that have risen from the ground. Crow laughs, finding Seo Juhong amusing, and promises that he will continue to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong himself cuts through the endless throngs of dead people with burning eyes, dealing them out with swift blows. 3 ghosts, different from all the others, hover motionless, holding various figures in their chests. Osiris urges the others to look at Seo Juhong, claiming that he is even having fun. But Seth argues that any human has a limit, unlike the undead army. The emblem in the left dead man's chest is his true form, just as the clock in the right one's chest is the true form of Osiris. Anubis, whose true form is Ankh, slowly comes to his senses, not realizing what is happening. He is advised to come to his senses, promising to destroy the enemy himself in the meantime. Osiris says that Seth will need to put in more effort this time, but he just laughs and says that he doesn't mind at all, offering to handle Seo Juhong once and for all. New ghosts rise up from the ground. What's more, at one point they are suddenly being tightly girdled with bandages. Being much stronger and taller now, the dead men loom dangerously over Seo Juhong. He obviously doesn't expect such a thing and nervously wonders what it is all of a sudden. Suddenly, one of the mummies attacks, smashing the surface of the ground with its fist. Seo Juhong hastily jumps back to stay alive, and immediately takes this opportunity to deliver his swift strike. Seo Juhong lands softly on the floor, but his sword remains in the dead man's body, barely managing to cut through the top few layers of bandages. Rising up, he recognizes that these mummies are far more durable than one might think. However, Seo Juhong just happens to have another blade, which he pulls out from behind his back. It's the same Egyptian ritual dagger. Relic marvels at the energy in the air, saying that it's similar to the one she had back home. Seo Juhong presents his relic to the others, and wonders if this reaction could be due to the fact that they are all compatriots. Dagger, on the other hand, exclaims that Anubis is just around the corner and that presence makes him feel omnipotent. Seo Juhong replies that this is fine and wonders if the dagger can find Anubis, offering to come closer and greet him, which the relic thinks is a great idea. Looking up at the approaching mummies from below, Seo Juhong orders the dagger to lead him to Anubis. Meanwhile, Seth, whose relic also happens to be inside the mummy, laughs contentedly, noting that the vessel has definitely gotten more comfortable with the enlargement, and he adds that he has plenty of room to spare. Anubis asks if Seth and Osiris used the abilities, and receives confirmation with the explanation that they had no other choice. Seth says that even though he doesn't understand the reason, the raven hunting for the relics has reappeared, and Anubis admits that he was defeated because of it. Seth remarks that their timing is bad, and that he would like to warn everyone else about the raven's appearance. He doesn't have time to say anything more, because Seo Juhong suddenly swoops in from behind, and in 2 movements, he cuts Seth's relic out of the mummy's body and splits it roughly down the middle, causing it to fly away. Seth tries to find out how Seo Juhong was able to discover him, breaking down into a painful moan, but receives only a sinister smirk in return and a wish to finally rest in peace. Seth's relic falls to the floor, split in 2 halves, and the other divine relics scream his name in shock. But then, a swift thrust of the blade cleaves the second mummy aslant across the throat. A relic of Osiris cut exactly in half in a patchwork of bandages can only wheeze that this can't be happening. The remaining Anubis can only helplessly call out his name before he too senses danger approaching. However, his mummy, the blade, cuts through the mummy in such a clever way that it does not touch the core, in which the artifact is hidden, but just cut off everything else unnecessary. Eventually freed from his bandages and encasement, An turns to Seo Juhong. Anubis asks why he is doing this, But all he gets in response is an admission that there is really no special reason. Seo Juhong grinningly asks the relic to start the test again, stating as a reason that the result of the previous one doesn't seem right to him. But An replies that he's never done anything like this for the same person. In addition, even if the trial starts over again, there's no way Seo Juhyun will be able to pass it. But the one with a smug grin declares that there is no such thing, and this time he will definitely manage. However, pointing his katana at Anubis, Seo Juhong says he has a small condition. The list of questions must be changed, or else the last divine relic will meet the same fate as Set and Osiris. Seo Juhong and the feather are balanced on giant scales. Anubis has no choice but to start the ordeal all over again, so the 42 judges and the scales are all set up again. However, there are some differences as well. For example, Anubis looks much worse, now barely as tall as Seo Juhong himself, who also notes this difference, and barely able to stand on his feet. Still, the relic begins, reading out the first question. But Seo Juhong roughly grabs Anubis by the throat, telling him to shut up, which amazes the relic, unaccustomed to such treatment. Seo Juhong explains that Anubis will have to ask questions in specific wording, and the first one should sound like, "You've never stolen?" Relic doesn't understand this. Anubis immediately opens his fanged mouth, indignantly noting that the question should be about involvement in theft, and that there is no point in 42 posthumous judges if the questions are phrased that way. But Seo Juhyun replies that he doesn't see why he should care about such details at all. After all, this isn't even a posthumous trial. He asks the relic if it thinks he's dead, but Anubis can only make a half-suffocated squeak. Seo Juhong lets go of the relic, causing it to fall to its knees, and then is told to repeat after him if Anubis wants to keep his life, and reminds him again that he can cut Anubis to pieces at any time if he doesn't follow orders. Relic asks why Seo Juhong is doing this, since people are supposed to desire their power. Doesn't he really care? Seo Juhyun replies with a chuckle that he's going to seize the power, but if he fails, he'll destroy its source. He says that if Anubis suddenly breaks, it will only mean that they are not meant to be together. Anubis doesn't know what to say to that, and so he remains silent, nervously pondering what he should do next. Eventually, he gives up and repeats the question in the correct wording, which causes the judges to look around incomprehensibly. Seo Juhong says he can't hear and asks to speak louder, to which Anubis bows out and repeats the question. But then Seo Juhong kicks Anubis right in the face, telling him to watch his words. He demands that he avoid swearing, showing respect for the man. For the third time, the relic mumbles the question in an emphatically respectful manner, addressing Seo Juhong as Sir. He is amused by this, and smiling confidently replies that no, he has never stolen. Trailing off, he ponders what he would come up with for the next question, causing Anubis to flash a look of indignation when he wonders if every question Seo Juhyun is going to change in a similar fashion. But Seo Juhong only looks at him expressively and says, of course. In the end, he still managed to answer all the questions in the negative, changing them to suit him. Anubis himself was ready to cry when the test came to an end. The notification windows report that Seo Juhong has completed the trial, obtained one of the 3 relics, and successfully cleared the Great Tomb. The space around him changes again, and in the palm of his hand remains that black and gold ankh, a relic of Anubis. Because of his possession of the divine relic, Seo Juhong's characteristics improve, flooding him with windows notifying him of changes, dominance, immunity, and even new ranks, causing Seo Juhong to conclude that the crow is definitely having fun out there. Deciding it's time to call it a day, he grips the relic tighter and tells her to close her own tomb, which causes a surge of power. The room they were in begins to collapse, crumbling with debris of stone. Director Quan, who has somehow gotten to his feet, is surprised by this and concludes that Seo Juhong has indeed managed to get hold of the tomb's relic. He looks at Seo Juhong, thinking that he is just a boy, but already an amazingly capable man. Not a rookie that Quan can get rid of if he wants to, and if he can't win, then he should poach him under his command. Seo Juhong is glad that he's finally out in the fresh air looking at the notice that the Great Tomb has been destroyed, when Director Quan calls out to him. Quan admits that he failed to recognize Seo Juhyun's amazing abilities at first, and was too rude, for which he apologizes. He even bows slightly, feigning sincerity. Quan also remarks that perhaps he should make the offer properly, and holds out his palm forward, asking if Seo Juhong would work for him. Seo Juhyun wonders if Quan tried to take his life a little earlier, to which he immediately starts making excuses, saying it was because they didn't know each other at all. Quan says that the relics will change the world, and in this new world, people like Seo Juhong have great potential. Seo Juhyun listens, but it's clear from the look on his face that he's not very excited about the speech. With a sly grin, Quan, as the head of TCVM, promises that he will help his employee in every way possible, no matter what he takes on. and will also help develop his potential and abilities to bring Seo Ju-hyun to the big stage. Quan once again offers Seo Ju-hong to work for him, but he stares back with a grim fire in his eyes. Seo Ju-hong pulls out his katana and points it at Quan, remembering that he started his speech with an offer to work with him and ended it with an offer to work for him. That's enough to judge his true intentions. He notes that of course Quan will invest in his development, but also demand results to match his investment. And then he'll get rid of it altogether if he wishes, as if human life were a thing. Seo Ju-hyun states that he knows Quan just wants to use him, but why talk about wanting to work together? That's ridiculous. Director Quan laughs nervously as he looks at the blade pointed straight at his face. He remarks that there's no need to react that way. After all, he's only made a proposal, and he has more wealth at his disposal than Seo Ju-hyun at the moment, so at first it may look like they're unequal as business partners. All the more surprising to Quan that somehow expecting results from one's own investment is a bad thing, because the way the world works is that we do favors by expecting something in return. Seo Jo-hyun frowns, noting that this is how Quan is like an old snake. And the one keeps talking, offering the thought that Seo Ju-hong would have to be put in danger over and over again to get the relics, and doing it alone might become too difficult. Quan even starts to say something about helping with injuries as well, as a sharp movement comes just at the line of his throat. He doesn't have time to speak, and only coughs in defeat, as the sword cuts through him with a smooth stroke. Seo Ju-hyun is angry because he just can't hear about how Quan is going to worry about his health there. He no longer has the strength to stand still and listen to this stream of lies. He still remembers the day a certain Bosniakia Rosika died working for Quan, and how he used Seo Ju-hong himself as a slave, manipulating him with the drug. Despite the wound he received, Quan grins as if nothing had happened. All the spilled blood returns to his body as if nothing happened, while he notices that it was really unexpected, and Seo Ju-hong's punch was just incredible, so fast. The cut is already healing. It's all the power of Quan's protective relic. Seo Ju-hyun admits out loud that it looks disgusting, and this time, Quan doesn't even argue with him. He is protected by the body of Achilles, who took his strength from the river Styx, which is a divine relic. Seo Ju-hong recalls how this character of myths is portrayed. He is a warrior from Greek mythology, whose mother Fetida was the goddess of the ocean, and whose father Peleus was only a man. Of course, Fetida wanted her son to be immortal, so she dipped him in the river Styx, holding him by the heel. This gave him a strong and immortal body, and his only weakness was his heel. And just as Achilles died because an arrow hit his heel, so the eponymous relic that protects Quan must have some kind of weakness. The only problem is that Seo Ju-hong doesn't know where that weak spot might be, and the head that was severed by the attack has simply grown back. All shaded with sinister energy, Quan wonders if Seo Ju-hong now realizes his superiority. Even if they're not equal in strength, Quan simply can't be defeated. With a sinister smile, he tries to convince Seo Ju-hong that he doesn't want to fight, but wants to be his ally. Quan assumes that there can only be one answer here, and tells Seo Ju-hong not to procrastinate. The man looks away and laughs. Afterward, he orders Muramasa to gather all his strength. He briefly cries out in pain and tries to find out what Seo Ju-hong is going to do. Holding his sword shining with overflowing power, Seo Ju-hong asks Quan if he knows about such a concept as a riot, because that's exactly what he's about to stage. He says that it's obvious to anyone that Quan is right, that it would be incredibly beneficial to partner with him, except Seo Ju-hyun isn't going to do it. And as a reason, he suggests that he just really dislikes Quan's face, causing him to shriek indignantly. In between, Seo Ju-hong remarks that Muramasa is a great relic for his rebellion, as it only gets stronger if the opponent has a relic of a higher rank. With wild excitement, Seo Ju-hong offers to see if Quan can finally close his mouth if he uses the maximum power of the katana on him. Quan, on the other hand, screams that Seo Ju-hyun is a crazy creep, wanting to know the reason why he's going so far. But the latter doesn't respond, instead immediately attacking Quan, hoping to cleave him across the stomach. Quan cries out and squints painfully, and drops of blood fly in all directions. Seo Ju-hong stubbornly clenched his teeth, wanting to follow through at all costs. And because of all this strain of power, there's a huge explosion in the end. Let's back up a bit. Seo Ju-hong hits the reel with all the power he has, which strengthens his relic many times, and also destroys it in the end. Quan says that Seo Ju-hong is putting in too much force, and he's even right. It's really reckless. Holding the split blade in his hands, Seo Ju-hong admits that even so, he can't simply let go of his nemesis. It's impossible. Sensing a deadly threat, Quan's relic activates automatically. His body is enveloped in an unbearable glow, and lightning bolts strike in all directions, while being hit by them is incredibly dangerous. Seo Ju-hong gripped Hammurabi's code tighter, planning to repel at least part of the attack with his help. He builds a barrier around himself, hoping that the returned damage will temporarily take Quan's life once more. But the relic of Hammurabi is damaged by such use. A huge amount of reflected power rushes back towards Quan, causing a large explosion and splintering the rocks. Looking at the crippled Quan in the center of the crater, Seoju-hong decides that the relics of Achilles and dominance have definitely been affected, which means his opponent won't be coming around for a while yet. Seoju-hong moves closer to the body, noticing that to his dismay, Muramasa is broken because of that attack. Clenching his fingers on the hilt of the weapon shard, he adds that Hammurabi's code was also badly damaged. Seoju-heon bitterly remarks that he put in so much effort and still couldn't take a single life, and he's annoyed. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name. It's Seung-woo, wanting to know what happened here. Seoju-hong is surprised that his subordinates are still alive. Upon noticing Quan, his subordinates express their displeasure that an inanimate body is sitting there, but Seoju-hong remarks that it's unfortunately still quite alive. Seung-woo asks nervously if Seoju-hoon is going to take Quan's life, guessing that he's at least very eager to do so. But Seoju-hong only stares silently. Then he says he should leave Quan alone. He's going to be in the hospital for a long time anyway, and Seoju-heon doesn't have a chance to deal with him now. Then he suddenly turns around and says he's hungry and is going to go out to eat after all. Some establishment might have survived the cataclysm. Seung-woo asks him to wait, and as they walk through the ruined city, Seoju-hong reminds him that he must be addressed respectfully, or his patience may quickly run out. Seung-woo mumbles that he understood, addressing him as Sir. On the TV, the news announcer talks about the devastation caused by the abnormal events, and says that they've managed to get news from the people attacked by the monsters. A frazzled man tells a reporter that he saw dead people rising from the ground. They looked a lot like mummies, so much so that he wants to believe it was all preparations for a movie. And some people have superpowers thanks to special objects. Seoju-hong, who is covered in band-aids, eats the noodles and remarks that it's an interesting sight. He and Seung-woo are just watching the newscast, and the latter notices that the news of the destruction is repeated on every channel. Seoju-hoon replies that the whole world is now aware that there are relics. Seung-woo interjects about them, so Seoju-hong simply clarifies that these are the things he left on the bed. Seung-woo looks around to look at the carelessly piled relics while one of them tries to get someone's attention. Seoju-hong remarks that he's already mentioned that the world will soon be turned upside down, and those who find good relics will have great power. One relic exclaims that she's already tired of all this chatter, and after all, her body will soon be destroyed. Seung-woo asks with some hesitation if all these things don't look like they're about to fall apart, to which Seoju-hong replies, still chewing, that that's exactly the problem. However, when he picks up the phone, he claims that he has a solution in the form of some helpful friends. Seung-woo, of course, wonders what he means by the word friends. Right in front of his astonished subordinate, Seoju-hong dials Irina's number, and politely apologizing for contacting her at a bad time, informs her that he has found a way to lift her curse. She asks him if it's true, to which Seoju-hong mentally replies that, of course, it's not. But he's not completely lying either, and he'll have to put a little more effort into handling the situation. Seoju-heon reports that it's true that Irina will need to find one person for him, and he thinks she just might be able to help with that. Irina agrees, asking who this man is in general. This is Yujaha, an expert in repairing relics. Every relic can break due to reduced strength or carelessness of the owner, and there is no way to rebuild it from scratch. Seoju-heon recalls many broken items, but there are relics with the ability to restore other relics, and the people who possess them are called relic masters. The man shows his broken spear to the master, who is looking at it thoughtfully. And a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, Yujaha, is the best of them. In the past, he had complete authority over this market, and had the nickname King of Scams. Seoju-hong and Yujaha run into each other at the office. One day, Director Quan takes an interest in such an expert, and as a result, they end up on the same tomb research team. Now Seoju-hong just has to get Yujaha to work for him, and then recovering the relics won't be a problem. In the meantime, Seoju-hong and his subordinates are standing on a hill somewhere, looking out over the city. Seung-woo assumes that Irina thinks punctuality is some kind of joke. Seung-woo asks, "Who is this person that you can go to such lengths for him?" Seoju-hyun just says his name. Seung-woo continues to ask, because when it comes to relics, Seoju-hong has no equal, right? He confirms this, but says that repairing them is difficult. And most of the craftsmen in this business are weirdos. Most of them require close contact with relics, which can turn out to be a problem. And if he can't do that, the only thing left to do is find someone who can. It's as simple as that. With a twinkle in his eyes, Xiao Juhong adds that this way of thinking seems to be the slave trader's way of thinking, making his subordinate nervous. Suddenly, the wind picks up, and a voice from the helicopter above apologizes for being late, saying he'll come down as soon as he gets the chance. Seong Woo is shocked at Irina's choice of means of transportation. Irina reports with a happy smile that she wasn't that far away, but she was delayed by the huge traffic jam. She tried to get there faster, and now apologizes for being late again. Seo Jo-heon notes that she even has her own helicopter, which is to be expected given her wealth. He says aloud that everything is fine, and suggests that they go out to discuss the situation. After a while, Irina and Seo Jo-hyun are sitting in a cafe while his subordinates sit at a neighboring table. Irina asks about Yoo-jae-ha, but Seo Jo-hyun can only give his name and nationality, asking if they have crossed paths with Irina. But Irina claims she's never heard of such a thing, making Seo Jo-hong wonder. He suggests that she might not have heard his name because he uses fake IDs. Then he asks if Irina knows someone who collects anything art-related, to which she immediately exclaims that her brother should know about him since he dates people with similar interests. Seo Jo-hyun says that's fine, because any collector has definitely met him at least once. He holds out the phone with the image of the young man and says that he looks something like this, asking Irina to ask her brother about the man. But when looking at the image, Irina seems to recognize the person whose approximate appearance was recreated on it. She asks if Seo Jo-hyun is sure he's the one he wants. But Seo Jo-hyun is sure, and he wonders why Irina is asking. Does she already know him? Seo Jo-hyun's subordinates listen to this conversation attentively. Irina replies that of course she knows him, since he circled her brother about a month ago. This news makes Seo Jo-hyun choke up. Meanwhile, Irina continues, saying she met him when she visited her parents' home. She recalls their meeting and says that she remembered Yoo-jae-ha because he seemed like a good person, which is why she was so surprised when she heard that her brother had been able to be tricked. Irina says that her brother bought a certain piece of art from Yoo-jae-ha, which later turned out to be a fake. Then it turned out that about 20 people fell for it. Looking away, Seo Jo-hong recognizes that he clearly didn't get the nickname Scam King for pretty eyes, apparently having engaged in fraud already during this period of time. He even wonders who will be able to stop him. Irina suddenly admits that she's not sure if she can find him at all. A surprised Seo Jo-hong asks her to explain, and she says that she heard as if Yoo-jae-ha had died, causing even more shock with her words. 3 angry people sit in the car. Irina says that Yoo-jae-hu was caught trying to trick her brother's friends, which means they were there and saw everything with their own eyes. The car flew off the cliff, ramming into the guardrails. Irina does not know whether it was because of the speed of the car or because of the flimsy guardrails, but the fact remains that Yoo-jae-ha flew down at full speed. And even the police eventually said that one was dead, providing evidence to that conclusion. Seo Jo-hong lowers his gaze. He can't believe that the person he was looking for is dead. By his calculations, Yoo-jae-ha should be about 26 years old now, with another 5 years to go before their first meeting. Seo Jo-hong doesn't understand how he could have gotten himself killed. Has the future changed? Thinking back on recent events and his encounter with Anubis, he can deduce that things really aren't going quite as they should be. For example, last time the relic that caused the huge tomb was Indian, and this time it was Egyptian. And the order of events is completely different now. Seo Jo-hyun clenches his teeth and thinks that it can't be, because he needs Yoo-jae-ha's ability so badly. So, as a result, he offers to look for him anyway. Irina asks in amazement, does Seo Jo-hyun really think he might be alive? And the man replies with a smile, then Yoo-jae-ha is a tough nut to crack, or at least that's what they must believe. The news outlet says that a certain phenomenon that is spread across the globe has similar features to those possessed by tombs that have appeared before. The newscaster also reports that the government has decided to investigate the relics. But Quan, now lying in the hospital listening to the news, mumbles unhappily, wondering when the news will stop talking nonsense. Gritting his teeth, he exclaims that he went to such lengths to keep the existence of the relics a secret, and that it's all the fault of the lousy Seo Jo-hong. Shaking his fist, Quan informs him that he must avenge everything, not understanding why his body still hasn't returned to normal. A nearby assistant immediately leans over to him hurriedly, asking him to calm down. Suddenly, one hears someone's laughter, and the person who entered wonders what happened here. It's an older man, Edward, that closes the door to the ward behind him, noticing that Quan doesn't look too good. The man just greets him briefly. Edward asks the subordinate present to leave them, and he complies. Afterward, Edward sinks into a chair and notices that Quan did a good job of summoning a tomb of that size. But the man starts swearing that he didn't even realize there was something like that lurking in the airport and it was an accident. But Edward replies that it doesn't matter. The fact is still the fact. Quan was able to influence the appearance of the tomb by activating his own relic, and he advises Quan to lay low for a while because some of his clients are just furious. Quan nervously asks, does everyone already know about this? Pouring himself some wine, Edward confirms his fears, moreover, admits that he's the one who told them everything. Quan asks angrily why he'd do that all of a sudden. Edward replies that he doesn't just sell weapons, but information, that's all. Quan wryly remarks that he apparently doesn't care about Quan's credibility, to which he replies that being informed in a timely manner is what gives him credibility. Edward argues that it's up to whoever set it up to deal with this situation and wonders why he's still not healed. Quan snorted. Holding the glass in the palm of his hand, Edward admits that he knows Quan possesses the relic of immortality, and the man simply replies that he doesn't know the reason why, but it doesn't seem to be working, probably because it's damaged. And for the umpteenth time, Quan repeats, clenching his teeth, that it's all because of the dumbass Seo Juhong. Edward interjects his name and notices that this guy looks interesting, because not everyone can damage relics like the ones Quan possesses. It also suggests that the damage isn't such a big sadness, since the relic can always be repaired. Quan asks about it in surprise, not even knowing that there's any way to do it. Edward promises to help him contact the restorer, and reminds him that Quan needs to keep mining the relics for him to get support. And one last thing before he leaves, he tells Quan to be careful. Already in the hallway, Edward orders his assistant to get information about the aforementioned Seo Juhong. He confirms that he understands and will do it. Meanwhile, in a very different place, Yujaha, sitting at his desk, grudgingly notices that someone is trying to call him again, saying it's making him lose concentration, and is greatly surprised when he picks up his phone and sees that Edward is trying to contact him. So Yujaha answers the phone, greets Edward, and says that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Edward is even surprised at how quickly Ujeha picks up the phone. He immediately suggests, however, that this haste might be because Jude has run out of money. He laughs without denying it, only noting that Edward knows him very well. Taking a drink out of the fridge, Ujeha tells him that his scam has been discovered, and now he has to pretend to be dead. His car was broken, he had to pay for privacy, and he can even go outside. Edward laughs, and notes that Ujeha has been able to fake many different things, and now has been able to fake his own demise. Opening the jar, Ujeha clarifies whether it is a compliment, and if so, says it is accepted. And then he asks directly if Edward is calling him because he has an order in mind. He briefly confirms it. He explains that the order is for the restoration of a relic. Ujeha interjects, and then remarks with a disgruntled face that he doesn't like that kind of work because it's exhausting. But Edward rudely asks if Ujeha thinks money comes out of nowhere. He adds that the customer this time is a respectable man, the president of TCVM, which shocks Ujeha. With a cheerful look, he asks if Edward is serious, and Edward laughs, confirming that he is, and promises that he doesn't have to worry about payment anymore. So an elated Ujeha promises to make everything work out for the best, thanks to Edward. Meanwhile, Seo Juhyun and his subordinates make their way to the art gallery, noting that this is exactly the address Irina gave them. One of the subordinates asks if Seo Juhyun really believes that Ujeha is still alive, to which the latter briefly replies that this man is not so simple as to take and die, whereupon he commands to follow him. They go inside, and the receptionist Yuminghu at the front desk greets them. Seo Juhong immediately asks if Ujeha is here today. Yuminghu even gets lost for a moment at such a question. Afterwards, he apologizes and says that their head is out of the office today. Seo Joheon asks if that's right, and chuckles. He already feels everything perfectly well, as he feels, for example, the aura from the relics. And then Sheng Wu hits the counter sharply, annoying Seo Juhong and scaring Yumingha, and asks if Ujeha is really missing and not just pretending to be dead. Seo Juhong pulls him away from the counter by his ear, wondering what he's doing. Seong Woo's excuse is that they need to get her to talk. A shocked Yuminghu looks at them and doesn't understand. Seo Juhong reminds his subordinate that they're here to lure Ujehu out, and suggests that he use his brain and observe. He politely apologizes to Yuminghu, and the latter says that even though she doesn't know the purpose of their visit, it's definitely not appropriate for them to behave like this, and notifies that her boss lost his life in a car accident not too long ago. Then Seo Juhong puts a large gym bag on the table with a clatter, forcing Yuminghu to shriek. And then he theatrically puts his hand to his forehead and says that since Ujeha left this world so suddenly, he has no idea what to do with all this good stuff now. Yuminghu asks what it is and marvels, worth her looking inside the bag. Because inside she discovers a whole set of relics of about 10 pieces, with some of them looking like high-ranking relics. And while she looks at them shockedly, Seo Juhong notices with a smirk that Yuminghu's face reads everything perfectly. He decides it's time to call it a day, and asks her if she realizes what things are in front of her. Yuminghu just sighs, but Seo Juhong puts his palm to his chest and begs for help. He says that these relics are valuable, but unfortunately, they are all broken. He even says that he doesn't care who takes the job, as long as there is someone who can fix them. Seo Juhyun states that she thinks that if the receptionist works for Ujeha, then she definitely knows about this kind of stuff, and asks if she'll still take these things to be repaired. Yu Minghu is clearly nervous and can't squeeze out a single coherent word. Then awkwardly asks Seo Ju-hyun to wait while she goes to the bathroom for a minute. He says he'll be here, and with a slight chuckle, he remarks to himself that he knew she would do exactly that. As he watches Yu Mingha, who is Yu Jaeha's assistant, walk away, he notices that she is just as greedy as her boss. And Yu Jaeha will definitely not miss the chance to get his hands on new relics. He's definitely alive. Meanwhile, behind a closed door, Yu Minghu calls him, informing him that they have some problems related to the relics. And when Yu Jaeha asks what she means, he hears back that some people have come to the gallery and are asking him to fix their relics. In response, he indicates to simply chase the visitors away because he himself is now busy with an order for TCVM and will be working on it for some more time. But Yu Minghu reports that the client has about a dozen relics with him, and one of them looks like a divine Egyptian relic. These details make Yuja wonder. Yu Minghu also mentions, with an arrogant smile, that the people who have come look quite simpletons and asks what should be done to them. Yu Jaeha hesitates for a moment, and then he states with a chuckle that he will see this as an opportunity to make an easy buck. So indicates to take the relics and move them to the restoration room, where he himself will be approaching soon, because Yu Jaeha is going to make the best forgery and return it to the customer. Yu Minghu returns, apologizing to Seo Ju-hong for the long wait. The latter chuckles and waves it off, saying it's no big deal. Pulling her bag over to her, Yu Minghu says that she realizes that this is an urgent order, so she will restore these relics. Seo Ju-hong thanks her with a smile, saying that she directly saved him. Yu Minghu asks permission to take the relics into the restoration room to assess their condition. She explains that the analysis will be done with special equipment, and Seo Ju-hyun agrees to her proposal with the simplest face, saying that of course there's no problem with that. Seung-woo looks at him shocked, and whisperingly reminds us that there's actually all of Seo Ju-hong's relics in there, which these people could just run off with. And then what to do? Yu Minghu slides them a sheet, offering to read the approximate rates and conditions while they wait. And Seung-woo is amazed to notice that she's already taken the bag for herself. With a confident look, Seo Ju-hyun argues that only good bait catches good fish, to which Seung-woo nervously reminds him that Seo Ju-hyun himself is completely powerless now that he's given all these things away. And the man, after a moment's silence, agrees. He has nothing to argue with the truthful remark. So he suggests that Seung-woo think of it as a kind of bet, and see if their plan will work in the end or still fail. Examining the relics laid out on the table, Yu Jaeha marvels and declares that a fortune could be made from such a thing. He remarks that Yu Minghu was right to call him after all, because some relics do pull a high rank. She also nervously clarifies if Yu Jaeha is sure no one will notice anything, since the customer's attendant looked like a bandit. But he assures Yu Minghu that there's nothing to worry about, and tells her to wait on the sidelines while he makes quick copies of all these things. She agrees. Yu Jaeha pulls out a small object, more like a small piece of paper, and says he'll handle it with ease as long as he has the thing. Taking the materials from the box, he explains that this relic is called the secret signature of a fake artist, has a rare rank B and an Esper type, a perfect relic for himself. Yu Jaeha will use it to make copies of Seo Ju-hong's relics and take the originals for herself. The mere touch of the secret signature to other relics allows to create a perfect copy, which not only coincides externally in the smallest details, but also adopts some of the functions of the original. And the fake obtained in this way even has its own aura, which makes it almost impossible to recognize the differences within 12 hours. Seo Ju-hong, who is lounging in the gallery with his subordinates, notices that he is living for the second time. Seung-woo, who is studying the document provided to him, knocks himself out suddenly and asks, "Does it always cost so much to repair relics?" Pointing to a specific spot in the contract, Seo Ju-hyun asks if it's okay to give 10 million won for a scratch, since it's pure deception. But Seo Ju-hyun waves it off, saying that it doesn't matter, because he's not going to pay anyway. Yu Minghu returns, apologizing for the wait, and puts the bag on the table. Seo Ju-hong moves closer and says it's no big deal, but asks what about the relics. Yu Minghu hesitantly mumbles that she's sorry. She claims that all of these things are too badly damaged, and therefore she is unable to help with fixing them. You could even say that they're about to break. Seo Ju-hong makes a thoughtful sound as he picks up the bag and unzips it. And then, looking directly at Yu Minghu without a shadow of a smile, he asks if that's really how it is, and abruptly throws away all the things in the bag, causing them to scatter around and scaring Yu Minghu, who even cries out in surprise at this act. Seo Ju-hyun angrily asks her what the hell she's talking about, and Seung-woo, not understanding what's going on, panics and asks why he's suddenly acting differently. Clenching his teeth, Seo Juhong replies that it's because Yu Minghu replaced his relics with fakes, and this news makes his subordinates outraged. Looking at Yu Mingha shaking with fear, Xiong Wu asks what should be done to her for this now. As a result, Yu Minghu can't stand such a threat, and pointing in the right direction, blurts out that she's sorry, and the real relics are in that room right now. She swears she didn't make the forgeries and begs for her life. Yu Jaha, meanwhile, leans her ear against the door and eavesdrops on what's going on, nervously wondering how anyone could have guessed. He's about to run from this place as far away as the door opens abruptly, smashing into his face. So as a result, Yu Jaha loses her balance and falls on her back, hitting her head on the table. With a painful groan rubbing his injured head, he sits up. He immediately meets the eyes of Seo Juhong and his subordinates, who announce with grim faces that he has finally been caught. Yu Jaha shrieks in horror. Seo Juhong throws his arm forward and orders the relic rope to tie up Yu Jae. The woman rushes toward him. Trying to swing away from the rope loops, Yu Jaha cries out, amazed that Seo Juhong was carrying more relics. Relic persists, begging to play with her, and the tightly wound Yu Jaha demands to be left alone. Seo Juhyun moves closer, bluntly asking where his things are. Yu Jaha hastily tells him that he left them all in the vault, begging to be released now. He continues to beg for release while Seo Juhyun looks around, searching for the right place for him. Finally, he spots a safe nearby and takes a seat next to it, telling Yu Jaha to shut up because he will do so after he takes everything he owns. The suspended Yu Jaha suddenly exclaims incredulously. He demands to know how Seo Juhyun was able to find out his password, assuming that he made the whole mess on purpose. Seo Juhyun looks at one of his relics thoughtfully. Picking up the bag, he says that it makes no difference, for it was Yu Jaha himself who ended up acting unfairly. The latter suddenly indignantly demands him to repeat it. Seo Juhyun, on the other hand, remarks aloofly that Yu Jaha had already lost the moment Seo Juhyun himself found out that he was a cheater. Yu Jaha, on the other hand, swears foully in the background. Looking at the incessantly swearing Yu Jehu, Seo Juhyun notices that he used to be completely different. Yu Jaha is drawing something surrounded by other students. He used to be a talented painter and lived a completely ordinary life. Even better than ordinary, because he studied painting at a famous American school. The art materials are scattered haphazardly on the ground. The artistic style of Jujehi, which he has spent so much time and effort to develop, is appropriated by another person. Moreover, this person turns out to be his own mentor. That man's name is Richard Chang, and he's forging a career as a world-famous creator using stolen goods. Everyone turns their backs on Jujehi, and his protests are irrelevant. Almost no one knows about the budding artist, unlike his teacher, and everyone writes off his complaints as mere envy. That's when Yu Jaha changes, starting to use her skills to trick other people. And it is at this point that he gets his hands on a relic for counterfeiting, which only helps his fraudulent business grow. Seo Juhong could have had a normal conversation with him, but now Yu Jaha is too spoiled, and there's no way to convince him of anything in this state, so he just stares. Yu Jaha exclaims that she doesn't even understand what he's guilty of, since if Seo Juhyun himself has grown up to be such a fool who's easily fooled. He adds that he hopes he'll be crippled by being called a stupid dog. Seo Juhong's patience is finally running out, and he realizes that having any kind of conversation here is already pointless. So he shows Yu Jaha a certain pen and asks if he knows what this relic is. He immediately explains, however, that it's called Shakespeare's child's pen, and it allows whatever is written to come to life. He's already starting to string something together, while Yu Jaha panics to figure out what's going to be done to him. Seo Juhong readily voices what he writes. For example, he writes, 16-year-old Yu Jaha is hanging from ropes and in terrible pain. This makes Yu Jaha wary. The next sentence makes even Seo Juhong's subordinates turn white. It says that the source of this pain is right between Yu Jaha's legs. Seo Juhyun calls it his novel and asks what Yu Jaha thinks of him. The latter is writhing in pain, growling and calling him crazy. But after a moment, he apologizes, assuring him that he won't take any money for the job and will do anything to keep him alive. Seo Juhyun smiles, thinking that this method worked surprisingly well. So he comes closer and says that it is natural that Yu Jaha will not charge any fee. He also offers to make a treaty with him for the sake of saving his life. Yu Jaha asks what this pact is. But everything becomes clear just by looking at the sheet with his terms. Yu Jaha is on the floor crying, saying she doesn't want to be a slave, but Seo Juhyun thinks that's too big a word for it. With a smile, he states that the better term to use would be entered into an exclusive contract. Yu Jaha grudgingly shouts that it doesn't change anything. He lists the conditions, which include arriving on the first call, a specified fee, the inability to take other orders or challenge the employer. What else could it be but a slave contract? And he doesn't even understand what the Hammurabi relic retaliation clause means when the treaty is broken. Seo Juhong's subordinates, who find themselves in the same circumstances, immediately turn pale. And he himself tells Yugeha not to worry, because he will be told everything. Seo Juhong suggests that he calm down and read the papers down to the last line, because it's not as bad as he thinks it is. For example, the contract fee alone will be $6 million. He also pledges to pay a premium for each relic recovered, and to provide all necessities like food, clothing, a roof over his head, and comfort and security for the duration of the contract. Seo Ju-hyun explains that it can all be shortened to the phrase that from the date of the contract, he will take care of Yu-jie, and asks where on earth would a deal like this be possible. But Yu-jaha points a finger at him, asking if Seo Juhong has the strength and skills to fulfill what he promised, because no one knows if he's lying or not. And then, shouting that none of this counts, rushes away while Seo Juhong calmly stares after him. Seung-woo cautiously asks if they should go get Yu-jae, and Seo Juhong tells them to do so, admitting that he didn't even know there was another door here. He tells his subordinates not to push too hard on Yu-jae, and they nod, saying they understand. Seo Ju-hyun remarks thoughtfully that despite the pact that bound them together, he needs to gain Yu-jaha's trust as well, because using force to motivate him has its limits. In the future, he will also receive a divine relic. Running away, Yu-jaha curses and, swinging the door open, dials Kwan's number. He answers the phone, saying he's listening. Yu-jaha introduces himself and says that Edward should have reported him, panicking as he closes the door behind him. Quan remembers, but says he never thought the man would decide to call first. Yu-jaha hastily assures him that he was just obligated to get in touch first. Quan chuckles and thanks him for that. The phone is held for him by his assistant standing nearby. Excited, Yu-jaha says that he's heard that Quan needs some relics repaired, and he's quite willing to take on the job. A little surprised by this enthusiasm, Quan indicates to the other assistant to turn off the TV to concentrate on the conversation. Chuckling, he notes that it's been a long time since this worked normally, and, agreeing, suggests to Yu-jaha that they move on to discussing the details of their deal. After a while, Quan is already asking where they can meet and make a contract as swearing starts to be heard from the phone receiver. Quan squints worriedly at the phone. Yu-jaha asks someone not to come in, while other voices demand that he open the door and hurry to get the smartphone. Yu-jaha complains about how they're all annoying him, while Seo Ju-hoon demands that his phone be handed over to him. One of his subordinates is just holding Yu-jaha back, and Seung-woo moves closer. Seo Ju-hyun picks up the phone and asks who's on the other end of the line, if it's Director Quan. He also asks if he wants to restore his relics. Quan, of course, recognizes the voice on the other end of the line. Seo Ju-hyun grinningly informs him that there are some things Quan needs to know, like that Yu-jaha is now his personal restorer. So he advises him to find someone else, calling him an old fool. Hearing this, even Quan's assistant, who is just holding the phone, gets nervous. Quan immediately flares up and, clenching his teeth, calls Seo Ju-hong a scoundrel. He yells, asking why he's always bothering him, and jerks so violently that he knocks the phone out of the hands of the assistant, who immediately rushes to catch it. Yu-jaha is indignant, asking what Seo Jo-hyun is even allowing himself to do, but the latter asks a counter-question, wondering if Yu-jaha even realizes what he's doing, and wonders if Yu-jaha is sure he wants to join TCWM and submit to this old man. Yi asks what Seo Ju-hyun is talking about, but Seo Ju-hyun simply suggests that he think again, informing him that Director Quan is a rotten man through and through. He offers to join him, saying it will be better that way. Yu-jaha shouts that he is simply being forced to do so. He says he's sure of his choice, while Seo Ju-hyun is just blackmailing him, that's all. Seo Ju-hyun notices that Yu-jaha is really angry and realizes that he needs to do something immediately. So he pulls the chair away from the wall and offers to discuss things quietly. He tells me his name and says he's from Seoul, sits down and adds that he wants Yu-jaha to join him, partner with him and restore his relics. And afterwards he suggests to Yu-jaha that he speak now. He only resents the fact that something incomprehensible is going on around him, and adds that this performance doesn't change anything. Seo Ju-hyun claims that he's just being overly imaginative. Afterward, he picks up the notebook and claims that Yu-jaha leaves him no other choice. Seo Ju-hong writes in with a smirk that Yu-jaha is a student who also has incredible talent, but becomes a fraud by selling fake paintings. He shows the paintings to Yu-jaha, who immediately asks how Seo Ju-hyun knows about it, but all he gets in response is that there are rumors about him too. Looking at the notebook, Seo Ju-hong says that unlike some people, he is not capable of faking other people's work. And, as if casually, he wonders if the works that Yu-jaha was forging belong to the famous painter Richard Chang. The name alone immediately makes Yu-jaha furious. He snaps out of his seat and pounces on him with his fists, shouting that Seo Ju-hong is talking nonsense. Seo Ju-hong calmly catches Yu-jaha's fist, but he continues to yell that it's that rascal Richard Chang who's stealing his work. Seo Ju-hyun repeats what he has heard verbatim, and Yu Jaha confirms that it is exactly as he said. Seo Juhyun lets go of his hand and asks if imitating someone else doesn't take a large amount of time, to which Yu Jaha replies that it does. He always thought so, but Richard for some reason can draw what Yu Jaha is thinking, as if he's directly mind-reading, even if it sounds stupid. But Seo Juhong says that it all makes sense, which leaves Yu Jahu stunned. Seo Juhyun, on the other hand, explains that he doesn't know if anyone noticed it or not, but such a thing could very well be explained by the use of a relic. Richard is using a relic, one that can copy anything he wants. Even knowledge and abilities can be fully replicated by him. Yu Jaha asks how Seo Juhong can be so sure about this, and the man replies that it's because he uses the relics himself. And with a smile, Seo Juhong offers Yu Jaha this. He will help him regain the glory undeservedly stolen by Richard. Yu Jaha looks at him disbelievingly and asks if Seo Juhyun will really do it. He says yes, but Yu Jaha will be his partner in return. Seo Juhyun asks if that doesn't sound appealing, and he thinks it's exactly what Yu Jaha wants very badly. That means it's settled. He can't refuse. Yu Jaha thoughtfully repeats the phrase about returning the glory that was taken away. Suddenly, he throws his palm forward, telling Seo Juhong to wait for a while. He is frankly surprised by this. Yu Jaha asks for time as he needs to think things over. Seo Juhong, folding his arms across his chest, wonders if he really wants something else. Yu Jaha moohs thoughtfully. Seo Johaeon remarks with a smile that only he can do such a thing and asks if Yu Jaha is actually trying to meet Director Quan. He immediately denies it. But Seo Johaeon simply lets him do whatever he wants, and even throws the phone he had previously taken away in Yu Jaha's face. He yelps, of course. Seo Juhyun remarks that he's offended by the fact that he's being compared to Quan, but he's still able to respect other people's choices. Yu Jaha immediately says it's not like that. He's not a fool. Seo Juhong offers him something else to take and throws another item right in Yu Jaha's face, this time a necklace. The man yelps again. With a grin on his face, Seo Juhong explains that the power of this relic is related to martial arts, and therefore it can help Yu Jaha in the future. Yu Jaha himself is almost crying. The next morning, Yu Jaha shows up at the TCWM office. No matter what Seo Juhong offers him, going to the director of a large company is many times more beneficial. That's exactly what he thinks. Director Quan, in much better condition, sits at the table, saying he's glad to see Yu Jaha and asking what conditions will be on his part. Yu Jaha stands in front of him, folding his hands behind his back. The first thing Yu Jaha asks Quan if he knows the same artist Richard. He replies with a chuckle that he knows since he is now a world-famous creator, and many even claim to be a genius. Quan asks if there's something wrong with him. Yu Jae tells him that Richard has stolen his ideas. What's more, he uses the relic to keep doing it and earns himself fame and money from it. So Yu Jae makes the only condition. He wants Richard exposed, and then he will cooperate with the TCVM. But Quan only laughs at what he hears, stunned by Yu Jae, and remarks that it was an interesting story. And then he adds that it's simply ridiculous. With a nod of his head, he orders the assistant to do something, and he starts dialing the right number on the phone. And Yu Jae doesn't understand what happened. Did he make a mistake in his choice? Quan calls Richard and tells him that he just heard a very interesting story about him. He even asks if he's all right, because they're saying such things. Yu Jae stands there with her mouth hanging open. The reason Seo Johaeon let him go was because he knew for a fact that Yu Jae would be ignored. Quan would definitely prefer to keep a good relationship with Richard. Moreover, their relationship is not as simple as it may seem. Quan and Richard smile at each other as they clink champagne glasses. They will be one of the most important people in the Pandora organization, which is to be established soon. Meanwhile, Quan turns the phone to Yu Jae, and threats come out of the speakers loud and clear. Richard wonders if Yu Jae really wants to die that badly. And why did he even think that the TCVM director would grant his wish? But Quan grinningly asks Richard to calm down, assuring him that he can handle the situation himself. He tells Yu Jae, who clenches his teeth angrily, that as he can see, they have a perfect understanding. Seo Johyun thinks that Yu Jae will not cry in such a situation. And he actually turns around and walks away, indignantly declaring that if he only knew, he wouldn't even come to the TCVM office. A smirking Quan behind his back tells him to stop. With a bad light in his eyes, he asks if Seo Juhong sent him here. Immediately, one of his aides pounces on Yu Jae, wrapping an arm around his neck and choking him. As he struggles and demands to let him go, swearing, Quan smirkingly asks him not to go anywhere, as Yu Jae still has to fix all the TCVM relics. Beaten and thrown to the floor, Yu Jae is outraged, asking what they are even allowing themselves, and calls what is happening a kidnapping. Suddenly, he remembers the relic that Seo Juhong had given him and hurriedly reaches into his pocket for it. Pulling out the necklace, He extends his hand with the item clutched in it towards Quan's aides, yelling that now they scum will get it. But contrary to his expectations, absolutely nothing happens. Everyone just stands there awkwardly for a few seconds. Yuja resents the fact that this relic is completely useless while Quan's aides are already preparing to give him a good kicking. But then Seo Juhong flies into the room, scattering all the attackers. He knows that if he shows up at the right moment, when Yuja is in utter despair, it will remove his doubts. Yuja looks up at him as if he's looking up at some kind of miracle, and Seo Juhong chuckles because he knows it's definitely enough to convince Yuja. Seo Juhong stares calmly at the Quan men he defeated while Yuja is still reeling from the shock. Someone shouts, outraged at the way events have turned out. Seo Juhong simply turns to Yuja and commands him to stand up, explaining that he came here to save him. Quan indignantly calls Seo Juhong's name. Still sitting at his desk, he accuses Seo Juhyun of messing things up again by sputtering. Seo Juhyun, on the other hand, simply remarks that here they are, meeting again. He honestly admits that he doesn't want to organize anything right now, as he just came to pick up one person. And he can't really fight, since all his relics are broken. Quan then turns to his men, who are just getting up from the floor. He asks what they're doing there, and demands that they get up immediately and stop Seo Juhong and Yuja from leaving. Seo Juhyun pulls out an heirloom quill along with a notebook and prepares to write, saying he'll do it since Quan wants it that way. Yuja immediately tenses up. The recording made indicates that everyone present will be in terrible pain, excluding Yujehu and Seo Juhong. The latter promises that he'll make them feel it. The latter promises that the source of their pain will be in their groin. Already later, at Seo Juhong's house, Yuja cautiously asks what exactly is required of him. While Seo Juhong's subordinates are tending to the almond tree, he carries the bag of relics to Yuja, saying that of course he is expected to restore these things, since he is an expert in this field. But Yuja hastily declares that this is too much. He assumes that Seo Juhyun is joking, and says that if he has to rebuild all these many things now spilling out onto the floor, he at least wants a normal job. Yuja indignantly calls the whole thing a scam. But Seo Juhyun, who's finished shaking out his bag, remarks that it's not for him, who makes his money by cheating, to talk about it. Yuja says he can't stand it, and Seo Juhyun is much younger than him. Losing his patience, Seo Juhong simply punches Yuja in the face with his fist, and shrouded in a grim aura, orders him to get up and get to work at last. Yuja whimpers that he understands. But then Seo Juhong demands that he handle repairing all of the relics in just 3 days, and Yuja indignantly interjects what he's even talking about. Kneeling down, he says it's impossible, simply because there are too many things for him to handle in just 3 days, and declares confidently that this amount of work will take him at least a month to handle. Seo Juhyun looks at Yuja amused, thinking that this one was worth looking at, and asks, "Does it really take that long to recover relics?" Yuja indignantly replies that, of course, this is definitely not an ordinary repair, no matter who thinks what. Seo Juhong's subordinates listen to the conversation. Yuja looks at the cracked relics spread out before him, and notices that they all look like they're about to fall apart, and one of them is going to be particularly difficult to clean up. But Seo Juhyun stops his reasoning, saying that Yuja is trying to trick him again. Yuja freezes with Set's relic in his hand. Seo Juhyun asks if Yuja can make it through the week, saying that he's obligated to give his best, and gets an indignant reply that no, he can't. Seo Juhong then grabs a golden axe and offers to see if he can do it himself quickly. Yuja is surprised, wondering if Seo Juhyun is really capable of such a thing. He asks what exactly he wants to check, and Seo Juhong says with a smile that he'll show him some way. But Yuja notices that the relic can't repair itself, and holds out a certain wand, offering to use it. Seo Juhong examines the item handed to him, determining that it's a relic from B-rank Korea. He asks how much strength it has, and what will happen if he uses it. Yuja replies that it's definitely enough, and there's no need to talk nonsense. Picking up the scattered relics from the floor, Yuja sets a condition. If Seo Juhyun fails, the relic recovery will be 1 thing per month. Seo Juhyun asks what would happen otherwise. And Yuja states with a smile that he won't take any money for his services then. Seo Juhyun is clearly surprised by this, and with a strange light in his eyes and a sinister grin, he asks to remember that he wasn't the one who suggested it. And after a while, Yuja looks on in amazement at the work. Waves of power spilled from the relic being restored. Clutching his hands to his head, he exclaims that the speed of the work is incredible and asks Seo Juhong how he accomplishes it. The same one is sitting with an axe in his hands and restoring it with a relic lent to him. Showing a startled Yuja the axe, now shining like new, Seo Juhong asks if that means he won, but Yuja refuses to admit it, saying that such a thing is impossible. Desperately, he asks why Seo Juhong is doing so much better at this craft, and declares that it would be easier for him to handle it all on his own in that case. But Seo Juhyun holds out the restoring relic to Yu Jae-ha and tells him to look at it more closely now. The relic cusses and asks to be let go, and Seo Juhong remarks that it's not about his skills at all, but the fact that the relics turned out to have a high affinity. Yu Jae-ha confirms that it is, and also that quite a bit of durability is spent after use. Seo Juhyun puts his palm on Yu Jae-ha's shoulder and says that he himself is unable to do as well as a true master of his craft. But Yu Jae-ha declares that he's relying on the wrong person. Seo Juhyun simply says that he complains too much and sits him down at the table, telling him to just do it already, to which Yu Jae-ha says that Seo Juhyun is annoying him too much. And the man only responds with a smile and a strange phrase about how even if Yu Jae-ha isn't ready now, he's looking at the future for him. And if Yu Jae-ha continues to be lazy, he will never grow professionally. Shocked, the latter remains seated at the table like that, only asking if Seo Juhong is by any chance a fortune teller. Suddenly, Yu Jae-hee's phone starts ringing in his pocket and he notices it. Looking at the screen, he immediately realizes that Edward is trying to contact him and is a little surprised by it. Meanwhile, Seo Juhyun asks his subordinates how the almond tree is doing and gets the reply that it's growing quite well. He says that this is good news and needs to be continued, and then a window unfolds in front of him, informing him that his agility ability rank has been raised to C, a new title has been obtained, and even another recovery ability has been obtained. Seo Juhong is surprised by the new skill, and while Seo Juhong is examining and touching the windows in the air, pondering how he could have even gotten the skills to recover relics, he is cautiously called out by his subordinates. Yu Jae-ha renders behind, and holding out his phone, he explains his presence by saying that an acquaintance of his really wants to discuss something with Seo Juhong. Edward says hello, and just hearing that voice, Seo Juhyun immediately recognizes him. So he calls the caller by name, which amazes Yu Jae-ha, making him wonder how Seo Juhyun knows Edward. Seo Juhyun's subordinates in the background obviously don't understand what's going on. Edward, sitting in a luxurious black car, is surprised to be recognized. But Seo Juhong thinks it's strange not to know the king of wealth, an investor with enormous influence over the relics market, and a possible middleman between their users. Holding a cigar in his hand, he remarks that since Seo Juhyun knows him, the situation is definitely only getting more interesting. Seo Juhong, meanwhile, knows that Edward has incredibly valuable information, so much so that many people have shed blood to get his hands on it. Edward honestly admits that he is interested in Seo Juhong because he has a special talent and the ability to thwart Quan. He offers to cooperate, saying that the terms of the deal would be quite favorable to Seo Juhong. Seo Juhyun replies briefly that he's not interested. Edward makes another attempt to convince him, saying that he will do his best to make sure he doesn't regret cooperating. Seo Juhong wonders what will be required of him and what he will receive in return for his services. Edward notices that he's so quick to answer, and says he'll explain everything in a moment. Standing in front of a huge window with a wonderful view of the night city, Seo Juhyun lets him know he's listening. Edward tells him that a tomb has appeared in the Chinese government's office, and he's willing to pay a large sum to join its research, but China will take the relic if it can be retrieved. Seo Juhong hums thoughtfully. All Edward needs from him is to retrieve the very relic from the tomb. Seo Juhyun even clarifies, is that really it? But Edward confirms that it is. He even says that he'll make him a VIP client if Seo Juhyun can do the job. But the man suddenly demands that he not talk back to him and asks who he's really going to work for. Edward is stunned by this reaction. Seo Juhong asks with a chuckle if Edward thinks he's a novice, because he really knows everything. And he knows that he almost certainly lied about the Chinese government. He demands to know the name of the person who gave Edward this assignment. He smokes again. Before clarifying, does Seo Juhong mean the person he's working with? And says it's not the most common order in the case. It's a request from General Kira Clark, and the news of this is throwing Seo Juhong off balance. As he recalls the woman, he notes that she is a relic researcher and a U.S. general, a formidable figure with the title of King of War. Seo Juhyun doesn't want to work for her, so he turns to Edward again. He explains that Kira wants to collect the so-called maple relics, and the ones that will appear in the tomb in China will be just what she needs. That surprises Seo Juhong. He concludes that since Kira is so sure of it, it means she already has the relic cards, and he just needs one of them. Leaning back in his chair, Edward asks again if Seo Juhong will take the case. The one grins and confidently declares that he is taking it, and he will definitely do it. Later, Seo Juhyun is on an airplane with Yu Jae-hee. The latter keeps trying to ask about their journey, but Seo Juhyun replies that he can't say. Yu Jae-ha angrily tries to find out why they're on the road so suddenly. Seo Juhyun tiredly explains that someone asked him to do so. Grabbing his head, Yu Jae-ha resents that getting on the plane right after the call is too hasty, but Seo Juhyun tells him to shut up and not cause trouble. Suddenly, Irina peeks in and asks with a smile if they are comfortable. Seo Juhong looks up from the papers, noticing her presence, and thanks her, saying that everything is very comfortable. Yujaha stares at Irina with his mouth open, thinking that she is incredibly beautiful and that he has seen her somewhere before. He barely hears the information that they will definitely arrive on time because it is a private plane, and Irina's phrase that she is happy to help. Seo Juhyun tells him to say hello to Irina, since she's the one who helped them with transportation. Yu Jae-ha nervously says it's nice to meet you, and Irina replies with a smile that it's mutual, and then calls him a con man, causing Yu Jae-hoo to nearly choke up. With a chuckle, Seo Juhyun introduces Irina and asks if Yu Jae-ha is familiar with the name. Afterward, he adds that if he doesn't like something, he'd better tell her now because they're working together now. Yu Jae-ha wonders about Irina's personality. Crying, he bends down so that he nearly bumps his nose on the table and apologizes for the scam he pulled with George Hilton. Irina just agrees to forgive him for it. But then Seo Juhyun leans over to her and advises her not to act so bluntly, or better yet, tells her that Yu Jae-ha looks like a slacker. Seo Johaeon reminds Yu Jae-ha that he still has relics to restore, and he'll get through sooner if he doesn't get lazy. Irina confirms this, and Yu Jae-ha resentfully demands that they stop bullying him. Irina declares that Seo Johyun is an important business partner of hers, and since she is hiding Yu Jae-ha's deception from her brother, Yu Jae-ha must make every effort to help Seo Juhyun. Yu Jae-ha, looking a little confused, agrees, saying she understands. Putting the book aside, Seo Juhyun notices that there's nothing supernatural to do. He will need Yu Jae-ha to help Irina with her problem. In the meantime, he tells Irina that she needs to learn how to control her relic somehow. She is surprised by this suggestion. Seo Juhong explains that the relic inside her body is causing all the misfortune, and there's no way to remove it. And in that case, it's better to learn how to use it so that you can control its influence. Seo Juhaeon admits that he's still searching for the perfect solution, but at this moment, it's the only thing available to them. He explains that he himself controls the relics through domination, and Yu Jae-ha uses affinity to do so. And beginners, which includes Irina, should learn both of these concepts. Seo Juhong remarks that controlling her relic will definitely not be that easy, and so they will try to reduce the effect it has. Irina is clearly nervous, but she agrees. Meanwhile, in China, some person notices that there is something odd about it all. He can't understand why the stock market has fallen so sharply in value. Someone explains to him that it is because of recent events. Most of China has become a tomb, the entrance to which is located near Taipa Island. However, the bridge to it has been destroyed because of the relics, so you have to get there by ship. Seo Juhong is looking through his marine binoculars at the scenery around him, noticing that the surroundings are a mess and thinking that the relic might have something to do with the ship. Just then, he is called from behind. He asks what happened. Yu Jae-ha, panic-checking his pockets, declares that his restoration relic is missing. Seo Juhong demands an answer as to where Yu Jae-ha kept her, before the other person nearby shrieks something about his relic. Other people keep shouting about the missing relics. Someone says there's a thief, and the window informs him that the relic thief has targeted Seo Juhong as well. Seo Juhaeon only has time to be surprised as he looks at the swift movement nearby. The next moment he realizes with horror that his relics have also been stolen, 3 at once, if not more. He finds this interesting, but immediately he declares that he has other useful relics, releases the rope, and orders her to grab the rogue. The relic is surprised by his desire to play. Yu Jae-ha asks if Seo Juhyun plans to find the thief. He says yes, since he can't escape unless he can teleport away. Seo Juhong notices that the rope hasn't gone back, which means he caught something, and suggests that Yu Jae-ha go with him to see what it is. There are screams coming from the toilet. Someone desperately calling for help. Yu Jae-ha tries to stop Seo Juhyun from going inside, saying that they can't go in there, it's female after all. But Seo Juhyun reminds them that there are screams coming from there, which means they need to take a look. Inside, a girl is suspended above the floor, trying to resist. Relic begs her to play, and as soon as Seo Juhyun enters, he tells her that this is the person he wanted to catch. Yu Jae-ha asks what happened here. Seo Juhyun looks at the criminal in surprise, suggesting that Yu Jae-ha take a closer look at her, and he wonders if he knows her. Seo Juhong explains that the jellyfish relic user and a member of Team USA are in front of them. Yu Jae-ha wonders about America's representative here. Immediately, he hurries to clarify if it's really a jellyfish, and if they'll be petrified if they stare directly at it, covering their eyes with their palms beforehand. Seo Juhong assures him that everything is under control. Meanwhile, the girl is outraged, calling him crazy and asking how could he even take her and tie her up. Her head glows with a strange aura, but Seo Juhong snaps his fingers, and the rope rings around the girl's hair. Seo Ju-heon explains to her with a sinister smile that such a thing is useless here, and she shrieks softly. Seo Ju-hong explains that before the legendary curse, Medusa was just a beautiful woman with gorgeous hair, and the thief who was caught looks very young. However, a certain age is required to use the Medusa relic. Yu-jaha wonders if this is really the case. Seo Ju-hong only puts the dagger to the girl's head and remarks that even though she seems too young, she uses the relics as much as the others, and tells her she must obey if she wants to be set free. Seo Ju-hyun orders the rope to untie her, but she starts to whine that she doesn't understand why, and that she wants to stay a little longer. Yu-jaha seems to be nervously recalling her own capture. The girl is still tied up, though not completely, and you can see that she does look more like a schoolgirl. She sits up, pouting resentfully. Seo Ju-hyun gets down on one knee and says that she's probably not alone, and the girl immediately rushes over to confirm that she is, and there are many people on her team. She is asked how many. The girl replies that they are all students like herself. Seo Ju-hong estimates that there must be about 20 of them then. As the rope continues to wiggle playfully, Yu Jae-ha notes that it looks like all the teams are here, and asks what Seo Jo-hyun will do in doing so. He also reminds us that it was the US that entrusted this order to Edward, so how likely is it that all the information they have been given is true? Seo Ju-hong believes that the US wants the relic so badly that it doesn't matter to them who succeeds in seizing it. Because of this, the Chinese team will not be able to make any decision. And if Kira is so interested in the relic that appeared here, then it must be truly valuable. With a devilish grin, Seo Ju-hyun decides that this item might be useful. Yu Jae-ha immediately asks him fearfully to wait and think about the order he's given. But Seo Ju-hyun simply claims that he will give them the fake created by Yu Jae-ha. He starts yelling that he refuses to do so, and that if Seo Ju-hyun wants to cheat the Americans, then let him do it himself. The captured girl listens to this argument bored. Seo Ju-hyun simply punches Yu Jae-ha, dropping him, and reminds him that the contract states that Yu Jae-ha will do whatever he's told without further discussion. The latter replies that he seems to have missed it and asks not to be reminded of the contract. Seo Ju-hyun says that's all for later, but for now, he thanks the thief he caught for the information. He says he has to hurry before any uninvited guests show up. He notices that it will be hard to let her go just like that, so he pulls out the Hammurabi Code. Noticing this, Yu Jae-ha asks him to stop, and admits that he hasn't restored the thing yet. Seo Ju-hyun gets angry and asks, didn't he give the instruction to do that? He realizes he can't use the damaged relic, and since he has no choice, simply threatens the girl that she will be hurt if she tells what happened or if she tries to use the relics. Ta is nervous. He turns around and orders Yu-jae to take back all the stolen relics. He obeys, but the girl scolds him and asks him what he is doing. Already on the shore, Seo Ju-hong says he can no longer afford to delay what needs to be done. Yu Jae-ha notices that they are already at the tomb itself, yet they don't have many relics ready for use, asking if it would be too dangerous. Getting annoyed again, Seo Ju-hong reminds him that he actually asked Yu Jae-hu to handle the job faster. He also notes that he doesn't know if the US team has arrived here yet. Yu Jae-ha asks if they're going to enter the tomb practically empty-handed then, and Seo Ju-hong replies with a chuckle that it's better that way than to miss out on relics that are almost within arm's reach. He declares that he's pretty sure they'll be fine as it is, while Yu Jae-ha grabs her head and claims that Seo Ju-hyun must be joking. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, someone is swearing that Vivian Lucy, the thief that Seo Ju-hyun caught recently, has lost all the relics. He calls her a fool. But Linda tells the man to shut up and let Vivian calm down, and points out not to be so rude to a small child. Thomas, the man who reprimands Vivian, a CIA agent, angrily claims that he shouldn't have taken her on the team, and he was terribly wrong to do so. Clenching her fists, Vivian politely repeats that it was just an accident. Thomas leans over her and says that after losing all of the team's relics, it can't be called an accident. Vivian excuses herself, saying that it wasn't actually her fault, and that all their stuff was stolen. Linda and Thomas, hearing this, look at her in shock, and Vivian hastily clamps her mouth shut with the palm of her hand, realizing that she's almost blurted out. She recalls Seo Ju-hong towering over her, with relic in hand threatening that she would suffer if she told anyone anything or used the relics. Vivian realizes that now she has really blundered. Thomas presses her to tell her who the culprit was, and she has to say that she has already forgotten him. Thomas says that doesn't make any sense and calls her stupid, while Linda cautiously sits down. Now, finding herself face-to-face with Vivian, she convinces her to speak honestly, because that's the only way they can solve the problem, and reminds them that they have to work as a team, to which Vivian, slightly reassured, agrees. Holding onto her skirt with her hands, she agrees to finally tell, starting with the fact that 2 men did it. Linda asks her to continue. But then, with a crackling sound, faint electric shocks encompass Vivian, confusing her. She gets all shaky and starts laughing, saying she is ticklish. This behavior shocks her colleagues, and Vivian wraps her arms around herself. asking an unknown force to stop. Thomas irritably tells her to stop fooling around and talk normally. Already crying, Vivian notes that the anticipated pain only tickles her. Of course, she's grateful that she wasn't maimed, but now she's completely out of control. Meanwhile, in the waters near Taipa Island, many ships are already gathering. Yu Jaiha, already in other plainclothes, holds his head, saying that he's crazy for going to the tomb without the relic. Seo Juhong, in the same uniform, suggests that he check the bag he took and see if there's anything in it. But nothing useful turns up in the bag, causing Yu Jehu to panic again, swearing and saying that this is very uncool. Suddenly, the voice of a relic is heard, claiming that they humans have amassed a rather large fleet. She also promises that everyone who wants to swim through must have good personalities. Then she will let them through. Yujeha notices that the sky is getting darker, as if it's nighttime. Seo Juhong explains that it's a sign that they've entered the tomb. Suddenly, one of the sailors calls out to them, accusing them of standing around doing nothing when they are in trouble here. Yujeha wonders what they're going to do next. Is it really to hide on the ship? But Seo Juhong remains silent thoughtfully, before suddenly stating that the ships ahead were attacked by monsters. Such a revelation shocks Yu Jehu. But you can see that there are indeed a lot of shadows approaching the ship underwater. As they leap out of the water, accompanied by a dark aura, it becomes clear that they are sea serpents and spear-armed fishmen. The men on the ships try to figure out what these creatures are. The monsters bombard the deck with some brightly colored substance, and people fall over screaming that it burns. Snakes bite people, and some panic, and some point to grab their guns and fight them off. Looking at the neighboring ship being swallowed up by the monstrous creatures, Seo Juhong softly notes what has begun. He also notices that there are still a lot of monsters in the water. One might even say there are too many. Yujeha asks him in surprise if he's serious. Grasping the pipe, Seo Juhong claims that even without the help of relics, he's capable of defeating such attackers. And Yujeha is immediately relieved that he doesn't have to worry about being stuck in this tomb forever. Suddenly, one ship crashes sideways into the other, and someone expressively bows out. Holding onto the wall, Seo Juhong scolds the captain for not being able to steer the ship properly. Yu Jaiha catches his attention, urging him to look at someone. Sailors climb from the other ship onto this one, their eyes burning with an ominous fire. Yu Jaiha even notes that they look completely crazy. Seo Juhong quickly concludes that anyone who is harmed by the monster falls under its control, and this is confirmed by the presence of traces of the attackers. Relic declares that the people under its control will destroy any plans the archaeologists may have. He even adds, laughing, that this trip is definitely not going to be easy. Yu Jaiha, almost sobbing, asks what they should do now, and an annoyed Seo Juhyun realizes that the situation is getting really problematic. He runs away, telling Yu Jaiha to be careful. He panics and asks where Seo Juhyun is going, since they're literally in the middle of the sea. Seo Juhyun, on the other hand, smilingly tells him to relax because they're the best tomb raiding team, and reaches into his sinus, saying he'll use the relic. Yu Jaiha looks around nervously. Seo Juhong takes out a feather and declares that as long as his target is a human, he can use it. It's not a big deal. Lowering his eyes, he writes as the people under the relic's control realize their own stupidity and therefore bow their heads. It doesn't take long before all the attackers actually fall to their knees, bowing to Seo Juhong and Yugehe, wondering what this is even about. Seo Juhong says that now all they have to do is deal with all these things. But suddenly the relic gives a voice, announcing that this will be their punishment. Seo Juhong concludes that the monsters will appear here faster than they thought. Relic laughs, suddenly noticing that Seo Juhong is the very person the Raven chose, and even states to him, listening intently, that rumors about him are already spreading around the world. Yu Jaiha cautiously asks why all of a sudden this talkative relic decided to chat about Seo Juhong. The one replies with a smile that it's because of his fame, and he was just interested in her. The one with the temper calls him an arrogant fool, claims there's nothing wrong with him and orders him to shut up. He also declares that their time is up, and from now on, every relic will try to kill him. But Seo Juhyun just grins and says that he's flattered by the relic's desire to come soon. And when he's puzzled, he explains that he's happy because the thing he wants is trying to come to him. But he notices that the relic is talking too much and asks if he needs to wait so she can find him. The relic remains silent. With a cocky look, Seo Juhong declares that before he takes possession of the relic, he has a few questions for it, the answers to which he would very much like to hear. Squinting his eyes, he asks his most troubling question. That Raven the relic mentioned, who is he really? He recalls the situation in the Egyptian tomb and the fact that the relics there also knew about the Raven, so he must be a known person among the relics. But the relic indignantly asks why she should share the information when Seo Juhan should get it himself. He also asks with a chuckle if the relic is going to continue acting so arrogant. He grinningly suggests, however, that the relic simply does not remember anything, and says that he is disappointed because he used to think that relics had a better memory than humans. The relic makes an indignant noise and indignantly declares that she remembers everything perfectly and that people can't insult her memory. Seo Juhaeon states that she wants to hear proof of that and thinks to herself that it's even too easy. Reliquia announces that she will explain everything to the foolish man. At the same moment, a lightning bolt strikes very close to the ship and raises waves, which makes Yugahu scream frightened. Seo Juhong tries to cover his face with his hands from the water, while the relic tells him that before its disappearance in the distant past, the raven was respected by everyone. It had the strength of a predator and gained the power of its victims by eating them. He has great power, but has made a pact with the humans, betraying his fellow humans. During this story, Yugahu is tossed around the deck of the ship with the other men. Seo Juhong looks anxiously at the fallen Yujehu as the relic continues to speak. She tells him that the relics eaten by the raven become servants of its owner, and one day the raven was still imprisoned in a tomb meant to be his prison. Seo Juhong frowns and realizes that means that the tomb he entered before his death in his past life was a prison. He remembers what she looked like and recognizes that her device was very different from the others, so that means that was the reason all along. Seo Juhong asks, barely keeping up himself already. How did they manage to seal the raven when it is almost certainly a relic of the new SS rank? To which the relic laughs, and admits that in direct combat, of course, they would have had difficulty, but they trapped the raven's owner. They offered him something that the fool would surely come for, and then they were able to seal the raven and take its owner's life. Quite proud of himself, the relic asks what Seo Juhong thinks of their splendid strategy. The man remains silent. Yujaha is still on all fours in the background. Finally, Seo Juhong states with a chuckle that the strategy is undoubtedly curious, and he was able to get some useful information. Relic immediately asks indignantly what the man means. Leaning his arms against the side of the ship, Seo Juhong declares that he's still interested in the crow and asks if the relic can share a way to meet him, because after all these stories, he seems like an exceptionally nice guy. The relic screams, and the waves surge higher. She wonders if Seo Juhong knows what he's talking about, because if he supports the raven, he will definitely become an enemy of all relics in general. But he replies that that's about what he hopes for, because he doesn't need any new friends. Reliquia exclaims that it seems useless to talk to him, so she is not going to put up with it any longer. She declares that she will now take the lives of those who invade her tomb, and terrifying sea monsters rise from the water, rushing towards the ship. Seo Juhong even notices that they look even scarier than before, and with a chuckle suggests that it's finally time for round 2. The monsters wriggle and make horrible noises as they try to crush the ship's occupants in numbers. They are so numerous that you can barely see the sky behind them, and Seo Juhong is relentless in slashing them with his blows. And yet, clenching his teeth, he notices that there are too many of them. Yujaha, standing nearby, back to back and panic-stricken, clutching his mop, notices that the monsters are advancing again. Everywhere you can look, the eyes of monsters burning with murderous intent. This sea is crawling with them, and they're stuck here. Plunging his dagger at the next creature that comes close, Seo Juhong remarks with an almost giddy grin that it will take them at least a week to clean this place up properly. But suddenly something happens and he exclaims amazed. Yujaha turns around quickly. He sees an irritated Seo Juhong clutching the fragmented dagger in his hand and hastily apologizes, explaining that the relic hasn't been fully restored. He also adds that he warned against using it. Seo Juhong turns around and starts running, telling Yujaha to follow him because they don't have any more relics left. Yujaha almost cries, saying that she actually wants to live too. Seo Juhong points to the cabin, saying that they can take cover in it for now, and passes out, realizing that they don't have anything left with which to fight further. Closing the door behind them, Yujaha cautiously asks if they can survive in principle, as the risk of dying now seems quite high. Seo Juhong notices that this tomb is many times larger than the others, and because it's located in the middle of the sea, it's not easy to get out. Remembering the monsters that attacked them, he calls them evil and concludes that unlike their smaller counterparts, they don't rely on sight. He concludes by saying that now they must find a way out of here, because he himself can't even guess how many monsters he can still deal with without the help of relics. Spotting a ship quite close to them, Yujaha suggests that it may be able to help them escape. Leaning on the railing with his hands, Seo Juhyun says that they found a great ship and that they're lucky. Yujaha asks if Seo Juhyun knows how to operate such machinery. There is a shout from the ship they were looking at, and Vivian, pointing at Seo Juhong, loudly announces that he is the thief she was talking about. Thomas is clearly surprised. He points his finger at Seo Juhong and Yujahu and asks if they are the same people who stole all their relics. Vivian hastily covers her mouth with her palms, and Linda watches warily. Seo Juhong in turn also recognizes Vivian. He remarks with a smirk that she, therefore, has been taken along by the crew as well. He smirks, noting that the crew had taken her with them too. Seo Juhong shouts to the Americans, suggesting that they go down to that ship, or he will go up to them. Thomas replies that he will go down now. Seo Juhong even asks him with a chuckle, is he a good guy? And instructs Yu Jae-ha that he will fight Thomas for now and let him look for a ship for the two of them. Yu Jae-ha replies that he understands, and grabbing the relic with the rope, runs away. The relic immediately starts begging him to play with it. Thomas, meanwhile, jumps over to Seo Juhong and asks bluntly how he even decided to steal their relics in the first place. He then drops his body armor on the ground, and with a pipe in his hand claims to take them back. Seo Juhong mockingly wonders who he's going to beat, and with a smug smile he notices that Thomas has brought another wonderful item with him, offering to give it to him. Thomas, frowning, replies that Seo Juhong is crazy and also overconfident. He immediately attacked, cutting through the air with a sweeping motion. Seo Juhong barely has time to jump back. He notices that while Thomas is quite massive, he's also quite fast. And he's got some decent relics on him. It's at least a rank A. Still, Seo Juhong lunges forward, elbowing Thomas in the stomach and even throwing him back slightly. He cries out briefly in pain. The next hard blow comes right to the face, and with a grim glint in his eyes, Seo Juhong advises Thomas to just give up now. But the one suddenly recovers in an instant, turns his head and glares back angrily, causing Seo Juhong to be perplexed. Thomas immediately unleashes a hail of punches at Seo Juhong in response, causing him to shriek in panic and turn around in an attempt to escape. One of the blows of the pipe splits his clothes, leaving behind blue sparks. Looking at the aura of power engulfing the pipe, Seo Juhong realizes that this unsightly form is actually hiding a sword-like relic, and if Thomas can hit it, it will easily take his life. And given his incredible speed, that's entirely possible. Taking the silver axe in his hands, Seo Juhong admits that it becomes difficult to make informed, thoughtful decisions in such a situation. Thomas, taking a fighting stance, notices that Seo Juhong used to fight with his fists before and now suddenly has his weapon out, but recognizes that it doesn't really make much difference. But Seo Juhong grinningly drops only one word, "Good," before rushing forward with a sprawling punch. This blow is easily blocked by Thomas with his weapon, at the same time wondering what it is that Seo Juhong has happened. And the latter, instead of answering, with a gambling smile, orders the axe to destroy the relic that threatens his collected jewels. The silver axe obeyed, and immediately small sparks of power tore at the astonished Thomas with his jumpsuit, and leaves him, shamefully turning away, uselessly covering himself with his hands and asking what that was all about while Seo Juhong laughs uncontrollably. He leans over to Thomas's dropped pipe, asking why he touched the axe relic, and saying that he should avoid it if he doesn't already know about it. Seo Juhong tells the relic to assume its true form, and it becomes a sword. The notification window says that it is a rank A relic, and its strength is about half of its original strength. Seo Juhong says with a smile that this is wonderful. Suddenly, from somewhere behind him, he hears Yu Jae-ha calling out to him. Seo Ju-hyun turns around. He sees Yu Jae-hoo on a small boat nearby. Seo Ju-hyun says that he's just in time, and that he's surprised at how fast he can think. He's just climbing over the railing when Thomas behind him starts cursing. With a furious expression on his face, he demands the relics belonging to him back. But he is distracted from any thought of pursuing the fugitives by a mob of monsters on the deck of the ship, rapidly approaching him with not at all good intentions. And while Yu Jae-ha looks a little concerned at this scene, Seo Ju-hyun laughs contentedly and says that it's just a perfect outcome for them. As the boat maneuvers between the rocks, Yu Jae-ha wonders where to keep his course. Seo Juhong promises he'll tell him later, but for now they just need to keep moving in the same direction. He asks if the boat has enough fuel to reach their destination. Yu Jae-ha replies that in principle, there should be enough, but it all depends on how far they are going. Seo Juhong mused thoughtfully, calculating as a rock suddenly hit the bottom of the boat, and as he turns around he sees a second boat with a U.S. crew on it. Thomas, now half-dressed in a sailor's jumpsuit, demands that Seo Juhong stop. When he looks closely, he can see Thomas trying to hold on to his clothes, Vivian shouting unhappily, and Linda steering the boat. Seo Ju-hyun is surprised that they're still following him, admitting that it's incredibly annoying. He decides to try to use the relic of a rope and releases it towards the Americans' boat, encouraging them to do so. The rope immediately wrapped around Linda's wrist, shocking her and begging her to play with it. But Seo Juhong orders Linda to be thrown into the sea, and the rope is obeyed, throwing her high into the air. Her American colleagues can only call her by name as she falls screaming into the water, making a splash. With a chuckle, Seo Juhong remarks that the American team should hurry up and rescue Linda as soon as possible, because the monsters chasing Seo Juhong will soon catch up with them. Linda comes to the surface with a desperate sigh. Thomas shouts for her to hold on a little longer, and he commands one of his men to turn the boat toward her more quickly. The soldier remarks that if they make such a maneuver now, they'll lose sight of Seo Juhong and won't be able to pursue him, to which Thomas replies that he can't afford to just leave Linda in the lurch. Clenching his teeth, he grunts and promises with all his determination that he will put his revenge on hold for later. The action shifts to Yujaiha and Seo Juhong, who reach an island among the rocks. Seo Juhong points to a large tree on the island and says that a relic must be hidden under it. Yujaiha remarks that the place seems peaceful and beautiful from here. Seo Juhong draws his sword and walks to the tree. He praises it discreetly for finding it and explains that in order to obtain its power, he must pray to it. Pray long enough until the tree is satisfied. Seo Juhyeon then asks what will happen if he refuses to fulfill this demand. The tree begins to crackle indignantly with charges of supernatural power, asking if the man wants something other than an heirloom. Seo Juhong declares, concentrating the power of his sword on the blade, that he'll just chop the wood into pieces. Tu immediately tries to stop him, asking him what he wants to accomplish. But Seo Juhong explains with a chuckle that he just wants to see how well his current sword is sharpened. And with one mighty blow, he brings the full power of the relic down on the tree, causing it to scream. This blow cuts the trunk at the root. The tree finally belatedly realizes what Seo Juhong was trying to accomplish. The huge trunk falls to the ground with a deafening rumble. Lightning discharges still crackle around it. And in the glow before Seo Juhong, a relic in the form of a map drawn on a piece of cloth with fringed edges appears. The information window informs that it is called the Purgatory of the Western Sea Route and has a rank of A. Folding up the map, Seo Juhong announces that he will try to subdue the relic, causing Yu Jehu standing behind him to interject. Seo Juhong recalls the history of this relic. The authority figure of Emperor Ming gives the order to send a ship to the South Sea. This ship will become the Western Chubo ship and will collect many marvelous items from the West. A multitude of ships set sail away. There were about 60 of them in all, heading out, rounding Southern Asia, India, and Africa, and afterward returning to the Emperor with an incredible amount of treasure. Seo Juhong decides that this relic will be useful to him and orders Yujaiha to fix it immediately. Seo Juhyeon, almost crying, asks him to give him at least a little time. It's later, as they are taking a boat ride back across the calm sea, that Seo Juhong, who keeps the relic to himself, orders her to close the tomb. And with a naughty grin, he thinks about fooling stupid customers. Closer to nightfall, Yujaiha works on reproducing the relic by spreading the cloth out on a table. Seo Juhong approaches him with a can of drink in his hand and asks how long it will take to fake it. Yujaiha replies that he'll be done soon and without a reminder. But a little nervously, he asks if Seo Juhyeon is sure that no one will be able to identify the fake, because he himself thinks such a scam is too risky. He doesn't even understand why he would do such a thing, since he could just give away the relic he received and get paid for it. And Irina supports him in this, noting that they will end up with nothing but new enemies. But Seo Juhyeon says he won't give up the card because he still has to use it. He also needs it to help Irina. When she hears this, she asks if it's true. To back up his words, Seo Juhong suggests that Irina simply put her hand on the card. Ta cautiously does so, and then Seo Juhong starts saying a code phrase, asking the relic to show them the ways. He specifies that the paths they need lead to some ancient tombs in the north. Reacting to the words, the map flashes with white light, illuminating the large space around it as well. Looking at this, Seo Juhong notes with amusement that it actually worked. Irina remains silent, amazed. Looking at the marked point on the map, Seo Juhong realizes that it's somewhere in Turkey, and concludes that they must go to that country to help Irina with her relic. After demonstrating the map's capabilities to her, Seo Juhyeon explains that he really needs this relic to get such information from it. Of course, it will still be as useful in the future, so he wants to keep it. But then Yujaiha reminds him that despite how much Seo Juhyeon needs this thing, the fake will only remain convincing for a while. And if they were cheating on someone else, he wouldn't say a word. But Kira Clark scares him. Yujaiha even asks if Seo Juhyeon is afraid of being destroyed after something like this. He replies that Yujaiha is right about everything, but there is one thing. Kira has his own ulterior motives. This revelation surprises Yujaiha. Seo Juhyeon explains that Kira simply wants to appropriate all the relics for herself, and even suggests that she already has plenty of such maps. He even points out that now she's going to get to the tomb, which is quite far away from the US. Seo Juhong believes that Kira is in search of the so-called Columbus map, one of the most amazing relics of its kind. This map is capable of predicting the location of tombs and relics that appear. Most of the entire planet was under Kira's relentless control, including Turkey, and that was why they would go there. The client should have gathered all the information about them by now anyway. Seo Ju-hyun even admits that there's a chance that they're already being hunted. Afterward, he speaks directly to Irina, saying that he has something to say about her relic. He explains that even in the whole world, there is no relic that acts in a similar way. So in this respect, Irina is unique. Seo Ju-hong warns her that powerful relics, like the one she owns, must be handled carefully, and also that it's impossible to get rid of it because it's a parasite. He warns Irina that the relic simply must submit to her, or at some point in time, the same relic will simply take possession of her. Seo Ju-hong wonders if there was a control method for this relic in his past life, and also about why Irina can become a completely different person over time. Pressing his palm to his chest, he promises that he won't let the worst outcome happen, and a joyful Irina thanks him while Yoo Jae-ha watches them. To himself, Seo Ju-hong decides that the power of the goddess of failure should no longer exist. He puts the can of drink on the card and says that first, they need their current plan to succeed, and that should be easy. Seo Ju-hong claims that their key to success is now somewhere in Macau. He also doesn't know if they will be able to fool the customers with the counterfeit, and that makes him nervous. So he announces that he will now explain an additional plan of action in case their primary one doesn't work for whatever reason. When Yoo Jae-ha asks what exactly Seo Ju-hyun is going to do in that case, he replies with a chuckle that he'll destroy the relic just to keep it away from Kira. Yoo Jae-ha grabs his head, asking why his plans are always so crazy. Seo Ju-hyun just asks him to shut up, admitting that sometimes Yoo Jae-ha gets tired of him, and that instead of complaining, he could have finished the fake already. Seo Jo-hyun decides that he can ignore this behavior for now, but if it continues, he will definitely hit Yoo Jae-hoo. It's definitely not a bad thing to have such an ally, though. At the CIA hotel, meanwhile, the commander is reprimanding his subordinates, outraged that they never managed to get the requested relic. He is even more outraged only to find out that it was eventually stolen by someone else. One of the agents confirms that it was. The commander also notices that Linda and Thomas have fallen into the hands of Chinese archaeologists, and sarcastically remarks that this is just the perfect situation. The agents begin to make excuses. One of them admits that they were attacked unexpectedly, while the other says that it was a man of extraordinary talents, whom they had not expected in any way, and whose presence was not even anticipated. The commander angrily wonders, and what is that supposed to change? Is it now all the fault of Central Command, since it didn't provide them with information about that man? The soldiers hastily assure him that they meant nothing of the sort. Suddenly, a man enters the room to tell them that General Kira wants to see the commander. The man asks the envoy to stay a moment and then passes out, shifting his gaze from him to the agents. He explains to his subordinates that this time they have made a serious mistake. A little later on the video link, Kira wonders why it's the commander who looks so upset, and orders him to smile, otherwise she'll be angry. The commander obeys, but when he wants to say something, Kira interrupts him, telling him that he shouldn't worry, because she had the relics after all. The commander doesn't understand how it happened and asks her to explain to him what happened. Kira agrees, once again confirming that she got what she was looking for, and even apologizes for the recent events. She admits that she hired someone from the outside because it was important to her that everything went perfectly. She already claims that soon the whole world will be in the hands of the CIA. Kira also reveals that she has already contacted Edward to request help, and should be making some sort of deal with him soon. She turns the conversation to the man who massacred the CIA agents in the tomb, explaining that he should be taught a lesson. The commander replies that he understands, and will do it. With a chuckle, Kira remarks that she has a keen interest in such talented individuals. Meanwhile, Seo Ju-hyun, who is at the hotel, says that as soon as the job was finished, he gave the fake to Edward. He, in turn, sent it to Kira. Standing at the window, he observes that since nothing happened after the transaction, it can be concluded that the fraud has not yet been discovered. Seo Ju-hong turns around to look at Yoo Jae-hoo, and the latter is working hard while gritting his teeth. While nothing is happening, they just have time to fix the relics, and all of his strongest items have just been restored. Meanwhile, Irina is busy trying to learn how to use her relic. Seo Ju-hyun helps her, though he notes that it was difficult at first to work with someone who doesn't even know the basics. But then it gets easier. All three of them are sitting at a sumptuously set table. Edward is paying for the expensive hotel and the wonderful food. They are now treated like VIPs, but all that luxury will disappear as soon as it is revealed that Seo Ju-hong passed on the forgery. That means it's time for them to enjoy all the things that they've been given. With that thought in mind, Seo Ju-hyun takes a bite of steak. The next moment, a nervous Edward pulls a gun on Seo Ju-hong, calling him a bastard and asking him what kind of item he gave him. He even admits that his contract was cancelled because of this misunderstanding. While Yoo Jae-ha retreats in astonishment, Seo Juhong nonchalantly remarks that this is the first time they've met in person, and he's very pleased to meet him. Edward clearly doesn't understand such a thing and just keeps demanding answers. Seo Juhyun plays dumb and simply replies that he gave the relic he was ordered to give. Edward asks indignantly if Seo Juhyun is going to cheat him. Seo Juhyun, realizing that everything has been revealed, raises her palms, asking Edward to calm down and assuring him that he can't have any reason to lie to his future partner. Edward mumbles, putting his palm to his forehead, that he doesn't understand what's wrong with Seo Juhong, and he asks with a nonchalant smile to tell him exactly what happened. Edward clarifies that the relic given to him is missing, and General Kira has already promised that she will not let Edward live. Yujeha covers her mouth with the palm of her hand, realizing how dangerous the situation has just become. Seo Juhong suggests that the relic may have been destroyed because it was misused, but Edward dismisses this option, saying that it was impossible to use it in the first place. Seo Juhong isn't surprised, because he knows very well that fake relics don't have the properties of the original. Edward notices that the lost item is not their only problem, but something much bigger. Along with the relic, the people who were with her at that moment disappeared, and among them was such a person as the Prime Minister of England. Joda nervously asks why such an important man would be the victim. Edward concludes that he knows something about him, and continues the story by saying that all this happened while he was secretly meeting with General Kira. The accident had happened at that very moment, and now Edward's own life was in Kira's hands. Yujeha sighed sympathetically beside her. Afterward, he turns to Seo Juhong and asks what they should do in such a situation, and against all expectations, he is shocked to find Seo Juhyun smiling smugly. Yujeha whispers to clarify why Seo Juhyun is acting like this. After all, the Prime Minister of England vaporized. That's definitely bad news. Seo Juhong doesn't argue, but declares with the same smile that, among other things, it's also a great opportunity, causing Yujehu to interject. Seo Juhyun explains that it's actually pretty bad for Kira too, which means that while she's desperate, it's the best time to trick her. Having determined his devious plan, Seo Juhong points out to Yujeha that he should watch and memorize what he does. Then he walks over to Edward and asks how much longer he's going to stand like that. Edward doesn't understand the question, but Seo Juhyun clarifies. Can Edward get through to Kira right at this moment? Because he needs to talk to her as soon as possible. Edward is shocked at his desire to contact Kira himself. He mumbles awkwardly that trying to contact her at a time like this can only make the situation worse. Seo Juhyun chuckles, realizing that this is the reason he doesn't want to call her himself. But Edward is only the middleman, and his cowardice is understandable. Seo Juhyun explains that he doesn't want to talk at all to make some lame excuse. On the contrary, he wants to help everyone, even Edward. He immediately asks if it's true. He finally agrees. He nervously fumbles through his pockets and asks for some time. Seo Juhyun agrees, but reminds him that his job is just to hurry up and make the connection. He also reminds her that doing something is much better than just folding your arms and waiting for your life to be taken. Edward hesitantly agrees, and he says he'll be right back to call. Seo Juhyun folds his arms across his chest, watching him contentedly while Yujeha looks on with concerned interest. Edward does get in touch with Kira and apparently gets harshly told off in the course of the conversation. He ends up holding out the phone to Seo Juhyun. The latter takes it and politely says that he's honored to talk to General Kira herself. The latter replies that it's even great, and she wasn't expecting them to get a chance to talk in person. Kira, sitting in her own office, says that she's been reported that Seo Juhyun got into a fight with some of her men and took away their relics. She also adds that the relic he delivered is bringing her trouble, which means Seo Juhong will have to answer for it. Kira is squinting unkindly. Seo Juhong, on the other hand, admits his own responsibility in the case without arguing, which surprises Kira. However, he adds that he doesn't like being falsely accused, since he only got the relics and gave them to Edward, nothing more. Kira is outraged. She threatens to take his life if he lies, and asks what he did with the relic. But Seo Juhyun stubbornly repeats that he didn't do anything. Kira is obviously pissed off, calling him an arrogant bastard. But then Seo Juhyun suddenly announces that he wants to help, which is why he's actually calling. He admits that he heard about the incident with the Prime Minister of England, and says that he can't let this case go. Since the incident happened shortly after the deal with Seo Juhong, it's likely that neither Edward nor Kira will want to cooperate with him anymore. Seo Juhong pretends that this is terrible news for a man like him, who can only handle relics. After all, he could lose his job, and then how would he live? He will do Kira a favor out of the goodness of his heart, hoping that she will continue to cooperate with him in the future. Her subordinates gather to wonder who it is she's talking to, but ultimately decide it's Edward. Kira gives serious thought to such a suggestion, lowering her gaze, and finally asks how Seo Ju-hyun is going to help her. Is she going to find the missing prime minister? Seo Ju-hyun just chuckles, realizing that he's caught Kira on the hook. He confirms that's exactly what he's going to do. He also notices that Edward once mentioned that Kira has a lot of relics in the form of maps. Seo Ju-hong explains that he wouldn't have succeeded so well if he had used the relics like everyone else. However, he is trying to find the hidden capabilities of these relics in order to find the man who disappeared. He also adds that many people are sure that they are using the relics in the right way, but they are wrong, as it is he who can unlock their hidden potential. Yoo Jae-ha and Edward's mouths dropped open at this speech, asking in amazement if it was true. But the answer, of course, is no. Seo Ju-hong looks at them disappointed, not understanding why they're so naive. Someone calls him a completely insane liar. Kira, on the other hand, clarifies what she's heard by asking if Seo Ju-hong is really capable of utilizing some sort of hidden relic ability. The latter, delighted that Kira is falling for his lies, declares that she is. Moreover, it was with the help of this ability that he managed to elude the CIA agents. So Seo Ju-hong, grinning, asks what Kira would tell him about it. After thinking about it, she agrees, giving Seo Ju-hong permission to use her relics, but this will have its limitations. Kira points out that he will have to show up at the appointed place completely devoid of any relics, and he will work under the supervision of her men only. She asks if he understands that. Seo Ju-hong quickly agrees, saying he's fine with such conditions, which reassures Kira. Seo Ju-hyun returns the phone to Edward, who immediately remarks that he can't believe that someone managed to talk Kira into it. Seo Ju-hyun explains that he just placated her for now. He explains to Edward that he'll have to stay at the hotel and take it easy, because Seo Jo-hoon will have to do the rest on his own. Edward doesn't believe it at first, but then is relieved and thankful. Yoo Jae-ha asks what about him then, and gets the answer that he could have been taken along. But no, he's not going anywhere either, just because someone has to finish repairing the relics. Yoo Jae-ha falls to the floor in tears and wonders why it's like this. Next to Seo Ju-hong, the notification windows unfold. One informs him that he has a new status of invincible rogue and status information. Seo Ju-hong remains silent, stunned, not realizing if the crow is always watching him. The windows even suggest showing off in front of the relics, which he doesn't understand at all. He ends up switching gears, reprimanding Yoo Jae-ha for his proposed foolishness, telling him to get back to work, and simply suggesting that Edward go back to his house. Yoo Jae-ha drags herself away desperately as Edward walks away, wishing Seo Ju-hong good luck. Soon, Kira summons him to the location of her choice. It's a hotel, and it's pretty close to other similar establishments Seo Ju-hyun has been to before. Despite being told to show up without relics, Seo Ju-hong decides to ignore this demand, because soldiers, for example, don't go anywhere without weapons. He squeezed all the necessary items to take with him, and since he's using dominance for this purpose, keeping the relics in shape drains him of his strength, which means Seo Ju-hyun needs to finish things quickly. Together with Yoo Jae-hee, they enter the hotel lobby. Yoo Jae-ha looks around in amazement, noting that Kira has chosen a luxurious place for herself. But Seo Ju-hyun doesn't seem the least bit surprised, reminding her that it's the only kind of place a person of her position could choose. Suddenly, a hotel employee approaches Yoo Jae, asking if he needs any help, and he can't even figure out what he should say. Seo Jo-hyun chuckles at this, noticing that the employee has approached Yoo Jae-ha because he looks completely lost. He replies that it's fine, they don't need anything, and they have an appointment. He thanks the employee for her concern and wishes her a good day. She gratefully reciprocates. Seeing two serious men in strict suits, Seo Ju-hong notes that someone is finally here to see them off. One of the newcomers turns to Seo Ju-hong, asking him for his name. He confirms that it is him and believes that the two men were sent here by the general. With a smile, Seo Ju-hong asks the attendants to show him where to go, to which they turn around and offer to follow them. After a short walk, Seo Ju-hong finds himself in an office where Kira, in military uniform, is sitting in a large chair with his back to him, holding papers. Eventually, Kira turns to the people who have come and greets Seo Ju-hong. She rises from the table and notices that she doesn't feel any relics near him, which leads her to conclude that Seo Ju-hong is able to obey her orders. He replies that it couldn't be otherwise. Yoo Jae-ha whispers from behind his shoulder, noticing that he thought they were going to meet a general, but is it even possible to get that rank at her age? Seo Ju-hong softly points out that appearances can easily be changed with cosmetics, and Yoo Jae-ha should keep quiet. Seo Ju-hyun asks Kira about the relics. She calls him insolent, but doesn't finish the insult, instead coming over to show him the cards. 3 of them are neatly laid out on the table. Seo Ju-hong discovers that one of them is a Barbarossa pirate map of rank B. The second is Anaximander's world map of rank C, and the third is Columbus's map of rank A. With a cocky smile, he decides that he can get rid of all 3 relics at once, right in this place. Kira offers to show him his skills, saying that if he doesn't, Seo Juhong will be shot in the head several times. Seo Juhyun assures her that there's nothing to worry about, but asks to borrow his pen. Kira clearly doesn't understand such a request. Seo Juhyun assures her that he can't harm the relics with such a tool anyway. Seo Juhyun assures her that he can't harm the relics with such a tool anyway. He warns that he is about to start, and is already touching the paper with his pen when an angry shout is heard from the side. A soldier points a gun at Seo Juhong, indignantly asking if he even realizes what he's doing with such a valuable relic belonging to their general. Seo Juhong, on the other hand, raises his head and calmly explains that such an intervention is necessary in order to reveal the hidden potential of the relic. And in the end, Kira herself orders him to leave him alone. Seo Juhyun continues to stare at the soldier as he hesitates indecisively. Looking at Seo Juhong from top to bottom, Kira remarks that the result of his work better be worth it. But with a cocky grin, Seo Juhong says to just trust him. He scribbles all over the map in red symbols, and someone starts to wonder what exactly he's writing there. Without distracting from his work, Seo Juhong explains that these are called tomb glyphs and are the language of the relics. He reminds us how relics like to talk, explaining that naturally they have their own writing. Kira is surprised and asks with a chuckle, how come Seo Juhong can read these symbols? He avoids answering, limiting himself to the standard disclaimer that stuff has happened to him. In the past, he might have done it because of an archaeological relic, for example. But now he doesn't have this relic, only a mysterious raven who is probably up to something. Seo Juhong even wonders what it is. Covering the surface of the map with hieroglyphics, he announces that his work here is done. Now that he has set up his own spell, the hidden power of the relic must reveal itself at last. Kira says Seo Juhyun should show her these hidden powers. Seo Juhyun agrees and holds out his hand for the relic. He thinks to himself that all those stories about special skills and secret spells are pure lies. What he had written so diligently had nothing to do with the Prime Minister's quest. Before coming to this meeting, he had already found the missing person using his own map, so he knows exactly what the answer is. Now Seo Juhong exclaims that he has found this Prime Minister and knows where he is now. Kira steps forward disbelievingly, trying to figure out if it's true. Seo Juhong replies to her that the man is in the Sahara Desert, and he'll be able to write down more precise coordinates if he's given a notepad to write on. He warns, of course, while he's writing down the details, that the search area needs to be expanded, given that the Prime Minister can move around. Better yet, they'd better hurry, given that this is the desert we're talking about. Kira hands the notebook to her subordinate, instructing him to contact the nearest post to that location immediately. She even authorizes the use of scouting relics, just to find the missing man as soon as possible. Seo Juhong and Kira in silence see the departing man off with a glance, trying not to look at each other. In the next instant, the muzzle of the gun rests against Seo Juhong's forehead, but he grins anyway and says that now he has kept his promise. But Kira says she can't let him leave so soon. At least they need to wait until the Prime Minister's safety is assured. She says that Seo Juhyun and Yu Jaiha will stay here until the CIA finds the missing man. They are immediately surrounded on all sides by Kira's subordinates, raising their weapons. Yu Jaiha tries to remind them that it's still unknown how long the search will take. But Kira, not lowering her weapon, tells them not to worry. The search operation is being carried out by her people, which means they'll get through this very quickly. All they have to do is wait. In the meantime, she offers to tell Seo Juhong the details of the relic language, but he laughingly refuses, citing trade secrets. Kira looks at him carefully, asking if he was really hoping to continue their business relationship without trading any favors. Seo Juhyun, taking this cooperation into consideration, reluctantly agrees, saying that she can tell the basics for now and will tell the rest later. Kira agrees, deciding that's enough for now, and a satisfied Seo Juhong nods faintly at Yu Jaiha. He nods back, showing that he understands. After a while, Seo Juhong diligently typed out line after line of relic language in his notebook. And Kira is standing behind him when a soldier suddenly rushes into the room, reporting to her that the search operation has been successful and Prime Minister Albert has been found. Of course, Kira immediately asks about the minister's state of health. The subordinate reports that everything is fine. He is a little weakened, but generally unharmed. Seo Juhyun immediately turns around saying how wonderful this is and that he should probably get going. But Kira tells him to finish his current assignment first. Seo Juhyun notices with displeasure that Kira seems to be overstepping his bounds, so much so that he feels like he's not even going to let him go, not anytime soon. Adding a few more red characters to the page, he asks if that's the case. No longer trying to hide his own intentions, Kira asks what he will do if he does. He should shut up, because a man with that ability is not going to be let go so easily. He'll have to cooperate until they figure things out. Pressing down harder on the handle, Seo Juhong notes thoughtfully that this is how things turned out then. As soon as he repeats those words a second time with a naughty smirk, it's clear that something is going on. Somewhere very close by, An explosion happens, forcing Seo Juhong to raise his hand to cover his face. As the soldiers cough up smoke, Kira tries to figure out what's going on. She notices that one of the cards, marked in red, has caught fire, and immediately exclaims about her relics, ordering them to be extinguished. Her subordinates rush to carry out the order. Without letting the weapon out of her hands, she hustles the worried subordinate who had picked up the relic. Suddenly, his eyes are distorted with anger. He notices something and shouts, asking what the hell it is, and ends up ripping the map to shreds, cursing her all over the place. Kira wonders indignantly what he's trying to do. And then all her subordinates get to the table with the cards, shouting that they should destroy them as soon as possible, and to do that, they should tear the paper into small pieces. Kira tries to stop them, or at least understand what they are trying to accomplish. Suddenly, a bullet enters the leg of one of her assistants. He immediately starts screaming from the pain in his injured limb. Kira, clutching the gun in her hands, clearly realizes that this is happening for a reason, but because of the effects of the relic. She turns to one soldier of the sane kind and rudely asks where Seo Juhong is now, since he's definitely the one who did this. But the soldier can't answer, simply suggesting that the general take a look herself. He reveals that the table where Seo Juhong was sitting is now empty, and Yu Jaha has also disappeared. Kira can't hold back her anger and a stream of curses. Meanwhile, somewhere else, passers-by are watching the unusual scene in amazement. Yu Jaha and Seo Juhyun are sitting in the fountain. The first one happily remarks that they did manage to escape from that place, but the second one doesn't share his enthusiasm, noting that it's too bad they ended up in the fountain because he's now wet from head to toe. Under the stares of passers-by, they make their way out of the fountain. Seo Juhyun praises Yu Jaha, saying that he did a great job drawing everything so quickly. He chuckles, saying that he never doubted his own artistic skills. Seo Juhyun recalls throwing a jar of ink to Yu Jaha immediately after the explosion as an escape relic. In the midst of the panic, he used the ink to draw a fountain where they ended up. In order for this plan to work, Seo Juhong brought Yu Jaehu to this place and asked him to memorize the place well to make sure he could draw this fountain. As a result, their venture turned out to be a success. And the relic used to win is the one that Seo Juhyun got by taking it from Director Quan back then. It's difficult and inconvenient to use on your own, but it's a powerful relic if you have an artist as a subordinate. Fixing her wet hair, Yu Jaeha asks with interest what they will do now. Seo Juhyun replies that nothing much awaits them. Seo Juhong admits that when he asked Kira for a pen, he ended up changing the shape of Shakespeare's pen to fit that very pen and quietly swapped them around. And on the cards, he wrote commands that would inspire terror in people. And to make this suggestion work better, he memorized a few names beforehand. For example, when he talked to a female employee at the hotel, or when he was escorted to Kira's place. He offers to talk to the agent and asks him to introduce himself, but the agent tells Seo Juhyun to shut up and just follow. Seo Juhyun asks them to be a little more human because he's not their enemy. On the contrary, he wants to help because he knows how important this mission is to them. The two attendants turn around interestedly. In return, for himself, Seo Juhong asks only to tell the general to be less hard on him. He suggests they be friends, and one of the agents chuckles, calling him a weirdo. But he still introduces himself as John. Seo Juhyun immediately grins, realizing that he's already won. Then all he had to do was to write the instructions using the names he recognized in them. For this, he chose a language that no one present could understand. In these instructions, the instigator of the chaos was the hotel receptionist, Jamie, that she planted dynamite in the designated room number 2002, and agents John Smith and Jim Evans saw some kind of horrible presence in the map relics. They immediately decided that the general's life was threatened by this danger, and so they tore the relics into small pieces. Stunned by such a story, Yu Jaeha remains silent, while Seo Juhyun encourages him to start praising him, saying that he knows he's adorable, and Yu Jaeha just needs to say it. Summarizing the whole adventure, he says that Kira won't be able to track them anymore, which means it's time for them all to head to Turkey. Meanwhile, the fire in Kira's room is finally put out. She crosses her arms and waits for something, until a subordinate informs her that the connection has finally been established. Richard is on the screen, and he asks Kira if she has any news for him. Kira notices that it has been a long time since they last spoke. Without hesitation, she states the situation bluntly, confessing that she has heard that Richard possesses some sort of relics of restoration. She says that her own relics are badly damaged, and so she will need his help as soon as he returns. Richard laughs a little nervously, explaining that he'll take the order without any problems. It's just that he's had a surprising amount of work lately. For example, he just recently received and finished an order from the TCVM, also for relic repairs. Kira suggests that both herself and TCVM have been victimized by the same person. Richard is surprised, and asks if she means the guy Jujaha is working for now. Kira remarks that if they let Seo Juhong go now, he's bound to interrupt them again later, and Richard tends to agree. However, he also urges Kira not to worry in vain by revealing the secret to her. With a grim smile, he informs us that a certain Pandora will soon be launched, and then ordinary citizens will not be able not only to use the relics, but even to possess them. Meanwhile, the action shifts to Turkey, where Irina is buying food. The seller hands her 3 kebabs and she thanks him, noting that they look very tasty. After picking up the order, Irina wonders if everything is all right with it, and if something has happened, but the seller doesn't understand what she's talking about. To which she excuses herself by saying that it doesn't matter at all, thanks again, and then hastily turns around and walks away, leaving the salesman perplexed. Irina looks extremely pleased with herself as she leaves this small store with food in her hands. She walks over to the car, opens the back door and tells them that she managed to buy them some food. They thank her for that. Once settled, Irina brags about how she managed to control the relic, which means it's worth practicing more now. Seo Juhong, already munching on a kebab, doesn't know what she's talking about until Irina clarifies that nothing happened during the purchase. With a happy smile, she thanks Seo Juhong, saying that it's all just because of him, as suddenly a rumbling sound is heard. The consequences of this make themselves felt immediately. Someone exclaims in surprise, reporting that a road sign has just fallen down. An accident almost happens, causing a scolding, and another person gets a stomachache. Seo Juhong, on the other hand, calmly continues to eat. With a chuckle, he remarks that perhaps it is too early for her to thank him, and barely holding back her tears, Irina agrees. However, Seo Juhyun immediately comforts her, noting that she's doing much better than before, and adds that Irina has apparently learned to get along well with her own relic, which surprises Yu Jehu. Seo Juhyun also suggests that she should pay more attention to trying to control her in the future. Irina doesn't know what he's talking about, assuming she's still a long way from that level, but Seo Juhong replies that the general practices he taught her are only helpful in the beginning. But we are talking about a relic of parasitic type, which itself is capable of subjugating the owner. That's why it must be controlled. And in general, all this training is only due to his desire to help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forced Irina to do it. Seo Juhyun asks if she realizes that. He also adds that it's useless to be friends with relics. Irina is surprised by this, but says she understands, and Yu Jaeha, who's been listening to the conversation, thinks it's too radical. Seo Juhyun suggests that they all have something to eat, because they'll soon arrive at the right place. Yu Jaeha says she understands, but she still grumbles. Outside the windows, palaces and mosques flash by. Finally, the car arrives in Cappadocia. Black dust hovers in the air above the city. Seo Juhyun stands by the car and puts down his binoculars, admitting that he didn't expect this. Both Yu Jaeha and Irina look amazed at what they saw. Seo Juhong looks at the tomb in the distance, not understanding why it's still there. Because if the relic is placed in Irina's body, there's no point in the tomb itself. But one side of the tomb seems destroyed, which looks very strange. They can also make out a multitude of men standing at the foot of the tomb with weapons in their hands. Every one of them is a soldier. Seo Juhong identifies these military men, realizing that they are an American squad designed to loot tombs. The men are under the direct command of General Kira, and Turkish soldiers can be discerned not far from them. Judging by how quiet everything is, it is safe to say that there is some agreement between them. Standing in front of the tomb, Seo Juhong notes that the military really made sure that not even a fly would pass by unnoticed. It would be difficult to enter the tomb under such conditions, but with a smile, he concludes that difficult doesn't mean impossible at all. Yu Jaeha asks doubtfully, do they really have to get past all those soldiers? Seo Juhong reminds him that he's already told him that he's not just some researcher, but a tomb raider. And with a smirk, he tells Yu Jaeha and Irina to keep their eyes open and memorize, because now he's going to show them what it means to actually be a tomb raider. They all end up in a public restroom, and Yu Jaeha asks why this place is always featured in their plans in one way or another, stinking up the place. Seo Juhyun, rummaging through his backpack, replies that it just happens to be that way on its own, and he doesn't like those conditions either. He also explains that the tomb and the area around it are usually protected with the aura of relics. However, weaknesses can always be found, and this time the weakness is here. Irina and Yu Jaeha look at him astonished. Holding up some strange item, Seo Juhong grinningly declares that right here is where they will make their passage. Yu Jaeha looks at the relic shown with interest. He even wonders what it is, if it's some kind of relic with properties similar to explosives. But Seo Juhyun says no. He tells us that it's one of the heirlooms they took from the thief Vivian back then, a D-rank sweet potato that can only cause digestive problems. Yu Jaeha immediately flares up, asking why he needs it then, since it's a completely useless and vile relic. But Seo Juhyun replies that that's exactly why he needs it now. and then looks at the window with one of his basic skills called tomb opening. It can be used to make a hole in a tomb. He can succeed where people with dynamite fail, however. The power of this skill may not be enough, so he plans to destroy the useless relic and use its energy. In the meantime, Seo Juhong commands everyone to cover their ears. He clutches the relic in his hands and it screams in pain, blue lightning dancing across his body. Seo Juhong grinningly orders the relic to explode already, finally, because he really needs all its energy. Engulfed in blue flames, the relic begs him to stop it, repeating that she is in great pain, but eventually explodes, releasing a stream of energy with such a flash of light that it makes Yugaha and Irina clasp their eyes tightly shut. The explosion draws the attention of the soldiers turning around to see what's going on. Irina is amazed by the power of the relics, while Yu Jehu is only interested in the explosion that occurred. Seo Juhong reassures them, saying that everything that has nothing to do with the tomb is intact, but there is a large hole in the floor at their feet, going into the darkness. With a chuckle, he asks if this hole looks like a rabbit hole, and taking a seat at its very edge, notes that it is the one that will lead them all deep into the tomb. Yujeha is surprised by this. It is later, when all three of them are making their way through the tunnel, that he notices that he hears soldiers from above and asks what will happen if they are discovered. Seo Juhong replies that everything will be fine and they can always hide in the tomb, as the tunnel in front of them suddenly ends in a dead end, which Yu Jaeha notices. Seo Juhong immediately reaches into his pocket for the relics, saying that a couple other things will come in handy here. Reliquia screams in pain again as the soldiers on the surface search for the source of the noise. Their commander points to the place where the noise was supposedly coming from and tells them to hurry up. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong and his companions tunnel out into a large cavern where every step they take echoes off the walls. Yu Jaeha looks around in amazement. He can't believe that they're really inside the tomb already. Seo Juhong, holding the torch, turns around and remarks that he actually said he would be, and that he could have believed him for once. Lighting the torch with a lighter, he asks Irina and Yu Jehu to wait for him at this place, saying that he needs to gather some information about the place. Irina and Yu Jaeha look over clearly frightened, not wanting to be in this place by themselves. And they end up following Seo Juheon. Yu Jaeha suggests that they all go together, and Seo Juheon just agrees. Irina, on the other hand, remarks softly that this place is too scary. Eventually, the torchlight catches the scarlet glyphs written in a row on the wall, and Seo Juhong stops thoughtfully to study them more closely. Eventually, he notices that there are some pretty interesting things written on the wall, and Irina asks what exactly he understood from the glyphs. Seo Juhong says he was able to read that the relic in this tomb is the hand of Midas, and there's a pretty good chance that the relic in Irina's body and the one on the wall are the same thing. Yu Jaeha interjects to ask if it's definitely talking about Midas, because he's that legendary figure that turned everything into gold with a single touch, which makes no sense because Irina is only capable of bringing misfortune to those around her. To which Seo Juhong simply advises him to remember the end of the story, in which it turns out that in the end, Midas's gift only doomed everyone around him to suffering. Seo Juhong recalls the myth. The god Dionysus decides to grant one wish to King Midas in return for a favor, and Midas asks for a touch that turns everything into gold. Dionysus thinks this is foolish, but grants the wish anyway, as promised. Midas was happy, but not for long, for he discovered that water and food also turned to gold. Then Dionysus told Midas how to get rid of his cursed desire. All he had to do was wash in the Pactolus River to be free of it. Remembering the river, Seo Juhong realizes that if there is a place in the tomb that symbolizes it, one can try, according to the myth, to get rid of the parasitic relic, and he will be able to appropriate the relic for himself as soon as it leaves its current home. So he turns to Irina and says that this is very good news. She asks excitedly if it is true. Seo Juhong already starts to explain something as a bullet flies right past his face. Fire rains down on them, and Yu Jaeha screams incomprehensibly while Seo Juhong, quickly orienting himself, says it's soldiers and they all need to run. Upon discovering them, the soldiers shout, indicating to their comrades the location of the intruders, and fire again. Covering his head with his hands, Yu Jaeha panics on the run, asking how they can even shoot in the tomb. But Seo Juheon admits that he doesn't know, and maybe it's all because the tomb is already damaged. He turns around to see how Irina is doing, asking if she's okay. She is breathing heavily, but says she is not hurt and keeps running. But Seo Juhong realizes that she can't run like this for long, which means he needs to handle this situation quickly. Which is why he suddenly stops abruptly, causing Yu Jaeha to turn around to ask what it means and Irina to look concerned. Seo Juhong calmly tells his two companions to go on without him, and he pulls out his shiny new sword and says he'll delay the pursuers and then he can catch up with them. All wrapped up in lightning from the overflowing power to the white glow of the relic, Seo Juhong notices with a gambling smile that running away is absolutely not his style. Meanwhile, somewhere else, General Kira turns around angrily and asks what this means. What is this request for help coming from the Turkish tombs anyway? Her subordinate explains that communication with the local unit has suddenly broken down, and the last message she received from them is alarming. Kira tells her to continue her report. The report speaks of suspicious people entering the tomb. They include 2 young men and a girl, apparently unarmed. Kira grudgingly remarks that there's no way the intruders could have attacked the soldiers unless they were armed, which means they must be carrying relics. The subordinate, trembling, apologizes for the misinformation. But Kira tells her to shut up and clarifies if she heard correctly that there are 2 young men there, armed with relics. Immediately, growling, he flares up with anger, realizing that it's about Yujahu and Seo Juhong. Meanwhile, Seo Juhong, surrounded by bright flashes of lightning illuminating him, laughs at the soldiers, shouting at them to go to him. Yujeha, who had taken cover around the corner with Irina, worriedly shouts at him not to do anything stupid, because it is impossible to deal with a squad of soldiers with just a sword. When the soldiers see Seo Juhong, they fire at him on command. He ran with all his legs trying to evade the chase. The soldiers shouted that he was getting away and must be caught. The thought flashed through his mind that he should first attract attention with the aura of the relic, and then increase his speed with his sword and run, so he could deceive them and lure them into a trap. Having thought out the plan, he set about carrying it out. The military looked at him and shouted that it was a dead end, and he had nowhere to go, so he'd better surrender. But he wasn't going to listen to them. Then a bright flash, the soldiers cover their faces with their hands and see that they have turned into gold. They are panic-stricken and frightened. He ran up to one of the soldiers and snatched the weapon from him with a dexterity that he didn't even realize how it happened. He finished off all the soldiers, then looked back at the bodies lying around and said it wasn't hard at all. Irene and his assistant were waiting for him. Then he said he had to go because he had found out where the Pactal River was. They reached the lake, and they had a magnificent view. Inside the cave, there was a river that shimmered with different colors. They gazed admiringly at the lake, not realizing how a lake of such enormous size could be inside. Looking at Irina with a smile, Ju Hong told her to try dipping in the water. He looked at him with a questioning look. He explained to her that Midas had washed his ability to turn everything into gold into this lake. Maybe this will help her get rid of the relic. Squatting down and touching the water, he reassured her that there was no trap, and they would wait for her on the other side. She looked at him wide-eyed and was a little scared, but said she would go in the water. She obeyed him and undressed, folded her clothes on the shore, and carefully entered the water. The assistant looked at the boss and asked him if he was going to keep staring at her. The guy looked at him and said there's no trap, and Ju Hong said that a rebel relic can be unpredictable. And then added that you can't be fooled when you're dealing with a relic. Standing in the water, Irene thought, wondering if this would actually work and help her. Then something happened to the water in the lake. She screamed, and a voice from somewhere said, "You're finally here, my other half." When Ju Hong heard this, he cursed, and lightning jumped up from his seat and ran towards the direction where Irene was. He ran to the lake and started yelling at her to get out of the water as quickly as possible. She said she couldn't even move. Raising one hand up, Irene was wildly horrified as her hand began to turn to gold. After speeding up, Ju Hong jumped into the lake since he had nothing else to do and needed to save Irene. As he swam underwater, he mentally pondered how this could have happened at all, and he needed to think of something immediately. It's definitely not a trap. The message mentioned a relic lurking in the lake. Irene screamed and begged for help. He swam up to her, thinking about the fact that there's only one relic in this tomb, the one in Irene. Is there really another one? He swam up to her and took her hands and told her not to worry. He was there for her. She was already almost completely covered in gold. Suddenly, a voice said who he was in general. Don't stop him from bringing his brother back. She saw that Ju Hong was also turning into gold. She started yelling at him about it. Sweat was rolling down his face from the exertion, and now he realized why he couldn't move. They were already almost completely submerged. The voice was telling him to let the girl go and get out of the water and stay out of his way. The voice said that he would only destroy the girl and pull his brother out of her body. After these words, Ju Hong gathered all his strength in his fist and dived out of the water. He managed to pull Irene out of the water, and the voice said he was in a good mood today and was letting them go. He held her and told the voice he knew what he was and grinned. She didn't know what he was talking about at all. Then Ju Hong said that the relics were imprisoned in stone. The first was the golden hand, and the second was the hand of bankruptcy. Then he added that it was the hand of bankruptcy that had infiltrated her. Irene couldn't believe what he was saying. Looking at her, he said that the golden hand was trying to destroy her to get his brother. Then he said, let's do the opposite. He told her to use dominance to get the golden hand. He started yelling at her to dominate her, telling her to try to remember how she practiced. Don't be friends with her. Dominate her. She tried her best. Zhu Hong had told her that he would help her if the two of them used dominance, and that bastard would be a piece of cake. The two of them started trying to do it. The voice started screaming about what they were doing and shouted for them to stop now. Taking all the strength in her fist, Irina shouted that it was he who should stop his pointless resistance. She screamed, "Surrender the relic." She looked at her hand and said that her body was returning to its original state. Looks like they won. She looked at her arm and said that her tattoo had changed too. Smiling, Zhu Hong said that they had finally made a full contract. She looked at him, and he told her not to worry because the powers of the Golden Hand and the Bankruptcy Hand should balance each other out. Then he added that it would be easier for her to control the power of the bankruptcy now. She looked at him and smiled. Then she jumped up and threw herself around his neck and hugged him tightly, saying that she was very grateful to him. People in military uniforms in their headquarters are talking to each other. One of the military reports that communication with the people in the tomb has been cut off. The uniformed woman gets angry and starts yelling and saying that they can't just disappear. She orders reinforcements to be sent. Standing there with an evil face, she talks about using her relics to simply sizzle them and destroy them. The military officer, frightened by her words, says that everything will be all right. The tomb will just blow up and become rubble. She looked at him and flashed her eyes at him and said it was none of her business. All three of them were walking towards the exit and talking about how they wanted to get some air as soon as possible. Zhu Hong looked at his assistant and said that they hadn't been here that long, and why was he whining? He replied that it was a tomb and he needed fresh air. Then they abruptly all stopped and froze with their mouths open. The goddess of Evers fiercely descended upon the tomb and blocked all the exits. This is Kara's work. They came and broke all of that girl's artifacts. Zhu Hong said it was just a series of artifact cards. Then he said that the artifact map was just a tool to indicate the stronger artifacts she had. He went on to say that Kara was considered a war queen because she was the possessor of Sekhmet's artifacts. They hid and heard a voice telling them, "It's hard what you man has done." Zhu Hong said it's the Hammurabi code copy, not the original, but still. The walls of the tomb continued to collapse. The assistant said, "Thank God they survived," to which Irene said they wouldn't be buried here anyway. Zhu Hong looked at them and asked if they remembered how they came here. They had destroyed the artifact to make a hole, and now they had to do the same. Turning to him, the aide said with a look of horror on his face that this was why we were collecting so many unnecessary relics. What if there aren't enough? Zhu Hyun looked at him and said that his relics are worth more than his life, and you can find more, but not his life. He remembered his recently acquired skill of tomb recovery, only then he hadn't thought of where he could use this skill. Who would have thought he'd end up in a tomb like this? He had no idea that the skill could be so useful. Then he gathered his strength and put his hand to the ground and said, everyone was surprised to see the shards of the tomb begin to move apart. He said that if they went in that direction, they would come out. The assistant said he's finally getting out of here. Zhu Hong said it wasn't in the contract and he was responsible for him. The aide looked at him and said that there might be situations he couldn't control. 2 soldiers with machine guns were checking the area. One asked if they'd found anything. The other said there was nothing here. Military headquarters said they found nothing and that the tomb collapsed 3 hours ago. The man approached the military man and asked if they were using search relics. There are relics whose energy can be used to find intruders. A man looks at the screen and doesn't understand who called him. He gets angry and says this is no time for jokes. Then he sees a small child on the screen and no parents around. He can't realize it's the child calling him. A girl in a military uniform came through the door. She is the mother of this child. Her name is Kira. She's a general. She walks into the room and addresses the man on the other side of the screen, saying that the use of the Sekhmet relic is at risk, and she doesn't know much. Is the risk to change everything, or to achieve harmony? The goddess Sekhmet was also known as Hatter, the goddess of love. Staring thoughtfully at the screen, the man said that someone had once used this formidable artifact. How did these people deal with it? Staring at the screen, Kira says she's come to report everything she knows about it. But it looks like they missed these people. Then she goes on to Pandora, who is standing by wondering what's going on. The man replies, how could they possibly know? The man smiled and said that he might as well tell her the good news anyway. He said that today was the inauguration of the Pandora's Tomb Management Organization. Now all the found relics are under it. At the meeting said the relics are Pandora's boxes that bring chaos to our world. There are plans to deny the public access to the tombs. If these rules are broken, these people will be considered terrorists and will be severely punished. Pandora is a defense against relics. All 3 of Zhu Hong, his assistant, and Irene are flying on the Hilton's private jet. They're headed to New York. Irene was originally going to take them to Los Angeles, where the almond tree was stored. But her parents suddenly invited them all to their house. Irene must have been the first to tell her parents the good news, and they decided to thank them by inviting them to a dinner party. Sitting on the airplane, Zhu Hong thought about how he was very grateful he planned to approach the Hiltons with his efforts. But there was one but. He got too close to people like Kira, so he needed insurance too. And he thought it was going to go smoothly. They arrived at JFK Airport. Ju Hong was sitting in a chair looking out the window, and an assistant came over and said it was time for them to leave. Looking at him, he said he sensed near the airport a huge number of active relics. He sat there with his teeth clenched and angry, and then he said what he thought were those annoying guys. At the airport, there were people in black uniforms and with guns. They calmed people down and said they were from the Pandora organization. They said that if anyone had relics, they had to tell them. From that day forward, everyone who has artifacts comes under Pandora's control. People in the crowd started to get indignant on what grounds and what right they had and everything like that. One of the uniformed men was radioed that they had found an artifact in the direction of a 1-hour-tall man, and he needed to be apprehended. The man started running away, screaming that they were crazy and it was his artifact, chased by a military man with a gun. Those military men who were standing in front of the crowd already said in an orderly tone that everyone who had the relics should immediately report it to them. The military was approached by a colonel who said that they had performed their first mission admirably. He approached the military man and said that if someone would not voluntarily give up the artifact, he could be beaten as an example. One of the military men approached the colonel and told him that a powerful artifact had been discovered that was believed to be linked to wealth. The colonel smiled and said it turns out to be a special item. He looked at the soldier and told him to wait for special orders. Walking down the airport corridor, Irene and Ju Hong's assistant were visibly nervous. He looked at them and told them that he didn't see any need to worry so much. The aide looked at him and said how could he not be nervous the enemy had surrounded the airport. Looking at Irene, who was walking in her thoughts, Ju Hong said that they had gotten hold of Midas's relic, so why don't they try it out? Spreading her hands apart, she said that she had never done it before. Ju Hong said that it was not difficult, just do it in the same way as when controlling the artifact. He looked at her with a smile on his face and said that if there was any force majeure, he would help her. As they were leaving the corridor, they heard them being shouted at to stop and not to move. The colonel stepped forward and said that they were representatives of Pandora and they had information that they were carrying artifacts. Watching them, Ju Hong pondered Pandora, the organization that pretends to be humanity's protector against artifacts. It was actually a group that mined rare artifacts and passed them on to others. He reflected on the fact that, according to his memories, Pandora had appeared several years after the crash. It had been at least 3 years. He stood pensive and pondered to himself that the future had changed again. The colonel looked at them and said that he could see that they were confused, but that they had nothing to fear. If they handed over the artifacts, they would be released. Folding his arms across his chest and smiling, Ju Hong asked the colonel what rights they were relying on to try to take his artifacts. Angry, the colonel said to him with a clenched lip that if he didn't understand, he would probably only be brought to consciousness by a bullet. After looking at Colonel Ju Hong, he smiled and told him to shoot, while he looked at Irene and gave her a sign that it was time to act. She was very worried because she had never done it before, but he promised to help her if things went wrong. The colonel yelled that the warning was over and gave the command to fire. But the weapons in the hands of the military began to explode spontaneously. Looking at Irene and smiling, Ju Hong said that she did fine, only more worried. He said she did pretty well for a first-timer and took her hand. Then he told her they should try a stronger attack and he'd help her with it. She said okay. The colonel told them they were too pissed off and he'd see how they could stop this attack. The colonel ordered the military to activate their artifacts and use them in the attack. They stood and held hands and had already begun to use their strong attack directed at the military. Looking at the colonel and grinning, Ju Hong asked who was going to catch whom. In an instant, the hand of devastation has covered the entire airport. All equipment within the airport is disabled. Military artifacts are falling apart. The military looked at their artifacts and couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes as the artifacts fell apart into small pieces. From fright, all the military men started running away. The colonel started yelling at them to stop. He called them cowards. Walking up to the colonel and taking him by the chest, Ju Hong told him to tell him that their laws are akin to dog shit and they won't help them. There was an explosion at the airport, and no survivors have been reported yet, and the airport has been badly damaged, making traffic impossible. Sitting in the car and looking out the window, Ju Hong smiled and talked about how they had turned everything upside down. Then he turned to Irina and said that at the airport the most attention Pandora was getting was from the Pandoras they had no choice but to shut up. And then he thanked her and said she was the reason they destroyed them all. She looked at him with her big blue eyes and smiling said please. Then he asked her if she had any pain or strange sensations. She said she didn't think so. He wondered strangely after she had used so much power. Risk is a feature of using artifacts. She used so much power that she even managed to blow up an airport. That kind of artifact use must have taken its toll on her. He looked out the car window and thought about the fact that there was no telling how or when it would happen. Then all of a sudden Irene grabbed her neck and started wheezing and talking about being short of breath. The driver who was driving the car asked fearfully if she was all right. She bent down and kept saying she couldn't breathe. Ju Hong tried to calm her down. He looked at her and thought that this was a side effect of the relic, and no wonder since she had spent so much energy. He watched her and thought about what exactly was going on that made her suffer physically. He told her to calm down, and he'd try to suppress her influence with his dominance skills. Then she blacked out, but a second later she was sitting there staring at him point blank, and he was even afraid to ask her why she was staring at him like that. Then abruptly she clung to his shoulder and hushed him. The deputy was frightened and didn't understand what she was doing to his boss. Then the deputy asked if he was okay. He said it seemed to work out and now she was just asleep. When she woke up, she covered her face with her hands and apologized to Ju Hong, saying that she didn't know how it happened. He said it was okay. Then looking at her, he reassured her and said that it was about the relic here and dominant always leads to a side effect. She looked at him with a startled face and wondered if by chance there was any other way. After a while, they arrived by car at the Hilton mansion, which was Irene's home. His assistant turned to Ju Hong and asked him if he could wait for them in the car. Ju was surprised and asked why all of a sudden. He said he was afraid he'd run into George Hilton because if he got in his face, he'd have no bones about it. Irina smiled and reassured him that his brother wasn't home right now. Ju Hong told him to get out of the car. He rolled his eyes and thought that he had a bad feeling, and it was probably for good reason. Ju Hong, who was sitting in the back seat, told him to stop talking nonsense and get out of the car. He's not here now, so there's no point in hiding. Then he added that if he ever met him, he'd apologize to him. The deputy said he would destroy him before he did. They got out of the car, and Irina said she would show them where to go and ask them to follow her. She told Ju Hong with a smile that she hadn't been home for so long and was living in a hotel for fear of hurting them. She smiled and thanked Ju Hong. He walked beside her and said it was nothing because she'd helped him at the auction. Then she stopped. She looked across the parking lot and said that that parked blue car was her brother's. The assistant became sweaty and visibly nervous at the words he heard. He turned around and saw Irene's brother in front of him pointing a gun at him, saying if it wasn't that crook who was selling fake paintings to him. Irene looked at him with eyes wide open in surprise and asked him if he was home. He looked at her and said he'd gotten a phone call and had rushed over. Then he said he hadn't seen her in a long time. The deputy was on his knees. He begged for forgiveness, to which Irene's brother told him he should have apologized sooner. Now he's gonna kill him for sure. Turning to Ju Hong with pleading eyes, the assistant asked him to help in some way. Smiling, he said that the criminal must be punished for what he did. Then he looked at Irene's brother and added that in his opinion life was too high a price to pay. Then he added that they saved his sister from the curse, and this guy played no small part in that, so give him another chance. He listened and said that if it was true, Irene should have warned him about it. With a smile, Ju Hong said that it was true. But before he could say anything, her brother interrupted and said how they had done it. They didn't rid his sister of the relic, they only strengthened its connection to her sister's body. That's their way of breaking the curse. Getting angry, Ju Hong said that the relics were attached to Irene's body from the beginning, and they helped her learn how to control her power. Then he added that it was impossible to remove the parasite relic from the body. Irene's brother shouted how he could know that. He said the relic has been in Irene since the beginning. He told him to cut the crap. Irene's brother pointed a gun at Ju Hong and looked at him with a furious face. Ju Hong thought to himself that this guy couldn't understand words. Then he remembered a conversation with Irene, who said her whole family were staunch Catholics, so his brother had heard bad things about the relics. Looking at her brother with surprised eyes, Irina said her brother gets upset every time they talk about relics. She looked at her brother and said that the relic was in her and was part of her body, but it was still the same. Then she added that she asked him not to be rude to Ju Hong, who is her savior. When Irene's brother came to his senses, he admitted that he had overreacted, then told his sister that the relics were dangerous and she could go to the next world. Ju Hong looked at him and asked why he thought that. He told him that he saw something happening to him. Irene's brother looked at him and said it was none of his business. Then he added that he should thank him for not having a hole in his head and tell him to get out of here. Ju Hong decided that the conversation wasn't going well. Putting his hands in his pockets, Ju Hong said that Irene's brother was already clear, but he came to their parents' house and at their invitation. Jumping up and blocking his way, Irene's brother said the meeting was canceled, and his parents didn't want to see him. Unable to endure such boorish behavior on his part, Ju Hong swung around and hit him in the face with his fist. Then he turned to Irina and telling her to hold her brother, he rushed to the front door of the house. He told her he had to meet their parents at any cost. Then he added that there was something wrong. He ran into the house and called out to Mrs. Hilton, but no one answered, so he decided to go up to the second floor. He caught himself thinking that he could smell rotting flesh and a bad aura in the house. That agonizing time before he passed away and that smell. When he ran into one of the rooms, he saw Mrs. Hilton lying in bed, looking terrifying. She was lying with her eyes closed, and there was absolutely no hair on her head, and her face was covered with some stains. Irina and her brother ran into the room after him. When she saw the condition of her mother, she was horrified. Standing and looking at Mrs. Hilton with his mouth open, Jun Hong couldn't utter a word. Irene's brother shouted that he was talking about something they couldn't. Then, recovering, he asked if Mr. Hilton was in the same condition, to which Irene's brother replied, in the affirmative. Jo Hyun looked at all this and asked when it happened to them. He said that he had just heard about it and came right away. Then he said they've had this disease for a long time. That's why they kept the relics away from them. No one knew they'd get this bad. After a moment of silence, Ju Hong said that it was their relic syndrome. Irene's brother looked at him in surprise and asked him if he knew anything about the disease. Then he said that anyone who's had prolonged contact with relics can get sick, especially those who are friendly with relics. Then he added that the symptoms manifest as psychotic hallucinations, as well as sudden bleeding. In short, the disease affects both inside and out, and there is no cure. Irene's brother couldn't believe it. Then he said it had killed a third of the world's population, and the rest of them would suffer the same fate. In the midst of these events, the monopolists found their profit in the form of healing relics. Ju Hong said that he too worked for a pittance to buy it. Then he talked about how those who weren't affected wouldn't understand the terrible suffering. Kneeling down, Irene's brother, his face white with terror and fear, asked if they were going to die like this. Jo Hong looked at him and said there was a way to use the healing relic. Irene's brother started yelling that he wanted to test the relic on his parents. After listening to him, Ju Hong said that he understood his dislike for the relics, but if it must be used, it must be used. You don't want them to die. Irina walked over to her brother and said that everything would be fine and that Ju-hoon could be trusted. Irene's brother looked at him and said he could try. Jo Hong replied that he couldn't do it now. After hearing those words, Irene's brother wanted to pounce on Ju Hong, but he was stopped and told to be patient. After looking at him, Ju Hong said that there was a healing relic, but it was not activated, so it couldn't be used right now. Then he added that if he waited a few days, he'd activate it and bring it over. The whole process would take no more than a week. Then he thought about it and said that he understood that, but there was something else that confused him and seemed strange. Looking at Mrs. Hilton, he said it looked like the last stage of the disease, but it doesn't progress that fast. Irina intervened and said that when her mom invited her to visit, her voice was normal. Ju Hong thought to himself for a moment, because Irene was right to say that it would take more time for the disease to manifest itself. As he pondered, he thought that if someone had deliberately accelerated the disease, it could be possible. And he couldn't see any other explanation. The Hilton couple have long been symptomatic and stay away from relics. Time passed, and Irene was possessed by relics. He managed to solve the problem, so Irene's parents invited him to their house as a token of their gratitude. He looked at Irene and her brother and thought about the fact that several days had passed in such a short period between the invitation and his arrival. Continuing to ponder, Ju Hong thought that if someone had used the relic to strengthen the disease, then it would all add up. Turning to Irene's brother, he asked who had been visiting their parents lately. He answered that he didn't know since he wasn't here. After thinking for a while, Ju Hong asked if there was a possibility that there was a person with the relic among the guests. Brother Irene said it was possible. Then he added that, in fact, if planned and sneaked in, it was possible. Irene's brother asked why he was interested in it. He was convinced that someone had deliberately exacerbated the Hilton family's illness, and the power of the relic had probably been used in these conclusions Ju Hong was almost 100% sure of. When Irene's brother heard all of this, he became furious and shouted that who could do such a thing. Ju Hong replied that he would have to find out. Then he turned to leave and said he had to activate the healing relic. Irene looked at him and said she would go with him. Walking over to her, he asked if she shouldn't be with her parents at this moment. She looked at him with sad eyes and replied that it wouldn't do them any good anyway, and she'd rather help him with the healing relic. When her brother heard this, he got angry and told her that it was very dangerous. Irene looked at him and replied that she could not do nothing. Then she looked at Ju-hoon and said that maybe she could do something to help, like at the airport. He told her she could go with him. Turning to Irene's brother with a serious face, Ju Hong said not to worry, he would take care of her safety. Sitting in the car and looking out the window, Ju Hong said that he was already going to rest and go visit. When Irene heard that, she apologized, and he said he was just kidding and calmed her down, telling her not to worry and that her parents would be fine. The assistant looked at him and asked what they were going to do, to which Ju Hong replied that they needed to find a mate for the elixir tree. He then explained that this was the name of Shu Fu's relic that would help turn the eternal youth grass into a healing relic. He went on to say that Shu Fu is an ancient Chinese magician. He was one of the 3 hired by Qin Shi Huangdi to obtain the elixir of immortality. He convinced the emperor to go to a hermit to learn the secrets of immortality. He went to sea and never returned. They say he traveled far away, found new lands, and became king there. There's no mention of him finding the herb of youth. They were approaching the subway, and the assistant asked why they were going there, to which Ju Hong replied that he had to meet someone there. Zhao Hong looked at him and said that he needed some information, and for this information, he would help him live a normal life. Then he asked old Edward where the Shu Fu relic was. He turned away and mumbled through his teeth that he didn't know anything. Looking at him, Ju Hong realized that he actually knew everything, because it was through him that Director Quan got Shu Fu's relic. When he took out his phone, Ju Hong said that he would call someone and they would come to pick him up. Old Edward begged her not to do it and told her that Kira had the relic and had sold it to her. Zhao Hong looked at him and reminded him that he told him that he would be his partner. If he helped him, he would live a prosperous life without needing anything. The old man took a bite and told him to elaborate. He began to say that he needed Shu Fu's relic to make a healing relic. Depending on the use of the healing heirloom, there's a lot of cures to be made, and he'll make Edward a fortune. He added that he would never need anything again, and looked at him with a smile and asked if he was interested in the offer, because he's actually going to start a pharmaceutical company and sell low-cost drugs to people. Clear blue sky. The plane begins to take off. They set out to find the necessary ingredients for the healing heirloom. 2 girls in black suits and dark glasses. Irene said that they were her bodyguards, that her brother had told her to take them with her. After looking at the bodyguards, Ju Hong said that the team had just gotten more people. Then he added that if they didn't bother him, then it was okay and he was fine with it. Irina looked at him wide-eyed, and the bodyguards told him they had heard of him and knew he was a professional, and then added that they would do everything they could to help him. He looked at them and said, well, they seem to understand each other. Sitting on the airplane, Zhao Hong remembered a conversation with Edward who said that Shu Fu's relic was in Africa in Ghana. Kira's using him for her business. He thought about it and he thought there was something strange about it. He remembered that Edward had said that this case was connected to the tomb, but no special forces were involved. Kira must be keeping a low profile. Maybe if this case gets out, she'll get in trouble for it. They flew in and were on the roof of a house in Ghana, a suburb of Accra, and they were watching a neighboring building through a telescope. Looking through the telescope, they saw Kira's people. Among them was a girl who was very pumped up. Ju Hong immediately realized she was using the relics. The assistant asked what they were doing. Ju Hong replied that they were standing outside a gambling house and chatting. He decided to get not only the relic, but also money. He approached Irina and the guards and told them to stay outside nearby and wait. She asked if he could do it alone. He looked at her and said she could help him, and outside when he beckoned, she should use her bankruptcy hand. He smiled and told her that this would be the kind of training she'd be doing today. She smiled back and said she understood. When he entered the gambling establishment, he saw people sitting and gambling at a large table, some of whom were drinking drinks. A girl with red hair sat at a table holding cards and smiling at a guy who lost and arguing with her that this couldn't happen. Ju Hong walked over to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder and said that if he was done, he would like to play a game too. The girl looked at him and asked who he was and that she was seeing him for the first time. Then she added that there was a lot of money at stake whether he could afford it. He said, smiling, "Sure, maybe it's more fun that way." She hummed and told him to sit down quickly and get to the game. They sat down at a big table across from each other. She spread out the cards and they started the game. He noticed that there was an ashtray and dishes on the corner and a relic hidden between them. They use it to rig the cards so that others lose. They use sneaky tricks. Holding the cards in his hands and smiling slightly, Ju Hong thought to himself that he was about to show them what it meant to be bankrupt. While playing cards, Ju Hong easily defeated her and sat there smiling with joy at his victory. Sitting in complete shock, the girl couldn't believe that he had beaten her. How could this even happen? He looked at her and said she was probably thinking about why this guy was such a good match and not her. Then he looked at her point blank and said she even used the relic in her game. Holding the coin in his hand, Ju Hong said that people make a wish and toss the coin for good luck, and it later becomes a relic. Looking at the girl, he said that such coins are many common relics and weak. The girl said did he know what rank she was, rank S. Smiling and looking at her, Ju Hong thought about the fact that he was radiating SS rank failure and losers like them. Outside, Irene spreads the power of ruin to everyone except him and his assistant Yu Jeha. Judging from the way she controls her power and the precision of her aim, her skills have increased a lot. Either way, everyone will lose their luck except Ju Hoon. Looking at him, the girl said he knew about the relic, to which he replied that they thought they were the only ones using the relics. Give me the money. The girl and the guy beside her began to pick up the black bag of money and handed it to Ju Hong. Looking at the bag, he said it wasn't enough. The girl indignantly replied that everything was accurate, to which Ju Hong smilingly said that they should pay for the deception. Then he added that he would be generous and charge them only 1 million, immediately. Then he added that if they had no money, they could give him Shu Fu's relic since he was kind today and tell him what Kira was doing. Looking at him, the girl boiled with rage and said that he had originally come here for just that. Then she bent over and started screaming in pain. her stomach hurting badly. Looking at her with surprised eyes, Ju Hong didn't understand what was happening to her because he personally hadn't done anything yet. Irene was standing outside the door of the gambling club, and a guard came up to her and asked if she was all right, to which she said she couldn't control her strength. She stood frightened and thought about what Ju Hong had told her to act not too much. What should she do now? The girl on her knees begged for the pain to stop and said she would tell everything. Looking at her and smiling, Ju Hong said that she could have done that before. He thought to himself that he couldn't help her anyway. On her knees, the girl started talking about how there's a forest north of here where the tomb is. I think the general's growing something there. Looking at her with a surprised face, Ju Hong didn't understand what she was talking about. What could the general be cultivating there? The girl looked at him, writhing in pain, and said that she didn't know the details, but only a child could enter this tomb. Maybe Shu Fu is in there. After listening to him, he said how interesting it was, but he had been thinking about why such a woman would want to Shu Fu. The girl looked at him and said she didn't know anything else and asked him to stop the pain. The girl looked at him and said she didn't know anything else and asked him to stop the pain. Then he took out some vial of liquid and told her that the only thing he could do was to help her forget this suffering. After going outside, Assistant Yu Jai Ha said that these villains must look pathetic now. Du Hong smiled and said that he had done everything properly, and if he had let them go, they would have told Kira right away. Looking around, he didn't see Irene. He was worried where she might have gone. On his cell phone, he'd talk about having a bad feeling. She'd lose control, and the forces would become more powerful. He wondered if Irene had spent too much energy, if something had happened to her. A guard ran up to him and told him there was trouble. She opened her mouth and started screaming that they had missed Mistress. She said she felt sick and said she had a pain in her chest. We held her under our arms. And then she ran away and they ran after her, but they couldn't find her. They didn't even realize she was so strong. After thinking, Ju Ho said we should split up and look for her, but someone should stay here in case she comes back. He was running and he thought he couldn't just find her. He needed to find her something to get her home. Then he stopped, and an idea popped into his head to find the aura of her relic. It's strong, so her aura is powerful. Concentrating, he sensed where she was and ran in the right direction. Eventually, he found himself outside the hotel. Once inside, he started asking about the girl with the blonde hair. The woman said, "So you and this girl are good that you came." Then the woman began to tell me that this girl came in and made a fuss, asked for a drink, and she started to worry about paying for the room. When he entered the room Irene had rented, he saw her lying on the bed, sleeping with his bag in her arms. Picking up the empty bottles, he thought about this time the risk being muted by alcohol and how much she'd had to drink. He thought about the fact that, even if it helped reduce the effect of the risk, she wouldn't come to her senses until tomorrow morning. He went over to her and patted her on the head, and then he said he thought his bag was gone, and it turned out she took it. Suddenly she opened her eyes and smiled, saying she was so happy to see him. He asked why she had drunk so much. Then she took him by the neck and threw him on the bed and said she was cuddling now. Then she added that she'd had a drink while she waited for him. Then she kissed him and he couldn't get out of her embrace because she had so much strength. She fell asleep with her arms around him. Kira and a military officer are standing in the office asking him if he has any information on the group they're looking for. The military said they went to New York then to Ghana, saying they were using the Hilton's private jet. She thought about it and said that there was a girl with them at the airport in Turkey. Maybe Irene Hilton was with them. Then she asked if there was any news from Ghana, to which the military officer said it wasn't good at all. He said that some of their troops had developed mental disorders, and they rioted in the street and were taken away by the police. Then the military man added that they must have been affected by the mind-affecting relics. Kira was angry, saying it was their doing. Then she wondered why Ghana was there. There didn't seem to be anything to attract them. The soldier asked if there were any relics there. She said those relics were not war relics. She doubted they had come all this way just for them. She sat down in the chair and thoughtfully said that everything leads to this military asked about this time will be attacked using relics. She sat at the table with her hand on her arm and smirked and said she wanted to dig up the Hiltons. Everyone was already in the car. Yu Jae-ha resented why Ju Hong didn't report that he had found Irene and they had spent the night together. It just so happened that he answered and Yu Jae-ha said you couldn't reach the phone, to which he replied that someone had crushed him and he hadn't been able to move all night, much less make a phone call. Irene sat next to her guard and the guard said that alcohol was now off limits for her. Smiling, she replied, "Okay." They arrived at the foot of the big mountain where the tomb was located. Ju Hong told them to stop talking because they were already there. He was driving, thinking maybe the relics were taken and the tomb wasn't destroyed. But why would anyone do that? Then he decided he'd sort it all out later, so first he had to stop by this tomb. He then turned to his assistant Yu Jae-ha and told him to get him a couple of low-level relics. There was a big explosion and a huge hole was formed in the mountain. Everyone in the car was sitting in complete shock from the explosion. The car rushed in and kept going. At last, they reached the right place, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Clutching the bag in his hands, Yu Jae-ha said that he thought he would meet his ancestors soon. When he got out of the car, he saw a message saying that the tomb had been taken over, and it was safe to use worldly items. Taking out his cell phone from his pocket, Ju Hong looked at it, and was surprised to find that the network in the tomb was working. While he was looking at his phone, Yu Jae-ha opened his mouth at what he saw and told everyone to come over and look quickly. They saw a huge tea plantation, and wondered how it could even fit there because it was the size of 3 soccer fields. There were children working on this plantation, and it was very strange because they made so much noise with their explosion, but the children were not afraid. They were under hypnosis. Looking at all this, Jo Hong decided to turn to the raven appeared. He wanted to find out this tea plantation was also created by a relic. Then the raven said that this plantation was created by the Shennong relic. Then the story continued. There was a bull man who had the body of a man and the head of a bull. This character is associated with tea. He invented a tool for cutting up the earth and began to teach it to everyone. He tasted different herbs and could distinguish between poisonous and medicinal herbs. They say that if you poison yourself with poisonous herbs, just chew on a tea leaf and it will cleanse the poison. Ju Hong said in thought that he was beginning to understand what was going on here. Then he said that this tomb was created by the Shennong relic. When Kira came to this tomb, the tea plantation was already here. She probably wanted to keep it. She realized that if she took the relic and closed the tomb, the tea plantation would disappear. So she decided to keep the tomb open and collect tea after the relic. For some reason, only children can enter the tomb. She used the relic to lure the local children and put them to work. Then Ju Ho said we should split up and start searching for the relic. He thought that if he could, he should definitely bring the Shennong relic with him. When he heard some shouting, he turned around and saw a boy attacking Yu Jae-ha and biting his arm. Turning around and looking around, Ju Ho saw that all the children had turned around and were coming at them, teeth-gritted eyes glowing. He pulled out a rope and said, "Bracelet, tie up all these crazy kids." The children were tied up. Then Ju Hong went to his assistant and asked him how he was. He said he was fine, but his arm was swollen and sore. Looking over to where Irene and her guard were standing, he asked if everything was all right. Irene said she was fine. Yu Jae-ha turned around and his face changed with fear and said that those crazy kids were coming towards them again. Children with frantic faces and glowing eyes were approaching them, and their numbers increased greatly. With a frightened look on his face, Yu Jae-ha said that it seems that all the children who are working on the plantation are now going straight to them. Squinting his eyes, Ju Hong thought that he was fed up with everything, but then he said that maybe it was for the best, and the relic would reveal itself. With a distraught face, Yu Jae-ha said that they might not live to see this moment. Ju Hong said not to worry about taking care of everything. Came the voice of a relic who said who dared to touch their children. They couldn't concentrate on their work because of them. Smiling and realizing that the relic had appeared, Ju Hong ran off, telling his assistant to be by Irene's side. He ran through the plantation and saw that the relic was very angry and created a powerful aura. He ran as fast as he could and ordered the relic to bind the remaining children. The relic replied that it understood its master's order. The relic said he was scum and who he was in general. Smiling, he replied that he was his master. Then he said that was the end of it, and he wouldn't look at the fact that they were kids anymore. Then he smiled and decided that he was going to take care of business now. Suddenly he noticed that something like a worm was crawling on the ground. He began to shout, "Relic, why are you pretending?" Taking it in his hands, he said, "This is who we have here, who gave himself away because he was angry." Reliquia asked how he guessed the pathetic little man. Then he turned back to where Irene the guard and his assistant were, and said that if anyone was available to bring his bag from the car. He thought to himself that he should bargain with the relic. After all, she likes money. He said he would buy it and asked how much money he needed. The relic immediately perked up and said he didn't expect such an understanding man. He said if they didn't know, it was worth a lot. Yu Jae-ha asked him if he was negotiating with the relic. He replied that it was the only way to deal with him. From the last story about Shu Fu, he left and never came back. They called him an extortionist. If you sign a contract with him, you need a lot of money, and his risks also take money. Yu Jae-ha said, "What kind of relic is this?" He said it's clear and straightforward. When he opened the bag of money, he put the relic in it and said that there were $2 billion in that bag. The relic replied that it was a good sum. Then the relic said it wasn't enough. He thought he could buy it with this. Looking at her, he opened a second bag with money in it and added that he had told him that he had prepared a full one. Reliquia screamed, "Wow," the money rained down. Leaning toward the relic, Ju Hong said, "Now you will obey me." Ju Hong replied that he should wait and count the money. Then he looked at it and said the money was still short, and the current owner gave him more to put more effort into. In a confused state, Ju Hong thought about how much Kira had paid him. His assistant said it was all his money, and he had no more, and that he thought it was a justifiable risk. They didn't have all the money, of course. so they had to give away what they had set aside for emergency's gold watch jewelry. He even got the land deeds from Hilton. After that, the relic said it would follow its master. Ju-ho was overjoyed. Shoving the relic into the jar, he thought to himself that he had finally dealt with it. Now he had to make it work. The first order of business was to let all the guys go and make them pick up all the leaves and saplings. After looking at the relic jar, Ju-hong said that he should prepare to move, to which the relic said that Shennong's relic would get angry. He said he would take care of it. Reliquia said okay, but the money up front is 70 million won. Reliquia said that the money was a deposit and that the work had to be paid for. He scratched the back of his head and said that when they got out of here, he would give him more money. Reliquia told him to give the money now. Angry Ju-hong shook the jar with the relic, saying that how can he trust to give money first? No, work first, then money. The relic asked him not to shake him anymore, and he agreed. Then he told the children to get to work. Obeying the order, the children began to run lightning fast through the plantation and pick tea leaves. Looking at Yu Jae-ha, he said that they too had no time to chill out and had to move to get ready to leave. The kids packed the leaves nicely for transportation as well as a few seedlings, and it was all done very quickly. The preparations for the escape were made very quickly, but there was a problem. We couldn't leave these children on the plantation. What to do now? Asked a confused Yu Jae-ha. Jo-ho said to load the things into the car and walk on foot. The relic will guide my assistance. The one resented it and said pay. Ju-ho said 70 million on top. The man said okay. Throwing the relic jar to his assistant, he said the relic would tell him where to go. Then, smiling, he said he had one more thing to grab. He asked for his bag, saying he'd take a few more good relics. Suddenly, they heard a voice saying, "You bastards have abandoned the farm and are running away." They stood there in confusion. And the voice kept saying that growing is the most important and rewarding thing to do. But then, smiling, Ju-ho realized that the Shennong relic had finally appeared. Turning around, he told Irene to go ahead with the children. The Shufu relic would show them the way. He ran ahead and said he'd catch up with them later. Irene stood there with her mouth hanging open, confused. When Yu Jae-ha saw that the boss had forgotten his bag, he shouted at him and waved his hand and told him to throw it. But something happened, and the bag crashed into something. Ju-hong thought it was an aura wall, so the relic wanted to lock him in the tomb. They ran up to him and looked at him. He calmed him down and told them to go to the exit. If he caught the relic, the wall would disappear. He heard the relic's voice telling him to catch him, and that he realized he was in charge. Then the relic said he would punish him for dispersing the workers from his plantation. Suddenly, a thick root wrapped around Ju-hong's leg. He pulled out his sword and destroyed the roots, thus being able to free himself. He felt it take over his body. He gathered his strength and slipped free of the roots enveloping him. Then looking closer, Ju-hong noticed the relic he was hiding between the bushes. He himself had taken the form of a tea bush. After thinking about it, he decided that he needed to get there very quickly first. But he couldn't get close as the relic began to spread poison. Covering his mouth with his hand, Ju-hong began to cough. The relic told him that no matter how agile he was, when you can't breathe, it's over. Let's see how long he lasts in the poison cloud. Looking at him and grinning, Ju-hong told him not to expect him to just stand there and receive from him. He pulled out the coals and said they were the first ever Homo erectus coals, and he'd borrowed the relic from the CIA. He started rubbing the coal on the coal and said he was going to burn the whole place to hell. The relic started coughing and saying he was petty for starting a fire here, shame on him. With a smile, Ju-hong thought that the plan had worked because he hadn't counted on it, since they say that this relic also controlled fire. He told the relic that he was his now, to which he said he was dreaming big. Then the relic said that she didn't know how to control fire, but she could control the earth, and Ju-hong flew straight into the resulting cliff. The relic said it would show him a deep dungeon like hell. Ju-hong said he could go there alone if he wanted to. Abruptly wrapping his leg tightly around the relic's roots, said that this time he wouldn't let it go. The guard came up to Irene and said that this time the vibration was stronger than before, and she had to leave immediately. With a frightened face, Yu Jae-ha said that if they leave him behind, he might go to the next world, because he doesn't even have any relics with him. Then after some thought, he said they had to get out of here first. They wouldn't help him just standing there. He was holding on to keep from falling into a deep hole. The reliquary said he would die anyway, either poisoned by poisons or burned in the fire. He won't be able to get out, let alone survive. Ju-hong cut the roots that entangled his legs with his sword. Then he said the relics he's using are pathetic receivers. He replied that he'd be a lot smaller than him because he'd destroyed all his fields. As he thought about it, he reasoned to himself that the relic had a high rank as a deity. It was difficult to control. Then Relic saw him put away his sword and Blend said, "Go surrender." Pulling out the stone, he said he wanted to see if the relic was destroyed first to see if the exit would open. He went on to say that his particles are gathering in a circle. If there's a big explosion, the whole place will burn up. The relic said he wants to blow himself up too. If there's an explosion, He'll burn himself up in here. To which Ju Hong replied that does the relic think he doesn't have a plan? Then he added that the relic should show him its full power. They had already gone outside and heard a loud explosion. Turning around, they saw that the mountain was on fire. When the smoke cleared a bit, Ju Hong appeared in front of them. They were so happy that they didn't know what to do with themselves because they thought he was already in the other world. Looking at Yu Jae Ha, he said that he was worrying too much and added that he had closed the tomb. Irina came up to them and said that his assistant was very worried about him. He wondered what the big deal was. Then he said that he was his employer, and if anything happened to him, he'd be out of a job. Smiling, Ju Hong said that if he was so worried about being out of a job, then let him catch a job. Looking at what the boss gave him, he asked if it was really this, and interrupting him, Ju Hong said Shen Nun's relic was bothering him, so he fried it a little. Then after looking at everyone, he suggested we go home because he really wanted to take a shower after all the events. City of Los Angeles guys in suits watering and tending to the tree. It says it feels good. One of the guys carrying the tray thinks he's been gardening too long, even though he's never done it before. Then he got a call. He said on the phone, "What's up, big brother? Long time no see." He was told to take everything and go to New York. Sitting on a chair and wearing a sleep mask over his eyes, Ju Hong was sleeping. His assistant came over to him and said that they had flown to New York and would be leaving soon. Then Irene came up to him and said there was a little problem. Then she said she couldn't get in touch with the limo driver. He looked at it and said he could take a cab. It didn't matter. Irene said she'd try the driver again. They were already in a cab. Irina tried to contact the driver, but unfortunately he didn't answer. She was worried if everything was all right at home. After looking at her, Ju Hong calmed down and said that they were almost there, and he would be able to cure her parents. He got a call from Xiongwu shouting that something unimaginable had happened. While running and talking on the phone, Xiongwu said that they were approaching their destination, but were being chased. They need a tree. While sitting in the cab, Ju Hong thought to himself that maybe it was Kira's doing, and she was digging for him. If they took the tree, it would be a bit of a mess, to say the least. Then he thought about maybe he could summon it. But alas, he can't do that. Xiongwu called him again and yelled what they should do. Ju Hong said he's changing the meeting place and will give him the address where to wait. Then he told him in a serious voice that they must not be caught, or he would strangle them with his bare hands. Irene looked at him and got worried, and asked him what was wrong. He said that if he said there was no problem, it wouldn't be true. Then he said that all they had to do was to get to the meeting place safely and turned to the driver and asked him to drive faster. Yu Jae Ha looked at him and said that there was a huge traffic jam on the road right now and it was impossible to go any faster. He started telling the driver to do something. He replied that he couldn't do anything because there was a traffic jam. Then he added that they are already driving on this road and nothing can be done but to wait for the traffic to be normal. Irene sat with her head down, thinking that if Ju Hoon's co-workers happened to her, they wouldn't be able to retrieve the healing relic and help her parents. Suddenly there was an explosion and everyone was startled. The signboard exploded and fell onto the road they were traveling on. Turning to the boss, Yu Jae Ha said to him that he didn't think that such a sudden problem reminded him of something. Seeing that Irene was out of control, Ju Hyun took her hands and comforted her, saying that everything would be all right. Looking at her and smiling, he said it seemed like a good time to try it out. He said he had stolen the relic from Director Quan, the center of New York City, voices screaming, "Where the hell did those jerks go? They're nowhere to be seen!" Some guys talking about how he'd give a fortune for that tree, but they won't listen to him. A bunch of other guys have said they don't seem to understand what they're being told. They need to use an interpreter. Looking at them and glaring, the guy said he couldn't wait any longer and would have to take the tree away. He said that few people would care about the disappearance of 3 foreigners. While looking out the window, Seungwoo and the guys were trying to hide from the chase. They had to save the almond tree at all costs. The 3 of them stood near a tree dressed as nuns, laughing and talking about how cool it was that they were able to evade the chase. Suddenly they heard a voice from behind them. It was a policeman who said they had received a call about strange men in monks' robes. Pointing a gun at them, the policeman said he had to search them. One of the guys ran up to the policeman and pushed him away. They ran as fast as they could as they threw off their nun robes. Who would even think of dressing up like that? After running for a while and standing in a street between houses, the guys realized that they were surrounded by police on one side and guys with guns on the other. They thought they were dead when suddenly the cops and the guys with the guns just disappeared. Then they saw Ju Hong standing there smiling and saying that he thought he was on time. He said he sent these men to a relic and added that this relic originated in the ancient Japanese belief of kamikakushi. Looking at him, Xiongwoo told him to take the almond tree they had delivered and nothing would happen to it. Looking at the tree and smiling broadly, Ju Hong said well done. He would finally be able to activate this relic. He was holding a jar of relics and he said it felt like his lost half. Smiling, Ju Hong said that means he will find out soon. Wait a bit. He will get it out. He pulled an almond tree out of a pot, The relic started to resent him for doing it. Looking at all this, Yu-Jae-ha is careful one awkward move and goodbye leaves. He smiled and said that it wouldn't be a big deal if a few leaves fell. The relic started yelling for him to let him go, and where are his servants to put him back in his place? Shouted the relic. He took the jar of relics and said he'd move him to a smaller house. He transplanted a relic from a jar to another relic. The one started screaming. What a nasty thing it was, and the other one said it wasn't a nasty thing. It was fate. Extending his hand forward, Ju Hong said that now he would add dominance, then everything would be ready. Suddenly, red-colored fruit appeared on the tree. Everyone looked at it with their mouths open. With a smile, Ju Hong said that now he should drink the juice from these fruits and the illness would go away. Now he should deliver the juice to his parents. Irina said excitedly that they should get there as soon as possible. They got into a cab and drove off with only a short distance to their destination, and the Hilton's house already visible in the distance. When they started to drive closer to the house, they saw a guard lying on the lawn and nobody moved. The cab driver was frightened by what he saw and said he would not go any further and told them all to get out. After getting out of the car, Ju Hong wondered what could have happened here and why the guards were lying unconscious. They approached the house. The house was also partially destroyed and ruined with parts of the house lying around. Looking at all this in a confused state, Irina said that's exactly why she couldn't reach the driver. When they arrived at the house, Ju Hong said that they should first go inside the house to find out what happened there. When they went inside the house, they saw Irene's brother lying on the floor, wounded. When the brother saw them, he said that someone had attacked them. When he looked at Irene's brother, he thought about how deep the wound on his body was, like a relic. Then he asked if he remembered anything. He talked about their parents being grabbed and they walked into some weird painting. Turning, he turned to his assistant and told him to check the Hilton's rooms. Suddenly, the phone rang. The voice from the receiver said that Irene Hilton was probably in shock and had lost her family. Then the voice told her not to worry, unlike her brother who got into a fight. Her parents' goals and are fine. Then a voice said that if she did everything she was told, her parents would be alive. When she was ready, she should call this number. Then a voice told her to remember that they couldn't wait much longer, and they hoped she understood them. Walking beside Ju Hong, his partner Sheng Fu said that it was crazy who this woman was. After looking at him, he replied that it was Kira. Then Yu Jae-ha came down the stairs from the second floor and said that the Hilton rooms were empty. Looking at Irene, who didn't know where to put herself from worrying, Ju Hong said that she shouldn't worry. He had everything under control. Bending over Irene's brother, he handed him the very fruit from the tree and told him to eat it, and then he would be well. The wounds on his body began to heal, and he stood up. Ju Hong said, "See what a good effect." Irene jumped up and hugged him tightly, glad that her brother was all right. As he hugged her, he told her to worry about her parents. Smiling and looking at them, Ju Hong said that there was no need to worry about their parents not being stolen. Irene's brother started yelling at him to cut the crap because he'd seen them get sucked into the painting himself. He told him it was a fake. Then he added that right before he left, he had his men replace them with a fake. A furious Irene's brother flew over to Yu Jae-ha and grabbed him by the chest, yelling that he had been courting fake parents all this time. Ju Hong looked at him and said that the real parents have been safe all this time. So stop and recognize their merits. Irina came up to him and said it was unbelievable and how they could do such a thing. Then she asked him if he knew everything beforehand, to which he said he knew, but not everything. But the Queen of Ruin, and now Irene, these two images were very different. But people could see how the Queen of Ruin had turned into harmless Irene. So he thought someone would want to take advantage of her weakness. Parents who are infected with heirloom syndrome are a suitable vulnerability, and their condition worsened as the disease progressed faster than before. So he thought it would be dangerous to leave them home alone. You can assume you're always preparing for the worst. Then he said someone deliberately amplified their illness. Irene's brother said he couldn't have told them everything beforehand. Ju Hong looked at him and said, "If you want to deceive your enemies, you must deceive your friends. Let's go treat your parents." Then he smiled and talked about getting back at the woman who did all this. They were in the car, and Irene's brother asked how he was going to fight Kira Clark. "She's not going to be easy to get to. She's a high-ranking woman." Smiling and taking out his phone from his pocket, Ju Hong replied that he had his own way of doing things. On the phone, he told Edward to publish the article. Yu Jae-ha was surprised and asked what the article was. He said to go online and look it up. Then he said he could turn on the radio and pressed a button. The radio announcer said that there were cases of disappeared children in Ghana. The perpetrator was U.S. military officer Kira Clark. According to testimony, children were forced to work in the fields. Everyone sat attentively listening to the radio, and the announcer continued to speak while they were under the influence of the relic. When he looked at Yu Jae-ha, he smiled and said, "That's not bad." He asked in surprise how he had spread this information. He grinned and replied that he had taken a video of children working on a plantation and picking tea leaves. Then he sent the video to Edward, and he gave it to the press to start a story. A little help, and he's always cooperative. He said he wanted to get rid of Kira and he volunteered to help. He said he was just going to do what he had planned in advance. Listening to his story, Irene's brother said that it could turn into something more and that he had planned it well. While sitting in the car, Ju Hong smiled out the window and talked about how he was doing so well. Suddenly, he shouted sharply for Irene's brother to stop the car, and he stared at him with his mouth open in incomprehension. As he opened the door and got out of the car, he yelled to everyone to get out of the car as fast as they could. When everyone got out of the car and looked at it, they were absolutely horrified. The car was melting. Then they noticed that a military man was standing on one of the buildings, holding a painting of the very painting Irene's parents had been sucked into. Looking at the military, Yu Jae-ha noticed that they had a Van Gogh painting. He said it was also a relic. Irene's brother replied that it must be in the Netherlands. Kira was with the military and approached Ju Hong and told him that he was very cunning. Then her face changed to an angry grimace and he said how dare he publish such an article about her. He wanted to smear her. Ju Hong smirked and said, "Who's the CEO who's almost retired? You should sit tight and not make a show of it." She was seething with anger and he kept talking about how he'd just told everyone what she was doing. Then added that she shouldn't have done the bad thing and everything would have been fine. But karma would have caught up with her anyway. She started yelling at him not to mess with her. Does he think she's just going to give up? He looked at her and said that maybe she wasn't totally freaked out yet. It's just the little things in life that make things go downhill. She said that's not going to happen and that he should handle the situation himself. After all, he knows she has the Hilton couple. She added that he should give her the Herb of Youth and Irene Hilton now, and he should also send a report to correct the articles. Irene came up to him, who was visibly nervous, but he told her to calm down, as all of Kira's words were a complete bluff. Then he looked at Kira and told her that she could try to finish off the Hiltons in front of them. She said, "You're the freak in the picture. She can do anything right now." With a chuckle, he said, "Go ahead and try it." She looked at the military man and ordered the Hilton family to be taken out of the paintings quickly so that they could be straightened out in front of everyone. The military stammered that it can't be, but the Hilton family is nowhere to be found, although he personally saw the X's placed in the picture. She looked at Ju Hong and said it was his doing, then gave the order to stuff them all into the painting. Looking at his hand, Yu Jae-ha was startled and began to shout that his hand was turning into paint. Then something happened. The relic stopped listening. It felt like someone was blocking it, and Kira looked at everything in incomprehension. Looking at his hands, Ju Hong smiled as his body began to return to its place. He said that they had survived because of Irene. Irene looked at Kira and said she was wrong to try to take her parents hostage. She said she would deal with her and let them save her parents. As they were leaving, Ju Hong grabbed Irene's brother's hand and told him that he would go with them. He opened his mouth in surprise and said he was suggesting he leave his sister and run away. He smiled and said he didn't have to worry about his sister. She had become his most formidable weapon. Irene was furious that they had kidnapped her parents and hurt her brother, something she couldn't forgive. Looking at her, Kira laughed and said, "What kind of forgiveness is she talking about? She's not a bad heirloom, but she relies on it too much and shows it off." Then she added that she was about to find out what happens to people who get in her way and threaten her. Rocks and cobblestones from above flew right at Irene, but she didn't even move. One of the troopers turned to Kira and said she was going to let her live. Kira grinned and said that they had no more hostages, so the only thing left to do was to use force. Then she added that if they leave it for the future, it will cause us a lot of problems, so we need to destroy it right at the root. Then the military man looked down and told Kira to see for herself. Irene was still standing where she was, unharmed. Kira clenched her teeth in anger and couldn't believe that nothing had happened to that girl. Looking up to where Kira was with a serious face, Irene said it was her turn. Irene's brother asked Ju-hoon if his sister was going to be okay. He replied that of course everything would be fine. Then he looked at him and said that even if it wasn't okay what he did, he wouldn't be able to use the relic. They were approaching a high-rise building, and Ju Hong told him to get ready to meet his parents since they were almost there. While carrying the almond tree, Seung-fu asked if this wasn't a hotel and if he could just walk in here, to which Ju Hong replied that he could buy it. They went into the room, and when Irene's brother saw his parents, he was shocked that they were on the verge of passing away. Turning to his assistant, he told him to pick more fruit as this amount was not enough. Then he added that it would be good to make a decoction out of them, but there was no time for that. So he began to squeeze the juice from the berries directly into the Hilton couple's mouths. They waited and watched for a reaction, which didn't take long for Irene's parents' bodies to recover. Looking at the body's reaction, Ju Hong said it wasn't enough, and told George to take care of Miss Hilton and repeat everything after him. The Hilton couple recovered and looked quite healthy. The drug had worked. With a smile, Ju Hong said for George to look after his parents, and he was going to go to Irene. After catching up with him on the way out, Irene's brother George said that he was very grateful to him for saving his parents, and if it wasn't for him, they would have been long gone. Looking at him and smiling, Ju Hong said that he was very impulsive and added that it was too early to say words of thanks. Getting into the car, he thought about what he said about Irene being stronger than Kira, but she actually had plenty of power too. Then he thought about it and remembered that in a previous life he had gone to great lengths to destroy it. When they arrived at the right place, they were in complete shock, and it felt like the apocalypse had happened. When Ju Hong looked at it, he said that there was no way to get there by car, and they would have to go on foot. Then they stopped abruptly and saw a silhouette through the smoke. They tried to look closely, but they couldn't see anything because of the dense smoke. A second later, Irene appeared out of the smoke unharmed. Ju Ho asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. She looked at him and said about Kira suddenly disappearing right in the middle of the battle. Maybe she ran away. He thought about the fact that Kira wasn't the kind of person to just do the legwork. Something was wrong. He looked at her and said that there might be a risk. Ire looked at him with a puzzled look. He explained that Kira has a relic of the Egyptian goddess of destruction, Sekhmet. But this goddess has another form, the goddess of love, Hathor. This relic awakens the risk of reincarnation. Then he added that she's definitely around. They just can't see her. She's probably reincarnated into something invisible. Smiling, he said that maybe they wouldn't have to fight her anymore, and they could get the upper hand on her. Then he said it would be hard to find her in this chaos, so they decided to spread out and look for her. Lying incomprehensible in what Kira was thinking about, she had reincarnated into something very small. The risk appeared too quickly. She wondered who she was. She was crawling on the pavement as a maggot and talking about how she couldn't see a thing. If they caught her like that, it would be a fiasco. His assistant ran up to him and told him he'd found the relic. He was holding the very same painting. He took out a painting and showed it, saying it was a Van Gogh masterpiece, and Ju Hong took a piece of the painting and pulled it out. He started yelling in anger that how could he treat a painting like that? It's a relic. The catalog is disguised as a notepad for future use. Putting the piece of map to the notepad, Ju Hong asked where the owner of this item was, and he saw her squatting down. He said he didn't expect to see the general looking like that. Holding it in his hand, he started to show the others. His assistant said that this larva was Kira. It's her. She's just a reincarnation. A happy Irene looked on and smiled, and Ju Hong said that she was the reason they won. Then he added that her parents were fine. After the collision ended, New York was quiet again. The Hilton family offered to throw a party, but he still had to deal with Kira. Sitting at the canvas, Yu Jae Ha resented the fact that he couldn't understand why his boss told him to paint a copy of a Van Gogh painting. After looking at him, Ju Hong said to stop grumbling. There is still a use for this painting. How well can he forge it? The guy said he didn't know because he'd only made copies for fraud before, so not good. The driver stopped the car. They got out. It was another residence which the gentleman hardly used. Smiling, Ju Hong said that it's okay. Maybe they will break the house a little bit. You can't destroy a house where people live. When he entered the house, he immediately told Yu Jae Ha to go to one of the rooms and urgently paint a picture. Taking the box containing the maggot out of his pocket, he smiled and thought about what he would do to reduce Kira's dominance. He shook her out on the table and said he had to punish someone. She said she wouldn't be like this forever, and then he wouldn't get it. When he took the bottle, he said he'd thought long and hard about what to do, but there's no special punishment for maggots. In the room across the hall, Yu Jae Ha has already finished painting a copy of the Van Gogh painting that will play a major role in their plan. When he came up to him with the painting, he said he was done. Ju Hong lying on the couch stretched, and Yu Jae Ha. He said it must be nice to relax while someone else is working. He told him to stop grumbling. Yu Jae Ha suddenly changed his face and said that he was probably not the only one who could hear those strange sounds outside. Listening to the sounds, Ju Hong said that it was probably Kira's minions surrounding the house. Then he said he used Kira as bait to lure them all to the same place. Armed military men ran into the house and pointed their guns at them and told them not to move. Holding them at gunpoint, the military said resistance would be futile because they were surrounded. The military started asking where General Kira was. Floating in the bottle, she heard voices and was glad they had come to rescue her. Then one of the soldiers told them to tell me where she was or he'd open fire and then watch them sing. Looking at them and waving his hands to the sides, Ju Hong said that he would tell them everything. Taking the bottle with the reborn Kira floating in it, he said he had saved the alcohol for them to settle things peacefully. Then he threw the bottle right under their feet and told them to take it because it was a very valuable drink. The bottle fell and broke and the maggot was left lying on the floor. Ju Hong asked why they didn't catch the bottle. He thought they'd catch him working so hard to make it. This grub should have made an excellent tincture. A military man stepped right on a maggot with his foot. Then he said, "Oh, he stepped on something soft. Then it got hard." While in the larva, Kira was screaming about how those assholes dared to step on her because she was their boss. After looking at all of them, Ju Hong opened the cloth-covered picture that his assistant had drawn and said that everything would happen now. The military looked at each other and didn't understand what was happening to them, One of them screamed that he was melting. He said it's an unfinished Van Gogh painting that's trying to complete itself by sucking in everything it can. Looking at them on the other side of the painting, he asked the military how they felt after getting their hands on this relic. Kira appeared in front of them. They looked at her and didn't understand where she had come from. Then one of them asked why she looked like that. While in the painting, Kira yelled that it was all because of them idiots. Watching on the other side, Ju Hong said that Kira had returned to her appearance. She told the military to look for the black dot in the painting, the only way out of here. Crossing his arms on his chest, Ju Hong watched as the soldiers frantically searched for the black exit point. Then he saw that they found a spot. He turned to his assistant and told him to draw something lame. She looked at it and didn't know what it was, and then she saw it was a monster. The soldiers turned around and saw a huge monster with tentacles coming at them. She tried to reach out and touch the black dot, but it didn't work, and she was surprised to see a monster coming at her from behind. Looking at her futile attempts, Ju Hong smiled and told her that it was useless. He had slightly fixed the relic, and there was no way out now. He told her it was time to start the interrogation. She turned around and looked at him with hateful eyes. He thought that Kira and her associates had gotten what they deserved. They'd given the flash drive with all the data to the U.S. Army and begged for mercy. Holding the painting in his hands, he smiled and said that he didn't need anything from them now. He asked them if they thought he was going to save them for information. But if he saves them, he'll have a lot of other problems, and he doesn't want that. She was on the other side of the painting with the monster in his tentacles. She started screaming that he was a real bastard. He took one last look at the painting and said he wished the general well. Kira started screaming. He burned the painting. He stood and watched the flames burn. It was the last day of the War Queen. News stations are reporting that Kira Clark disappeared during the recent incidents, and all of her subordinates are also missing. Due to the fact that no traces were left behind, the investigation may be postponed. Ju Hong watched the news and smiled. Ju Hong was approached by his assistant and asked what he was doing in such a place. As Ju Hong was lying on a lounge chair with sunglasses on, his assistant sat across from him and said that they had been invited to a party. Then a couple of Hiltons came up to him and said their whole family owed him a debt of gratitude. He looked at them and replied that he didn't need to be thanked because he was just doing his job, to which the head of the family said that if he needed help, he could call, and the Hilton family would do anything for him. After listening to him, Ju Hong said he had a business plan. The head of the Hiltons asked for more details. He said he had a lot of heirlooms he wanted to refine and then sell. Like the herb of eternal youth, they know it. He wants to continue to excavate and find new rare relics for this. He has found a very experienced and intelligent supervisor. And now he just needs to find the capital to implement his business plan. The head of the Hilton family said they'd help him, and from his story, it sounds like a good idea. Then he asked him if he had decided on a company name, to which Ju Hong said he thought it would be Simple Tomb, for example. Suddenly, behind Ju Hong's back, he heard a voice that told him that he was having a good time. It was a raven. The Hilton family and Ju Hong turned around and stared at the raven, who sat on the crossbar and flapped his wings in different directions. Irene came up behind him and said with frightened eyes that there was something wrong with the relics, and she had decided to bring them here. Dropping the bag, Irina was all scared and said that the ruin relic uses its powers on its own. Crow said he lost sight of his new co-worker. Ju Hong said to stop pretending he didn't know because he was following him. He looked at the raven and told him not to think about making a mess if he threw something out. They wouldn't see him again. Turning to the Hiltons, he told them not to worry. He'd stay a while and then fly away. He looked at the raven and asked him what business he had with him. He told him to tell him. The raven said, "You're a man still doing well. But it's not a tomb raider he wants to be. It's a thief." With a flash of his eyes, Ju Hong said that if he flew in to lecture him, then he would turn around and leave here. To which the raven replied that I flew here to tell him something and look at his face. The raven looked at him and told him that he was being haunted by a relic. Walking up to the raven, he said that he had told him so last time with the map when he said the artifact was after him. Then he added that the relics had another good reason to hate him. He was beyond their control. Raven then added that he had flown in to warn him since the powerful relics had also started hunting him. He told him to be careful because it's unclear what the relics have been up to lately. There may be tombs that surpass him. He looked at the raven and said that it didn't matter if it was a tomb or something else. They were just tools. Flying up into the sky, the raven said how cocky he was, just as he thought he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Then the raven said that on the way to him he found something that was of no value to him, so he gave it to him and dropped it from a height. Looking at the raven flying away in the sky, Ju Hong thought about the fact that the raven flies back and says what it wants every time. He decided to see what the raven had dropped off. It was Hongbu and Nolbu's pumpkin. His assistant came to him and said that the bird had flown away. Ju Hong said that the bird flew away and left behind relics that might be treasures inside. Hearing the treasure's words, the assistant began to smile broadly and tell him to open it faster. Looking at it, he said it's a two-way street. If it's a Hungbu gourd, something good comes out. If it's a Nolbu gourd, it's a disaster. After thinking about it, Ju Hong said that if a disaster happened here, they would have a hard time dealing with it. Irene's brother asked where he would store this huge thing. He looked at his assistant and said there would be no problem. Then he added that taking the painting from Kira would make a great bag for those giant pumpkins. Holding the map in his hands, Yu Jae-ha said that now you don't have to carry heavy bags. Ju Hong looked at him and said, "Let's go have fun." Upon his return, he immediately set about starting a company. He found a sponsor and signed a contract with Edward. Irene came into his office and told him there was a letter that looked like an invitation. Opening the letter and reading it, he said it was a party where the best Tomb Raiders and the organizer Pandora were gathering. Irina looked at him and asked him if he wasn't going to go to the party. Ju Hong said that something might happen at the party, but then he scrutinized the guest list and noticed one name. It seemed very familiar to him. Irene and Yu Jae-ha stood and looked at him in surprise. Then Irene asked him if he saw a familiar name. Meanwhile, Ju Hong wondered if this guy's approach to relics was drastically different from his. He looked at them and said he'd changed his mind and he'd join the party. Beautiful hall playing music, men in suits and butterflies, girls in fancy dresses, all chatting. Someone smiles and asks if Ju Hong came to the party. They tell him that he came. Fixing his bow tie in the mirror, the man talks about curing the Hiltons and how they worked so hard to infect them. Went so far as to make Kira disappear without a trace. Then he said he'd make him pay for it himself. He asked Edward, who was dressed as Yu Jae-ha, if he was an empty seat. He replied that we were old acquaintances, so why the greeting? Then Ju Hong came up to him and said that Edward had come early, to which he replied that it was normal for an information merchant to scout things out. Then he asked him if he'd gotten anything out of him. There's chaos all around, all trying to pull in the Tomb Raiders. Ju Hong smiled as he listened to him. Then Edward said that it looked like they had organized this party to solve the problem. Then he added that someone had already set their eyes on his principal. Ju Hong replied that it was futile and he wasn't going to be under someone. Old Edward looked at him and said that it wasn't just that. Look around. He pointed at the girls who were looking at Ju Hong and staring at him. He replied that he had come for business and was not interested in such things. Someone approached Ju Hong and greeted him as one of the party organizers and introduced himself as Austin Rockefeller. With his mouth open in surprise, Ju Hong's assistant said it was Austin Rockefeller himself. He looked at him and asked who he was. He replied that he was a famous performer, and Irene, who was standing next to him, said that he was a very talented songwriter who wrote books of music. Looking at him, Ju Hong thought that he was really famous since all eyes were on him. Looking at him, Ju Hong thought he had a strange aura about him. Meanwhile, Austin said that he didn't plan to introduce himself so loudly. He couldn't feel the energy of the relic from him. Maybe it was hidden. Austin held out his hand and said it was a pleasure to meet him. After seeing Austin Rockefeller and smiling at him, Yu Jae-ha said he wanted to get his autograph. He replied that he would be happy to give him an autograph. He has a pen with which he always signs and went into his jacket pocket to get it. As he signed it, he thought to himself that this guy had given him a chance to use the relic. They won't realize the pen is an heirloom. Suddenly, Yu Jae-ha started tearing up the autograph he had just gotten without realizing what he was doing. Austin said, "You're tearing it up because you asked for it." Losing control, Yu Jae-ha goes to tear up the autographs of all the other fans. He'd go out and yell for everyone who had Austin's autograph to come out and give it to him, and he'd tear it up. Walking up to Austin and snatching the pen from his hands, Jae-hong said that if he tried to use the relic again, he would destroy him. Edward was surprised to hear about the relic and said that he hadn't felt it at all, to which Yu Jae-ha said that he had been hiding it. Then he smiled and said that at the very moment of use he had failed to hide anything. Austin came up to him and said how dare he break his relic. He said that since it was so precious, he shouldn't have used it against him. Looking at Austin, he wondered if his last name was Rockefeller, which meant he was from a family as rich and powerful as Irene's. Rockefeller family kin, who through their wealth sponsored relic users. Moreover, they cultivated the royal class users themselves. The goddess of war, Kira, was also his creation. They've mostly only sponsored Pandora-friendly users, which means they're just as much as enemies. Looking at the enraged Austin, he thought it would be a good idea to put his arrogance in its place now. Except that, strangely, there were no male heirloom users of that age in the Rockefeller family. Plus, he's lost control of himself, clearly sensing that the relic he's trying to hide is at least divine grade. Austin looked at him and said, "Let's see how you can get away with it when you get this," and slipped his hand into the inside pocket of his jacket. But before he could do anything, he was approached by a crowd of reporters who wondered if he wanted to use the relic. Reporters began to pelt him with questions about how often he uses the relics and other kinds of questions, and he was dumbfounded and couldn't gather himself. Ju Hong looked at him and said he was silent because he's an actor, or he was scared. "Why are you so quiet? Keep going." He went on to say that he had a relic there that made him do something inappropriate, and that's why he can't speak. One of the reporters asked Austin if it was true. He replied that of course not, it's just a lie. Then Ju Hong said, maybe he doesn't have a reputation to protect, unlike some people. You think that's why you're being so arrogant. Then he heard a voice saying that he was about to start the briefing, and it sounded very familiar to him. A man spoke at a briefing and said that because of the increasing number of tombs of people who have lost their homes, their company should help them. Listening to the voice, he was almost certain that Julian Miller was speaking at the briefing, who was his colleague while he was under Chairman Quan. While he was called his right hand, Julian's left hand. He possesses Juga Kunming's relic, and can see all the information about tombs and relics. He made a plan based on this information. But their personalities were just not compatible. They were always arguing and could never agree on anything. People who worked with them always saw them bickering and arguing, and not a day went by without them arguing. They were fighting so loud you could hear them on the other side of the planet. Sparks flew from their eyes as if they would destroy each other in seconds. Each one always defended his own position and always thought he was right. They never gave in to each other in these arguments. Thinking back to the clashes and quarrels with him, Ju Hong thought that just the mere memory already gave him a headache. It would not be a pity even to lose Juga Kunming's relic, he thought to himself. For 15 years of experience with the Raven would more than compensate for everything. As he watched Julius's performance, he thought about the fact that he had only come to the party because of him if Quan himself had sent the invitation, which means he has to be at the party himself, and he can't let Julius be recruited. Because somehow, everyone's connected to Pandora, and they have a lot of resources, and they don't share them with anyone. He's decided to interfere with them to the best of his ability. Julian was already finishing his speech at the briefing. He thanked everyone for their attention. After listening to him speak for a while, Ju Hong thought that now he should be deprived of the opportunity to talk to Chairman Quan. Before the briefing was over, reporters surrounded Julian and Quan and started asking them a bunch of questions. Walking over to Julian and praising him for his performance, Quan told him not to worry about money anymore since he had joined their archaeology company. Watching them chatting and shaking hands, Ju Hong realized that they had already agreed before Julian even began to speak at the briefing. Then he thought about the fact that there was something wrong with his gaze anyway. Julian had been too quick to choose someone like Quan. Edward and Yu Ha looked at their phones and saw that Ju Hong had texted them at the same time. Edward said thoughtfully that they needed to go to him right away, though they had no idea what had happened. But it must be important. Reporters asked Quan about what he said about donating money to the orphanage in honor of the signing, and Jean Richard will donate a painting. Jean Richard looked at the reporters and asked how they got their information. The reporters asked what the picture would be. He said that the conversation went in the wrong direction, and since he is now working at Pandora, he has no time to paint at all. Jo Hong entered the conversation and said that he didn't paint paintings not because of his work at Pandora, but because he didn't know how to do it. Edward and Yu Ha came up to them. When Jean Richard saw them, he got angry and said, "What the hell are they doing here?" He looked at them with his teeth gritted in anger, and Yu Ha said that working at Pandora was just a cover, and it was true. Julian opened his mouth in surprise and said, "How do you know he doesn't paint at all, or rather doesn't know how to? What does that mean?" Looking at him with a smile on his face, Ju Hong asked if the rumors hadn't reached him at all. Then Ju Hong started to say that Richard's paintings are really just repaints of other people's paintings, that's all. The reporters said that there was indeed such talk, and Richard started yelling at them for believing the slander. With his hands folded across his chest, Yu Ha told him that if it was a lie, let him prove it. Let him present his new work. Richard looked at him and started yelling and calling him names even more, saying that he had lost his voice because he was being impertinent. Yu Ha looked at him and shouted that he had stolen his paintings with the relic because he could not paint any other way. Standing with a smile on his face, Zhao Hong was happy that the reporters had found out, and now they had such a trump card in their hands. With his hands clenched into fists, Richard walked over to Yu Ha and said that he was not in the right frame of mind and was fed up with his life. There was a verbal altercation between the two, and then fists were thrown at the reporters on camera. Walking over to Julian and folding his arms across his chest, Ju Hong told him that it was best not to mess with these people. Then he added that these people are nothing but trouble, and the three of them have been hurt by them. And the most problematic of them all, Quan, he uses the relic of conquest. And what's scary about it is that it takes control of a person's mind. Walking up to them, Quan started yelling that it was a lie and that he hadn't used any relics on Julian. Julian looked at him and said that he had the relic with him now, which explained why he felt a strong energy around him. While looking at all of this, Ju Hong thought to himself that it was only natural that he didn't use the relic on him, otherwise the entire hall would have turned into ruins. Quan turned to look at Edward and said that the relic seller over there could confirm that he was telling the truth. Edward looked at him and turned around, plugging his ears and saying he didn't know anything. Quan was shocked. Quan's assistant approached Julian and said that it was a bit noisy, and he suggested we go somewhere quiet and talk, to which Julian refused. He looked at him and said he was the reason for all this noise and said, "Let's pretend they didn't agree on anything." Julian turned around and started to walk away, while Quan told him in his back that he believed their lies and warned him not to regret it later. With his arms folded across his chest and smiling, Ju Hong thought that this guy had a powerful dominance power. He's also protected by a terrifying artifact. Who is he? With his hands in his pants pockets, Julian left the party and Quan shouted in his back that he couldn't come back here. Looking at Quan and smiling wryly, Ju Hong said that this is how it turned out that they lost such a valuable person. A pissed-off Quan told him he's just a bastard who's got the nerve to mind his own business. Quan used the relic out of anger, and the building began to collapse before everyone's eyes. There was panic in the hall. Everyone was screaming and frantic, not knowing what to do or where to go. With gritted teeth and red eyes, Quan said to Ju Hong that did he really think he could get away with it. Quan's aide began to say that if he decided to use the relic here, the consequences would be enormous. An angry Quan said about how it didn't matter, he couldn't just let him leave. After looking at him, Ju Hong told him to try to stop him. He said that since their last meeting he had become much stronger. They were approached by Austin Rockefeller, who stopped the chairman and told him to save it for him. Then he added that if he used the Relic of Conquest, he would destroy the entire hall and the top Pandorians were unlikely to approve of his actions. He stretched out his hand with his index finger and said he had a personal grudge against him, so he asked to be allowed to deal with him. Quan looked at him and said he agreed. Austin smiled and told Ju Hong that he was finished now. Then he pulled out a book. It was the Zoroastrian Avesta, an ancient religious relic of the 55th level. This relic was held by the Preacher King. There were 15 monks in the world, and the King of Preachers was one of the 4 strongest. He was equal in power to the King of Conquest, and with this relic, he controlled a huge number of fanatics. They put at his disposal not only their possessions and relics, but their lives as well. Looking at everything, Ju Hong thought he was in a bad situation. The future had changed, and the relic had fallen into the hands of another person. Holding the relic, Austin began to read the words. Hear the words. Dear novices, seize the man who opposes him. Make him bow down. All the people around him had their eyes glowing, and they were like zombies following his orders, trying to grab Ju Hong and Yu Jae Ha. Looking at the zombified people, he realized that Austin was controlling their minds, and they were at his command. When he looked around, he saw that his assistant Yu Jae Ha was also under his control, and he couldn't understand how he could be controlled. Smiling, Austin said that people with weak dominance powers also fall under control. His relic directly controls their feelings. Ju Hong swung his elbow at the top of his assistant Yu Jae Ha's head, telling him to come to his senses. He asked if he had regained his composure or if he should continue the mental training. He cried out in pain and said that he had regained his composure. He looked at Oscar and smiled and pulled out his blade, saying that since he was using a mental attack, he would return the favor. Then he told the mindless fanatics to run and began to draw his blade from its sheath. Edward looked at him and said, "Why did he pull out a blade? He's not going to destroy people. They're just being controlled." He smiled at Edward and told him not to worry about it, but it wouldn't do any harm. The blade does mental damage. He leapt past Oscar, stabbing him with his blade at the level of his throat. Oscar touched his neck, drenched in sweat from fear, and couldn't believe that everything was in place. Although the pain he felt as if it were real. Looking at him, Ju Hong laughed and said that it was a pity he didn't wet himself, but it was close. Oscar looked at him with a furious face and started shouting that he was just a bastard using an illusion on him. Looking at him with a smirk, Ju Hong said something that was used not only on him, but also on the people who were nearby. Holding his relic, he said that he would find a use for it as well. When Oscar saw that, he bared his teeth and yelled when he had time to steal it from him. Then he said he didn't know that it was pointless to just take away a relic that was loyal to its owner. Extending his hand forward, Oscar said to let his relic Avesta return to him. Looking at him, Ju Hong said that along with the oxygen in his brain, he was also losing his relic. Holding Avesta in his hands, he listened to what she was saying. Strangely, her master was not so weak. He held the relic in his hands. The treaty between the enemy and Avesta was broken. Ju Hong said she was caught. She said what he wanted from her. With a smile, Ju Hong said that she was now his, and he felt like he had become much stronger. Looking at his wounded hand, he thought about how submitting to Muramasa's relic had taken a toll on him. But now, he felt he would not lose. The relic he held in his hand said that how this man had so much power and strength. While Ju Hong's relic rope was wrapped around Oscar's neck, he barely breathed and said, "What is he doing there with his relic?" Trying to pull the rope off himself, Oscar said that he was only using a lower-level relic, and he would give her more submission. The rope loosened. He said that's the way you should have done it from the beginning. And then it got even tighter. In a second, Oscar's assistant, Vera, ran up with a sword and began to cut the rope into pieces in an attempt to free her master. The rope crawled over Ju Hong's body and complained that it hurt. He looked at Oscar and said he even knew how to use the relic. Holding his throat, Oscar said he was the one who erased his relic now. Ju Hong said it was his fault, and he had already signed the contract with Hale. Holding the relic in his hand, Ju Hong said that he had done everything he wanted to do and he had to go, and he wished them to have fun. Looking at him with a furious face, Oscar said where the bastard was going, then ordered his assistant Vera to grab him. When Ju Hong turned around, he saw that Oscar's assistant named Vera was running after him, and Oscar was yelling at her not to let him escape. Throwing a vial of some kind of smoke, Ju Hong said that he didn't have any free time to spend playing with them. The vial he threw fell to the floor and shattered, and suddenly the smoke in the hall became unbearable, so dense that you couldn't see anything. Through the smoke, Ju Hong found his guys and told them to leave soon because the smoke would soon clear. They were walking at a brisk pace, and Ju Hyun said that it was urgent to contact Irene. As they walked through the smoke, Ju Hong found Julian's gaze, and approaching him, he offered to go along with them. Then he added that he had the perfect relic to get out of here. Looking at him, Julian said why should he trust him? Looking at him, Ju Hong told him that it was all their own fault, especially since he had helped him. Julian looked at him and asked him why he was helping him. He said that he thought they had known each other in a previous life. They all ended up on the roof of the building, and Yu Jae-ha's assistant was on the roof painting a picture. Looking at it with surprise, Julian said that if you finish the drawing, you can enter it. Ju Hong said yes, and now they will do it. Then he looked at Julian and said he knew he had a little sister. He asked how he knew. He said he'd heard it on TV, and he was willing to help him. He thought she was the reason he took the job with Quan. Turning away, Julian replied no need to. He said he had already found his sister, but she immediately passed away right in front of him. They were about to leave when Julian said he thanked them for their help, but he wasn't going with them. They looked at him with their mouths open in surprise, and Ju Hong was upset that he couldn't convince him to go with them. New York City morning, sky blue weather, clear high-rise building where Ju Hong's penthouse is located. News channels are reporting that a party organized by Pandora turned into a riot, with many people injured. The news anchor talks about people condemning Pandora for contributing to the conflict. Pandora responds that some people set it up. Sitting on the couch sipping soda, Ju Hong watched the news and said that it was a mess, and that it was just what they needed, the freaks from Pandora. Irina came into the room and said that the party was such a mess, he was fine. He said he was fine, and he did everything he planned to do there. Then he added that thanks to the religious relic he'd received, he was also on the plus side. Irene said thank God. Then he thought that since he had the relic, the Preacher King's seat was vacant. And the passing of Julian's younger sister, the future is slowly changing more and more. Putting the can of drink on the table, he thought that from now on the information he had was no longer relevant. He heard Yu Jae-ha asking for his help, saying that the rope was seriously damaged and he wanted to fix it. But he was acting very strangely. He said that it wasn't the first time he'd fixed it. Kanat, meanwhile, said he didn't want anything and asked him to leave. Jo Hong looked at the assistant and asked what was so strange. He said that if you get close to him, things take a different turn. Ju Hong went to the rope and told him to try it in front of him. The assistant was offended that he didn't believe him. Walking over to the rope and holding out his hands, Yu Jae-ha said that he wanted to fix the rope, and abruptly wrapped it around his neck and began to strangle him. Ju Hong thought it was really strange. He commanded the rope to come over here. The rope came right next to him. The rope started spinning around him, saying, "Let's play." Ju Hong told him why he didn't let him fix himself up because he might break. The rope answered him that he didn't even know if he was in a strange mood. It wrapped itself around Ju Hong's arm and suddenly began to glow. The rope is trying to change its properties, and now the change has happened. Resistance to submission for the sake of the master. Thinking and reasoning to himself, Ju Hong thought that the rope was then used by Austin to attack him. And since the rope is an expendable relic, it has no master. So it was only natural to follow that fool's orders. But rope didn't follow orders seems to be exactly what's meant by the deed. The rope became a subordinate relic. His special techniques got better. The fatigue rate is 0%. Yu Jae-ha said that the rope had evolved and he was seeing it for the first time, to which the assistant said it was unbelievable. The assistant was happy to say that it could not be repaired at all. Meanwhile, the rope was wrapped around Ju Hong's face. Then the assistant said he thought all relics had strange risks, but there are others that are just as treasured by the owner. Looking at the monitor, Ju Hong read a message that all the skills related to relics had improved. He was very happy about it. Looking at him, Yu Jae-ha listened to what he was saying, that he knew in his gut that this was the key to exclusivity. He looked at the assistant and told him with a smile on his face that a study should be done on the evolution of the relics. Pandora's headquarters is having a conversation that says they're taking a huge loss because of this party. The head of Pandora speaks at the general meeting and says that during the party, they analyzed all the participants. They found capable relic users, and the plan was to pull as many neutrals as possible over to Pandora's side. and those with hostile attitudes were to be apprehended. However, this plan was cut off at the root, all because of a mess that happened at the party that caused them a lot of damage. One of the Pandora members sitting in the audience asked that there was no more opportunity to organize another party. The head said there was no time. Then he added that they'd spotted a number of new tombs, 7 in all. In them is a relic of appropriate power and rarity, based on the prophecy of their user, the relics of providence. The man who possesses these relics could change the world. No matter how dangerous it is, they must protect these tombs. People in the audience started talking about how they couldn't let them be taken from under their noses. The head said they needed more people to do this, and needed to get as many of the strongest people on their side as possible. One of the attendees said to show who Pandora herself took away, can't they at least poach them individually? The head said it was a good idea, and he would submit a list of users using up to 50 relics right away. He said that there are a lot of people here who have already joined the ranks, and it's like Quan is a 20-something heirloom. These people only do what they want. Austin Rockefeller has 20 relics. They are not on the side of John Richard. He has 6 relics. The next candidate to join our company is Julian Miller, who has 19 relics. Seeing Irene Hilton, a lot of people were surprised that she had heirlooms and she had 1 heirloom and they didn't think she was using it. There are some unexpected personalities in the sheet. It is Edward, the number of relics, 17. The head said that they should try to get to them too. Next on the list was Yu Jae-ha, who had 5 relics. Then he said that there was another person who needed their attention, Ju Hong, who had 50 relics. Everyone in the hall began to chatter and resent him, not understanding how he was able to collect so many relics and who he was. The head said that with some on their list, he is in alliance given his goals at the moment. His attitude towards Pandora could be characterized as hostile, and the attempt to poach him was unsuccessful. Everyone in the audience was screaming that such a young man couldn't be as dangerous as he was. The head said that even if he says his abilities are extraordinary, let's face it, Pandora has information, resources, and people. No matter how hard he tries to enter all 7 tombs before we do, he can't, because they have not disclosed this information to anyone anywhere, and there is no way to find out. Sitting at the monitor, Ju Hong was thinking aloud that if one wanted to improve a relic, certain conditions had to be reached. He asked the Raven if he could explain what he'd shown him. If he wants to raise the level of the relics, he needs to do something about his power. He was angry and talking about how he was a damn Raven and what he'd lose by explaining everything to him. When he left the room, he rubbed his neck from fatigue. His partner said to watch the news because something strange had happened. Sitting down on the couch, he asked what he was even talking about, and turning on the TV, he saw there was a breaking news report. The news said that there were a large number of new tombs. If you mark on the map how they are located, they form a belt. He listened intently. Next, the news said that the crew had turned to Pandora for information about the phenomenon. Pandora's representative said that they are also doing research now, so it's hard for them to give any answer. Jo-hyun got angry and said that this damn Pandora everyone knows. The news said they're evacuating people near the tombs. Yu Jae-ha's assistant said with surprised eyes that they know and are hiding it, but you boss knows. To which he replied, of course, is a sign that 7 great tombs will appear above this belt of tombs. Then he reflected that it was originally supposed to happen only a few years later. The future changes again. The aide asked what the other 7 great tombs were, to which he said they were huge and dangerous tombs holding rare and precious relics. Christianity talks about tombs representing the 7 sins. Even though he's only heard of them, it's not a place he wants to go. The archaeology relic that gave him the ability to plunder originally appeared in one of the 7 tombs of the Tomb of Greed. Almost everyone who plundered these tombs has risen to the divine class. Yu Jae-ha said that they must plunder these tombs. Jo Hong looked at him and said that they can't let Quan and Pandora rob these tombs. Then he said, if you're going to enter this tomb, you need at least one of 2 skillful partners or effective relics. He thought that finding a skillful partner that you can trust is no easy task. What does he have besides better relics? Then he thought partner stood up. He went to the safe, opened it, Zoroastrian Avesta. Possessing it, one can gather followers at a click. Holding it in his hands, he said he didn't know if it was enough to become a god. There's no mention of how exactly to become a god. When he opened it, he said, well, Avesta, here's your first assignment. He asked me to make him head of the cult. He didn't succeed. He threw it on the floor and kicked it. He said how he needed popularity first. It's not going to work without that. If you think Oscar Rockefeller was a media personality, in that case, recruiting those 10 people would be easy. He asked Yu Jae-ha what he did for Austin Rockefeller specifically. The aide said he sang and acted in movies and wrote novels. For some reason, Ju Hong decided that all he needed to write a novel was a computer. The guys were watering the flowers on the balcony while he was thinking, lying in a chair reading a book that he still doesn't understand why it's becoming popular. A guy named Hyung Nim said he doesn't understand. Ju Hong asked what he doesn't understand. He's just writing a novel and looking at what others are writing for examples. Then he said that the book was just a bunch of erotica. Henin smiled. Well, if it's like that, it must be popular. When he closed the book, he said he could write a creation that would easily surpass this one. The guy asked him why he was having an affair. He said he had a case. And then he spent hours writing a book without getting up from his computer. Watching the text get bigger and bigger, it definitely lifted his spirits. Sitting at his computer, he thought that writing was pretty good, and he'd have fans of his own. He finished the book. When he brought his work, he gave it to Yu Ha and asked him to read and evaluate it. He was surprised that he had already written so many pages. He stared in impatience and made to read as fast as possible, constantly prodding. Reading what he wrote, Yu Ha thought it was all questionable, and Ju Hong hoped it was his fans now. Everyone was standing around reading what he had written, while Ju Hong was flying around thinking that he had created a masterpiece. He imagined getting a call from a publisher offering to publish his book. Closing his eyes and smiling, he imagined that it would not be just him being a tomb raider, and now a future famous writer. Walking up to his assistant, Yu Ha, who was reading his creation, he asked if he had read everything and how he liked his novel. He began to behave in an unnatural way, and smiled in a strange way, and said that it was superbly incredible. Jo Hong looked at him and told him to tell the truth. Yu Ha said that he understood and he could tell the truth. Well, here he started to say that it's a cheap romance in the book, there is absolutely nothing interesting, and a lot of other unpleasant words he said about the book. Then he got angry and said he didn't understand why an erotic romance novel had a recurring theme of relic collecting. Looking at him, Ju Hong started yelling about how in their time, a relic was the best thing to come up with. The guy he gave the book to came up to him and said that there was a word in the book that he didn't understand, and Ju Hong asked him what the word was. The guy told him that the word is dubak. He looked at him with surprised eyes and said that dubak is an incredibly low temperature. The second a guy asked what the word loyalty is, he said it's the preservation of sincerity and devotion. But what is the word retreat? The angry Ju Hong replied that it means to run away. The assistant said it wasn't what he needed. He thought the best way was to work. Sitting and in his room, Yu Ha reasoned aloud that no matter how many relics he fixed, they would not end. The door opened abruptly, and Ju Hong threw his backpack to him and told him to get ready to go on a business trip. He looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what kind of business trip they were going on and where they were going. Jo Hong said with a smile, "Kyoto, Japan." Then he showed the news on the phone saying that there's been an increase in missing persons, about 2,000 people. The news said that all the missing people are women. With his hands on his chest, Ju Hong said that it was a case of relics. He looked at his assistant and said that no one but a harem user could have done such a thing. He smiled and added that this relic could only be used to charm women and there was nothing special about it. When Yu Ha heard that, he smiled and said that it was the best relic in the world. After thinking for a while, Ju Hong said that this is the best relic for him right now, and he will use it to bewitch women and make them his fans. They went to Kyoto, Japan by airplane, and they were standing in front of a bamboo forest. Ju Hong said there was a temple behind the forest. Every exit and entrance from this forest is under police control. The aide said it's because the MP's daughter's disappearance has caused quite a mess. After thinking for a while, Ju Hong said that a relic that subjugated women couldn't cause so much trouble. Then there must be some other relic. It could be a relic of King League, or a relic called Casanova, but neither can kill a man, so there are others. He told Yu Ha that he would go look around and asked him to be very careful. Uniformed police officers with flashlights surveyed the area and made sure not a soul slipped past them. Suddenly, one of them heard a rustling noise and turned around to see what was going on. Ju Hong suddenly jumped out and kicked the policeman directly in the stomach, and he flew several meters away. After putting down the two policemen, he told them to sleep and the harem relic would be his. As he looked around, he listened and thought about the fact that there seemed to be more cops nearby. The police saw the girls moving towards them and told them not to worry. They were police and would help them. Looking at these girls, the cops told them to come over and take them to safety. When they shined their flashlights, they saw these girls with guns and they started jumping on the cops. Watching from behind the bushes, Ju Hong thought that he had turned these women into killing machines after all. When Ju Hong heard a rustling noise, he turned around and saw the women with weapons in their hands coming at him. He started talking about how he was just a civilian and had no desire to fight them at all. One of the women jumped up and swung a gun at him. He realized that it wasn't going to work. He dodged the blows, saying that he didn't need anything, and he would leave here soon. And suddenly, in the crowd, he noticed a girl with blonde hair. A girl with blonde hair turned towards him holding a knife. Ju Hong wondered if this girl was the owner of the relics. Suddenly, the girl attacked him with a knife in her hands. Ju Hong used the blade to disarm her. Then he twisted around and grabbed her by the throat, trying to calm her down and bring her to her senses. She screamed, and Ju Hong told her that she was only alive because he destroyed the relic. He looked at her and said, "Sasaki Yuka, isn't that your name?" She stood there with her eyes wide open and slowly began to come to her senses. He told her to calm down a little more and come to her senses. And she kept saying, my name, My name. Ju Hong went back to his assistant Yu Jai Ha and asked who the child was. He said it was an old acquaintance he didn't think he'd meet here. Ju Hong looked at her and asked if she had regained her sanity, but she said that she seemed to have regained her sanity. Then he asked her if she remembered what she was doing while under hypnosis, and if she even knew what was going on. She said the man giving her orders was an American military man who identified himself as Simon. Looking at his assistant, Ju Hong said that if it was an American military man dealing with relics, it might be Kira's man. Although there are many people here who have been hypnotized in the surrounding villages, there are probably over 2,000 of them. Then he said that fighting skills among girls are not common. It's not the effect of hypnosis, right? Looking at him with wide eyes, Sasaki said about Simon having a necromancy relic as well. After thinking for a while, Ju Hong said that means Simon is not a simple pervert. He formed an army using the necromancy relic. Sasaki looked at him and said that it would be hard to get close to him. The sisters are guarding him with their eyes open. With a sigh, Ju Hong said that he was right and would have to fight an army of 2,000 people. Looking at Sasaki, he said so be it, but he had an idea on how to proceed. He said he was going back to his hotel and she had to go her own way. He asked if she had any money to pay for the fare. She said she didn't have enough money for transportation. Ju Hong gave her the money and told her to go home and not to go where she shouldn't. Then he turned around and was about to leave, but Sasaki called out to him and asked him to answer the question. She looked at him with her big eyes and wondered if he had said she was alive only because of the prophetic relic he had destroyed. He looked at her and she said that he did it for her and came here today to save her. He replied that her relic was in the way, so he broke it, and now he told her to go home as fast as possible. Yu Jae-ha's assistant told him that he was popular, to which Ju Hong replied that she was too noisy and children were not his type. They were at the hotel and Ju Hong asked about the Anubis relic. His assistant said that they had it, but it wasn't in working condition. Ju Hong looked at him and said that he had asked for all the relics except the 3 Egyptian relics to be repaired. The assistant said that yes, that was the case. He smirked and told the assistant to follow him as they went to train the mongrel, who didn't know what he was talking about. They walked outside and stopped at the park. Ju Hong threw the Anubis relic on the grass with the words, "Get a grip, dog." Anubis appeared and didn't know where he was or what was going on. He was in shock. Smiling and looking at him, Ju Hong said that he hadn't seen him for a long time. When Anubis saw that it was him, he bared his teeth and said that this time he would definitely destroy the bastard. Abruptly, Anubis fell to the ground and could not even move. He did not understand what was happening to him and why his body was paralyzed. After looking at him, Ju Hong said that he just couldn't control his powers, and if he made a contract with him, he would be fixed. Lying on the grass, Anubis gritted his teeth and replied that it was ridiculous to make a contract with someone like him. Ju Hong said he knew he would say that. Taking out his rope, Ju Hong said that he would now start training with this mongrel. Seeing the rope around his neck, Anubis asked what it even was and why it was around his neck. Ju Hong smiled and said that we should start with a leash. We will start with an easy walk and go ahead. Anubis said how dare he order him around. He started talking to the rope around his neck, saying that he was a relic too. So why is she on that bastard's side? The rope tightened around Anubis's neck even tighter with the words, "Yes, how dare he call him a bastard, he must speak master." Walking up to Anubis, Ju Hong said he would try something different and reached out to him and told him to give him his paw. Anubis gritted his teeth in anger and thought to himself that if there was no way out, maybe he should just pretend. Working out a plan in his head, Anubis held out his paw to him, and in his mind he was thinking that once he was fixed, he would do the legwork. Smiling, Ju Hong praised Anubis and asked him now to give him another paw, and then also to follow orders and sit down. Then he threw the ball and said they were moving on to another stage, and he asked me to bring him the ball. Anubis told him to have a conscience. He was a deity after all. The rope pulled Anubis, who fell down, and the rope itself ran after the ball, dragging Anubis lying behind. Then he brought the ball to Ju Ho. Ju Hong thought about it and said, "Bring me the ball again." Anubis understood and decided that this time he would bring the ball himself or the rope would strangle him. At night in a bamboo forest stands a house. A woman's voice in the darkness says, "Mister, you have a visitor." Leaping out of bed, the man said who dared at such an hour to intrude upon his sacred grief and disturb his sleep. He squinted his eyes and said that whoever was in there was not going to be destroyed easily, so let him get ready. There are girls in front of the house guarding it, saying the gentleman doesn't talk to civilians, so let's get out of here. Ju Hong and his assistant stood in front of those women and told them to call their leader. The leader came out and said who else is here, and then added that he basically does not care as they entered his territory and he will destroy them. They turned around and saw more girls coming up behind them. The leader of the women said that they were not all of his army and that they were surrounded. Then he looked at them and grinned and said that they weren't just girls. They have the souls of great warriors, and there are 2,000 of them, and they can't even handle a few of them. After looking at him, Ju Hong smiled and said, "Who knows? He has nothing to scare him." Then he put his hand down and it began to glow at him. Ju Hong decided to use his relic. Skeletons armed with swords appeared, and he said that on his side were 20,000 immortal warriors summoned by the god of the afterlife. After looking at him, Ju Hong smiled and inquired about his indestructible army. The leader stood in utter shock with his eyes wide open, and the only thing he could mutter was no way. Then Ju Hong said that if he wanted to retract his words, he should do it now, and he's the one who's surrounded here. The leader yelled, "Do something about it, it's just bones!" And the girls hesitated and did nothing. Looking and smiling, Ju Hong said that no matter what hypnosis acts on girls, the instinct of self-preservation brings them back to their senses. In front of an army 10 times their size, and they realize that if they rush into battle, they're dead. Then he said he wouldn't hurt anyone who surrendered. Think carefully if you really are the souls of legendary warriors. If the man who sends you to your doom is worth your loyalty. All the girls silently kneeled before Ju Hong, signaling that they were submitting to him and surrendering. When the leader saw this, he started yelling at the top of his voice that they had gone crazy. What were they doing? Looking at him with a smirk on his face, Ju Hong ordered him to take it, and immediately swords were near his throat. He stood there drenched in sweat and said it couldn't be because his life was going to change completely in just a few days. He said about how he was preparing to mop up the 7 great tombs. Ju Hong looked at him with a serious look. He said 7 tombs. Ju Hong asked nearby should one of the 7 great tombs appear. Looking at him, Ju Hong thought that that guy was definitely talking about the 7 great tombs. He found out that there was one in Kyoto. The guy looked at him and put his hand forward and asked him to stop, saying that he had told everything he knew and asked to be spared. He smiled and said that he really didn't have any complaints about him, but the girls had quite a few. The girls stood there looking at him with upset faces. The guy said, "What are you doing?" And Ju Hong added maybe they saw how cowardly he was. The guy stood there with his mouth open, unable to believe that the harem master had changed. Smiling with a snide smile and flashing his eyes, Ju Hong ordered the girls to take this guy. He begged them not to do anything to him. They were sitting in the restaurant, and the assistant asked if they would still be here, to which Ju Hong replied that they would be here soon. One of the 7 tombs would appear. There was good food on the table and red wine in glasses. The assistant said that they had brought all the necessary relics with them. Yu Jae-ha said with a hand on his head that they had hardly taken any clothes. Ju Hong said it was no problem to go out and buy some. Then he looked at Ju Hong and pointed at the restaurant window, asking what they should do about it. Then added that he was already getting creepy. The girls were crowded behind the glass on the street side and looked at Ju Hong with loving eyes. After opening the door and going outside, Ju Hong said to go home when he called them. Then they would gather. Then he pulled out a business card and said there was a link to his fan club and they could join. Yu Jae-ha came up to him with a surprised look on his face and asked him when he had time to start a fan club. He replied that Sasaki had promised to run it. She has time to chase after the idols, so she made time here. This will make it much easier to control the sectarians. Looking through the crowd, Ju Hong saw a girl whose face seemed very familiar to him. Then he looked closer and recognized her as Lee Seol-ah. She was in the same squad under TKMV. Her skills at tracking people and finding relics were amazing, and then she played the role of a scout. He said to himself that they were very close. He kept wondering where she was, but it turned out to be here in Japan. Sitting at the table across from the spread-out relics, Ju Hong said that it seems that stolen popularity also counts for raising it. Though while none of them had reached divine class, he still gained a lot from it. Plus, he's got a contract with Hail Mary and a Casanova perfume, so it shouldn't be too hard to get people together. As he looked at the relics, he thought about what he should raise to divine level first. Then he listened and got up from the table and went to the door. Yu Jae-ha asked him what was wrong, and he said there was a suspicious noise. After calming him down, Yu Jae-ha said that it was just a cart, and that it wasn't the hotel staff who went to clean the rooms. When he opened the room door, he saw Lee Seol-ah, who was dressed in a maid's uniform and carrying a cart. Grabbing her shoulder, he said, "Stop." She cried out, "What are you doing?" Ju Hong replied that he saw that she had something to do with him. Then he added that she'd been watching him, walking in front of the hotel. And now she was dressed as a maid, thinking he wouldn't notice. She pushed his hand away and said that he was confused and she didn't know what he was talking about. Looking at her and smiling, he said how she was going to explain the relic energy coming from her. Angry, she looked at him and glared at him and said how could he know? Laughing, Ju Hong looked at her and told her about how she was still so primitive. Angry, she said, well, that can't be helped, and releasing the relic ordered her to kill him. Seeing the relic, he was surprised it was the Goblin Gildal ghost that appears in 3 Kingdoms. This relic is very dangerous. He didn't know what to do. He just ran into the room and closed the door. Yu Jae-ha started yelling that he just ran away in the end. He said he didn't know she had such a good relic. They say if you get under her influence, you can sell your soul. Standing outside the door, she said that he was thinking that some door could stop the goblin. She ordered to open the door and kill the bastard and leave the retarded one alone for interrogation. Running away from the door, Ju Hong thought about whether they had some kind of relic that exorcises ghosts. As he sat down in front of the relics, he thought about finding a worthy replacement. The assistant began to shout that he was about to be captured, suddenly as if they were covered by some kind of dome, and the goblin couldn't get near them. She stood and yelled why he was standing there and not attacking, and Gildal said he couldn't. Looking carefully, Ju Hong thought about one of his relics being interfered with by the goblin. He looked at them lying on the table and thought, here's how to figure out which one is which. Then the goblin Gildal just turned and ran away, saying he was scared. He smiled and said, oh man, he ran away. Yeah, relics are like that. She said he was a freak and she didn't understand what he did to her heirloom. He applied the relic rope that bound her and added that she would have to be punished because she had entered the men's room without permission. She started screaming for him to untie her, but Ju Hong replied that it was impossible and they would start the interrogation now. With a twinkle in his eyes and a wry smile, he said he was interested in a lot of things. Standing tied with the rope, she remained silent. Ju Hong asked her about who sent her. She gritted her teeth and made an angry face so he wouldn't expect her to answer him. Looking at her with a smirk, he said it would be better if she told otherwise he would have to make her do it. She looked at him furtively and thought that he was not so easy to spot, even though she was in disguise. She decided she had to stall for time, so she made up a story that she was investigating the girls at the altar. But he showed up and took the girls with him and she had to follow him. He asked her if she was police. He grinned and said there was no such thing. She said yes. What did he know about her? To which he said he knew a lot about her that she couldn't imagine. She thought the more they talked about stuff, the better for her. She thought that by not giving him much information, she would wait for her comrades to rescue her. Just at that time, two guys came up to the floor, and when they saw Anubis at the door, they were confused and said, I wonder why a dog is sleeping here. The other guy suggested we ignore some dog and walk past it carefully so as not to wake it up. Ju Hong turned to the door and heard some noises and said that he thought he should have put a guard. Her jaw dropped as she couldn't believe it. Ju Hong smiled and told her that he would check who the guards had caught. When he opened the door, he saw a scared guy and asked if you were here to see me. He said no. Ju Hong replied that he could find out who he was going to see if he wanted to. When he saw the bracelet on the guy's arm, he cut it off and said he'd seen it before. He said he was with the Red Garden Tomb Raider group. Looking at the bracelet, he saw a symbol and said that this guy is Corporal Liao Yu of the Red Garden. The two of them kneeled in front of Ju Hong, and he said that he understood the two of them had ties to China. Pandora is an alliance between America and Europe. Instead of joining them, China formed an alliance with Russia. Then he thought about it, and so the alliance went into action. Then he looked at them and said that he was asking for the last time and there was no point in lying. If you guys are members of the Chinese group, what are you doing in Japan and why are you following him? Then he said you're not going to answer, and looked at Anubis and said they didn't get it, dog. And he added, bite him in the front. And Ju Hong told Anubis that he doesn't like to be bullied, but this guy was just messing with him. Anubis opened his mouth and threw himself at the boy, who began to cover his face with his hand and shouted that he would tell everything. The guy said they were spying on Simon. Ju Hong interrupted him and said he wasn't the one who kidnapped the girls. He went on to say that Simon bragged and said he could clean 7 tombs for them, and they didn't give him the information, they just watched. Ju Hong thought about it and said that the information about the 7 tombs was not from America, but from China. And he thought it was America because he worked for Kira. The guy said that he told everyone he betrayed her. He looked at them and said that maybe now they could tell him where China got the information about the 7 tombs. Grinning with a caustic smile, Ju Hong said, after all, this is the most important thing, isn't it? A few days later, a pensive-faced Chu Hong and his assistant were walking through Atsu City, holding the flash drive in his hands. He thought about all the information he could get from the Red Garden. They were hacking into Pandora and getting information. Pandora has a high-tech detection device called the Pandora system. They've used it to monopolize information. But the Chinese hackers were smart because Pandora's information leaked to the Sino-Russian alliance. There's nothing wrong with Pandora's defense cracking, but it's not good news. The same people are in there as Pandora. Those fools who want to prevent ordinary people from using the relics better not give any information. Looking at him, the deputy asked if there was anything wrong with him just letting those Chinese tomb raiders go, if they came back and threatened him. Ju Hong said let them do whatever they want, and then he added that he didn't let them go just like that. The aide looked at him in surprise. He said that before he let them go, he put a relic bug on Sola to keep an eye on her. She's strong, and he'd like to be allies with her. Then he added that until the time was right, knowing her character, she would not be submissive. When he got in the cab, he said they got the information from China anyway. The aide said he didn't know he had the relic bug. He said he had to deal with the relics he has. He doesn't even know which relic stopped Lee Sola's goblin relic. The cab driver turned around and greeted them and asked where to take them. Ju Hong said to take them to Kyoto. The assistant said that he knows what kind of disaster happened in Kyoto yesterday. Ju Hong replied that he was not asking to go to a dangerous place. Just like Simon said, the tomb appeared in Kyoto 3 days later. Getting to the epicenter of the tomb formation is a pleasure. The cab stopped, and there was smoke and dust all around the destroyed buildings. It was not a pleasant sight. Looking out the window, Assistant Yu Jae-ha said that it was like they were in Rome. While sitting in the car, Ju Hong also looked out the window and thought that the whole city was in ruins. According to Pandora, the tomb is the size of Kyoto. Therefore, Pandora has announced the evacuation of the third level. They gave the cab driver some money and told him to keep the change. He thanked them, and they got out of the car. As they walked through the ruined city, Yu Jae-ha said, "What a mess." Ju Hong said that the entrance to the tomb must be around here. They're late, but the entrance to the tomb is still sealed. Are the other thieves so inept? Looking around, Yu Jae-ha asked what else was going on. Ju Hong replied, of course everyone with a connection to Pandora must have arrived by now. Suddenly, they heard footsteps from the side and a voice called Ju Hong, a bastard, so they turned around to see who it was. A guy with glasses came up to them, who was seething with anger, and said, "What were they doing here?" Ju Hong grinned and said, "Here come some familiar faces." The guy said that because of what he said at the party last time, Julian is ignoring their messages. Ju Hong smiled and said that he wasn't lying but telling the truth. The guy yelled that he was there to ruin their plans. Suddenly there was a voice that asked the chief to calm down and said they didn't have time to quarrel and smiled apologetically. He apologized again for his fiery boss and handed over his business card and said his name was Yang Chen from TCVM. Then he added that they weren't going to antagonize him and added to contact him if there were any problems. Then he laughed and said he'd help to the best of his ability. Abruptly tearing up the business card, Ju Hong said that if he saw his stupid face again, he would destroy him and warned him for the first and last time. Looking at his face, Ju Hong thought that how could he forget that bastard who sent him to the last tomb? He was carrying out Chairman Quan's plan. He promised him a job as TCVM director if he took care of us. The problem is that he was a member of their tomb raiding party, of which there were several. He was the last to join, and they still treated him like a brother. They never thought he'd betray them. He almost died, but he got a second life when he met a raven just before he was about to pass away. He thought about how he had no trouble feigning friendliness and making him feel comfortable, but it would make him feel awful. He's just like Chairman Quan. Looking at him, Yang Chen said, "What's wrong with him?" Ju Hong replied, "He always acts like this, and he doesn't like him." The guy with glasses turned to Yang Chen and said that he had told him it was useless to talk to him. "What do you do?" he asked. Ju Hong passed by them and said they were going to the tomb. The guy with glasses asked if the two of them were going to go to that huge tomb. The guy yelled that he was a jerk. Some of the strongest teams couldn't get in. He thinks they're better than them. Without turning around, Ju Hong replied that they were really better, so let him watch and learn. Walking cautiously, Ju Hong said that they were almost at the entrance and told Yu Jae-ha to be wary. Yu Jae-ha came to the entrance and looked up and said that he felt like they were in Italy. Then they saw that there was a huge number of people lying on the floor who were not injured or destroyed. They were just lying on the floor. All bent over and barely speaking, Yu Jae-ha said he didn't feel good. He said, "Boss, let's take a rest." And Ju Hong said, "Here we go." He grabbed Yu Jae-ha by the scruff of the neck and dragged her away, saying that the relic's effect had spread far and wide and they needed to go and prepare properly. Once they're prepared, they'll be back. Ju Hong said that this is the expected effect of Lenny's tomb. When he looked at him, he added that he had told him that each of the 7 tombs were the 7 sins of pride anger. Anger, envy, slothfulness, fornication, covetousness, and gluttony. It's a tomb of laziness. And apparently his mind was taken over by laziness when he first approached the tomb. The people lying on the ground were too lazy to do anything. They even forgot why they had come and just wanted to lie down. Yu Jae-ha said that was why he suddenly wanted to lie down. Looking at him, Ju Hong asked if he had finally come to his senses. Ju Hong took out the relic and summoned Anubis. He told Anubis what he needed from him. There is no work for him here. Laziness can only be defeated by his mind. But man can't control it all, they're naturally lazy, Anubis added. After looking at him, Ju Hong told him to shut up and follow him. He used the relic rope that he had wrapped around Yu Jae-ha so that he would not want to lie down anymore. The rope was dragging him by itself. They didn't go through the main entrance, but with the help of Anubis, he made a hole, and they went in. Yu Jae-ha looked around with his mouth open, unable to believe that they were inside the tomb. Walking behind Ju Hong, he said that he was very curious about the relic in this tomb. A golden house appeared in front of them. It was very beautiful and sparkling. Yu Jae-ha asked if it reminded Ju Hong of anything. He turned on him and said a Roman emperor he'd heard about. He stood up and looked at him in surprise, then asked who he had heard about. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of them. Yu Jae-ha said incomprehensibly, "Where did the fire come from?" Then he opened his mouth and said, "Is it really Nero?" Ju Hong said thank God he finally got it. Then he said that Emperor Nero was also a despot, so the task of this tomb will be cruel. Ju Hong said that he was smart. Looking at the flames, he told Yu Jae-ha to take Van Gogh's relic and suck up the flames as they needed to be extinguished. The assistant took the relic and asked if it would work. Ju Hong replied that it would work, and then they could use the fire as a weapon. Taking the Van Gogh relic, the assistant told it to suck up the fire, and the relic did. The fire was extinguished. The deputy cheerfully said it really worked. Then they heard voices yelling over here. They turned around and saw a running crowd of people. Ju Hong said it was the idiots at the entrance who woke up. The assistant suggested just running away since there were so many of them. Ju Hong smiled and said no. He wanted to have fun with them. Looking at this crowd, Ju Hong smiled and thought to himself that all the unnecessary people had gathered. He thought there were a couple of familiar faces. The guy with glasses they were talking to on the street was giving orders for people to grab Ju Hong. The crowd, after listening to his order unhesitatingly, went towards Ju Hong to fulfill the errand. Touching the ground with his hand, he thought about what he would analyze them, but he didn't have time for that at all. The crowd stopped abruptly with surprised faces as the ground in front of them became as if after an earthquake, and it was impossible to pass. It was Ju Hong's doing, and the crowd began to shout that everything was falling apart and began to retreat. With a surprised look on his face, Yu Jae-ha thought that tomb digging was such a useful skill. Archaeologists would have cried when they saw this scene. When they looked back, they saw that people were jumping over the cobblestones. The assistant started shouting that they were getting closer. With a smile, Ju Hong said, "Let's try a new skill," and raised his hand up. People raised their heads up and started screaming that the ceiling was starting to collapse. Looking at this, Ju Hong thought that this skill was quite useful and looked at the assistant and said that they were leaving while the people were out. Then Yu Jae-ha's assistant opened his mouth and looked back with his eyes bulging at the sound of rumbling and said that he was frightened. Then asked what the boss was doing. He said about destroying the path so they wouldn't follow them. Yu Jae-ha clutched his eyes and began to talk about leaving before Ju Hong destroyed the place. They saw the Roman theater. He thought that Nero's relic should be here. Then the door behind them abruptly closed, and all the other doors that were there, Yu Jae-ha fearfully said that they were now trapped. Everything went up in flames, and the relic said, "My audience, you have found me." She said, "Watch her masterpiece, praise her worship, her shout, her shout, her shout, her show your appreciation." Emperor Nero, a notorious despot, adored the arts. People sometimes said he would have been better off being born an artist. He even performed and wrote his own plays, but he was terrible at it. There was a fire in Rome during his reign. Maybe this fire has something to do with him. He wants them to watch him in the fire. Ju Hong thought that's why he has Homer's glasses. He stole them from Yun Shi Wu. Homer was an ancient Greek poet. His most famous poems are the Iliad and the Odyssey. Neuron was emperor of Rome, but he liked ancient Greek culture. A relic of Homer would probably interest him. Ju Hong's assistant asked him if he was okay, and his glasses flew off. Relic said she wasn't interested. Then the relic said he really liked Homer, but he wouldn't be interested in a man using it. Looking at him, Yu Jae-ha said in a panic that they wouldn't last long. Then he took out the Van Gogh relic and used it, but Nero's relic said it was completely useless. Looking at all this with a furious face, Ju Hong thought of Nero using the flame as if it was his servant. The relic said, "Isn't that wonderful? Well, praise me then, what are you?" The relic told them to enjoy the pain. Only by surviving the fire would they be able to leave this place. Ju Hong thought that the case was really crappy. They didn't even realize why it was happening. Standing there covered in soot, he didn't know what to do, and the relic said, "Aren't you Ju Hong, author of Secret Housekeeper?" Yu Jae-ha's assistant said, "Secret Housekeeper, you're talking about the novel his boss wrote." The relic said he's been waiting for it. All the relics are always talking about him. He's the only worthy competitor to his best-selling author. A pissed-off Ju Hong said, "What is he even talking about, and how does he know about his affair? He's the only one all the relics are talking about." He said that Ju Hong is a celebrity among the relics. He looked at the assistant and asked if he had accidentally sent his book to the relics. Yu Jae-ha replied that he had not. Then the relic told him to come closer to give him a chance to see it. Jo Hyun was thinking about what was going on since he had gotten rid of the affair. Nerov's relic, in the form of a human, appeared in front of him and said that she was very happy to welcome him. Yu Jae-ha said, with his mouth hanging open, that this is the first time he's seen relics shaped like people. Ju Hong said there are relics in the shape of a dog, which he is surprised about. High-ranking relics can take many forms, even though it's just a false appearance used to communicate with people. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the relic said that he is a big fan of his and can't get his novel out of his head. It is different from all novels. Yu Jae-ha looked at him and asked him what exactly touched him in the novel. He said that he felt nothing after reading this masterpiece and that he had no eyes. Beautiful sentence construction, wonderful description, unusual choice of words. This is simply a masterpiece of the century. Then he added that he couldn't believe that a man wrote it. He said that Ju Hong is gathering a huge fan base. After looking at Ju Hong, his assistant said that he congratulated him for having crazy fans who would soon make him a god. Smiling, the relic said she wanted to have a literary contest with him as she considered him a worthy opponent. The relic told Ju Hong that he wanted to have a literary competition. He looked at him and asked why he wanted to participate. Yu Jae Ha looked at him and said that he had been chosen to represent the people. He looked at him and told him to shut up. The relic resented that Great Nero had challenged him and he should be glad. To which Ju Hong said that as he saw it, he was not happy at all. As he looked at him, he thought that he had no time for literary debates. He had to figure out how to win him over. It's very powerful because it's one of the 7 great relics. That fire was also powerful, but maybe it has other powers. Suddenly there was a commotion and people gathered around the door, shouting that he had found the relic and trying to get in. Folding his arms across his chest, Ju Hong thought that these idiots had gotten here rather quickly. Nerov's relic directed fire towards the people who began to scream and retreated. The angry relic said he wasn't interested in mutts like them, so let them get the hell out of here. Looking at the relic, Ju Hong thought that while he was distracted, he needed to come up with a plan right away. After paying attention to the people, Ju Hong noticed Julian Miller in the crowd and thought that bastard had also come here. Looking at Julian running by, he thought to himself that since he had Zhuge Liang's relic, he would be able to recognize the weakness of Nero's relic. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the relic Nero asked if he would fight him. Ju Hong thought if he wasn't careful, he would be taken out from under his nose. Relic says these assholes won't get in their way and he offers him a fair fight. Looking at Nero and pondering, Ju Hong thought that he should talk him up before Julian got here. Ju Hong looked at him and told him that he had a condition. He said he would talk. He said he was willing to fight, but not in this place. With a smile, Ju Hong said that he would agree if he went with him. Relic Nero shouted, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He looked at him and said he wanted to get him out of here. He didn't think he'd figure it out. Folding his arms across his chest, Ju Hong said that then let him just burn it. Nero looked at him and said, "What's the use?" He replied that he just wanted a fair contest. Then he added that if he's an artist, he knows how important the environment is. It's his home, so he can make the most of it. But it's just a danger zone for him in a situation like this where he can't reach his full potential. He looked at it and said that if he wanted a fair contest, it should be held on neutral ground. Nero said he was right, then added that he hoped he would keep his promise. Ju Hong thought it was great that he was able to convince him. With a smile, Ju Hong thought that now he should just leave this place, taking the relic with him. There was an explosion, and on the upper floors of the theater, he saw Julian looking at him. He said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then smiling, he looked at him and said that he was too late. The relic was already his. Julian looked at him and told him not to lie since the tomb had not been cleared yet. Ju Hong wished him good luck in his search. Holding the relic in his hands, Nero and looking at it, he said, "Well, that relic lets go, that agreed." Julian said the relic's aura was gone, so he just took it and left. Took the relic without cleaning out the tomb. Then added that the master had gone, and the tomb was collapsing. He had no way out. He would have to escape the way he had come. People stood with their mouths open and couldn't believe their eyes that the tomb was collapsing. While watching TV, Austin Rockefeller listens to the news that the tomb in Kyoto has disappeared. Pandora thinks it's been cleaned out. He got angry and shouted how it was possible the tomb had been cleaned out. They didn't even say who took the relic. A girl came in and told him that there was new information that the relic from the tomb in Kyoto had been taken by Ju Hong. He started yelling about what their group was doing at that moment and why he was paying them money. The girl said that they reported that all the paths were blocked. Then she added that they were only able to get out because of Julian. He clutched his head and said it would have been better if they had stayed there. Sitting down on the couch, he said that bastard Ju Hong had taken his Avesta relic, and now he had gotten his hands on one of the great 7 relics. He asked if they had learned anything about him, because they must have done something if they couldn't get the relic. They said that Ju Hong's team must have a good relic explosive and only 2 people entered the tomb. He looked surprised at her and said, "How could they go in there too? That tomb can't be cleared by 2 people. The girl asked why it was impossible. Austin said that he had paid a man who had the Nostradamus relic and learned how to clear it. He said that to get in, hundreds of people had to be sacrificed. That's why those who knew about it took so many people with them. The girl asked, "So these people were supposed to die in there, but this asshole cleaned out the tomb with just his partner." The relic told Ju Hong that now they are outside, so rather need to start the competition, he has a burning soul for poetry. With his arms folded across his chest, Ju Hong said that he had one more condition. Reliquia asked what it was. He said he wanted the relic to help him with an investigation. The relic said, "What kind of investigation?" Ju Hong looked at him and said that he wondered how he was able to read his novel. Someone had leaked the information in a way he didn't know. The relic said he paid for it. Doesn't the author himself know anything about it? Ju Hong thought to himself that someone was leaking his novel and making money from it. Nero said he read it through the Relic Information Network, so he's not sure who posted it. After looking at the relic, Ju Hong said that he would deal with it, and the relic wished him good luck. He decided to interrogate the relic rope first. He asked him if he was the one distributing his novel to the relics. He asked if it was him or not and threatened him to answer quickly. Kanat started to hesitate, and he understood. Flashing his eyes and looking at the rope with a threatening look, he asked if he was distributing his novel why he was silent and did not answer. Anubis joined the conversation, saying that he only brags to everyone that he's a great writer. Kanat said he didn't spread it. They all got together and looked at what he wrote, and that was it. Looking at him, Anubis said that it looked like the rope only showed the affair to his relics. Thinking about it, Ju-hong said that the culprit was someone else. His assistant looked at him and told him to eat the chicken before it got cold. Looking at Yu-jae-ha, he asked about the relics in his room, and he said that they were there, but he hadn't restored them yet. He thought the rope was too innocent to pull this off. Then who did it? When he heard voices outside the door talking about the millions and that they were rich now, Ju-hong realized that he had caught them red-handed. Going to the door, he opened it abruptly, his eyes glowing with anger. He was very furious. When Ju-hong saw the relics flying into the room with an angry face, they began to scatter in different directions, and he stopped them. He told them to pack up before he did anything to them. Looking at him, the relics realized that his power of domination was too powerful. All the relics lined up and looked at him. He asked them they had done this to his novel. All the relics wondered how he knew everything. His assistant entered the room and asked what was going on. Ju-hong said he was looking for someone who had distributed his novel without permission. Gritting his teeth and flashing his eyes, he looked at the relics and asked who had done it and who was in charge. The relics scattered in fear and pointed to the worm, who told them they were traitors. Taking the worm in his hand, Ju-hong took the worm in his hand and asked him why he spread his novel. He held the worm in his hand, the one swearing that he hadn't paid him for the work the other relics told him to give back all the money he'd gotten already. With a sigh, the worm agreed, and immediately the money poured into the room. It was like a rain of money. The assistant and Ju-hong were knee-deep in money. The assistant said what should they do with it now. After looking at the worm, Ju-hong asked him how much he was selling the novel for, to which the worm said that he was just lucky. Yu-jae-ha drooled from the money he saw and looked at Ju-hong and asked if he was going to write a second novel. Looking at all the money, he said that there was so much of it that they would get tired of sorting it out, especially money from different countries and some valuable things. After looking at the worm, he said they'd really get tired of taking it all apart, so it'd be easier to give him all the money. The angry Ju-hong threw lightning bolts. He was so angry that he could nail this worm and sharply replied to him that they would not give him anything. The worm, from Ju-hong's intimidating appearance, left a small ball of character on his palm. Looking at his palm, he didn't realize what it was. Looking at the worm, he asked what it was from where and who paid it off in the first place. The worm said it was a relic core and that it could be taken from a destroyed relic. Looking at the core, Ju-hong was surprised because he had never seen such a thing before. The worm said it was like a soul. All the relics turned on the worm and said, "Why is he telling him all their secrets?" Looking at the core, Yu-jae-ha said that he didn't think the relic had such a thing. Ju-hong said that it should be studied. It took them a long time to clean up the money he beat the worm out of. You gotta hand it to him. He knows how to run a business. The next day they had finished their business in Kyoto and were on their way back to New York. They heard a noise in the street. When they went out on the balcony, they saw a huge crowd of tomb raiders shouting at him that they had an offer. Everyone stood and shouted in one voice, but mostly everyone was interested in what relic he used, what relic he took from the tomb. Looking at the crowd, Ju-hong said that there are tomb raiders gathered here, and he thinks there is a rumor that he took Nero's relic. With his hands in his pants pockets, he told the assistant that it could only mean one thing. There were witnesses in the tomb. Given that few people have been declared destroyed or missing, he began to remember that when he took the relic, the tomb had disappeared, and there was no way out because it hadn't been cleaned. They had to go back to the entrance. The untrained teams that were there would have had a hard time, but they survived and spread rumors that Julian Miller was definitely involved. So if he was around those people, he helped them escape. Yu-jae-ha looked at him and said that means Miller is a good man. He will never leave people to die even if they are competitors. The crowd continued to yell. Ju-hong looked up and said that at this rate, they wouldn't be able to get to the airport. After thinking for a while, Yu-jae-ha smiled and told him that he had some idea. He said, "Let's make a fake and sell it." Ju-hong said that his fakes disappear over time, and he said, "Let's make another one this time." He said they just copy the look and put a relic core inside. If you copy a relic's power, it will disappear quickly. But if you copy its appearance, it will last longer. If you put the core in, it's just like the real thing. After smiling and pondering, Ju-hong said that this way they would attract attention by selling it, and it was a great idea. But that way they lose the core of the relic. But on the other hand, you can always destroy another relic and get the core. Yu-jae-ha smiled and asked if there would be any incentive for him as the author of the idea if it worked out. Ju-hong assured him that of course there would be. He happily turned around and started walking away, saying he'd get right on it. Thinking with a smile on his face, Ju Hong thought to himself that things were getting very interesting now. Sitting at his laptop, the assistant asked him what he needed to post about them selling the relic. Looking at him, he asked where he was going to post this post. The assistant said that on Pandora's forum about relics. He added that all the relic owners are sitting there. Didn't he know about it? Ju Hong said he knew it was there, but didn't know it was open. Looking at Pandora's forum, he said they've obviously put a lot of money into it. He thought of it as another way to monopolize information, but he'd use it against them. The assistant scratched his head and asked what headline to write. After all, on the forum a lot of excavators will see it. It is necessary to think everything through to the smallest detail. Pushed him out from behind the computer, Ju Hong said that he was sick of him taking too long to think. After sitting down at his computer, Ju Hong quickly wrote a post about selling a relic from the Kyoto tomb. The assistant said it wasn't a game item, to which he replied that the more indifferent the post, the better. Yu Jae-ha opened his mouth in surprise and said that it wasn't logical at all, to which he replied that even if they don't sell it, they have nothing to lose and let them deal with it themselves. That's the message they need to get across. After getting up from the table, Ju Hong started to leave and said that he had posted the post and that Yu Jae-ha should prepare a fake post. With a laptop in hand, the assistant ran over to Ju Hu and said, "Look how many views and comments there are." The request began to grow. Calls and comments did not stop. His post was even featured on TV news. They made a lot of noise, so they had to give more information. The sale will take place at an auction in Los Angeles this month. As soon as they flew to Los Angeles, Yu Jae-ha started making a fake Nero's relic. Ju Hong was looking for a place to hold the auction. After a while, the day of the auction came and the crowd was huge. The crowd was outraged that there were so many people here, and he had rented such a small space for the auction. Watching from the sidelines, Ju Hong saw the amount of people gathered, and the crowd was outraged that he still wasn't at the auction. Looking at Yu Jae-ha, he said that he would conduct the auction himself, and he would be outside collecting the entrance fee and keeping out unwanted guests. He looked at him and said that he didn't think he could handle it all alone. Then the assistant said that, "I think that girl Sola from the Chinese gang is here." Ju Hong said yes, and he's watching her. Then he said it's all about keeping the auction quiet and went to the auction site. People in the crowd told him that he was the organizer of the auction and therefore shouldn't be late. Looking at the crowd of people, Ju Hong said for everyone not to worry, and now they would be able to enter. Then he added that the entrance fee was 1 relic per person, and looked at everyone with a squinted eye. All those who stood in the crowd from the hard information were very much surprised, and they did not expect such a situation at all. Then he put his finger up and said 1 relic per person, and it didn't matter how many people they brought with them. Austin Rockefeller emerged from the crowd, and with a pissed-off face, started yelling about how he just wanted to score free relics. With a smile, Ju Hong said that they know that the auction house has a limited number of seats. If they raise the entrance fee, people who don't have enough money can't get in. The crowd shouted, "What the poor have forgotten at the auction!" The crowd started shouting that he was just a thief. Yu Jae-ha smilingly thought about the fact that we hadn't even entered yet, and the people were already angry. Renting a small space for the auction was a great idea. The bidders competed against each other. Due to this competition, participants were giving away top-notch relics, and it was great. Oscar Rockefeller walked in and approached Ju Hong, who greeted him and asked if he was here as a real customer. Turning back and looking at the relic they had prepared with the assistant, he said he wanted to show them the lot. Approaching the relic, the people stood with their mouths open and said that this is Caesar's relic of the laurel wreath. It is marvelous. In front of the entrance to the auction building, Yu Jae-ha stood up from the table and said that this was the end of the auction. Looking at the people, he thought that it was good that everyone was quietly dispersing. The auction would start without any problems. Going up to the guy who was helping him, he asked how many relics they had collected, to which he replied 3 boxes. He thought to himself that if he had collected such a pile of relics, he would get a very big reward, and taking the box he was about to leave, he was called. When he turned around and saw Julian Miller in front of him, he smiled and said he didn't think he'd come here. What brought him to this auction? Looking at him with a serious look through his glasses, he said he would tell it like it is. They were going to sell the fake well for what? Thinking that Yu Jae-ha had been caught, he remembered that Ju Hong had said that Julian had a discernment relic and could find out information. He started to deny it, but Julian said no more lies. He paid the entrance fee, went inside and saw everything with his own eyes. He said he used to be wary of them because they had a special approach to digging, but now he realized they were crooks. Yu Jae-ha lowered his eyes and said that he didn't know what he was talking about. He must be trying to fool them to lower the price of the relic. As he was about to leave, Julian was stopped by Yu Jae-ha, who told him he would tell him everything. He said he was right, and the relic was a fake, but they had no choice and they were going to give the original to the winner after the auction. Looking at him, Yu Jae-ha thought that he had to tell him something so that he would believe him and not go to the auction. Julian looked at him and said that his boss had spoken at the auction about it being the real thing. Sighing and turning around to leave, he said that he thought so and was disappointed. Yu-Jae-ha tried his best to stop him. Then he shouted to him that he could give him classified information and invited him to step aside to talk. Julian replied that he wasn't interested in any of his secret information and turned towards the entrance to the auction. At that time, the auction was going on, which was even very intense and active. Once inside, Julian shouted for the bidding to stop because he had a story to tell. Watching him yell, Ju Hong thought that he needed to stop him immediately. He asked the relic rope to help him. And meanwhile, Julian was talking about asking everyone to listen carefully as the relic they were after and didn't have time to say. Rope wrapped around Julian from head to toe so that he could say nothing more. Looking at Julian lying on the floor and curled up, Ju Hong smilingly said that no matter how much he wanted her, it was too late. The people looked puzzled, and Ju Hong told them that he and Mr. Miller had a conflict for a long time, and he was forcing the relic to be sold to him. Then he turned to Miller and said he understood him, but people came here for fair bidding, so he had to go. Then he looked at the people gathered for the auction and smiled and said that they were continuing the auction. After this incident, the auction went quietly. The price for the fake relic rose to $8 million. Then someone in the crowd raised their hand and asked if she could offer something. The girl with her hand raised said she would not pay with money, but with a 55th grade relic. The crowd was outraged, and she said that if they were charging relics for admission, maybe they were more interested in the relics than the money. With a smile, Ju Hong said that her proposal was interesting, but one 55th grade relic would not be enough. The crowd immediately began to offer their relics, and Ju Hong thought about what worked. He stood looking at the forest of hands that offered a variety of relics of many different classes. Smiling and thinking to himself, he was glad that from now on they were putting relics on the line. What a beautiful sight. At the end of the auction, the fake relic was won by Princess Sophia of Monaco, the woman who offered to trade relics. By striking the bidding gavel, Zhao Hong announced that Caesar's relic had been sold. With her hands in the air, Princess Sophia began to jump for joy and shout that she had won. When Oscar Rockefeller heard this, he cried out with anger that he had the same bet why he gave it to the princess. He had feelings for her. Looking at him, Ju Hong told him to shut up, since the princess paid with $2 million and 3 relics. Then he thought he'd ignore Austin, that Pandora's spy. He thought about it and decided that he'd handled the relic perfectly and just had a great auction. Standing over Julian's wrapped body, they were deciding what to do with him now. Then Ju Hong turned to his assistant and asked how he had gotten there. He replied that he thought he had come to bid. Then the assistant added that he immediately noticed that it was a fake. Ju Hong said that he couldn't be fooled even by good fakes. Looking at Julian, he ordered the rope to untie his mouth, which he obeyed without question. As soon as his mouth was free, he started yelling about how he was a fraud and a cheat and how he thought he could get away with it. Ju Hong looked at him and said that if he kept quiet, nothing would happen. Julian said that he would tell me everything as soon as he got out. He told him to calm down because the relic was taken by the Princess of Monaco, so there could be trouble if word got out. Looking at him, Julian said that if he was so much afraid, he shouldn't have started all this and he wouldn't cooperate with him. Standing next to the assistant, he said he thought he wouldn't make concessions because he's stubborn as a lamb. What are they going to do with him? Suddenly, Ju Hong felt something and saw that it was someone's soul relic. He ran after it and tried to catch it, but he failed. The relic slipped away. He told Yu-Jae-ha that they had probably overheard the conversation. He asked fearfully what they were going to do now. Lying on the floor, Julian said they should do it and let someone else know they were crooks. After thinking for a while, Ju Hong said that they might really be found soon. His assistant said with a frightened face that they had lost, to which he replied that they haven't lost, they just need to secure an escape route. He added that they would retreat and Miller would take the brunt of it. Yu-Jae-ha looked at him and said that was fine, but how to do it? At this point, Princess Sophia joyfully stood and picked up her fake relic. The girl working at the auction said that they had received payment and Princess Sophia could pick up her heirloom. Giving the relic to her guard in a bag, she told him to be careful as she had paid a lot of money for it. Then she added that with it, she would become a powerful relic owner and that Pandora would finally pay attention to her. She was about to leave when a voice stopped her. It was Sola, who said that her relic was fake. Turning around, Princess Sophia got angry and said, "What the hell is she talking about?" The guy standing next to Sola said that the relic she won at the auction was actually fake. Princess Sophia's eyes widened and her mouth fell open and she said it couldn't be. As Sola came closer to her, she said she could prove it to her and asked her to get the relic. She repeated that she was asking to be taken out and shown. With her hands on her chest, the princess asked why she should believe them. Pointing sideways at the people standing around, Sola said there were plenty of witnesses and she had nothing to fear from her. Holding the relic in her hands, the princess said she agreed to test it, but they better not mess with it. Sola looked at her and told her to hold the relic tightly in her hand and not let go. In an instant, the relic split in half. Princess Sophia started screaming what the hell she was doing, and Sola just split her relic in two with her heirloom dagger. Holding the dagger in front of her, Sola said it's only a Class B relic. And what grade is Princess Sophia's relic? She said it was a 5th grade heirloom. Sola said that you can't cut high-grade relics with low-grade knives. In an upset, Princess Sophia said it's broken because it's not even B class. Looking at the crowd, Sola said that they had all been cheated back when they paid for entrance with relics. Then she added that the auction organizers are probably still here, so we need to lock down the building to keep them out. The entire crowd of angry bidders went to look for Ju Hong, saying he was dead. Watching as the crowd went to look for him, Ola smilingly thought that she had provoked people perfectly, and he would definitely not escape from so many. She thought of putting him behind bars and becoming the owner of the 7 Great Tombs relic. Looking at his assistant, Ju Hong said that they had found out that it was a fake and asked how long he would be digging there. Squatting with his back to him, Yu Jae-ha was doing something with a bright light emanating from him, and he replied that he was almost done. Hurriedly, Ju Hong said that they should get out of here as soon as possible, before these idiots get even angrier. Meanwhile, Sola walked around looking for the original relic, but she couldn't feel it for some reason. Maybe because he hid it well. She heard voices, and turned around to see that Ju Hong and his assistant had come out to the crowd of people. People started asking if he was really selling fake ones. It turns out that they deceived them and also charged for the entrance of the relics. Smiling and shrugging his shoulders, Ju Hong said that they had indeed seen a fake there. The people began to get indignant. Standing in the crowd of people, Sola thought about the fact that he had come himself just to wonder what kind of a scene he was playing out here. Showing his hands, Ju Hong asked everyone to calm down and said that they would explain everything, and called Yu Jae-ha over to him and told him to show them. Walking closer to his boss, he lifted his shirt, and there was a huge scar on his body. When people saw that scar, they started asking him how he got that scar and how he survived. Holding his shirt up, Yu Jae-ha began to talk about how he didn't want to sell the relic first. Why sell a hard-won item? Then he went on to say that they received blackmail calls and threats demanding that they hand over the relic from the Kyoto tomb. They ignored the call because so many people wanted to buy the relic. But then he was stabbed. The doctor saved his life at the last minute and he wouldn't be here, and he showed the doctor's report. The people listening to Yu Jae-ha said that everything was just awful and that's why they did the auction, as it was dangerous to leave the relic. Ju Hong himself intervened and said that they were planning to catch the culprit at the auction. Princess Sophia came up to them and asked why they'd sold her a fake relic, so it was used. After listening to her, Ju Hong said he was sorry. They thought that since she was under heavy guard, there shouldn't be any problems. Then he added that they were going to explain and give back the original relic after they succeeded in catching the culprit. He said an auction is an auction, and under these conditions, they won't catch the culprit. He looked at Princess Sophia and said that he would give her the original relic right here and now. People in the crowd started talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out if he was lying or not. Thinking to himself, Ju Hong began to reason that he was actually lying to them, that they had drawn the wound and scar with his relic. Julian suddenly appeared and shouted at the whole hall that he had to tell everything urgently, and he hoped that the winner of the bidding was still here. Ju Hong looked at him with a smile and told Miller that he had already told him everything. He added that he should have done it sooner. Ju Hong then stuck his hand under his jacket and with the words, "Your Highness, let him give the relic back," he realized that there was no relic. Standing in the crowd, Sola wondered what was going on. Everyone around her was shouting for the exits to be blocked. She thought to herself that this was not the story she knew, but from the look on her face, the relic was indeed missing. There were shouts for everyone to stay where they were because the 7 Great Tombs relic had been stolen. Turning to Ju Hong with a surprised face, Julian said, "What does missing mean?" Turning to him, he replied exactly what he meant. Julian took up his glasses and said that he would try to find her with his relic. When he started looking around, everyone saw that the relic they were looking for was in the inside pocket of Julian's jacket. He was in complete shock and didn't understand how he had it. People began to surround Julian, saying that they were going to search him. It was Ju Hong's plan. After all, Miller thought he was freeing himself from the rope, but he was actually the one who ordered it to be untied at the right time. Then he asked Nero's relic to hide its presence and cling to him. He would have noticed it if he had used Zhuge Liang's relic, but he rarely used it now due to his lack of stamina. One of the inspectors pulled out Nero's relic and said he found it in Julian Miller's jacket. A self-satisfied Ju Hong watched the whole scene from the side with an imperceptible smile. Princess Sophia turned to Sola and asked if she could borrow her dagger for a while. She swung and struck the dagger right at Nero's relic, and the dagger broke in two from the impact. Furious, she turned to Julian and said that it was indeed a real relic, making him a criminal. Ju Hyun looked at him and started yelling at him, saying that he was the one blackmailing them. "I should have known when you broke into the auction." He kept yelling that it was him who stabbed the deputy, because it was. Looking at him, Julian started yelling back at him that this was bullshit and he had planned the whole thing. He was very unhappy, but no one believed him anymore. So Joe Hong just set him up, and he was happy to tell him to see you later, asshole. That's how they ended up with a fake relic and a framed Julian. He was picked up by the police for alleged relic theft and blackmail, so his words will have little effect on the future. But Ju Hong thought that he had caused trouble. All their plans went awry because of this asshole. To solve this situation, they had to give Nero's relic to Princess Sophia. All the bidders went home, and Ju Hong himself returned to New York to his penthouse after a while. When the guys he works with came to see him, their eyes widened at the sight of him. There was a briefcase on the table with a lot of money in it. They asked him where he had gotten it and how he had gotten so much relics. Smiling, Ju Hong said he earned it. Where else could he get it from? The guys said they thought he had won the lottery. Sitting down on the couch, he said it would be even better if they brought Neuron's relic here. Suddenly, one of the guys said that there was something strange outside the window. When Ju Hong went to the window, he saw the relic of Nero asking to open the window. He asked him why he had come back so quickly, to which the relic said that he had business to conduct a literary contest with him. Meanwhile, Yu Jai-ha was doing push-ups covered in sweat as he worked off his joint at the auction. When he looked at it, he jumped to his feet and said it was Nero's relic why it was here. The relic said he was glad to see it. Didn't the Princess of Monaco take it? He saw the relic pass from hand to hand. Looking at the dumbfounded assistant, Ju Hong said that yes, the relic was given to the princess, but the relic escaped. We're having a literary competition. Then he added that they were not responsible for her losing the relic after it was given to her. Yu Jai-ha asked with his mouth hanging open as he pretended to give her the relic. Ju Hong replied that of course he was pretending to give her the relic. Nero's relic said it was time to end the chatter, and it was time for the literary competition to begin. Then the relic added that she had already fulfilled his request too much. How much longer should he wait? Jo Hong looked at him and said that they couldn't hold the competition in this place. Sitting at his computer, he thought that if they started a contest here, it would cause a lot of noise, and when he summoned his palace, he'd burn the place down. He said to wait until he found a place, and thought to himself that he had to find a place where they wouldn't hurt people. Sitting at his computer, he took a very long look and chose the right place to do it. So it doesn't matter where it is or how far away, and he seems to have found this place, Monaco. There was a fire in Monaco. Firemen were putting out the fire. One of them asked where it came from, and the other said it was probably from a relic brought by the princess. Princess Sophia is visited by a man who works for her and tells her that they've managed to fix the fire. She exhaled and said what a relief. Although the flames had spread to the park and casino, they would soon be extinguished too. She looked at the man and told him to do his best. He replied. She asked if the relic had been found, and he said he would go look for it. With an angry face, she stood there thinking about the fact that she had given a lot of money for that damn relic. I remember flying home on the airplane and opening the bag with the heirloom. It was beautiful. When she reached out and touched him, he flew up and said how dare she touch him with her hands. Looking at the relic, Princess Sophia said she was its mistress. The relic said who wondered who decided that. Nero's relic unleashed its flame at her, saying she was just a pathetic human being. She was very angry and thought about how every time he would try to escape, he would set everything on fire. She didn't even know how to tame him. Sola came into the princess's office and said she knew where her relic was. It's in a strange place in the middle of the ocean. Looking at the surprised princess, she said that the relic was probably headed for Hawaii. After listening to her, Princess Sophia asked why she was going there and why he was attracted to her. Sola said she wasn't sure. Then she added that relics don't usually cross the ocean alone, so she doesn't know how to interpret that information. We're going that way. Hawaii island of Kauai, white sand, blue sea, beautiful weather, warm and sunny. Wearing sunglasses, Ju Hong and his assistant were walking on the beach. He said he wished they had come here on vacation. He said he would cry. The aide said why, and he said because he's going to collapse like that and because he's going to have a contest here with Nero. When the competition begins, he'll bring his palace here like in Kyoto. The assistant said the tomb will be here. Then he asked, what about the people? Ju Hong said that they had deliberately traveled such a long way so that people wouldn't get hurt. No one really lives here. We came here to destroy this place. Yu Jai-ha was shocked and didn't know what to say. He said this is Chairman Quan's villa. When the tomb appears, his beautiful villa will be destroyed. Given that this is the old man's house, he's counting on a quick response. Then he smiled and looked through his glasses and said it was time to start. Kauai Island Villa, TKVM. Huge territory on which is located Villa Quana. Many different buildings territory is just huge. Everything's guarded around here. 2 guards were talking to each other. One offered to have a drink. The other one agreed. While they were talking, they heard shouting and noise behind them and turned around, shocked. All the staff of the villa cook's waiters' maids stood and caught the money that fell on them from above. One of the guards asked them if they weren't service personnel, what they were doing here. One of the attendants turned around and told them to come over and catch the money too. He laughed and said he was rich. Leaving their places, the guards rushed to catch the money that the relic worm from the bag was scattering from above. The phone rang, and Ju Hong picked up the receiver, in which he was informed by an assistant that it was a success they had attracted a lot of villa staff. He said he was already inside the villa and there seemed to be no one on guard. Yu Jae-ha was surprised that the boss had entered the villa so quickly. Then he told the aide to leave everything on the relic and go to his place. He'll send him the coordinates. He looked at his assistant and asked if it would be soon or not. He replied that he was almost done. Taking Nero's relic in his hands and smiling, Ju Hong said about then they begin. Relic looked and said that the place was very beautiful, beautiful forests, and it was the perfect place for his palace. There's no better place for a contest. Then Nero's relic said he'd missed something. He said there's no audience or judges here. Ju Hong looked at him and said that they had already called the audience. When the relic heard that, he got excited. Ju Hong told him to hurry up, and the earth opened up and a huge palace appeared. Standing there with his mouth hanging open at what he saw, Yu Jae-ha said that the tomb had actually appeared here. The relic happily spread her arms apart and said that the stage was now ready. Praised the work of the great king. After looking around, Ju Hong said that it was just a great scene and now the audience could start. Relics began to settle in the spectator seats, and there were a great number of them. Yu Jae-ha was amazed at all this and asked how they got so many of them. Ju Hong said that he asked the worm to have connections. With her piercing gaze, Nero's relic said that now the literary contest could begin. Sitting in his office, Chairman Quan was quietly reading a newspaper when his assistant came through the door and told him that there had been a disaster. He said his villa in Hawaii was a disaster. The chairman frowned and told him to hurry up and tell the story. Sitting at his desk, he looked at him and told him what he was talking about. He said that a Roman relic had appeared on the site of his villa. His entire plot became a tomb. Chairman Quan asked in a barely restrained voice what the relic had done. The assistant began to say that first of all, there were no human casualties. The chairman interrupted him and asked what damage had been done. The assistant informed him that the $70 million artwork in his father's gallery had burned down. He went on to say that farms and businesses have suffered tremendous damage, about $200 million in property damage in total. With his hand on his head, Chairman Quan sat back in his seat and cursed, and the aide said that it was still a minimum. He asked the assistant if he was finished. He said that they had received a message from the royal house and wanted to stop cooperating. Quan jumped up from his seat and started yelling about what was wrong with their goods, whether they were defective or broken. The assistant assured him that the goods were fine. He started yelling louder, trying to find out why they terminated their relationship. The assistant said he had no idea. He said that he had already contacted the royal house and he could talk to them and find out for himself, and handed the phone to Chairman Quan. When he put the phone to his ear, he heard the voice of Princess Sophia telling him that she hadn't talked to him for a long time. Pulling the receiver away from his ear, Quan told his assistant that Princess Sophia of Monaco herself was on the line. He laughed into the phone, saying it was a nice surprise, and asked how he could help. She said she'd ask him questions, and God forbid he lied. She said he must know that she had recently purchased a relic of Julius Caesar. Quan replied that he knew she had won the auction. She said she had to give up a lot for it, but there was one thing. She continued talking and asked what her relic had left at his villa. Quan was speechless at such words. He said that she had turned his villa into a villa. But the princess interrupted him and said that it was none of her business and let him deal with his villa himself. Then she went on to say that the court had talked to him about her relic being in his villa. She asked why he had stolen it. Pulling the receiver away from his ear and seething with rage, he told his assistant that he didn't understand why she was accusing him of stealing the relic at all. When he came to his senses, he said that it was not he who had taken her relic, and he was very curious himself as to why the relic had destroyed his villa. He added that in this situation he was as much a victim as she was. The princess said that he would not mind if she went to his villa. Then she said she was actually on her way and just called to warn me about it since it's not polite to go without permission. He answered her as she wished, and the princess bade him farewell, saying she had other things to do. After hanging up the phone, Quan yelled at the assistant, asking what the villa staff was doing, to which he said the rope and the worm, scattering money everywhere, and it all happened when the employees left their seats and ran to collect the money. Quan was shocked by what he heard. The assistant with a frightened face said that he himself could not understand how this could happen. Quan looked at the social media and said, "Those bastards." Then he thought about it for a while and decided that it was all intentional. Then Chairman Quan realized who's behind all this, he realized. Are the ones who took the relic from one of the 7 tombs in Kyoto. Those who sold it to the Princess of Monaco. Ju Hong is behind all this. He was just sure it was Ju Hong's doing. There was no doubt about it. Looking out the window, Chairman Quan told his aide to think for himself, because this Zastran had stolen a relic from one of the 7 great tombs. An enraged Chairman Quan told his assistant to get the plane ready since they were leaving for Hawaii right away. Then he added that it would be better if he used the situation to destroy him. Nero's relic standing in the middle of the hall said that he had waited for this moment for so long, when Ju Hong would regret hurting him and admit his mistake. After looking at him, Ju Hong walked over to him and asked him what and when he had offended him. Heirloom said that because of him, he was unable to display his brilliant talent and his novel sold only one copy. After listening to him, Ju Hong said that it's all because one fucking worm does whatever he wants. Then he said you sold one copy and you bought it. Reliquia started yelling that it was just outrageous. Relic became furious and started throwing fire in all directions, saying that everyone should judge the competition and say that he won otherwise to everyone. After thinking to himself, Ju Hong decided that he was really strong. Even though he was acting foolishly, we must not forget that he was a relic of the Great Seven Tombs. It wasn't a fair fight with him from the start. The relics screamed that he was going to roast them alive and asked him to stop. Nero looked at the relics and told them to shut up since they didn't recognize him from the beginning. Ju Hong wondered how he could defeat him. He thought that even if he fought him, he wouldn't win. Then maybe we should make him surrender. After thinking for a moment, Ju Hong walked over to the relic and told him to stop whining and get started. Weren't they going to have a competition? Then he told Nero maybe he could show him and the audience what kind of novel he had written just so they could be honestly compared. The relic was surprised and asked why he wanted to see his novel. Ju Hong said that he had read his novel and wanted to familiarize himself with his work. The relic said he was an idiot who couldn't read their language. Nero said he couldn't really read. He wanted someone to translate for him. Ju Hong looked at him and told him to shut up and gave it to him. Nero grinned and said he was bluffing if he read it and kneeled down. Looking at him, Ju Hong said that does he really want to make such a reckless promise? Taking the scroll from Ju Hong's novels without any problems, he began to read his novel. The relic was completely shocked. After looking at the relic, Ju Hong said that he thought he was writing about the times of his reign. Then he told the relic to get on his knees. Didn't he promise that if he read one line? Then he said that since they were going to have a contest, he suggested we talk about literature instead of reading it. Then he told Nero that he'd never seen anything like it before and asked if he'd ever written one before. At hearing the words of the relic, Nero was speechless and his heart began to shatter. Looking at him carefully, Ju Hong thought that judging from his reaction, the plan had worked. Nero was bad at art, but no one told him who would dare say a word against the Emperor of Rome. He's heard nothing but praise since this relic has such a history. He won't be immune to criticism. We need to break him. Ju Hong went on to say that he didn't understand anything in his novel that he wanted to say, and added that his dog would have written better. Taking out a pen from his pocket, Ju Hong said that he would edit his text within the competition, of course. Looking at him, the relic was shocked and said how dare he edit his text. Ju Hong said that the first thing to do was to change the title. And he said that now his novel would be called Emperor of Agony. He stood there completely bewildered. Then he started scribbling in his rum, saying that what was written in the text was very boring and suggested his own version. Standing in utter terror of the relic, Nero could not utter a single word. He did not understand what was happening. While watching the novel, Ju Hong said that in this place, you have to write to interest the reader. You have to write about the women who followed him. The relics who were sitting in the auditorium began to admire Ju Hong, saying that he was a real writer. Looking around at the other relics, Nero wondered why they were having such a strong reaction to him. Yuji-ha looked at him and said that maybe he could fix it so that it would make some sense. Without taking his eyes off the corrections, Ju Hong replied to the assistant, "It doesn't matter. The main thing is that the audience likes it." Upon hearing this relic, Nero became very angry and stretching his arm forward began to release fire and shout that they should say he was the best. Everyone around them began to fend off the fire that Nero had set for the relic. Everyone was trying not to get burned. Looking at him, Ju Hong said that he was using his power because things didn't go according to your plan. Ju Hong came up to him and tore up his novel and said that he wouldn't become a creator with that approach. Looking at him, the relic Nero fell to his knees. Ju Hong smiled and thought to himself that here he was broken, time to heal him. Then he added that the relic just can't stand criticism, but still wants to do creative work. Then he added that what he did was cute in comparison. Then he picked up the paper and told him to take a good look at it. Taking the relic in his hands, she was horrified and said, "How dare he?" To which Ju Hong said that these were the most vicious comments. Sitting on the floor with his head down, relic Nero couldn't understand how people could say such things to an artist. Ju Hong looked at him and said it's called hater comments. Nowadays, the audience can be crazy. Then he told the relics that if he thought he could ignore them, he couldn't. All distraught, Nero faded away, and kneeling with his head down, he was devastated. Ju Hong told him to just obey. If he agrees, he'll get a couple of writing lessons. Relic Nero sighed in agreement and obeyed him. Then he received a message that he had received one of the 7 keys of the Majesty. Ju Hong wondered if the relics also had an emperor. Then he thought about how the relics of the 7 great tombs were not simple. The relics who were sitting in the auditorium began to get up from their seats and were going home. Looking at the way they were gathering, Ju Hong said this is where they were going and threw a net over them. The relics became indignant. He smiled and said that since they were watching his show for free, they would have to pay for it, and he would not let them go home. The relics said they had paid the entrance fee, to which he said it was a tax. The relics began to say that they would pay and asked how much was required. He looked at them and said he would take their bodies as payment. Relics asked what was the point at all. Before, he had his assistant copy the rope several times to make a net, and then tie the ropes tightly together so the relics can't escape. A huge hand with an axe ripped through the net of ropes and said he'd get out of here. Looking at that, Ju Hong said that as soon as he thought that they would run away, it happened. A-class relics and below wouldn't be able to cut through the rope, but it seems there was a 5th-class relic among them. After thinking about it, he decided to use a different method. He shouted loudly for the assholes to stop. The relic stunned the power of domination is powerful. Then he thought to himself that he couldn't control them alone and called on Anubis. Anubis appeared and looked at the huge mountain of relics and asked what was going on here. Ju Hong looked at him and said that the relics were not obeying him and called him to do something about them. Ju Hong closed the tomb after finishing his work. He breathed a sigh of relief as he was able to sort out the relics. When the tomb disappeared, he saw what happened to Chairman Quan's villa. It seems it will take a long time to rebuild it. He heard someone calling his name behind him and turned around to see Chairman Quan and told him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Chairman Quan said that it was him, so what happened that Ju Hong did that to him? He smiled and said that it wasn't that he was getting revenge, it was just that this place suited his needs. An angry Chairman Quan told him not to think he could get away with it. Extending his hand with his index finger forward, he commanded his men to attack him. After looking at them, Ju Hong said that he even brought a digging team. His assistant was shocked and said that there were too many of them. With a grin, Ju Hong said that they would fight them, there were no other options. Standing opposite each other, Ju Hong told Chairman Quan that he even brought the excavators with him. With a furious face, Quan said that he could keep talking anyway. It was already his last day. Then he looked back at his men and asked why they were still standing need to attack. As he looked at Quan's men, he noticed the relic in the hands of one of them was the Brutus blade that had been used to destroy Caesar, an A-class relic. Then he looked around at the rest of Quan's men and saw that each of them had a strong relic. He realized he couldn't handle them now. After a moment's thought, he told his men to get out of here fast. The assistant said he was just going to fight. Ju Hong said he changed his mind. The crowd rushed after them, launching their relics right in their wake. Quan shouted that they couldn't get away. They crouched down and covered their faces with their hands, expecting to be hit hard. But it didn't happen. A surprised and puzzled Yu Jae-ha asked his boss how he was able to block the attack, and he replied that he didn't do anything. The furious Chairman Quan turned on his men and shouted why they had missed, saying they didn't know they were aiming accurately. Then something strange began to happen. Chairman Quan's men started shouting that the relics were not obeying them. Ju Hong smilingly said that he doubted whether the cultural heritage status of the relics would be of any use, but it seemed to be for nothing. We have to run away. Not realizing what was going on, Yu Jae-ha heard a voice from his inner pocket where the Van Gogh relic was lying and asked for them to be let out. Taking the painting out of his pocket, he told Ju Hong that the relics who were watching his performance continued to make noise. After thinking for a while, Ju Hong said that it turns out some of them belong to the TCVM bastards. That's even better. Taking the painting in his hands, he told them to go quietly into the relic painting. Don't they know he's their master now? The enraged Quan started yelling that if the relics don't work, then take the ordinary weapons and do whatever it takes to stop him. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Stop." When they turned around, they saw Princess Sophia walking towards them. Turning to his assistant, who was drawing a house in the sand, Ju Hong asked him if he would be done soon, and he said he was almost done. Taking out Nero's relic, Ju Hong swung it and threw it directly into Chairman Quan's hands. Then he said he held up his end of the bargain, and now he's done with him. With an incomprehensible face, Chairman Quan said what deal and what business he was even talking about. The angry Princess Sophia, glaring her eyes, asked Chairman Quan, so he made a deal with him. She started screaming that she knew he was the one who wanted to steal her heirloom. Chairman Quan tried to prove that it wasn't his fault. As he walked away with a smile on his face, Ju Hong turned around and looked at them. The chairman started yelling to stop him from leaving. But when they turned around, Ju Hong was gone. He just disappeared from sight. Looking at him, Princess Sophia yelled at him not to try to sneak out of the conversation. He asked what kind of deal they had made. Quan said he was lying. Night sandy beachfront Hawaiian Hilton villa. The assistant says they had a very busy day today. Lying on the recliner and folding his arms on his chest, Ju Hong smiled slightly as his assistant leaned over to him and asked if he was all right. He said that they didn't run very far, just to a neighboring island. Ju Hong replied that they wouldn't find them even under their noses. Irene came into the room and said there were plenty of guards and not to worry at all. Then she turned to Ju Hong and said that they hadn't seen each other in a while and how his business meeting went. He said it was great. Getting up from the chaise lounge, Ju Hong said that he would try to concentrate. His assistant asked him what to concentrate on. Smiling, he showed the small earpiece he was about to put in his ear and said he would concentrate on listening. Then he said he bugged Nero's relic. They wouldn't throw away a real relic, so it's perfect for surveillance. He added that he'd been listening for a while now, but hadn't heard anything interesting except Quan yelling at his men all the time. But things changed recently when Chairman Quan spoke to Princess Sophia. He told the princess that he didn't make any deals with Ju Hong and he's sick of his name. He added that if he thought to himself why he should destroy his villa to steal a couple of relics. Sophia looked at him and said it made sense. Quan replied that he would tell her anything she wanted as long as she believed him. She asked me to tell him why he didn't go to the auction. Wasn't it because he wanted to steal it? This relic was a great relic of Julius Caesar, but the chairman is notoriously greedy, so he didn't go. Looking at it, Chairman Quan said that it could have raised suspicion, but he didn't come because he knew it was a fake. It may look real, but it's not Caesar's relic. Then he told the relic to give its name. Then he added that even though she was silent, he was sure it was not a relic of Julius Caesar. Princess Sophia wondered why. With a smile, Chairman Quan said, "Let's keep it between them." He added that he wanted to maintain good relations with Monaco. Ju Hong heard all of this through the listening device installed on Nero's relic. He wondered if Chairman Quan had Caesar's relic. That's why he didn't come to the auction. He knew it was fake. Perhaps his greatest weapon, a relic of conquest. Conquest and Caesar go well together. A terrifying relic that makes anyone submit, and Ju Hong has been trying to find out what it is for a long time. And the fact that he was able to obtain such valuable information is a gigantic advantage to knowing what relic the enemy possesses. With a smile, Ju Hong said aloud for Chairman Quan to prepare the villa was only the beginning. Sitting in the room at the table with the relics on it, Yu Jae-ha sat and resented why he was sitting there and dealing with the relics. Ju Hong said that he didn't come here on vacation. He tearfully said that he already knew that. Then he added that he should shut up because he was interfering with his work. Yu Jae-ha said what he was doing because he was doing all the work. To this he replied that he had received many relics and was recording all information about their properties. Then he added that he was sorting out the useful relics from the useless ones that were only good for blowing up. And then the useful ones would be sent to Edward. Then he said he might keep a couple relics if they could improve them. As he was sorting through the relics, he came across Bian's pendant. He couldn't even remember where he got it from. Holding the pendant in his hands, Ju Hong wondered if it could be Bihen Ran's pendant from the Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms. He began to remember that Bichen Ran was born from the spirit of Silla's ruler King Jinji and the commoner Do Hua. He could control the spirits. Upon hearing this, the king asked him if there were any spirits that could help the rulers, and the child introduced them to the spirit Gildal, known for his diligence. The Gildal relic belongs to Saul. He was one of the many spirits Bichen called upon. That's why Gildal couldn't attack Ju Hong with his master's relic in his hands. The pendant rarely manifests itself. It only works with spirits, so Ju Hong threw it to his assistant and told him to restore it. Yu Jae-ha opened his mouth and shouted and said why he kept giving him work, to which Ju Hong said that the pendant was the priority. When he left the room, he saw Irene sitting on the sofa watching the news on TV. He asked if there was anything interesting. He said he decided to take a little break. She told them to finish quickly so they could rest. Then he started listening to the news, which said that a lot of MPs had gone missing, which could lead to problems in the workings of the state. While watching the news, Ju Hong thought about all the members of the parliament missing. It's really strange. Then he said he thought the second of the 7 tombs had appeared. For some reason, he thinks Cleopatra's relic will show up this time. Yu Jae-ha raised his hands up and began to dream that if Cleopatra's famous relic was in the Tomb of Lust, then what kind of tomb would it be? Ju Hong looked at him and said he knew what his assistant was thinking. Cleopatra can't be characterized by the word fornication alone. She was the last ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty. At that time, they had many problems both inside and outside Egypt. Cleopatra seduced several Roman leaders to solve some of the problems. With Caesar's help, she got rid of those who wanted to destroy her. After Caesar was destroyed, she allied herself with Antony, but the fleet was defeated. Irene looked at him and said that it seemed that not only the deputies were missing. Jo Hong looked at her in surprise. She said a provincial town in South Korea is missing. Authorities are linking it to the disappearance of deputies. Old women and children have also disappeared. Are all these cases connected, or is it just a coincidence? After listening to her, Ju Hong said that it was really strange and he should go and check it out himself. Irene looked at him and asked if he would go to South Korea from here. Then she would like to go with him. He said no. She asked why he didn't want to take it. He said that if he wasted all his power now, how would he deal with the risk later? Then he said that the tomb was not dangerous enough for him to borrow their powers, so he would go alone. The aide resented him for leaving him here. He said that Ju-hyun took him everywhere, and now he's not taking him. To which Oto replied that if he was acting like that now, what would happen in the tomb? Then he told him to fly to New York and work on recovering the relics. At the Hilton villa, he stayed a couple more days to sort through the relics. Once he had finished, he packed up the useful relics and set off for Korea. He told his assistant and the 3 farmers to go back to New York because they'd only be in his way in the tomb. Without any resistance or control, they would obviously be helpless before the lure of Cleopatra's relic. The plane took off, and he thought about how it had been a long time since he'd been to Korea anyway. When he got off the plane, he thought something was wrong. He followed the relic, but why is there so many people here? It's June. The vacation season hasn't started and today is a weekday, but they are clearly not regular tourists on Mount Soroksan. And they looked weird, some in office suits, some in sportswear, some in pajamas. Then he realized that they were possessed by the relic and were drawn to the mountain, but perhaps it also attracted random passers-by. It all seemed very strange because Cleopatra's relic never attracts such a large number of people. What if it's not Cleopatra's relic and the future's changed again? It's just weird. When he stopped, he looked around and listened. Everything seemed suspicious to him. Abruptly, a strong earthquake began to shake the whole ground beneath my feet with great force. Around suddenly, everything started to fall apart. He was just in a confused state and didn't understand what was happening at all. He looked around and saw that the tomb was surrounded by a barrier. He was very surprised. Now he was sure of one thing. The bastard who built this tomb was definitely not Cleopatra's relic. Following the energy of the relic, he found himself in a tomb that suddenly opened up. It must have been luring people to captivate them. Being with all the people in the tomb, he heard the voice of a relic that said no one would escape, and he set the rules. After deciding to look up the information, Ju-hong opened the system that reported that all the prisoners of the tomb were beginning to be affected by the relic. The people around them were shouting that they had so much power. Ju-hong didn't realize what the tomb had formed instead of the tomb of lust. He thought to himself that it was definitely not a relic of Cleopatra. Then what relic could have that effect? Suddenly the girls all rushed over to him saying he was so handsome. Ju-hong didn't know what was going on. He started running away and a bunch of girls ran after him, yelling at him to stop. All the girls with red glowing eyes ran after Ju-hong. The guys who were standing there didn't understand what was going on. He ran as hard as he could. Looking back, he didn't understand why the number of people was only increasing. After looking around, Ju-hong looked around and realized that he was surrounded on all sides. When he sees a tree, he decides to climb it to at least take a break and think about his plan of action. After climbing high up the tree, Ju-hong sighed in relief and thought that he would be able to get some rest. He thought about the fact that Byung-kang-so and Onyo were attacking him at the same time. He thought it was very strange. They're the heroes of the Panzori Karuchiji. Onyo was banished from the village because the men who laid eyes on her passed away. Byung-kang-so was notorious. The two of them met and fell in love and got married, but soon Byung-kang-so passed away and Onyo was left a widow. Thinking about it, Ju-hong reasoned to himself that they might be famous, but are they really heroic class relics? To open one of the 7 tombs, they had to be at least 5th grade, which Ju-hong deeply doubted. He reasoned that the story was great in a way, but that it didn't add up. Suddenly, he heard voices in the bottom of the tree, and the girls started to chop down the tree he was sitting on with axes. He wondered where they got the axes from. The relic rope that told Ju-hong to grab onto it. Flying in the air and holding onto the rope, he told him he was just a messenger from heaven and thanked him. The system displayed a message saying that only good people can ascend, but he has negative karma and will be hit by a thunderbolt. And finally, what he feared would happen struck him with a mighty thunderclap. The rope began to shout at him to hold on, but Ju-hong lost consciousness from the blow and fell downwards. The rope caught him in time and he landed very smoothly. The rope asked if the owner was okay, and he replied that he was fine and said that he had saved him. When he got up from the ground, he saw that the same possessed girls were already running towards him. One of the girls piled on top of Ju-hong and stroked his face, saying that she was the first, and let the others fall in line. She leaned in close to him and licked her lips and told him he was different from other men. A rope flew up and started hitting all the girls, telling them to get away from his master and not to touch him. Watching the rope handle the possessed girls, he said that the rope had once again saved him. The rope tied up all the girls, and Ju-hong told him not to overdo it because they were human beings. Ju-hong got to his feet and told the rope to catch up with him as soon as he could. The rope said he would catch up with him as soon as he could deal with the girls. As he walked, he heard the voices of relics saying he seduced all the women and ran away. People were just all obsessed with him. Then she said she'd been given every incentive to behave like an animal. He wondered if it was an Onyo relic. The relic wondered how he was able to keep his sanity. Ju-hong thought that her aura seemed strong and evil, she that evolved. Then he thought about the fact that whatever it wasn't going to be easy for him. Irene was sitting with her mom watching TV, and the news said that the tomb of Prodigal had appeared, and it was much stronger than the one in Kyoto. Her mom asked her if Ju Hong went to the wrong place. Irene said that's where he went. She said she was worried about him. Irene looked at her mom and said that everything was going to be okay, and he was going to get through this. The news reported that several of Pandora's crews have gone to the tomb. People who are near the tomb are overcome with carnal desires. Watching the news, Irene became nervous. She thought to herself he would be fine. Then she remembered the Mayan holy book, Popol Vuh. After all, Ju Hong had told her that it could be used for emergencies. As she walked over to the book, she thought about how she was really worried about him right now, and now was the time to use the book. She thought that Ju Hong had told her that this relic would help a person recognize future misfortunes. She turned to the relic and asked it what danger awaited Ju Hong, and the relic told her that the loss of his innocence awaited him. Irina's eyes went wide at what she heard. Meanwhile, instead of flying to New York, Yu Jaha was at the edge of the border and entered the Tomb of Lust. He ran and thought about how the boss was so greedy to keep him from such a great place, he wanted him to miss out on the fun. He stopped and smiled, thinking that he was sure something very great was going to happen here. Then he stopped and thought why, no matter how far he walked, there were still mountains all around. Then he saw a crowd of young men running away without paying any attention to him. He asked why and where they were all running to. He was told because that's where everyone and the women are. Yu Jaha smiled. He decided that he too needed to run after these guys, and with a smile on his face, he joined the crowd. Then some totem appeared in front of them and told them that they were just running around in circles and should be having fun. Then the totem said he'd help the stupid humans have fun instead of just running around. Totem said they don't have to go far. Look at this young man. Isn't he insanely handsome? All the guys he was running with turned around and looked at him with their hands outstretched. Yu Jae-ha was frightened and ran after him. Meanwhile, Ju Hong, who was running away from the crowd of girls, stopped and looked around, thinking that he had finally broken away from them. He stopped and thought about the fact that he could feel the energy of the relic, and there was no mistake about it. Then he saw a mill nearby and headed towards it as the energy was coming from there. When he entered the mill in the darkness, he saw the silhouette of a girl, but as it was dark, he could not see her face. When the girl came into the light, he saw it was Sola, who told him she'd finally caught him. She said he had no idea how much she'd suffered. He took her harem relic, then cleaned out the tomb in Kyoto. Then she pulled out a dagger and said she couldn't let him take that away from her too. Folding his arms across his chest, Ju Hong smiled and told the rope that he hadn't tied her up in a while. The rope went to her and said, "Let's play." Sola said that he could not expect her to fall for it. She yelled at the rope to stand still. The rope thought she'd gotten stronger. Then the rope was in the bag and he started yelling at her to let it out immediately. It was Finn Macula's bag. It's a famous character in Irish mythology. The treasures and things that appear in myths are just as unusual. Looking at it, Ju Hong thought that this relic was capable of catching and storing anything. She had gotten a useful item. She asked him what he would do now. Ju Hong replied that he didn't know, but he would return what he owned first. She looked at him and said with a smirk that what made him think he was going to get it. She tripped him and Ju Hong fell down and she sat on top of him and told him to give up. He looked at her and said why she was telling him to give up. Sola told him not to pretend not to hear and to undress. Then she said she'd rather undress him herself. Ju Hyun lay there and didn't realize what was going on. It was crazy. He looked at her and thought that she must be bewitched too, since Sola shouldn't have gotten caught so easily. He thought that no matter how strong a man was, he was no match for a relic that had decided to attach itself to him. He began to push her hands away. She started to lean in to kiss him. He thought to himself why she was so strong, and suddenly she was thrown aside like an electric shock. She was on her knees with her head down. Smoke was coming from her and she couldn't regain consciousness. Ju Hong thought that this was his chance. As he approached her, he thought he had to take the relic from her immediately, and grabbed her hands. She grabbed him and they fell and he ended up on top of her. He thought that she had bought it and he needed to find the relic. He began to touch her pockets and found a relic in a holster. He ripped it off her, saying he had found it. The relic began to scream loudly and fight back, saying what right he had and how dare he touch it. The Onyo relic has finally arrived. The Tabi Onyo that came a long way with her when she was kicked out of the village. Ju Hong drew his sword and said that he would get rid of her and destroy this tomb of perverts. The relic laughed back at him. Then the relic said it would join him and destroy it. Ju Hong swung his sword and cut it into two halves. The relic started screaming about her body splitting in two, and he thought it was too easy. Looking at the relic, he told her to shut up and open the tomb doors before he found Byung Kanzo and destroyed him. Meanwhile, Sola had regained consciousness and was sitting on the floor holding her head, unable to understand what had happened. The relic said to clean up this tomb, he needs to meet its real owner. Ju Hyun wondered about the real owner. Putting his sword away, he smiled and thought about how he knew this tomb had another true owner. Holding the sword, he asked if she was the owner of the tomb. The relic said they were just guests they were asked to come and help deal with people. After thinking for a moment, Ju Hong realized that he was not wrong when he heard the voice of a relic in the forest. He thought it was a completely different relic. He said then where the real master of the tomb was and who he was. Reliquia said he was a fool to think she would tell him. When he got angry, he threatened to tear her to shreds if she didn't tell him, to which the relic replied that he can do whatever he wants. She's not afraid of going into the next world anyway. Then she added that the owner of the tomb would destroy it anyway if she did so. What did she care? He told her to just say so, because he'd deal with the owner of the tomb anyway. She said he could be destroyed himself. At that moment, the door to the mill rumbled open and his assistant Yu-Jae-ha flew in and fell to the floor. Jo Hong looked at him and asked him what he was doing here and what he had done once again. He said he was being chased by perverts. When he heard stomping and knocking at the door, he clung to it and tried with all his might to hold it open so that no one could enter. Voices from behind the door told him to go out and play, and Yu-Jae-ha yelled at them to leave him alone. He heard a voice outside the door that said they couldn't do anything on their own and ordered them away from the door. There was a rumble and the door flew open. A guy came in and laughed, saying he wasn't going anywhere now. A crowd of distraught guys flew into the mill and headed towards Yu-Jae-ha, who was sitting on the floor. But before they could enter, Ju Hong put his sword right to their throats and said enough is enough. The guys asked who he was, and he said he was his subordinate, and if they didn't finish harassing him, they could kiss their lives goodbye. And then added that if they felt immortal, then go ahead. Another relic asked Anyo, who did this to you? She said, Byong Kangso, the freak who did this to me. An enraged Byung Kangso said he would destroy it. After looking at the relic, Ju Hong said that he is paired with Onyo, and his class must be high too. He looked at the relic cut in two and said he thought it would only take one hit. All the possessed guys came to their senses and couldn't figure out what they were doing here, then turned around and walked away. Looking at the relics lying around, Ju Hong told them that you see, you can never defeat him. Then he looked at them and told them to take him to the owner of the tomb. Looking at him, the relic Byung Kangso asked if they took him to the owner of the tomb, would he let them live? With a grin, Ju Hong said that he would keep them alive if they showed him where the owner of the tomb was. But they didn't have time to say anything before Sola intervened and pulled out her pouch again and took the relics in it. She stood there smiling and twirling the bag on her finger. Ju Hong said that she was interrupting a very important moment. After looking at her, Jo Hong told her to hand over these relics as well as the rope relic. She said that because of him, they suffered heavy losses in the last tomb. These relics are hers now, as is the tomb. Then she turned and started running away, telling her relic Gildal not to let them catch up with her. He laughed and said that she had completely forgotten that her ghost could do nothing to him. She turned around and said, frustrated that once again nothing had worked for her. They got into a fight to see who would win. She pulled out her dagger and started swinging it. But Ju Hong managed to knock the dagger out of her hand and knocked her to the floor. She was upset. He came closer to her and told her to hand over his relics and not waste his time. He still has a tomb to clean up. She sort of held out her pouch, but then a dagger flew past him and he managed to dodge it and it flew a millimeter from his head. Holding the dagger with an angry face, Sola said he was much more agile than she could have imagined. He looked at her silver knife and asked who had given it to her. Jin Chevan gave it to you. She was confused and it was obvious. Then she said she didn't know what he was talking about. He looked at her and thought that judging from her reaction, it was true, and she was related to Jin Chevan. There's the Queen of War, the Queen of Conquest, the Queen of Failure, and finally the Queen of Greed. She was the strongest and most dangerous enemy of the Greed relic wielder, and she often used this silver knife. He thought about the fact that this maniac was acting up again, but it's bad enough that Sola's in on it. He can't let this woman squander Saul's enormous potential. Sola looked at him and said that she didn't care how he knew Jin Chevan, and it didn't matter because she would deal with him right here and now. Then she screamed, make him suffer, Gilda. Lifting his head up, Ju Hong saw the mill begin to collapse. The entire mill was ablaze with fire. Ju Hong and his assistant remained inside it. As Sola ran away, she turned around and said that they hadn't even noticed that Gildal had destroyed the mill, and now they would be covered in debris. Meanwhile, Ju Hong was trying to suck all the fire into the painting. The assistant yelled that they were going to die. He managed to suck all the fire into the painting and he fell to the floor exhausted. The assistant shouted happily that they were alive. Ju Hong said of course they were alive. Sola suddenly came at them with a dagger, calling them fucking cockroaches. Looking at her, Ju Hong thought about how he didn't even notice her and worried about her making him a eunuch. But some incredible power of the relics threw her aside and prevented her from harming Ju Hong. She was thrown a few meters away from them and fell to the ground. Ju Hong and his assistant looked perplexed at what was happening. Thinking about it, Ju Hong began to ponder what kind of power it was anyway he was alive, and would figure out the additional properties of Irene's relics when he arrived. Lying on the ground and groaning, Solu asked him what kind of relics he was using. Meanwhile, Ju Hong took the bag of relics from her, and Sola asked how he was able to attack her so suddenly. He looked at her and said he didn't know. But now he hoped she realized she didn't stand a chance against him. Then he told the relic to give him his stuff back, and the rope fell to the ground and Onyo and Byung-kangso, and Jo-hyun told them to take him to the main one. After agreeing, Byung-kangso immediately made a vortex form in the space. The assistant asked what it was. Ju-hong said it's that way. He started talking about how he didn't like it and it was all dark and dangerous. With a smile, Ju-hong looked at him and said about the fact that they would have to trust. As she watched Ju-hong and his assistant enter this space, Sola thought that she couldn't miss them, so she followed them. They found themselves in a cave. The assistant was looking around and Ju-hong said that there was a door ahead and they should go there. They came to a huge wooden door that was tightly closed and impossible to enter just like that. Standing there with his mouth open, Yoo-jae-ha couldn't believe that there were such huge doors. Suddenly a voice said that he didn't think people could come here. Ju-hong said that they didn't come to talk and let him open the door for them. The door said to pass through. You must meet the requirement. Only a virgin male can open this door and enter it. Yoo-jae-ha opened his mouth and resented the fact that he was playing around, and now he was demanding a man to be a virgin. Behind them, they heard a voice saying that it's not fair for the girls that they don't even have a chance. Ju-hong said that she was very persistent and followed them. The relic reiterated that they could not change the conditions, only a virgin male could open the door. Sola swore angrily. Ju-hong smiled and said that apparently the tomb owner only liked men. They stood together and Ju-hong said that apparently neither of them could open the door. He said he couldn't open the door either, but he knew another way, so he told them not to worry, we'd get through it. Pulling out his sword, Ju-hong sprinted and headed towards the door to strike it. Suddenly the door said it was surprised that there were still such people left, and he had fulfilled his condition and it would open for him. Then thinking about it, Ju-hong realized that he was 15 years in the past and was currently a virgin. His assistant came up to him and asked why he lied. He said sometimes his boss is so nice. The three of them went inside, and the assistant said it was much nicer to be outside the doors. They saw a big pad. The deputy said it was so big it felt like there must be something here. Looking on the side, Ju-hong shouted at the top of his voice, telling the damn relic to come out. In front of them, a woman began to appear out of the haze and said she was surprised that someone had been able to open the door. There was a beautiful girl with long white hair and a nice figure who said, "Let's look at this man." Looking at her with a smirk, Ju-hong said, "There you are. The tomb owner has appeared." They stood looking at her, and Jo-hyun thought that he had waited for her to show up. Looking at it, I thought it wasn't Cleopatra. It's Chinese, and the relic itself radiates lust and cruelty. It looks like a Daji relic. Say Daji was the favorite concubine of Dishan King of ancient China. She is known for her promiscuity and love of torture. Looking at her, Ju-hong told Sola and Yoo-jae-ha that she would try to seduce them, but they should hold on. It'll be weird, but he'll be able to withstand the attack because of his resistance. Looking at his assistant, Ju-hong realized that he had already swam and was under her influence. Swinging around, Ju-hong gave a strong backhand to his assistant, telling him to come to his senses and hold on. He sat down and clutched his head, and Ju-hong said that he could not cope with such an opponent, and he should learn from the relics. The relics in Ju-hong's backpack began to say that she was beautiful, and they wanted to go to her. He thought that the relics were also under her influence. He turned around and looked at her, and thought about how he could only rely on Saul now. Then he told her, maybe we could be together. As he looked closer, he realized that she too was under the influence of the relic. She stood there talking about how she had such beautiful skin. The relic looked at her and said that she would tell her the secret of her smooth skin if she paid her tribute. Jumping up to Yoo-jae-ha and twisting him, Solu said that she was giving him his tribute. Ju-hong looked at her and said that he would stop her before his allies got worse. Looking at him, the relic said, well, try it unless of course she destroys it first. He pulled out his sword, which as it turned out was also under her influence, and said that it was a beautiful relic and asked to get closer to it. He turned to his sword and spoke of gathering himself. He came closer to her but to fight her. He thought to himself about the sword not obeying him as she managed to enchant all his relics. Now he needed twice as much dominance. Grabbing his sword, Ju-hong ran towards her thinking that he needed to finish everything as soon as possible. Suddenly something grabbed him, and he could not understand what it was. He looked at it and thought that it was not a fur snake, but a foxtail. When he looked at her, he realized it was a 9-tailed fox. She smiled and said that he was quite right. No wonder Daji is associated with the 9-tailed fox. An ancient book says there's a story of a fox that turned into Daji. She pulled out her long tongue and swiped it across his face and said where to start. She would probably suck all his energy first. Then she said why it tasted so bad. Maybe she needed to swallow first, and she kissed him. Suddenly, he started getting messages that the bankruptcy relic was on a rampage, and then there was a massive explosion. The aide, along with Sola, were standing nearby and were just in complete shock at the power of the explosion. Daji's relic saw what had happened to her tomb and was very upset, saying that she had spent so much time and effort on it. There was an even stronger explosion that tossed the relic to one side and Ju-hong to the other as he lifted up from the ground. He did not realize what had happened. Then he heard someone's voice asking him how he was feeling, and he turned around and saw Irene. He asked what she was doing here. Irene said the prophecy said he was in danger. Then she told him to leave it to her. Relic Daji, sitting on the ground, looked at Irene and thought that she had too much power and a fight should be avoided. She told her, "Let's talk." Then the relic said she'd take the guy first and give him to her. Irene got angry and glowed. Then the relic felt her powers fading and turned into a fox. She read that it was a horror she had completely become a fox. After looking at it, Ju Hong said that the relic had no strength left to maintain the disguise it had transformed into a less energy-consuming form. After looking at the relic, Ju Hong said that it was very weak and he would be able to finish it off now. The vixen sat and thought that she needed to recover a little now and she would run away. Ju Hong said she decided to stay and see Scary. You are a scary person. Then he added that she wasn't even human. Reliquia said he was a jerk and asked how he got here in the first place. She wanted to run away, but Ju Hong ordered the rope to tie her up, and he wrapped it around the fox so that she couldn't even move. He asked if you would surrender to me. He looked at her and said that he was her master now. The fox replied that he didn't have to count on it. Ju Hong said he would tame her. The attack on the Tomb of Lust is over and we must return home. At Pandora's headquarters, 2 employees were talking to each other. One asked if he'd read the conference report. 2 tombs have been cleared, which is why we have a meeting scheduled. The other one said, and that's all the Pandora's dig team can do. The other guy said the interesting thing is that the same person cleaned out those 2 tombs. The other guy said they're obviously working for the wrong guy. Austin Rockefeller came out from behind the door, who had heard the whole conversation between his employees and asked if you were working for the wrong guy. Then his face got angry and he said if he did, he'd fire them right now. The staff got scared and sweat ran down their faces and apologized, to which Austin told them to watch their tongues. Then he thought they were basically right. He sighed and said that his sister would tell him off when he got home. When he entered the office, he saw that his sister was sitting on the sofa, who smiled and said that he had called important people and was late. He was speechless at the sight of her. He didn't expect to see her here, and then he yelled out what she was doing here. She looked at him and said she's here because he's a jerk who screws up all the time. She wanted to see if his people would be of any use to Pandora. But unfortunately, it's the same as always. When will he learn to choose the right and proper people? Then she added that he could go. She'd take care of it herself. Oscar told her not to make fun of him next time. Before he could finish the sentence, 2 people took him under their arms, and his sister said that the department had already decided everything. He shouted that she would regret it, but his sister only smiled back and turned to her people and asked who Ju Hong was. One of her men reported that he was the top of the list of relics. But in Lenny's tomb, his colleague was hurt because of him. She said that this root had to be cut down before it sprouted. The guy replied that Pandora's secretariat was already working on it. The Secretary General is going to create a relic law that will definitely stop Ju Hong. So she'd better get on with the rest of the tombs and not worry about it. Plus, this guy Ju Hong is in Korea right now, and they have a very trusting relationship with Korea. So they will help them implement the law, and they can stop it with no problem. While in Seoul, Ju Hong, Irene, and Yoo Jae-ha came to an apartment. The assistant asked him if this was the apartment you were living in. He said he had so much money, why didn't he buy a better one? To which Ju Hong replied that he didn't have so much money when he bought it. He thought about the fact that his financial situation had improved a lot since then, as well as the number of relics. He looked at the assistant and told him to make himself at home, to which he replied that he didn't really want a home like this. Looking at Ju Hong, and with irritation in her voice, Solu said maybe he could untie her already, and there would be one less person, and it would be better. She said she didn't have any more information, and Ju Hong told her to be quiet. He thought of Sola's connection to Jin Chaowan, and he couldn't let her go. Then he took the bag and decided to check the condition of the relics. He looked at them and asked what was wrong with them. They told him to take them with him. Then they said Daji's tomb was gone, and they had nowhere to go. He told them to go wherever they wanted and build a new tomb. They said he defeated Dalgi, and they will stay with him just for respect. Ju Hong said okay, but only respect me from a distance. A guy walked in the door, and Ju Hong turned around to greet him and said that he hadn't seen him in a long time. The guy's name was Kim Dong. He asked who all these people were, and Ju Hong said they were his acquaintances. Kim Dong looked at him and said that he sounded like he was abroad all the time. Ju Hong said that he does say that he's been traveling all the time. Then he said that he hadn't heard the news. Ju Hong looked at him and was surprised to hear what news he was talking about. Kim Dong sighed heavily and told him that Gongwoo was in trouble. The next morning, Ju Hong and his assistant were on their way to see him. Yoo Jae-ha asked who he was. He said he was his savior. He took care of him when he didn't have any money himself. And he bailed him out of jail when he first went back in time. He walked thoughtfully, wondering what could have happened to Gongwoo and what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. As he approached Gongwoo's house, he saw his wife and 2 men at the door, trying to prove something to them. She said they didn't remove the relic because they wanted to, but because it threatened their child. The guy said it couldn't hurt. Ji-young walked up to Ji-young and looked at her frightened face and asked what was wrong. She didn't even expect to see him. Then he asked her if she was hurt because of the tomb. He didn't say anything, probably because it was a small tomb. Ju-hong turned to look at the guy with a serious look and asked him what had happened. The guy said what you're talking about. Then the guy said there was a tomb incident at this house, but the owner handled it himself and didn't notify the authorities. The guy said there's a new law in Korea now. Ju-hyun thought to himself that they had made some shitty laws. Then the guy said that if you plunder the tombs and use the relics without permission, you could be fined or arrested. He asked what the fine was. The guy said he'd look it up and tell me. A fine of 150 million won or go to prison for 10 years. Yoo Jae-ha said with wide eyes that they only destroyed the tomb, but they didn't use the relic. In-ji-yoon also began to talk about how they had never even touched or ever used the relics. The guy said they were driving him crazy and headed for the house. In-ji-young said he couldn't break into their house. When they entered the kitchen, the guy asked why the faucet wasn't running water. He said he felt the relic right away. There are rivers of gold running through here. Then he added that they were lucky. He'd heard they'd recently opened a new store and they must have paid it off. She said she was afraid to even touch it. Then she added that he thought it was easy to live in a house without water. Looking at the guy, Ju-hong said that maybe he would let her go already, and why did he think that the golden water was even a relic power? The guy said all these measures were taken by the government and Pandora to keep people safe. Thinking about it, Ju-hong immediately realized after hearing that Pandora was involved. He looked at her and said he'd take care of everything, but it would be a little noisy. She said okay. The guy looked at them and asked what they were whispering about. Ju-hong said it was nothing at all. Then he grinned and with a calm face told the guys that their clothes were on fire. When the guys looked at themselves, they saw that their clothes were burning with a huge fire they couldn't understand where it came from. Looking at the Na, he said about what they thought he'd say he wouldn't realize they just wanted to take the relics. You haven't even trained people how to use them. Lying on the floor, the guy yelled for him not to stand there and help him or he'd just die. After looking at him, Ju-hong said, "Sorry, this is the relic's handiwork. He can't do anything. He's just an ordinary civilian who doesn't have permission." Then he told the guy he owed it to Pandora and asked for a number, saying he didn't know how long he'd have to wait for rescue. Then Ju-hong said he hoped they realized how lousy their laws are. The guys started yelling that they understood. He said fine, and with a snap of his finger, the fire disappeared. Yoo Jae-ha said it was like he was using a hallucinogenic relic. The guy started yelling that he was a bastard using hallucinogenic relics. Ju-hong said yes and told me to take my colleague and get out of here, and then added that if they stayed here one more minute, he'd use it again. Dragging his partner around, the guy yelled that he'd regret it. He said he'd sue him for using the relic. Ju-hong smiled and said that he would see who would sue who. They had broken into someone's house without permission. A month ago, a relic appeared, and Gongwoo's house was turned into a tomb. It wasn't too dangerous, so they decided to keep an eye on it, because the common man has a limited ability to dig. But one day, the relic started tormenting Gongwoo's little daughter. The relic was telling the child to cry even more. He jumped up to the relic and hit it with the kimchi his wife had made, and the kimchi was very sharp, and so the tomb was cleaned out. So the gold water running from the faucet is most likely the work of a relic. Sitting at the table and sipping tea, Ju-hong said he would watch their pipes in a day or two. She thanked him for it. Then he picked up his phone and said he had to take care of Pandora before those bastards came again. He called Edward and told him that Pandora was doing some bullshit again and he knew something about it. They've got some weird relic law. Edward said that Secretary General Richard Chang worked on it. Then he added that he thought they were doing everything they could to stop him, and at the same time, it will help them reduce the number of competitors. Thinking about it, Ju-hong reasoned that in the past, Pandora had behaved the same way, and they had made it so that ordinary people had no access to the relic at all. But now they're moving too fast. Whatever laws they make up, they're 10 years away from full monopolization. He asked Edward if he could get a list of the people who had proposed the law. He said he could and asked him to wait a while. With a smile, Ju-hong thought about the fact that he would now make his firing list. George Hilton was sitting in an armchair in his home in America, quietly reading while looking out the window when suddenly the bell rang. It was Ju-hong. The first thing he did when he answered the phone was to ask if his sister was okay. Ju-hong replied that she was fine and he was calling him for a case. Then he told him he wanted him to be part of Pandora. George was speechless at what he heard. He said he had nothing to do. He had his own things to do, and lots of them. And then he added that Pandora was full. The whole of Pandora is crawling with powerful people. Ju-hong laughed into the phone and said that means the Hilton family doesn't have that kind of influence. George hung up the phone and was seething with rage. He said why would he think he couldn't join? Of course he could. He just didn't want to get involved with Pandora. He also has a desire to contact the company that deals with relics. Ju-hong asked if the relics were still evil to him. Looking out the window, George said that in a way he was right. The relics are dangerous to humans. That's why there's an organization called Pandora. But with the current members, it won't live long, said Zhou Hong. That's why it needs decent people like him. He added that the seats would be vacant soon. George said that means he doubts someone will resign. Zhou Hong said to wait. Then he said goodbye and hung up. George started yelling that he didn't think he should tell him anything else. But there was silence at the end of the phone. Yu Jae-ha said that it seems like George's reaction was so bad. Zhu Hong said that he has too many preconceptions about relics. When the two of them returned to Zhu Hong's apartment, they saw Kim Dong lying on the floor writhing in pain. They asked him what happened, and he said the girl in handcuffs escaped. He said she was walking across the room. He tried to stop her and who she was. Thinking about it, Zhu Hong pondered that it was bad that Sola had run away. He left too soon, worried about Gongwu. They entered the room where the relics were kept, and saw that all the boxes had been turned over. She must have been looking for her relics. He figured the bug was still on her, so they wouldn't lose track of her. But that's too bad. He wanted her with them. Looking at his assistant, he said that Pandora was more important now, so he told him to get ready to recover the relics. They saw Emperor Nero's relic on the floor that Zhu Hong was going to use. After looking at the list Edward had sent him on his phone, he said that Pandora had a lot of members and he needed something like a golden house to bring them all together and punish them. But the problem is that Nero's relic still has a broken heart. Ever since Nero was traumatized by the literary contest, he says nothing and doesn't move looks like a common bay leaf. Thanks to that, when he gave the relic to Chairman Quan, it quietly and calmly acted as a silent and obedient device. But he continued to be discouraged even after he came back. Ju-hoon needs him, and he'll have to wake him up somehow. The assistant looked at him and asked if he needed to restore it, but he said he didn't need to. It's not about strength, it's about breaking his spirit. The deputy asked what he could do about it. He told him that he's a creator in a way, and he must know some words that inspire. He looked at him and with a smile told him to whisper those words in his ear. The assistant said it was perverted. Then he added, shouldn't a relic restorer care about their mental health? The assistant fell to the floor, and Zhu Hong told him not to even dare to go anywhere until Nero woke up. On his way out of the room, he met Irene and asked where she'd been, to which she replied that she'd gone to the store. Then she smiled and asked him if he could help her. Zhu Hong replied that of course he would help her. Then he thought to himself, though not if he thought about it that way, she hadn't gotten the risk Seokjo had yet. If she uses the relic, the risk will come again. He reflected that his plan to summon all the members of Pandora to Nero's golden house and punish them using Irene's relic was bankrupt. There are over 200 people on the list Edward sent him. This plan is perfect to attack them all at once. He looked at Irene and thought about the risk of not using her power recklessly. Then he looked at her and asked if her body had been okay lately. She looked at him in surprise and replied that there was no problem with him. He said he thought the risk had gone away for him, but I guess that's not the case. Irene said she's been using a lot of power lately. Then she apologized and said the risk made her feel like a burden. He said it was okay and it wasn't her fault. As he thought about it, he reasoned that if they were to use the bankruptcy relic, they would have to consider the consequences of the great risk beforehand. What it would be. The Hand of Midas has the risk of greed, but it doesn't grant completely random wishes. It amplifies the host's multiple desires. For example, Irene has kidnapped middle-aged people in the past. She then let them go and apologized, saying she had no idea why she did it. He looked at her thoughtfully and thought to himself that, given the past risks, he could foresee the next. First there was body odor, then there was alcohol, and then another kiss. Irene stared at him in silence. Then he thought they were all terribly obscene and getting worse each time, but nothing destructive like her past life. After all, she was originally a good person. He looked at her and said he'd made up his mind. Help me, please. There was a meeting at the Korean branch of Pandora. Someone said that the new rule is effective, and relics are flowing to them. Another said that the fines were a nice bonus. A nearby assembly member added that even Pandora's head office had responded well. They said they would support the Korean branch with money and relics. We can keep the collected profits. They decided to send a portion to the main office and divide the rest among themselves and record them as necessary expenditures. We'll record them as spending for remediation, and really, how will they know? People started knocking on the door where the meeting was held and asking to be let in as they had very important information. 2 employees flew into the office and said that they found out about the delivery from last time and took the 10 million won. Then they said that an investigation had already begun and the head needed to hide because his brother-in-law's house had already been sealed and his wife's accounts had been frozen. He started asking why so many scandals at once. The staff who had just entered told the deputy that everything was very serious. Everyone grabbed their heads. The stock dropped 75%. Property values plummeted. People at the meeting shouted that they were now bankrupt. Zhu Hong and Irene were watching from the roof of another building. Then he smiled and said, "Let's get started." In the office where the meeting was held, People could not understand why everyone suddenly became poorer. They assumed it was someone's attack. Abruptly, the building began to shake like an earthquake and a golden palace began to appear in its place. Everyone was shocked when they saw the Colosseum take the place of the building. Everyone stood in complete shock with their eyes wide open. The gates opened and people who didn't understand where they were began to enter the Colosseum. They were the managers of Pandora's main headquarters. They were talking among themselves and asking who formed the tomb. There were people not only from Korea but also from other branches of Pandora. Suddenly, they heard a voice telling them that all the idiots were gathered. When they looked up, they saw Ju Hong and Irene standing there. Taking the phone in his hands, he smiled and said that he was going to take roll call. He started to name the people on the list and then said there were too many and he would skip the procedure. Flipping through the list, he saw Richard Gang's name and smiled and said he couldn't avoid the celebrant. He looked at him and said there were 286 people on the list and he hoped he hadn't missed anyone. Richard Gang looked at him and asked if it was his doing. Ju Hong replied that he was the only one who could do such a thing. Enraged, Richard Gang drew his sword and said that he would destroy him, but at that moment the relic in his hands exploded. Then the people heard the voice of the relic saying that he was insolent and had no right to make a fuss in his sacred palace. Nero's relic appeared and he was very angry and told Ju Hong why he invited people who don't know what art is to the palace. Looking at him, Ju Hong said that he had invited them so that he, as a man of art, could teach them this. Richard Gang opened his mouth in fear, and his eyes widened. Smiling, Ju Hong said that this is not just a maze, then a disaster maze created by Nero using the bankruptcy relic. The people trapped in the labyrinth already have a hard time laughing, said Ju Hong. Then he added that they'd have to go through the whole maze to find the exit. And then he added that they had entered his tomb, and the entrance fee was 50 million per person. People all opened their mouths and started receiving notifications on their phones about the debit. Their accounts just started being debited. They looked at him and said, "Why is he doing this? What did they do to him wrong?" Ju Hong looked at them and said that they hadn't done anything to him personally, but they had threatened his brother Gong Wu and his family, and now they would pay for it. And he also added all the relics would soon be in his hands. They took his future treasures without permission. Then he smiled and said that they had sinned greatly in taking what was his. He looked at the people and said that they should start doing something if they wanted to get out. The people said they were going to die in the maze. One of the crowd shouted that he was offering to give him more money in addition to the exit fee, and he would release him. Everyone around him started talking about how it's actually not a bad idea to give him everything you have, and getting out of here alive is more important. Immediately, people began to raise their hands, and each of them offered money relics and the provision of some important information. With his arms folded across his chest, Ju Hong smilingly said that they were trying to bargain with him. Irene said that's not a bad thing. Then he said he agreed. But the information they would give him would have to be very valuable. Richard Gang's voice was heard in the crowd, telling them to gather and that this asshole is just fooling them. He'll never let them out. Everyone turned to him and he said they just needed to join forces and just get out of here. People shuddered at the thought of the labyrinth and said that going into it would be like signing their own death warrant. When Richard Gang got angry, he started shouting that there were a lot of people here and there was no need to be afraid. One of the crowd looked at him and shouted that he didn't care that people were suffering. He would not even take responsibility for them. Then people said he'd sit on the sidelines, justified by his status as Pandora's Secretary General. The people began to give out all the information. Ju Hong smilingly said that money and information is of course good, but they will earn it again. And if they share their secret information and ruin their relationship with each other, they won't be able to reconnect soon enough. Turning on the camera on his phone and pointing it at people, he said that he would collect evidence, and the first to go would be those whose secret was bigger. The reaction was beyond his expectations. People were giving away all the secrets of Richard Gang, whom they obviously disliked. It seemed like Richard Gang wanted to change the subject because he started shouting out Quan Taejun's secrets. From that point on, it was total chaos, as people started giving away the secrets of those around them and getting into fights. Relic Nero showed up and said they're all so pathetic, so they're going to his beautiful labyrinth. The people were indignant and said that Ju Hong had told them, but when they looked around, they didn't see him. He had already disappeared. After looking at them, Nero relayed Ju Hong's words that said, "Thank you, idiots, you have given me so much useful information." Then the Relic Nero told everyone to stop talking and go to the labyrinth. Boiling with anger, Richard Gang said that he had warned them that he would not let them go so easily. The video that Ju Hong posted caused quite a stir because it shows Pandora members accusing each other of corruption. Since the video was shot in a tomb, there is some controversy that maybe people were forced to do it. But as Pandora's violations were confirmed, the coercion controversy subsided, and the scandals surrounding Pandora began to grow. George Hilton watched the news. People began organizing protests outside Pandora's headquarters. People stood with placards. The phone rang. George picked it up. It was Ju Hong and asked what he had done on the news. He said that since he'd been watching the news, he knew everything. Almost all of the Pandora members in the video were fired. Now there's over 200 seats available. What's he going to say to that? George asked him if he still wanted him to join Pandora. After listening to him, George said he didn't have a lot of free time and had no particular desire to mess with relics. Then let's you watch this video and see what you say after watching it. He overheard a Pandora member on video talking about the Hilton family getting sick because of Austin Rockefeller. After seeing this video and hearing these words, George Hilton stood in complete shock and could not even move. Rage boiled in him. He called Ju Hong and asked him what the video was. He replied that it was a cut out of the video before he posted it, then added that Rockefeller's still in Pandora, he's not just gonna let it go. There are worse bastards in Pandora who do some pretty scary things. Of course, the ones he's collected are just dummies. He's only interested in the tombs anyway. But it would be so great if someone could get in there and get the information they need. George sighed and said that he would agree if Jo Hyun told him the name of the guy in the video. He said there was no need to make a fuss with Rockefeller. He's already done with that guy anyway, throwing him into the maze of disaster. You can't forgive a man who made others suffer. Then Ju Hong added that when he goes there, he should take a couple of guys he trusts with him. It's better to take the seats with our people. After hanging up the phone, Ju Hong was satisfied at last he was able to convince George Hilton now he had the perfect spy on his side. Then he decided to go back to his apartment, but as he approached the door, he felt something suspicious. When he opened the door, he saw Irene and Yoo Jae-ha shouting that thank God he was here and asking him to stop Irene. Looking at her, Ju Hong immediately realized that it was a risk, and then in 1 second she threw him on the floor and started kissing him. And then I fell asleep on his shoulder. Same thing I've done the other times. They were walking down the street, and Yoo Jae-ha said he must be having a good time. Ju Hong asked him what he was talking about, and he said that Irene seemed to like the boss. It's just the risk of a relic. It makes the owner act irrationally and have fun watching him embarrass himself. Looking at him, Yoo Jae-ha asked him if Irene wasn't always like this today. Before he came, he tried to stop her because she wanted to go look for him. If she's crazy about one person, wouldn't it be more fun to hit on every person you meet? Ju Hong said it makes sense. The risk enhances the secret desires of the target. Jo Hong said thoughtfully that he was right. Walking beside Jo Hong, his assistant said that if she didn't have the will to strengthen, there would be nothing to strengthen. He said that's right. He thought about the fact that she acted like this every time she was at risk. Not because she was some kind of pervert. It turns out she just likes him, and he's glad she's not acting like this with every guy she meets. Then Yoo Jae-ha asked when he would start dating her. Ju Hong told him not to talk nonsense. After all, they already had their first kiss. While in his friend's apartment helping to sort out a relic, she stormed out and started yelling that it was her house and what he was doing. Pushing the relic away, Jae Hong said to him, "Aha, your house, this house does not belong to you but to Gongwoo." Then he told Gongwoo's wife that he thought the relic was stuck to the sink. He took it out and there would be no problem. She was happy. Ju Hong looked at her and asked if he could have the relic. She said of course he could and asked what kind of relics they were. In the time of Korra, 2 brothers mined 2 nuggets and divided them between them. They got into a boat, but one brother suddenly threw his piece into the water. When my brother asked him why he did it, he said he was thinking that if he wasn't here, he would have taken the 2 nuggets. Then he added that throwing his piece away made him feel lighter when he heard what the other brother said. He also threw his nugget into the river. Then Ju Hong added that maybe this relic can turn water into gold, but it has a low grade and the quality of the gold is also low. Jo Hong looked at her and said that he could just put money on her card, and she could spend it on whatever she wanted. She said no need. He said that she said she'd taken out a loan and spent all the money he'd wired. She said she hadn't spent a penny of it. She said that Gongwoo told her that it was hard for him to earn money there, so she decided to just save up and give it to him at the wedding. After listening to her, Ju Hong silently took the money and transferred it to her, and told her to spend it as much as she wanted to. When she saw this amount of money, her eyes widened. When his friend Gongwoo came back, they had a big dinner together for the first time in a long time, and Ju Hong went home. He went into his room thinking that he was very full and decided to go to bed as soon as possible, but saw that there was someone lying on the bed under the blanket. When he opened the blanket, he saw Irene curled up quietly on his bed. He was shocked and didn't understand what Irene was doing in his bed. He thought about it and decided that she would never do it willingly. It turns out the risk isn't over yet. She's been using too much power lately. He covered her with the blanket and decided he had to leave. Slowly, he started to move towards the door and Irene woke up. She sat up in bed and said, "You're back already, Ju Hong." He said she was mistaken. She started walking towards him, smiling. Pulling the handle, he realized the door was closed and told her to calm down and open the door for him. He realized he was dead if she caught him. There was a relic who asked if they had decided to marry, then they couldn't do without it. In a flash, Jo Hong was on the bed and Irene was already sitting on top of him, and looking at him with loving eyes. Then he remembered a conversation with an assistant who said that risk enhances the owner's desires. This whole situation is a reflection of her hidden desires, so you have to make a decision. Well, then thought Ju Hong he didn't mind at all and answered Irene's kiss without even trying to push her away. While they were kissing, the relic started to get indignant and say what he was doing was shameful. He thought so. The relic panicked. She doesn't like the fact that she did the opposite of what she did well, wondering what she'll do now. The next day, something unusual happened. Lying with his eyes closed, Ju Hong couldn't understand why it was so stuffy and so heavy. When he lifted himself up, he found that he was sitting waist-deep in gold and precious jewelry and a pile of gold bars. There was a bunch of stuff, bullion, alcohol, jewelry, gold, money, gemstones, all kinds of expensive stuff. He scratched his head and couldn't understand. Then he remembered Irene and realized that she was under the rubble he was shoveling. Finally, he saw her face. She said she thought this would be her grave. Badly injured Irene then in Turkey, pulling Midas's hand out of the tomb. But with the relic fused together, the power of misfortune hasn't gotten out of control. Unlike the bankruptcy relic she usually uses, though. She couldn't really use the Midas hand. Midas is famous for turning everything he touches into gold, but Irene couldn't use the power associated with him. For some reason, this ability was blocked, and this is what happened when it was unlocked. After climbing out of the gold pile, Irene asked what was going on. Ju Hong said that she seemed to be the reason they made a fortune. She looked at Ju Hong with frightened eyes and asked if she had done something bad again. He said it was good. He told her that she could now use the power of wealth. Irene looked at him in surprise with her big blue eyes. Smiling, she said they couldn't use it before the way they wanted. He said it should work now. As he approached the room where the gold was piling up, Assistant Yu Jae-ha asked what was going on. With a smile, Ju Hong said that Irene did it all with the power of wealth. Then he said, "Let's go show what that power can do." They walked into the woods trying to find the right place to test what Irene had learned. Kim Dong said that there was no one here anyway. Ju Hong looked at him and told him to stay home instead of whining, to which he said he wanted to see the relic too. Yu Jae-ha said that he thought they had already gone too far. "So let's do it here," said Ju Hong, and asked his assistant to take out the Hungbu and Nolbu pumpkins from Van Gogh's painting, and he said they'd open them today. They hadn't touched them before because there was a Nolbu pumpkin, and they'd cause a 5th-grade disaster. Then he looked at Irene and said that if they used her power, they would 100% get Hungbu's pumpkin. The assistant looked at him and said, "Isn't that cheating?" Ju Hong replied that he didn't remember the crow using the power of wealth. Then he said they were just taking advantage of all the opportunities, and turning to Irene, he told her to use the power on the pumpkins. She immediately began her task, and Ju Hong thought to himself that they should get Hungbu's gourd 100%. After a while, the pumpkins turned golden. Ju Hong said it actually works. Looking at the pumpkins, Yu Jae-ha said that maybe they only turned golden on top. Ju Hong said not to worry. They started sawing the pumpkin. He said, "See, you can't just cut it up like that." The assistant asked where he got the saw from. Suddenly, the pumpkin exploded. The assistant, covering his face with his hands from fright, screamed loudly. After the pumpkin exploded, lots of little golden pumpkins came out of it. The aide opened his mouth in amazement and said he could do them indefinitely. Looking at Irene, who was smiling, Ju Ho told her that it was okay to saw another one for inspection. They were about to start sawing another pumpkin, when suddenly there was a bright light, and then angels appeared. Looking at them with a smile, Ju Hong thought angels are the jackpot. As expected, the power of wealth works as expected. Looking at the angels, he told them to waste no time and give up their best relics and treasures. But what he heard back was that he was a bastard, and that he shouldn't expect to just give it all away. In a second, the not-so-cute angels were standing in front of them, weapons in their hands. And then out of the pumpkin came some huge goblins with guns. Everyone stood there in shock. The goblins had an intimidating look, eyes glowing. Then they said that he wanted to fool them, now he would pay for his greed. The goblins started screaming for them to die, and were joined by the angels. Ju Hong told everyone to scatter in different directions. He ran with all his legs. Goblins ran after him and began to throw hammers at him, one of which stuck into a tree next to Ju Hong. He stopped and looked at this hammer, and it turned out to be a relic. He stopped, and the goblins said he'd already surrendered. Well, then he should take his punishment. After looking at them, Ju Hong smirked and said that he now understood everything. He thought he'd really made a profit, drew his sword, and attacked the goblins. He scattered them all, and the goblins and angels were destroyed. Then he looked over and told Irene to collect all the winnings. And then he added that Irene had wiped them out, and there was a huge explosion. After the goblins and angels were destroyed, there were many of their relics left behind. The assistant said it was amazing to have so many relics, and Ju Hong asked me to help him collect them. Then he said that as soon as they were done, he would smash another pumpkin. Yu Jae-ha asked what if there were only goblins in them. Holding a pile of relics in his hands, Ju Hong smiled and said, "Then let's take what we can." Then he looked at Irene and asked if she was okay. If she was tired, they could stop. She said she was fine. He said fine then, and they proceeded to open the next pumpkin and took a saw and started sawing it. A guy in kitty pajamas sits in his room and plays a console with easy joystick control. Suddenly, his assistant flies into his room in a state of excitement and sweat runs down his face. Dropping the joystick with a furious face, Joshua talks about scaring him and says he asked him not to barge in. With a frightened face, the guy talks about how they're in trouble and the market value of his land has dropped. Relics are a big part of the... Then with a pissed-off face, Joshua says he's known about the prophecy for a long time, that sooner or later the Pandora bastards will ruin everything. He started to walk away and said that he didn't think it would affect him if the prophecy was true. It was because of a man named Ju Hong. He stood there with a pissed-off face thinking about what the fuck this guy had done. He said he couldn't stand by any longer. He'd recognize his weaknesses and crush him. As he approached the big vat, he said he could no longer stand by and would make him regret messing with him. When he arrived at the TCWM USA branch, he was stopped at the entrance by security and told he couldn't just walk around. Then they told him that if he had a guest card, he had to show it to them. He said he was here to meet with Quan and Richard Chung. A staff member ran up to the guard and said, "Do you even know who he was?" Meanwhile, Joshua silently went to the elevator, and the employee said that he owns the relic of Nostradamus and the Temple of Delphi. He is an important person. Meanwhile, in the office, Quan was yelling at Richard about how he could tell he was stealing money. Throwing the phone at Richard, he said that the news is all over the sites and all over the world, and he's on the tape. Taking the phone in his hands, Richard turned on a tape of Quan stealing money from Pandora's accounts. Covered in sweat, he said he had no choice, or Jo Hyun would have destroyed them all. Then he added that they were just trying to survive. Quan said he made up stories about him to survive. Richard looked at him and said that part of it was true. Quan started yelling at him to shut up and he should have kept his mouth shut. Looking at Richard, he said he was very disappointed with him. He sold him out and still wants to be considered his man. He looked at Quan and said he was just exaggerating, and he said he should just stay there to be destroyed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the door opening abruptly. Joshua came in and opened the door to Quan's office with his foot. He greeted them. Quan asked what he was doing here, and they were in complete shock that Joshua had shown up at their office. Richard looked at him and said he didn't really like going out of the house. Joshua said that sometimes he had to go out. They asked him what he wanted. He said that bastard Ju Hong had gotten everyone riled up and he thought he should deal with him. He looked at Quan and said he had a plan, and he thought his subordinate was very good for it. He leaned in close to Quan and asked if he could borrow it. He said he didn't know who he was talking about. Joshua looked at him and said he meant Francesco, the one with some pathetic thieving relic, a relic of supplication. A surprised Quan asked why he was fighting strong on, to which Joshua said that Ju Hong would not be attacked by anyone. Then he added that with a little training, this relic would become much more useful and would be able to steal not only items but people as well. They'll use it to get rid of Ju Hong's allies one by one. He needs to take them hostage and the relic will help him do that. Quan looked at him and said that wasn't his style at all. He usually used his prophetic relic to recognize weaknesses to attack. He looked at him closely and said he had some ulterior motive. Joshua told him not to get cocky over nothing. Then Joshua said that Ju Hong needs to be stopped as soon as possible because they need it too, so let's get to work. After listening to him, Quan asked if he was sure that Francesco's relic was the right one for him. He said he was sure, and at least he'd seen it in a dream. Meanwhile, Ju Hong and everyone else continued sawing pumpkins and collecting relics. Taking a bunch of relics in his hands, he said good harvest. Walking over to Yu Jae-ha, he told him to shove this pile into a relic of a Van Gogh painting. Yu Jae-ha said with a sigh that he thought they wouldn't finish until tomorrow. Ju Hong said that he worries about nothing. Then he looked at Irene and said that she made it so much easier. She said she was always happy to help. Then he said that now they had to go home and carefully examine all the new relics. Walking over to Ju Hong, the assistant asked how long he would be sorting them for. He asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Jae-ha said that he had piled them all over the place, and the apartment was small enough that there was nowhere to step. Then he said that if he wanted him to finish faster, he should help him. Yu Jae-ha asked what he should do. Pointing at the 3 boxes of relics, Ju Hong said to put away those sorted boxes over there. Looking at the contents of the boxes, Yu Jae-ha asked if there were any useful relics. With a smile, Ju Hong said that almost all of the Class 5 or Class A relics were here. Then he added that there's a lot of different kinds. The ones the assistant was holding were attack relics. Then he said that right in front of him are the healing relics, and next to the resource relics there are tons of useful relics. The most useful, of course, are protective relics such as the brick house of the youngest of the 3 piglets or the blood of the dragon. Before that, they had no defense relics, so when they were attacked, they had to run or take damage. Then Ju Hong smiled and said that he was relieved. Yu Jae-ha said he was very happy that his workplace was safe. While looking at the relics, Ju Hong picked up a vial and said that it was an unknown relic. He said that usually such relics are a fit of raven in Scandinavian mythology. Odin is the keeper of wisdom. He had 2 ravens, one called Hugin, which means thought, and the other called munin, which means memory. Looking at the vial, Ju Hong said if it's Munin's tears, then the relic has something to do with memory. Why doesn't the Raven answer him? They had a lot more relics than Hawaii, so it took too long to sort through them. He didn't complain because it had to be done, but then they had another problem. There's a news report that a giant tomb has appeared in Syria. According to Pandora, it's the third of the 7 great tombs. They sat and watched the news on the phone together, saying that multiple excavators were setting up camps near the tomb. While watching the news, Ju Hong said that it came so suddenly that they didn't even have time to prepare for it. If they go now, they'll be late anyway. Before, they could have seized the initiative and gotten to the tomb first, but not this time. Watching the news, Yu Jae-ha asked what they should do to pack up. Irene said she would prepare a private plane. To all of this, Ju Hong said that they have a lot of work to do and are just observing for now. So they were left to wait and watch for developments. Strangely enough, the situation with the tomb was covered in great detail in the media. In particular, there have been many accounts of conflicts between excavators. Perhaps the relic has affected their judgment. Lying in bed and watching the news on the phone, Ju Hong thought about what relic could create such chaos, the relic of anger. In the morning, his assistant came into Ju Hong's room with a phone in his hand and said he had to see it right away. They recognized the essence of the tomb. They say that among the 7 sins is the tomb of envy. Ju Hong watched the news carefully. He said jealousy explains a lot. Even the fight that broke out between different publications over the number of publications. Perhaps they were really consumed by envy. The assistant stood there with his mouth open, listening to Ju Hong. Then he added that in that case, they had even less reason to rush. The deputy asked why. He replied that the tomb would be very difficult to clear, and they would be hampered by fighting teams. So they'll move out when they're ready. In the meantime, all the relics need to be restored. Yu Jae-ha said if he can restore them in time. He looked at him and said that he'd better start right now and there's no time to rest. Irene came into the room and told Ju Hong that he must see the news urgently. He turned on the computer and watched the news that Richard Chang said they'd be cleaning out the tomb soon. He said on the news that they've already infiltrated the tomb, and this time it'll be different. He guarantees it. Watching the news, Irene said she thought he'd go into hiding after the events at the Gold House. The news said Richard Gang's team will soon attempt a full sweep of the tomb. Will they win the raid race? Looking at him, Irene said this race has been going on for a long time as he thinks they will win. He said even the reporters there are going crazy competing. You have to filter the news because no one knows what's going on there. While thinking about it, Ju Hong caught himself thinking that he felt uneasy and had a bad feeling. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. The walls shook and the ceiling began to crumble. Sitting on the floor, Ju Hong cradled Irene and tried to shelter her. She frightenedly asked something earthquake. Then it just stopped abruptly like it never happened. Everyone sat there not understanding what it was. Abruptly jumping to his feet, Ju Hong ran to the room of Yu Jae-ha, who was in charge of recovering the relics. But he was not in the room. At this time, Yu Jae-ha had fallen somewhere and was lying on the ground trying to figure out where he had gotten to. He got to his feet and looked around, wondering if he was in a tomb if he had no cell phone reception. Then he saw a light in the distance and thought about whether or not he should go there. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, telling him where he was going. It was a rope, and he jumped in fear. He asked the rope what he was doing here and said he was really scared. Then he asked him to help him find a way out. After walking through the dark tunnel, they came to a very bright palace. Yu Jae-ha was surprised and looked around. Suddenly, there was such a loud noise that Yu Jae-ha fell to the floor and began to cover his ears with his hands from such a harsh sound. It was a relic with 3 faces and a lot of musical instruments. She said, who dared to come to his workplace? The relic continued to play instruments, saying he was looking down on him and told him to get up. The rope flew up to him and told him to get up, but from the loud music he couldn't move. The rope wrapped around him and started pulling him out. The relic started shouting where he was running to and telling him to stop. Yu Jae-ha watched and thought why the relic was so scary. Rope dragged him down the corridors and pulled him into one of the open doors of the room and slammed the door shut behind him. The relic started looking for him, saying, "Let's see who wins," and laughed. Quietly opening a crack in the door, Yu Jae-ha looked quietly and said that the relic seemed to have left. Lying on the floor, he thought about why the tomb owner was walking around. Don't they stay in their room? It's not normal. He told the rope how they could find their way out if the owner was walking all over the tomb. They're stuck here. Looking at the phone, Yu Jae-ha said that it is still not working, and how will he now let the boss know where he is? He asked if the rope could contact the boss telepathically, for example. Kanat said he didn't know. He asked if you relics can communicate with each other. Is there no way to contact your master? Then Yu Jae-ha said he knew how to do it using the relic network. He'll think of something to say, and the rope will deliver it. Suddenly, the door of the room where they were hiding opened, and the owner of the tomb, Yu Jae-ha, ran out. Clamping his eyes shut, he started screaming loudly and calling for help from his boss. He wanted him to come and save him at last. Looking at the relics, Ju Hong said that not only his assistant was missing, his relics were also missing. Then he said that a lot of them, they often use Hammurabi's laws, gold and silver axes and some other relics. The rope was gone too. Irina looked at him and asked what they should do, then asked if he could call the rope to him. Thinking about it, Ju Hong said that the rope was now a power relic and he could try to summon it. The system has reported that the relic cannot be summoned from its current location. The power of envy holds her firmly in place. So the power of envy, Ju Hong thought, and took out a card saying that he hadn't used it for a long time. Then he told Irene that he guessed where they might be, so he asked her to pack up, and they were going to the tomb. Taking Yu Jaeha's sweatshirt in his hands, he held it up to the map and said, "Map Jung Hae. Tell me where the owner of this sweatshirt is." The phone in his pocket rang abruptly. He pulled it out and put it to his ear and said that Ju Hong was listening. The voice on the phone told him that Jo Hyun seemed to be in a difficult situation. Then the voice said that it knew that his assistant Yu Jae-ha was missing, and then Ju Hong recognized who the voice belonged to. It was Richard Gang. Then he said that he realized the excavation team was in danger of losing their restorer. Soon all his relics would be used up. After listening to his words, Ju Hong told him that he was the one who kidnapped his assistant. Richard said with a smile in his voice that it was him, and then he added that he threw him into the Tomb of Envy, to be exact. Ju Hong thought to himself, as he pondered Yu Jae-ha alone inside the Tomb of Envy. It can't be that he hasn't gone to the next world yet. Smiling, Richard said he's still alive, if Ju Hong accepts his offer. He'll get him out of there in one piece. Of course, if he doesn't pass away first. Ju Hong asked what he wanted. To which Richard said he wanted the ability to easily defend the tombs with a small team. Then he told Jo Hoon that he had a secret to tell him. Laughing, Ju Hong said that he could just shove his assistant into the tomb and pull him out, but you can't take the relics from the villa. Sitting down on the floor, Ju Hong told Richard into the phone that he was right. His team was small compared to Pandora's. Wouldn't it have been easier if instead of stealing Yu Jae-ha's relics and destroying them in his place, he did just that? Then he said there was a reason why he didn't do it and he could tell me. They're sure he has a relic that only he can use, but they don't know what it is, so they can't steal it. They don't know what relic gives it power, and they're afraid of what will happen if they encounter it. They kidnapped Yu Jae-ha in an attempt to have some advantage in this negotiation. To hold his aide to get information out of him, they thought they would win and take his relics without loss. Then he said that Richard couldn't get Yu Jae-ha out of that tomb from the beginning. When Richard heard those words, he started yelling into the phone that they were going to get him out. Pandora was going to clean out the tomb soon anyway. Ju Hong said they'll get him out so soon you can take his skeleton. Pandora idiots, wait and prepare your coffins. And then Ju Hong added, unless he passed away sooner. Richard turned red with anger and started yelling insults into the phone. Nero's relic suddenly appeared in front of Ju Hong and said that he had learned that Ju Hong was writing a new novel. He stared at him incomprehensibly. He pulled out a scroll, unrolled it, and showed it to me and asked when the book would be released. Ju Hong asked what else he was talking about. But when Ju Hong began to read the scroll, he realized that it was a message from Yu Jae-ha's relic communication network. And Nero said he's been waiting a long time for his new masterpiece, and added that he's just excited and waiting for the new novel to come out. Smiling, Ju Hong thought that his assistant Yu Jae-ha was a very smart guy. Syria near the Tomb of Envy. There is a huge number of tents with excavators. Irene and Ju Hong, who arrived on the scene, watched from the sidelines. He said that he really missed the relic of Van Gogh's painting because there were so many things. The system gave out a message that he sensed a relic of gluttony nearby, and if he went any further, it would notice him. He wondered if Jin Chan's relics of gluttony were here too, and he cursed. He looked at Irene and said that they had to stop for a while. She looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what was wrong. He replied that if they went any further, they could be spotted by a very pissed-off enemy. Then he added that it looked like the whole area around the entrance was in the relic's detection zone. Irene asked that they wouldn't be able to get in. After looking at her, Ju Hong replied that they didn't have to go through the main entrance at all. We need to find a place where the tomb's aura is weak while avoiding the central danger. The problem is you have to find a place out of range. With any luck, they'll find it quickly, but it's unlikely. He turned around and told Irene that they should go back to their car for now. Standing with binoculars in her hand, Sola looked at Ju Hong and Irene. Nearby was a military man with a gun who asked him to finish them off now. They were soldiers from the Russian-Chinese alliance. A military man with a gun told them to decide quickly what to do with them. She told him to attack them before they left the area. The soldier replied that he understood the order. Then, looking through her binoculars, Sola added that he should not destroy their relics. The soldier asked why. She said he'd recently captured members of Pandora, and they'd lost a lot of relics, some of which were ours. One of our spies infiltrating Pandora was caught. It seems to be a very important relic. Professor Jin Chavan said so. He warned that this relic must be returned at all costs, so we must be careful not to damage the relic. After taking aim, the military man said it didn't matter. He'd destroy him with one shot to the head. He didn't even have a defense relic. Then he said with a smile that his relic certainly wouldn't miss. Walking through the desert toward Zhu Hong's car, something alerted him. He sensed the energy of the relic that was aiming straight at them. He sharply told Irene to grab hold of him. Now they would check the defense reliquary. They stood behind the shield. Zhu Hong reprimanded, saying that this relic wasn't a high-grade relic, so it wouldn't block much of the poolon. He looked at her and said that when he commanded her to stand behind the rock behind her. Then he said that first they put up a smokescreen to confuse them and block their line of sight. The military man with the gun said he lost them. Sola asked if he hit him. He said he couldn't miss. He saw something green flash by. Then, where Sola and the military were standing, there was an earthquake so powerful that everyone just fell to the ground. Looking at all this, Sola yelled out what the hell it was. One of the soldiers said it was a bomb. A silhouette emerged from the fire, and a voice said that how dare they attack the creator he admires. He had personally brought him so that they could meet him. Praise him, the only creator he recognizes is Zhu Hong, said Nero's relic. Looking, Zhu Hong said here Chinese excavators, and again Sola was with them. With his hands folded across his chest and an angry face, Nero said what he told those bastards. Zhu Hong said that he should leave the women alone. Relic Nero said that he understood that he would not touch the woman and that he was inviting the others to his performance and took them away. Looking at her, Zhu Hong said with a smile on his face that he hadn't seen her for a long time. How could she leave without saying goodbye? Then he talked about how she's always running away, so he'll ask here and now. He asked she's not working with the Sino-Russian alliance and Jin Chengwan because she wants to. She owes them. Then he added that it wasn't her but her family. Sola clenched her teeth and told him how he knew. In a previous life, Lee Sola was chased by debt collectors who took over his father and brother's debts. He met her earlier than he did in his last life, but he's still in debt. He asked how much she owed them. He would pay off her daughters if she agreed to work with him as such an offer. He smilingly looked at her and said simply to let her know how much she owed them. She drew her sword and told him not to make fun of her. She doesn't trust people, especially those who know her weaknesses. Zhu Hong looked at her and said, she has a temper and she has to act like that. Boiling with anger, Sola said she was in a bad mood and didn't want him to talk to her. She rushed at him, and Zhu Hong's Munan tear relic flashed, and he couldn't figure out how to use it. While covering himself with his shield, Zhu Hong heard it start to whine for something to hurt him. He wondered why his shield was whining like that. He told the shield to wait a while, waiting for the right moment to act. He pulled a vial of Moin's tears out of his pocket and splashed it right in Saul's face. She clamped her eyes shut and started screaming while stumbling backwards. Zhu Hong thought that Munin's tears were working. She screamed and backed up and then fell to the ground. He thought about the fact that they had worked on her the first time. She was lying on the ground, her face was writhing. He looked and thought she was in pain. What kind of relic is that? He looked at her in the hope that she would not be killed by this relic, and frightened he rushed to her. Moments from the past began to pop into her head. She thought to herself the memories of the past didn't seem to have happened to her. She remembered Yulian and Zhu Hong, and it all seemed so familiar. Then she remembered that she called Zhu Hun her boss, and remembered that she had a warm relationship with him. She remembered that their team was always underestimated and pinned down, but they performed at the highest level. It was always the result of team suffering, and in this final tomb, her allies were wiped out one by one, and so was she and her boss these memories. Then Sola woke up and turned to Zhu Hong with the words, "Boss, how's your leg?" Then she sat up and grabbed her head and said he was the boss, or he wasn't the boss. She couldn't figure out what was going on. He looked at her with surprised eyes. She said, "Boss?" She asked about his leg. It turns out she remembered. So that relic brings back memories from their past lives. Well, that's right, because Munin means memory. He wondered how many people were on his dig team. Does that mean he should bring back the memories of his entire team? He smiled because the Raven had told him to get his whole team back together for revenge. She continued to sit there holding her head. Zhu Hong asked her if she was okay, to which she screamed boss and threw herself at his neck. She cried and said how he'd survived. He said that everything was fine now and asked her to tell him what else she remembered. She said that that tomb was different from the others, not like the others at all. Then she said that Ilya was destroyed first, and then he tried to save them, but his leg. Then she said that no one survived this snake. This monster destroyed everyone. He calmed her down and asked her if she remembered anything else, like how they met. She said she remembered him complaining about having to work on Christmas. It was her first day on the 13th team. Then she said he brought them all Santa Claus cakes. He said he remembers. Chairman Quan used them as he pleased, even forcing them to work on holidays. Looking at her, he smiled and thought that their memories were similar. She even remembered things that he himself had already forgotten. He didn't give her the memories and she didn't get a new one. She just remembered. She looked at him and asked him what was going on. She was asleep. He said that she had gone to the next world and he was ready to go there himself. But suddenly there was a relic that turned back time and brought them back to life. She started counting. and said that it was indeed July of the year 2025. He said they shouldn't know him yet, but the future is slowly changing because of him. Then he took out a vial of Moonin's tear relic and said that it was the relic that had given her memory back. Then he said it was all in the past. He didn't even think he could restore her memory, and he's not going to demand her loyalty. After all, it's her life. He told her to stay out of his way the next time he couldn't let her go. She asked why he wanted to pay off her debts in exchange for her working with him. He said Jin Chawan had an advantage. Then she asked him if he didn't want her to betray them. She said after she remembered everything, who else would she follow but him? When he looked at her, he smiled and said that he would pay all the debts for her as soon as they came back. Then they went down to the relic of Nero, who saw them together and said what a dramatic turn, and then added that he didn't think she'd come here willingly. There were soldiers lying on the ground. Ju Hong looked at them and asked what had happened to them, to which Nero said that they had fainted from his brilliant talent. Then Nero asked who the woman was. Ju Hong replied that she was now his ally. She looked at Ju Hong and asked what he was going to do now. He said he would go to the tomb to save someone. She asked who he was going to save, to which Ju Hyun said the assistant to our restorer, Yu Jae-ha. She thought about it and said it's not him, and Ju Hyun said of course it's him. Who else could it be? When he got back to Irene, he decided to introduce her to Sola. He told her that she was now a member of his excavation team. Irene stood there with a surprised look on her face. Then he turned to Sola and told her to meet Irene Hilton and said she was helping him a lot. Looking at her, Sola said, "Wait, that's the Queen of Failure and you're working with her." Then she added that Irene was causing crises and ruining people for fun. Ju Hong told her to keep her voice down. She can hear them. Irene was silent, and Jo Hyun said she was usually a wonderful person. Then she had some personal problems. Standing across from Sol, she thought about the fact that they were speaking Korean, and she didn't understand them, but she got the gist of it. She thought she didn't like her, but she didn't like her either. Then Irene went to Jo Hong and said she wanted to talk to him alone. She asked him if this Sola was their enemy. He said she attacked him in the Korean tomb. Standing and looking at them, Sola thought about why they were standing so close. She really didn't like it. He said he'd still like to talk to them, but time was running out and he had to go to the tomb. They were driving in the car. Irene asked if he thought Yu Jae-ha was okay. He said he was fine, but he was using a trick to contact him. Then he added that he should be given credit for the layout of the tomb and the abilities of the relic. While driving, Ju Hong said that Yu Jae-ha says that the owner of the tomb is Salieri's envy. Antonio Salieri is an Austrian court composer. He was born in Italy. He was a successful musician, teaching Schubert, Beethoven, and many others, but he was most famous for his envy of Mozart. It's not actually a confirmed fact, but it's been the subject of many plays and movies. It's now called Salieri syndrome. While driving, Ju Hong thought to himself that he was the owner of the tomb of envy. Salieri must be displeased. Nero's relic said that a new short story has been published. Ju Hong asked how it was. The relic said the ending was so romantic, they were suddenly attacked by an army of ghostly soldiers. Then he added that the last line suggests that the tomb may have a second owner. Irene said there was something wrong. Meanwhile, Yu Jae-ha was running away from a bunch of strange relics that were chasing him all over the tomb. As he ran away, he turned around and wondered where they'd come from. How long is this going to go on? He thought Salieri only attacked with sound. Where did these guys come from? Their clothes aren't even from Salieri's era. Then the rope flew up to him, fooled him again, and dragged him off to find a place to hide. Then he started slapping him on the cheeks and talking about why he went in there alone and why he wouldn't listen to him. Turning away from the rope, Yu Jae-ha said to stop beating him, and where are his manners anyway? Holding his throat, he said it was because he was a relic, and if he were human, he would have kicked his ass long ago. Yu Jae-ha looked at him and asked why he was suddenly acting cute. Yu Jae-ha looked at him and asked why he was suddenly acting cute. But then a whole bunch of masked weirdos burst in and they rolled in and twisted his arms. They brought him to this terrifying relic that said my patron had even caught the intruder. Looking at him, Yu Jae-ha started yelling at him for what he deserved. He didn't come here of his own free will. To which the relic said that anyone more talented than him should be destroyed. He started shouting that he was not special and the relic was the best. Suddenly there was a strong explosion that blew out half of the wall. Everyone started looking around, not realizing what it had exploded. There was another explosion more powerful lying on the floor. Yu Jae-ha opened his eyes and heard a voice saying that it was not hard to find them. Ju Hong then squatted down and thanked the relic rope for its help. The rope warned them to buy earplugs and put them in their ears before going down into the tomb. The tomb owner got angry and said how dare they idiots destroy his haul. Smiling, Ju Hong told the tomb owner that he could call him just as he dared to steal his subordinate. He would pay for it. The angry tomb owner started playing all the instruments very loudly. Ju Hong told Seol to save Yu Jae-ha. After looking at the tomb owner, Ju Hong said that it seems that these tools are easily ignited. Let's try to use fire. He lit up like a match, but other strange masked relics stood with weapons and were about to attack. Grabbing her sword, Sola summoned the relic Gildal and ordered him to attend to them. The relic Gildal struck a devastating blow with fire from this wave of fire, all scattered in different directions. Yu Jae-ha was sitting on the floor, and when he saw Sola coming towards him, he got scared. He started talking about how she wasn't a Chinese spy and what she was doing here. Sola thought to herself that he didn't know her. She thought he'd gotten dumber and probably hadn't gotten his memories back yet. She grabbed his hand and told him to come with her. She got angry and told him to stop showing off and follow her. He looked at her and said she was threatening him and wanted him to trust her. The tomb owner was burning, and Ju Hong looked at him with his arms folded on his chest and said with a smirk that he wasn't that scary. Then he saw the fire receding from him, and he said that the fire was going away and his wounds were being repaired. Such was the power of his patron. He's invincible with it. Ju Hong looked at it and realized that it was the second relic his assistant was talking about. Another relic appeared in the form of a chessboard that told him not to listen to his servant. Looking up, Ju Hong thought about the fact that this relic had created an entire army of soldiers. Sola ran up to him and told him that his assistant had given him the Van Gogh relic. He said that's where all the relics are. Pulling the sword out of the painting, he said that's just great. He could use it right now. So there really was more than one relic. Taking a closer look, he said that from the looks of it, these relics are attacking together. He held his sword in front of him and smiled, and said that he didn't care about any of this. They stood in front of a huge pile of relics for the two of them to handle. The relic scanned Ju Hong and said that there wasn't an ounce of talent in him, and how such a mediocrity was able to enter his dimension. The relic said she would destroy him, and Ju Hong said that he has his own fans too, and he was not taught to respect other people's tastes. The relic told the musician that he was giving him all his powers to destroy them. The musician started laughing loudly and shouted for the orchestra to come out. Then he said that it was probably the first time this man had seen an orchestra of this size. Abruptly, an orchestra of a huge number of relics began to play various instruments. With a deafening sound, Ju Hong began to cover himself with his shield. Relic saw and started screaming. How dare he block their performance, enjoy the beautiful melody. Ju Hong said that if he likes her, he should listen to her. And then he added that he was giving his music back to him tit for tat, tooth for tooth. At the same moment, Ju Hong flew towards the musician, drew his sword, and struck him. The musician started yelling, my hands, bastard," said his hands are the musician's soul. Ju Hong smilingly asked if that was all he cared about, then added that he didn't even have any talent. What do you care, give up on it? The musician began to resent his right to talk like that. Ju Hong thought to himself that judging from his anger, his method was working again. The relic comes not only from Salieri himself, but from rumors about him. In this case, she would be unstable because of her envy. He thought of attacking her as he had attacked Nero. At that time, Irene and Nero were in the car waiting. When he approached the musician, he said he knew something about the music of Beethoven, Schubert, Haydn. The musician replied that he knew names, not music. Smiling, he said that Mozart was 100% better than him anyway. Running away from the musical instruments that started running at him, Ju Hong said that he shouldn't have thrown them away like that. Sola ran up to him and told him she would take on the minions, and he said okay. Ju Hong jumped up and struck. Relic told me why they called this brat a genius. Landing on the ground after striking the relic, Ju Hong told the jerk to shut up. After looking at the relic chessboard, smiling, Ju Hong asked, "Are you also going to the next world? You have given him the power, so you also feel pain." Covering her face with her hand, Sola started screaming that the tomb was starting to collapse. Ju Hong approached her and said that if Yu Jae-ha is safe, let's run. She said that he was there and he was fine. There was a voice that said they were worthless people who thought they were nobody. A supreme leader has emerged who has ordered all the relics to take the reins into his own hands. Standing in front of the supreme leader, Sola told Ju Hong that she couldn't move at all. Then he said, "Feel now envy is one of the inappropriate human traits." Looking at the supreme leader, Ju Hong thought that without the tolerance relic, he would have lost long ago. That's why this tomb is difficult. He shouted for Sola to pull herself together, but it seems she had already succumbed to the power of the great supreme leader. He yelled at her that she was being controlled, and she should pull herself together, but she didn't hear him, and just kept repeating that she would destroy him. He opened his backpack and looked for a relic to help suppress her control, but the relics were also under control and fighting amongst themselves. He tried his best to calm her down and get her to come to her senses. Meanwhile, sitting on the floor, Yu Jae-ha cried out that everything was falling apart and he would soon pass away. He covered his head with his hands and reasoned that he thought that when the boss came in, it was all over. It was all over. And he got to his feet and examined himself and said happily that thank God he was alive and the collapse was finally over. He looked around and said he thought he was imagining things, but the tomb stopped collapsing. He doesn't know why, but he won't complain. Zhao Hong was thinking about what he should do now that the relics were not obeying him, and Sola was still attacking him. The relic told Zhu Hong that he didn't succumb to envy. It's even very impressive to him. Then he'll add that if he raises the bar and see if he can resist it. Looking, Zhu Hong thought incense is the source of the trap seems to be a relic of gluttony somewhere around here. He wanted to move forward but couldn't. He looked at his body and realized he couldn't control it. The relic said that as she expected, he couldn't resist it, goodbye man. Zhu Hong's hands independently began to bring the sword to his throat. He looked at Sola. She was doing the same thing. She too was under the control of the relic. At this moment, his assistant ran up to Zhu Hong and began to take away his sword and tell him what he was even doing. Then he approached Sola, who was in the same condition, and took the sword from her. Walking up to Zhu Hong again, he asked why he wanted to kill himself looking at him. He realized that he couldn't even speak. He wondered what he should do now. He noticed where Zhu Hong was looking and immediately realized. He looked at the incense and thought it was all happening because of this thing. The relic said, why he can move, then I'll increase the impact even more. Running up to her, Yu Jae-ha swung his sword and blasted her with words of whether he would pay for the treatment of his lungs. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Hong realized that he could finally move freely now. Then he ran up to Sola and grabbed her and held her down, telling her to come to her senses and to get out of the tomb as soon as possible. When they were about to leave the tomb, Zhu Hong saw the relics and of course he couldn't help but take them. When he approached Yu Jae-ha, he said that we should leave before the relic throws something else out. They started running out of the tomb and Zhu Hong turned to his assistant and told him to grab his backpack. Now it's clear that Yu Jae-ha thinks he's not envied by anyone and is nothing special, an unusual trait for an arrogant person. As they were walking along, something suddenly popped out of the backpack. They didn't realize what it was. It turned out to be a rope and flew towards Zhu Hong's shouting master. He looked at it and said he was thinking about where it had gone. Then the rope told him to take this and put a coin in the palm of his hand. Looking at it, Zhu Hong said it was a Mosina commemorative coin. The aide asked if they had such a relic. Mnemosyne is the goddess of memory in Greek mythology, so this is a memorial-type divine relic. Jin Shivan has owned this relic in the past, and it looks like this time too. But it's strange that Pandora had Jin Shivan's relic. Maybe there were spies among them. Looking at the coin, Zhu Hong said about how she had been following him from the beginning and knew that he would appear in the 7 great tombs. Sola looked at him and said it was Jin Shivan's order. She said to destroy him and take the relic. Looking at them with a confused look, Yu Jae-ha asked who she was, an influential person who works for China, and she is a big problem. Coin told him to let go. She was taking her co-workers. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said who would let her do that. With a smirk, Zhu Hong said that he would first destroy it before letting it go. Then he raised his hand with the coin up and said he just had to destroy a relic to get out of the tomb. When Yu Jae-ha saw what he wanted to do, he said that it was a divine relic and that he shouldn't do that to it. After looking at him, Zhu Hong smiled and said that it would cause them so much trouble if they kept it. He has plenty of relics as it is. Sitting in the car, Irene saw the tomb explode. She thought something had happened. She started the car and went to the tomb to save Zhu Hong and the others. They came out of the ruined tomb. The relic said that how could such a weak man destroy the tomb? Zhu Hong turned around and said that, as expected, the real gluttony relic was not here. The only thing left to do was to get out of the area where it was found. Yu Jae-ha looked at him and said that the relic that wasn't here was capable of such a thing. He said that if it had been here, the outcome would have been disastrous. This is an unusual relic, said Zhu Hong to his assistant, who stood with a surprised face. Then he said they had to get out of here as fast as they could, and they ran. They were illuminated by headlights and stopped. It was Irene who got there just in time. They got into the car, and Jo Hyun thanked Irene, saying they wouldn't have gotten out of here without her. She looked at him and asked what had happened. Jo Hong looked at her and said that they saved Yu Jae-ha and took the tomb relics. Is a relic from the tomb composer Salieri's music book Heroic Joining Relic. When he looked at the fork, he said it was also an heirloom fork from Catherine Medici's homeland. She was quite a prominent member of her family. She became Queen of France and ruled the country as regent for a time. There was a conflict between French Catholics and Protestants at the time. So she was caught between 2 fires, trying to please both. And so it's not known whether she's really involved or not. But she's gone down in history as the wicked, conniving woman responsible for the destruction of the Protestants. While looking at the relic fork, Zhu Hong thought about how it had something to do with jealousy. In any case, this wasn't the first time Pandora had posted something like this. Catherine's husband fell in love with a grown woman, Diana, at a young age. Of course, Catherine was jealous of her being treated as a second. While driving, Irene asked about the ability of the relic. Zhu Hong said he didn't know because he hadn't made a contract with her. Looking at him, Yu Jae-ha said he didn't know how the other relics were, but Salieri attacked with sound. Zhu Hong said that he warned him about it. Then he added that he thought Catherine would buff since they used something like that in the tomb. When they looked ahead, they saw a large number of cars driving towards the ruined tomb. They were reporters. Sola looked out the window and said that they were probably here because of the explosion. Yu Jae-ha added that they were probably here to make a report. Looking out the window, Ju Hong smiled and asked Irene to turn the car around. He added that he wanted to tell reporters that the Tomb of Envy was theirs. Irene said he'd never done that before. He said because they always say how annoying it is, so he's doing it for Yu Jae-ha. He was surprised and said, "Why for my sake?" Ju Hong replied that didn't they have to deal with Jean Richard. He asked, but why? And Ju Hong said he was the one who put him in that tomb. He said he was surprised that he thought Jin Chae-wan had put him in the tomb, but Ju Hong told him that he was the one she was interested in. Then he said if everyone saw him copying your paintings on the news, he'd be sure to tell them about it. Then he looked at Yu Jae-ha, who was sitting there with a scared face, and asked him why he was reacting like that, and he said he was scared. He said he would help him this time. The trap on Yu Jae-ha didn't work because he has low self-esteem. Of course, because his paintings have been stolen, and he's been slandered and made a criminal. Even as his subordinate, he works hard. When he hired him, he made him promise to take his paintings and reputation from Jean Richard. Then he thought it was time to fulfill his promises. He couldn't just leave his subordinate. A special news program about the 7 great tombs started on TV. The anchor said they were still talking to Jean Richard. The host told Richard that their team had gone deeper into the Tomb of Envy than anyone else. He replied that it was true. But there's been no news from them for days. They're going to conquer the tomb. If they succeed, they'll interrupt Ju Hong's victory. To which Jean Richard said as soon as they finished recovering the relics, they would continue to clean out the tomb. The anchor smiled and said that when they receive the relics, let them not forget to present them in their news. Suddenly, one of the directors off-screen said that there was an explosion in the Tomb of Envy. The man who protected it made an appeal. Ju Hong and his assistant Yu Jae-ha were shown on the screen. While looking at the camera, Ju Hong turned to Jean Richard and said that he knew he was being interviewed. He looked at it and said that this time the relic was his. But that's no surprise. Then Ju Hong told the audience to listen carefully. Jean Richard threw his assistant Yu Jae-ha into the tomb to destroy him. He only penetrated deep into the Tomb of Envy to summon Yu Jae-ha to this place. There's got to be a guy named Francisco on his team. His relic can do that. He's seen him on the news. He's been in camp. Then he said he was so displeased when he saw a familiar face. The host asked him if it was true. Ju Hong said of course it was true. Even before his death, restaurateurs were often kidnapped by hostile teams. But this trick was only used by King Destiny. A coincidence, or he's in on it with Jean Richard and Francisco. Either way, it doesn't matter right now. Then Ju Hong said that what they're saying now is true, so they should listen carefully. There's a reason why Jean Richard couldn't leave Yu Jae-ha, and let's ask him about that reason. And then Yu Jae-ha started talking about Jay Richard stealing his art style. At that time, he was a student, and he was a teacher. Jean Richard's style of painting is famous all over the world, but the style is actually not his, but Yu Jae-ha's. After Yu Jae-ha finished speaking, Jae Hong went on to say that in order to cover it up, he wanted to destroy him. Sitting in the chair, Jean Richard's face changed and he was shaking. The anchor asked him if it was true, and he tried to deny it. After looking at him, Ju Hong smiled and said that now he would let him justify himself if he could. Jean Richard jumped up from his chair with a furious face and began to shout that he was talking nonsense, and that it was slander. The presenter looked at him and said he was claiming he wasn't telling the truth. He replied, of course. Then the anchor said, "Why don't he refute them? They're live. It's the perfect opportunity." Jean Richard thought about it and worked out his next move in his head. He thought to himself that the anchor wanted him to keep talking. If the ratings went up, it would be a problem for him. But if he said nothing, it would arouse even more suspicion, he thought. Sweat dripping down his face from exertion. He said it was a great idea, and he had originally come here to talk about the tomb, but it had already been cleared out. The host asked how he felt about the 3rd tomb out of 7 being snatched from under his nose. He said everything was fine. How could he know what the others were doing in there? And then he added that if it came out that way, then let's talk about plagiarism. He said it was all a lie because Yu Jae-ha stole his work from him. While at home, Ju Hong put relics on his assistant and brought out some red liquid in a bottle. Then he told him that all these are protective relics. This vial contains the blood of the dragon Siegfried killed. Then he picked up the bottle and said he had explained everything to him and called him to come over. Yu Jae-ha said that was enough, how much more he was going to put on him. He said he restored the relics as soon as they got home. Didn't he deserve a little rest? Ju Hong looked at him and said, "It's not that at all. Just carry the escape picture you drew with you." As he said, he recovered the relics, although not completely, but enough for a contract. Catherine made a contract with him and Salieri with Yu Jae-ha. While holding the painting, Yu Jae-ha said that it's not Ju Hong who will be using the painting, but him. Then Ju Hong told him that those bastards could call on him at any time. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't do it again. And he also made Jean Richard really mad. When Yu Jae-ha heard that, he cried and said that they would definitely destroy him. After calming him down, Ju Hong said that everything will be fine as he thinks why he won't get off him if they call him he wants to go with him. But if he's the only one called upon, they need to prepare relics for defense and escape. Then he said if he had no more questions, he'd spill blood on him. Yu Jae-ha looked at him and asked what if they didn't summon him. Ju Hong said that he would just stay here for a while. When he heard that, he asked if he should be like this, and Ju Hong said that he would call him as soon as he was ready. Then he added that they too needed to prepare for him to fall into their own net. So we need to bring attack relics with us. He started looking for relics that might come in handy. He gave him a bunch of relics, and Yu Jae-ha said he didn't even know how to use them. But Yu Jae-ha said he would learn. When he saw the relic, he told him to take Salieri's book with him. Looking at Ju Hong with frightened eyes, he said what has started. Ju Hong said great, they can check if they will be summoned together. When he got close to him, he wrapped his two arms around him, and a disgruntled Yu Jae-ha said that it was necessary to lean so close. There was a whole bunch of them calling for Yu Jae-ha, with Jean Richard waiting. He asked how he was doing. The guy said he found him. Smiling, Jean Richard said he would just destroy him. Yu Jae-ha appeared with a bunch of relics in his hands, but Ju Hong also appeared with him, and told him that they had succeeded. When Jean Richard saw them, he began to shake. He was seething with anger and hatred and screamed to be destroyed. Putting his shield relic in front of him, he told Yu Jae-ha to start attacking with something, and showed the guy in the Panama hat and told him to attack him first since he had the summoning relic. And then Salieri came along and started playing musical instruments and everybody's ears popped. Then Yu Jae-ha fell down and said he seemed to be bleeding from his ears and couldn't get up. Turning around on him, Ju Hong reasoned to himself he fell over from having used so many relics at once. Ju Hong sat down beside him and searched for a picture that would be the only way they could escape. He found the picture, but the only thing left to do was to paint the strokes. Plugging his ears, Jean Richard stood up and pointed his gun at them and said they were wrong to think he would just let them go. After looking at him, Ju Hong smiled and said it was too late. He had time to finish the painting and they could go home. The assistant was lying face down and didn't move. Ju Hong smiled and said that everything had worked out and gone well. The next day, Ju Hong watched the news and thought he could breathe easy. When Francisco was brought to the hospital, he was on the verge of death. Salieri was a little overzealous. He's stronger than Ju Hyun thought. Jean Richard tried to keep it quiet. Of course, he didn't want to make a bad situation worse. Sitting on the couch and watching the news, Ju Hong smiled and thought about how Jean Richard was so pathetic. But this was just the beginning, and there were many more surprises waiting for him. Sitting at the table, Jo Hong handed Sola the papers and said it was a contract to join his gang of thieves. She asked if he was going to call it a gang of thieves. Ju Hong replied, "It's not a big deal, but it's easy to understand." Then he added that the contract spelled out the obligations. As soon as she signs it, she's under the supervision of Hammurabi's laws. Then he said that if she broke the contract or betrayed him, she would be punished immediately by the laws of Hammurabi. He said he created the contract out of fear that people who had worked for him in the past would run away. She asked why he was telling her that. He looked at her and said he didn't think she'd betray him and he didn't want to lie to her. Yu Jae-ha came up to them and asked why he signed the contract wrong. Ju Hong told him that he finally woke up. He said that there was breakfast for him, so he should go eat it and wake up. Yu Jae-ha said he had no appetite and asked what happened. Looking at him, Ju Hong said that he had passed out by using several relics at once. Then he added that he didn't have powers and he overpowered them. I think he needs to practice. Looking at Yu Jae-ha, she quietly asked, since he hadn't gotten his memories back yet. But why once his memory returns to him, his dominance and restoration skills will increase immediately. Ju Hong said they don't know that for sure. Then he lowered his eyes and said that in his case, it was about memories. When his paintings and his style were stolen, he took a wrong turn. He used his wonderful talent for deception to build a career as a con man. At one point, things went so far that even Pandora started calling him the king of crooks. He's become a horrible and spoiled person, and honestly, Ju Hong wouldn't want to face that person. Of course, now he's not so broken, and he's not yet lost his naivety and simple-mindedness. Once they've dealt with Jean Richard, he'll be busy restoring his reputation, so there's no point in bringing back bad memories. While drinking tea, Ju Hong thought that Yu Jae-ha had been behaving well lately because he was treating him well. Sola looked at him and said she would sign the contract. Ju Hong asked if she could read it. As Yu Jae-ha was sitting on the couch, a rope suddenly flew up to him and told him that he had finally found him. Yu Jae-hae was startled and jumped on the spot. The rope said to make him human. Looking at him, Yu Jae-ha replied that he seemed to be in a good mood today. Yu Jae-ha said he should go play a little because he had a headache. Yu Jae-ha told him to go play for a while because he had a headache. When he got angry, the rope wrapped around him from head to toe. He started screaming at him to let him go. Sola looked at him and said that it was strange to see him like this. Ju Hong said that she would get used to it. Yelling into John Richard's cell phone was Quan saying they couldn't use Francisco anymore. Pushing the phone away and holding his head, Jean Richard said he had a splitting headache. Quan yelled that he was listening to him at all, why he was silent. Putting the phone back to his ear, he said he was listening, but he couldn't do anything about it. Shouting into the phone, Quan said he was able to summon the little asshole for what? It didn't go according to plan because he's got a pimple in one place. Then he added how they're gonna pull this stunt and why he's such an idiot. He said he's been watching the screen for years. If this keeps up, it's gonna be a huge problem. Then he added that he needed to lay low for a while and recover the relics. Jean Richard said that's how he listened to him after they caught Yu Jae-ha, and it didn't work out. Angry, he thought he expected Quan to be impossible to work with. Now he could only trust, and picked up the phone and dialed Jin Chuan's number, and there was no one else he could trust. Damascus Hotel, 2 guys report that 2 tombs in Lebanon have been successfully cleared. They continue to do business with relic dealers. Sitting in the chair and looking out the window, Jin Chuan said that everything was fine and going smoothly as usual. There was still the matter of the Tomb of Envy to be solved. Another person runs into the office and says they're in big trouble. They say that Ju Hong and his team escaped from the Tomb of Envy. Hearing this, she turns around with a disgruntled and angry face and can't believe what is being said. And the guy keeps saying they destroyed the tomb and took all the relics. She looked at the boy, and with a chin resting on her chin, she grinned and said it was strange that her relics weren't guarding the tomb. Immediately, the relics began to make excuses, saying that they had bypassed them. Ju Hong had used some kind of trick. It was a strange and extremely unpleasant trick. He had blown up his kin and made a hole in the tomb. She turned to her men and asked if they had found the relics they were supposed to take from the tomb, and they said, not yet. The relics said they'd been destroyed, and if they'd come yesterday, they could stop them. Jean told them to stop whining. Then she said, didn't she tell her that she was in charge of all the relics, and her aura was enough? Relic said it's not that simple with Ju Hong. Then the relic asked why she was so calm. Jin said that she had lived and gotten everything she wanted, but this was the first time it had happened to her. She added that that bastard Ju Hong was able to interfere with her, who he was, and what he did. She needs to know absolutely everything. Then she licked her lips and said would she know if she ate it, and smiled. One of her people said Jean Richard was calling her. She told them to put her through to him and they would finish the report later. Reliquary said they don't have time for this dumbass. Jean told her to be patient since she was the one who went after him first. Thanks to him, they were able to watch the Tomb of Envy in peace. So one must answer him, if only out of politeness. Then she added that she wouldn't listen to his stupid requests anyway. Then she made a devilish face and said that she only cared about Ju Hong right now. He asked why she'd say no. All she had to do was take the damn tomb. He thought to himself that then everyone would forget about his plagiarism. Why is she so stubborn? She listened to him and told him to calm down, that they still needed time to reorganize. She went to the window and said that besides, didn't he have more important things to worry about? Then she added that she'd heard about his plagiarism. Jean Richard started shouting into the phone that it was all a complete lie. She smiled and said that meant he'd solve it quickly. She added that he should take care of his own problems before he started digging. Then she'd talk to him and she disconnected the phone. Jean Richard was seething with rage, shouting into the phone for her to listen to him. He said that's why he was trying to cover up the whole scandal with the dig. So screw it, she thought. Saw Richard, he can handle it all by himself. After leaving Syria, Zhou Hong returned to New York after a long time. He had a lot of things to do, but first of all, he had to respond to inquiries, including newspaper news channels, radio, and even internet streaming. He did not hide from the media and used Edward's connections as best he could. They needed to get Jean Richard to respond, and to do that, they created a fuss about him. He can't make excuses as long as Ju Hong remembered unless he's wrong. He uses the relic of Eugène François Vidocq, criminal-turned-detective. His story has inspired many authors and consequently spawned many famous characters such as Arsène Lupin and Jean Valjean, probably because of jokes about him being good at disguises. His relic has the power to make you a copy of someone else. But that's the disadvantage of drawing Yu Jae-ha. He needs to take on his appearance, which is why he can't use the relic in public. And he sits quietly, even though there's a huge scandal surrounding him. They sat and ate. Ju Hong said he wondered why he used to turn down reporters. Yu Jae-ha asked the boss with an unhappy face if he was sure it would do any good. Looking at his phone, Ju Hyun said he's hanging his nose again. Of course it would be good, he said, if they wanted to check it out. Looking at his phone, Ju Hong said that yesterday's interview should have already been released. Then he said there's already a lot of views and comments and it's slowly gaining attention. Then he looked at his phone and saw that the first article had been deleted. It's probably Jean Richard's doing. Standing up from the table, Ju Hong said they couldn't lose to him and said they were going to the next interview. And after that, the next interviews were deleted too, and some news was not published at all. Sitting on the couch at the laptop, Ju Hong thought that Jean Richard was definitely up to something. Back at his base, he started giving interviews left and right, refuting their claims. And his influence was impressive. He is, after all, a celebrity. His excuses sounded ridiculous, but they still got the public's attention. He told Yu Jae-ha that they can't just let it go if he's making such dirty moves. Holding Marie Antoinette's necklace in his hand, Ju Hong said that it's a relic that creates rumors about your opponent. Marie Antoinette, Queen of the French Revolution, suffered from gossip, the most common false accusation related to the necklace. Looking at the necklace, Ju Hong thought of the story and put into the heirloom it suited them perfectly. Then he said that the problem is that you have to see the target in front of you to use it. Yu Jae-ha asked how they would do that. Looking at him, Ju Hong said that fortunately they had an excellent scout. He called Saul and told her to use it when she was around Jean Richard. He asked if she could do it. Saul said sure. Since Jean Richard was constantly giving out interviews, Sola would easily get lost in the crowd. As expected, the answer came in less than a day. Everything worked out as planned. They sat down on the couch and taking the laptop, Ju Hong said, "Let's check it out." There were many articles about Jean Richard, but there was no article on plagiarism. They only found one article. Ju Hong thought to himself that he hadn't thought about it, but the rumors were different. There's no definite story. Suddenly, Ju Hong's email received a letter from someone who wrote that he would help him and signed up as a friend. A few days after he got that letter, something unexpected happened. The news channels started reporting that Jean Richard had been accused of plagiarism. The news came out of nowhere. It quickly became a hot topic of discussion around the world. Not only the US, but Asia and Europe were filled with the news. A surprised Yu Jae-ha asked him how he was able to do that, but he didn't know the answer to that question himself. But after thinking about it, Zhou Hong decided that there's only one person who can do that and no one else. That man was the king of propaganda, Wade Harmon. This bastard is capable of controlling all media and press. He gives out all the information people try to hide. He's got a tight grip on everything. But Ju Hong couldn't call him a good guy. It was easy for him to provoke people and fabricate information out of thin air. While watching the news, Yu Jae-ha asked Ju Hong why he was helping them. Didn't he say he didn't know him? Ju Hong looked at him and said that he's not helping them so much as he's having fun with Jean Richard, because he's a self-righteous jerk. Then he smiled and said something about how it was good for them anyway. Their slow-motion altercation turned into a real battle when the king of propaganda appeared. Accusations against Jean Richard poured in from everywhere. Of course, the rumor king is up to something, but they're taking advantage of the situation. While in the studio on set, Ju Hong voiced his opinion and suggested that Jean Richard publicly draw a picture. His proposal immediately garnered a lot of support. Probably people were already tired of it and were waiting for some logical conclusion. Meanwhile, Ju Hong had something else in mind to increase the number of witnesses. When Yu Jae-ha heard that the UN was calling the students he was studying with, he almost choked on the water he was drinking. The frightened man started shouting how he got his classmate's number. Ju Hong calmed him down by telling him to be quiet and continued the conversation. He was trying to find out what it was like at that time, and Yu Jae-ha was standing there in shock with his mouth open. On the phone, Ju Hong said that given the situation right now, is there any desire to speak up? Yu Jae-ha approached him and asked him what he was threatening his classmates. He said he was just persuading them. Then he looked at the assistant with a smile and said they needed witnesses. Yu Jae-ha said they wouldn't help. If they wanted him, they would have signed for him a long time ago, and then this whole situation wouldn't have happened. It's a different story now, Ju Hong reassured him. You just have to trust what he's doing. The more cowardly they are, the more they want to kill an already broken Jean Richard. And so one by one, they received statements from Yu Jae-ha's classmates, and they already had a lot of evidence. He seemed really happy. Yu Jae-ha said he didn't think it was possible. Looking at him, Ju Hong said that he was so happy as if they were finished, but in fact, it was just the beginning. He told him they needed to prepare for the final blow, and it would be a powerful blow. Watching the news on the phone, Jean Richard was seething with anger. He didn't understand why he was being leaked by his own students. He ordered his man to send them the corrected news. He thought about old students doing things like this. What kind of nonsense is that? When he opened the door, he didn't expect to see so many reporters. He was indignant at what they were doing here, since this was not the time for an interview. When Jean Richard turned around, he saw Ju Hong, who told him that he was the one who called the reporters. He smiled and added that it was time for him to confess that the whole world knows that he stole Yu Jae-ha's paintings and his style. He added that if he was going to continue to insist on his innocence, he'd have to prove it. Boiling with rage, Jean Richard said okay, but if he proves it, they will give him all their relics. Ju Hong looked at him and asked why they would do anything if they were accusing him. Jean Richard said because they are spreading dirty rumors, to which he said it was a matter of his career and the reputation he'd spent his life building. If he put him in this situation, he should put everything he has on the line. Ju Hong said he has no shame or conscience. Then he smiled broadly at Jean Richard and told him he was in. Yu Jae-ha said with his mouth wide open at the words that he had just lost his mind. Closing the aide's mouth, he spoke of Jean Richard's conditions, and he would pick a time and said it would be right now. Sweat rolled down Jean Richard's furious face. He clenched his teeth and said he agreed and would prove it. Soon prepared the studio, quickly spreading rumors attracted more journalists and a couple of students from the art academy. A worried Yu Ha said there's something wrong and they should quit. Looking at his hands, he said that he now felt like they had no advantage. Ju Hong said he wouldn't be able to use the relic. He looked at Ju Hong and said that he would be able to draw without the relic because he was an artist. He's got great skills and he could easily copy it. If the painting is even remotely similar, he wins. He was so quick to agree to the argument and demanded the relics as if he was sure of his victory. Without saying anything, Ju Hong simply smiled. Then Ju Hong said that giving up all their relics if they lost was really harsh. He definitely wouldn't agree to such conditions. But the bastard radiates insecurity. He unknowingly showed it. He'd bet his ass on it, he reckons. The girl opened the painting and said that the theme of the competition would be Professor Richard's masterpiece fairy tale landscape. They just need to draw this part. Yu Ha stood there all confused and upset. Ju Hong told him not to be afraid. Standing in front of the blank canvas, Jean Richard looked at Ju Hong and his assistant and thought that these little jerks were only getting in his way. He thought that he could draw a picture without the relics. He'd seen Yu Ha's paintings a bunch of times. He thought that if the pattern was anything like this, he'd win it. It'd be like a home game. Trying to draw a picture, Jean Richard thought about the fact that he could not draw smoothly. His hand did not relax at all. In the silence of the hall for some time, only brushes rustled on the canvas. Everyone watched the two artists painting. If Jean Richard can draw well, he'll win. If he can't, they win. But the results soon became apparent. Jean Richard looked at his work with a frightened and incomprehensible face, sweat streaming down his face. Everyone around him looked and said what he had drawn in front of his eyes. Everything was floating, and Jean Richard looked at his shaking hands, not understanding anything. The reporters behind Jean Richard were telling him to pull himself together and take it seriously. Ju Hong looked at him and said that he was sure he was taking everything seriously, but he just wasn't doing as well as he wanted. Then he jabbed his finger at him and said he was right because Jean Richard had developed a risk because of the relic. The reporters opened their mouths and started talking amongst themselves that Jean Richard had used the relic. He stood there shocked and said it was a lie. And Ju Hong went on to say that he used Vidoc's mirror mask to copy Yu Ha's style, but he didn't think about the risk. It turns him into someone else, but in time he forgets the real him. He steals the artistic style and loses his own. When Jean Richard looked at him, he was shocked and said that it couldn't be, but Ju Hong said that it could be the relics. Then he spread his arms out and said that now, Mr. Plagiarist, he has nowhere else to run. Looking at Jean Richard with a smile, Ju Hong told him to confess everything. Everything he has belongs to Yu Ha. The reporters started talking and saying it had to be published right away. Whoever was quickest, won. An enraged Jean Richard started yelling at them to turn off the cameras. He was being set up and it's a total smear. Ju Hyun looked at him and said that he'll deny it until the end, so let him do as he pleases. It wouldn't help him in court. Richard was seething with hatred and anger. Then he took some kind of relic out of his pocket and blinded everyone around him with it. Reporters were covering their eyes, saying they couldn't see anything at all. Covering his eyes with his hand, Ju Hong thought to himself that Jean Richard was so stubborn. Then he commanded his relic rope to close the door and keep him out. But when the light suddenly disappeared, everyone started looking around and didn't see Jean Richard, and everyone started saying he'd run away. Ju Hong approached the reporters and said to calm down. He would check each of them to see who was fake. Then he added that he didn't know if he had turned into someone present or someone he knew. He said he'd be checking for newcomers or people he'd never seen before. If he chose to teleport with some kind of relic, why would he blind them? The door was already closed, but now the rope holds it tight, so there's no escape. If they sympathize with him, they can catch him quickly. He said he was sure it would make sensational news later. Reporters and audience members were happy to help him with his search. Before he knew it, he had checked everyone in the audience. Yu Ha looked at him and asked what they were going to do now that Jean Richard was nowhere to be found. With a serious look, Ju Hong said that it couldn't be that he was sure that Jean Richard was hiding somewhere. He said he needed to check again, and looking around carefully, he found him standing as a bust amongst the real busts. He was arrested, and the news said that Ju Hong played a big role in catching the criminal Jean Richard. Watching the news, Joshua was furious, he said, as if they haven't had a problem in a long time. Everything related to Ju Hong ends badly. He had taken 3 of the 7 relics, and how could he do that? Joshua lamented. He ran to the door saying he had to come up with a new plan right away. They couldn't lose anymore. When he opened the door, he hit somebody. George told him to watch where you're going. Joshua looked at him and asked who he was and what he was doing. He started yelling that he'd never seen him here before and who he was. And what's he doing here, and does he even know who he's talking to? Joshua yelled like a madman. George looked at him and said he knew exactly who he was, Joshua the prophet, right? Then he said he helped Austin Rockefeller organize the assassination attempt on his parents. Of course he knows who he is. Joshua's man said it was George Hilton. And what was he doing here, Joshua asked. He was told he was a new member of Pandora. Joshua looked at his assistant and started yelling about who let him. The assistant said they were short-staffed and were taking everyone. Looking at Joshua with a menacing face, he said he hoped he would get to know him better. Everyone gathered together to celebrate the victory. Yu Ha said it was all thanks to the boss. Irene smiled and asked him if he would paint his own paintings now. Ju Hong said that he was their Mr. Artist now. Yu Ha was embarrassed and said that it was nothing like that. He was just very happy that they were able to deal with the plagiarism. Then Ju Hong said that he wanted to give it to him later, but he asked Saul to bring something for him. Opening the envelope, Yu Ha opened his mouth in surprise. Ju Hong had given him a private exhibition in New York. Ju Hong looked at him and said it's time for him to become a real artist. He'll pay for everything. He just needs to work on the paintings. Then he added that he should not forget that he would have to work on the restoration of the relics too. Yu Ha cried and thanked him, saying he would never forget his kindness. Looking at him, Ju Hong told him to stop, and now he is embarrassed to say that they will divide the income from the exhibition 9-1. A stunned Yu Ha asked where it was written. Ju Hong said it's written down in the contract down there. Looking at him with wide eyes, Yu Ha said why the hell is he giving up on this? It's been a long time, but Edward still contacted Ju Hong. He said there was some big news and he emailed him a letter to read. Ju Hong walked over to the computer and asked what was so urgent. When he opened the email, he saw the relic's user rating. So those Pandora creeps decided to give people a rating. Pandora, who used to only appraise tombs and relics, began appraising people. Sola and Yu Ha came up to him and asked him what he was doing. He said he was watching the rankings that Pandora had awarded for the relics. Yu Ha said, who do they think they are that they're giving people ratings? They started to look at the rankings and saw that Ju Hong's title on the list was King of Robbery. They started laughing and congratulating Ju Hong on his coronation. Yu Ha was laughing so hard he couldn't stop. Sola smiled and said that compared to being a con artist before, this wasn't a bad start. Getting angry, Ju Hong said that this title was very strange when it was he who was interestingly engaged in robbery. He decided to call George Hilton. He picked up the phone and said he knew he was going to call and congratulated him on being king. He asked who gave him that stupid title. George said it was the Pandora system's decision, and the assembly members voted unanimously. Then he said he didn't like it because he was a robber king. Well, it's better than some king of thieves. Ju Hong interrupted him and said he could change it because there are so many different good titles, like King of Heroes. After listening to him, George asked if he had a conscience, but he couldn't change anything anyway. These rankings will be released in a few days. Ju Hong was furious and said that he had sent him to spy and he was useless. Yu Ha asked if we could look at the list next. After sitting down at the computer, Ju Hong said that both of them were also on the list. He read that Sola is a scout scammer and Yu Ha is a mumbler scammer. Swindlers follow the king right after the king, so it's not bad. In total shock, Yu Ha became indignant, and Ju Hong said that he better think about how to get rid of that mumble title. He told the boss to stop saying that and why he should become king in the first place. Ju Hong looked at him and said that it's important to become a king recognized by Pandora. It is a sign that you are the ruler of the relic era. Folding his arms across his chest, he said that there was also some special treasure of kings that only kings could get. What is this all about? Said Yu Ha. Don't kings become kings because they have everything, but someone decided to give them more treasures. Thought Ju Hong said that he was right in the end, kings will rule the world. Then he added that it seems to him that the relics just want it so badly, they know that people will suffer if they do. Even Pandora's system, he's convinced it's a relic. By choosing kings, the relic would appoint bad guys to make humanity suffer. After looking at everyone, Ju Hong said that if they wanted to break their plans, they should become rulers too. They need a lot of people on their side. There are 15 kings and queens with 5 treasures, so there's room to spare. Yu Ha asked how many swindlers there were. Sola looked at him and said that there were 180 of them and the competition was 18-1. Yu Ha said that so many is terrible. With a smile, Ju Hong said that he didn't have to worry about it. We'll make someone move if we have to. The phone rang. The caller's number was hidden. Ju Hong asked who he was. The other end asked if he always talked to people like that. The voice said he was his benefactor, and he hoped to remember that he didn't bury Jean Richard himself. Then the voice said that he didn't know who he was, and he must be very curious. Ju Hong told him to shut up. And then he added that he was going to pour that shit on his relatives and called him Wade Harmon. When Wade Harmon heard that, he asked how he knew his name. Ju Hong said he knew everything about him, so don't make a big deal out of it. Then Ju Hong told him goodbye. He started yelling into the phone for him to wait and asked if he was really as much of a bastard as they say he is. Then Wade Harmon said he was calling him because he wanted to form an alliance with him. Ju Hong grinned and told him to fuck off. Angry, he started yelling that he had helped him a lot by writing so many articles about Jean Richard. Ju Hong said he didn't ask him to do that. Looking at the boss, Yu Ha asked who it was that called. Ju Hong replied that it was the king of propaganda who was proposing to form an alliance. Looking at his phone, Ju Hong said that he didn't understand why he would be allied with someone like him. The king of propaganda owns a Goebbels relic. He was a Nazi working for Hitler. Becoming minister of propaganda, he increased the popularity of the National Socialist Party. This led to World War II. Putting the phone to his ear, he told Wade not to even dream of working with him. He asked to hear him out. He said he wanted to team up with him to excavate the 7 tombs. He said Ju Hong was smart and had information. Why not take him in? Then he added that he would pass on to him all information about Pandora and the King of Fate, or the King's special treasure. When Ju Hong heard that, he asked in surprise if he knew about the treasure of the kings. Wade said that he had heard about it too, and he didn't doubt it. The man said that of course he knew it was very important information that he was willing to share with him. Ju Hong grinned and said that he liked it already. On the other end of the line, Wade said he made the right choice. Then Wade said that before the dig, Ju Hong had to help him deal with someone, or else the dig would never happen. Ju Hong said angrily that this was the place to start the whole conversation about who he was. When asked, Wade said he's the bastard who uses the thunder relics, and his name is Julian Miller. The propaganda king who took part in exposing John Richard didn't do it just for fun. He wanted to offer something to Ju Hong. To his surprise, he made some pretty good terms. He agreed to give him information about the treasure of the kings, and he had to help him with Julian. After the auction, Julian Miller was grabbed and dragged away. But it seems he's been released and is up to something again. Talking on the phone with Wade after thinking for a bit, Ju Hong asked where Julian got the thunder relics from. He said he couldn't give any more information except in person. Ju Hong agreed to talk to him face to face. He'll decide when they'll meet him and let him know in advance. He said he understood. Looking at Ju Hong with an incomprehensible look, Sola said that she didn't seem to like that guy. With a smile, Ju Hong said that he realized that he could make a profit from him. They met in the sky on an airplane. Wade resented that he couldn't believe they were meeting in the sky. Looking at them, Wade asked how he could trust them in a place like this. Ju Hong said, what if he did something? But you should be glad you're riding in a super expensive airplane. Then he looked at him and said, sit down and let's talk. Then Wade showed Julian Miller on a clipboard, and everyone looked on in total shock. Then Wade says that's all they got, but he thinks he gets the point. Julian's an arrogant asshole. He's been looting tombs and destroying relics, and several of their teams have suffered at his hands, so we need to deal with him first.